Yeah. I wonder why that happens.
That's a good non-point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, don't we just trust our eyes?
Yeah. A good non-point.
I'd trust my eyes on that one.
So the sun doesn't changes during the day. Isn't there a time that is not daytime anymore?
Well, I mean, in the same vein, there are also multiple places on the Earth where the sun's actually outside. You know, you can see the sun. You could be in England and in South Africa at the same time, and it's roughly the same time of day, and the sun is the same size. And in Spain as well.
Perfect.
Yeah,
So
weird, isn't it?
That's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. Definitely, yeah, I get it. The globe debunks. The globe debunks the sun debunks the globe.
Wait, what?
I get it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, look at your eyes. You know, I mean, that's a curious thing, isn't it? Because the sun's meant to be local, isn't it? Local.
No, I got a local store here, and I can go there, and I can maybe walk a little further, and I find something local. But Russia is not local to me, bro.
Yeah, well, South Africa is not local to me, and they have the same size.
Exactly.
Sun.
So the sun, I can't go to the sun. Why?
Can go to the sun? Right now, I think you're drunk.
To call the sun local will be local.
Yeah, loco, esse.
Yeah. The sun is local. That's local people say that.
Is Gemsy drunk?
I think he might be.
No, I don't drink. I can't. Alcohol doesn't go well with me. It doesn't. I'm just trying to bring you to your. Bro, we're talking about what? About globes and globe this and globe that. So.
Well, it's just when you say trust my eyes. Here. When you say trust my eyes, I'm always curious about when we're allowed to do that and not. You know. Yeah. Seems like sometimes we're not allowed to do that.
Oh no! Don't trust. If you don't, I mean, if you want to argue that you don't trust your eyes, that's on you. That's you, bro. It's okay.
No, I trust my eyes. Yeah, I mean, like, I trust that the sun doesn't change size.
Hey, your eyes and your senses are conspiring, and nature is conspiring to show you, right? Show you something like the Earth. It's moving, but you don't feel it moving. So your senses are conspiring, right? And then the vision, your eyes, you see the sun moving, but that's not happening. So that's your senses and nature conspiring to lie to you. That's the globe argument.
Well, it's more like there are things in this world.
You guys are conspiracy theories.
In this world.
That your body and your senses are lying to you, and the nature and the heavens above are lying to you. That's what you're saying. That this is like a fundamental argument that Globers bring every single day. This guy trigonometry actually argues that what we observe and experience is not reality. What he says is reality.
Well, I'd say trusting your eyes is important most of the time. There are instances where maybe your eyes or other senses are not exactly going to give you the full picture of what's happening. We've all seen the blue and golden dress before, obviously. But besides, like, from those instances, there are things I do look at and I trust my eyes, or trust my senses. I trust that when I look directly at the sun and I feel the heat, that the sun is generating heat, right? When I see the sun move and I don't see it change size, I assume, right? That,
and then when you go closer, when you go
anywhere on the Earth, I have to pull these observations together again, and build a picture of where I live.
You get closer to the fire, and you get colder.
What do you mean? You're talking about going up in altitude?
Right? You get the sun, right? So you know what the sun is, you know how it works, you know how big it is, how far, you know all of these things.
Mm-hmm.
All of these things that you have said. That you believe because this was passed down to you. You didn't make
of all things you'd object to.
You learned
I feel like the last thing I was expecting was that you imagine that where you go to a place where there's not many particles, molecules of gas, and you don't really live in a very greenhouse affected sort of ball, right? And the ground isn't there to heat yourself up because the ground also retains heat as well, so there's no really conductivity. You're imagining that place is supposed to be warmer because you're closer to the sun, right? I mean, forgive me for thinking that's retarded.
The environment that we have, the environment that we have,
the environment we have,
impossible on a globe. Impossible.
So what part of the environment's impossible to have on a
The
globe?
whole system that we experience, this contained environment that is required, this whole experience that we're having, you breathing air, you and I having this conversation, debunks the globe.
Right.
Easy.
So what's the argument for the container?
The argument?
Yeah. Argument.
You're breathing air.
And that means that there's a container?
Where will the air go without the container? Will that air go into your lungs?
Sorry, are you trying to say that without a container, like a physical container, right? Not just some effect, that the air would escape into the vacuum of space?
Are your lungs strong enough to pull in the air if the air wasn't contained to a certain specific pressure? Are your lungs strong enough to do that?
You're asking a kind of different question, because you're describing something that could
air if
you are describing something, Dempsey, that doesn't necessitate a physical container.
Designed.
You're describing something that requires air to be dense and some containing effect to be present, right? But the idea of a physical container, I'm not so sure you're making a case for that.
No, but because you're asking about things, right? But you don't want to make it there. You say there's a bridge that you want a bridge, but you don't want to walk to it or construct it. You don't want that.
Okay,
you want the bridge to be there without walking. You want to teleport to the bridge that you haven't constructed yet, and just magic.
So magic. How do you know there's a container?
You're talking. How you know there's? Didn't I tell you?
No, you said that we can breathe.
Having a conversation.
You said that we can breathe.
You can breathe. Yeah,
does not necessitate a container. Does it necessitate a container?
Okay, in the globe fantasy, if there was no container, where will the air go? How are you gonna breathe?
Well, I like how there's a problem here.
It will rush
in a globe,
high pressure to low pressure.
Containing,
pressure. It will flow.
Yeah.
It will flow, like it happens. It will flow away from your lungs. It's gonna be so violent, that event.
Yeah.
That event is gonna be so violent that you stand no chance. Your lungs stand no chance, bro.
Yeah, so Glober's happy to say there's containing, right? Containing doesn't necessitate a physical container matter.
Whatever that label you think it means, that word that you're asking for, whatever that means, I'm gonna tell you that the mechanism in place, completely how it works, is an unknown for you and for me. It's an unknown.
So it might not be a physical container made of matter. Is that what you're telling me?
How it works, the size of it, the makeup, the color, the taste, the whatever that is.
So it might not be a container made of matter. It might be say a force.
But there is an antecedent. There has to be a mechanism in place. It can't be what you're claiming about the globe. That's impossible.
Well, sorry. A mechanism.
It has to be an antecedent, a mechanism in place.
Yeah, a mechanism like a force that has the ability to change the vector of gas.
It's not going away from your lungs.
Could
that be away from where we are?
Would there be a force that changes the vector of gas, or is that impossible?
Well, in the impossible, it will be impossible.
Well, is it possible? I mean, antecedent. I don't know if you're just confused about what that means, but what does that have to do with the argument? You think the container's a necessary antecedent for gas pressure? Is that correct?
Freaking had to run out of battery in the headphone. So say that again.
You say a container is a necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Is that right?
Not just a container. You need a mechanism in place. The container is part of that.
Mechanism.
One part. Listen. The container you can have a container, but that's one part of the mechanism. There is, you will have to produce the kinetic energy is part of that system, right? But it's the container is not the kinetic energy and the what is happening within the system, but the container is in relation in between where we're in and what's outside of here, and the input from there to here that causes what we experience here, this whatever the input into this system. But the container is part of that environment.
Goodness me, Gemsy.
Goodness. What is your problem with that? What is your problem with that?
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to get like more concise answers out of
Goodness,
you. And
goodness, gay, Jamsey, or something. What is your problem? You want to get muted after I speak to you and you disrespect me, motherfucker?
What?
You want me to ban you again?
No,
I'm
thank you.
taking my time to speak to you, and since the first day we spoke, and you really want to. Do you want to talk or not?
I'll be quiet.
'Cause I'm telling you something. I'm telling you something, and you're like laughing it off.
I'm not laughing it off. It's just like it's a
Okay,
lot,
so
right?
let's
I
make
think
it
it's really
fun.
directly answering what I'm saying. You know.
Answering what you're saying. I address you. You want to talk about one screw of the machine, right? Or one big part of it. You want to talk about the chassis of the vehicle or the chassis of the clock, or you want to talk about one area of it or one aspect, right? And you want me to give you answers that that one thing is going to cause everything, James. You want to claim that the container is going to do this and do that, right?
Yeah, sure, Gemsy.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet.
Yeah,
Get a
please.
bit
Everything a container then? Like, how isn't that circular if you're saying it needs a container? What's not a container?
Well, what's not a container?
Yeah.
Your glasses, I don't know. Your hat might not be a
No.
container.
But you're saying that that's part of a bigger container, and that's why there's gas pressure in
Well,
those
the
too.
gas pressure that we're breathing, right? When you use your muscles to expand your lungs, and the pressure around you rushes into that available volume, that gas pressure, the gas pressure is the force the gases exerts on the walls of its container. So that part of the mechanism has to be in place for the other thing to be. So an antecedent is in place for the next thing to happen.
Okay,
If the
so
antecedent is not in place, if the antecedent is not in place, how you expect to the next thing to happen?
So in order to measure gas pressure, we need a container. That's what you're saying.
How else are you gonna do it? Can you demonstrate the gas pressure without the container?
That's how you would measure it, like a barometer.
Isn't a barometer a container?
Yeah.
Do you know how?
Okay.
Do you know how barometers measure pressure? Well, the barometric formula for pressure has G in it, which is kind of interesting. It's almost like gases are being accelerated downward. It's really weird. Why would we have to include the constant of all other objects that accelerate downward if we're trying to measure pressure? If it isn't affected by gravity, right?
That's a convention, isn't it?
What's a convention?
The agree upon average that things fall. Speed.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a convention. I mean, it's observed.
It's an agree upon average. An average agree upon. A convention is agreed between people on talking about the observable phenomena that happens between a certain gradient, average.
Sure.
What?
What?
The physics of it, bro.
The physics. The quantum physics.
The physics.
I don't know much about what you guys are talking about, but I just have a question. If there's let's say for example there's a 50 liter container and there's two gases in that container with different densities, would we see could we see a pressure gradient? Would there be more gas at the bottom concentrated.
I
Then on
think I
top,
think there's demonstrations for that. I will say yes. Gotta remember that dynamic. You can have an isolated system that are like the one that you're describing, isolated. You have a valve that you sealed, and that you there is no energy being transferred outside or inside the container, right? Because it's that one is isolated. So this one that we're in, we can have isolated systems, but we are on a dynamic system. That energy can go in and out of the system. So the mechanisms in place for that, there's a lot of stuff that we know, things that we can devise, like gas tanks, containers of many different ways of doing containment of high pressure, low pressure, cold and heat, or gases, all that stuff.
could we, since you believe that we are in a container, could we then, or have we, well, not we, but have people taken a container that's not sealed, not an airtight container, and poured gas that's really dense into that container, kind of like a bowl shape, and it's just been contained in that bowl? Has that happened?
The thing that's the
Yeah.
thing about the container that we know. You look at different container containment systems. There's so many different ones, right? You have valves from to have separations between containers. That all how intricate that stuff is. Super complicated, but it operates in certain principles. And yes, you can have a containment that is next to another container and have valves between it, and high pressure, low pressure. We see that all over the place. So why is it gonna be different? And
No.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
No,
if you
I think what you're
understand
asking is if you just had a bucket of heavy gas and that was
yeah.
colored, you could see it, and you poured it,
heavy
it would
which
fall
gas?
to the
But
ground.
remember,
That's
gases
true.
are gonna they're gonna behave certain ways because they mix with the available medium. So if you have a
hmm
bucket of what gas? Which gas?
I don't know.
Just a
Just
heavy gas.
so I'm trying to. I'll try to make you visualize it. Let's visualize a scale, and then let's visualize a container that's been placed on the scale, but the scale's already been set so that it doesn't pick up any weight whatsoever. Then could you theoretically throw a heavier pour a heavier gas into that container, and then see the weight increase on the digits of the container without the lid being closed?
That's a good question. And another question, it will say, yeah, if you remove all of the gases from a container and there's something inside like a scale or something heavy, does that weigh more or less, right? So that's a similar
Well,
question to what you're
okay,
asking.
so I mean, like I've observed, if you just like have something very precise, a very precise reactive like scale, and you wave your hand over and like push air down, like you can feel kind of like how you feel the wind. You just like throw your hand down and push the air, it will go up and then it will go back down.
Okay, so it's detecting some, yeah, it's just detecting some pressure, which is
It's affecting the
your body
force
applies bigger pressure than
that
that
the air is
little
pressing.
tiny pressure that you applied before with the air.
Well, the reason why I'm asking this is because there's the theory that the reason why we experience gas pressure where we are right now is because it's being contained by other gases that are layered on top of it. I believe I'm not sure myself, but I was just thinking that even if that was the case, that you could pour gas into another container, but it's not a container, it's like a bowl. Think of it like a bowl shape, so it's not really containing anything, and that scale can weigh more. Then even if Earth was within a closed system, then there's still that possibility, right, of the gases being on the surface of the Earth without do you know what I mean?
I think
I
it's
don't.
not obviously it's not that simple because there's gas cycles. Many of the gas cycles, there's always gas being produced on the ground level. So uh, the thing is way more complicated than just saying a few things with one gas or three gases or whatever. It's way more than that. All the electricity that is happening at the in the medium that we're in and above us, all of that's whatever static or all that electric field that is around us. I mean, that's affecting also the medium, the gases in it. I mean, storms produce ozone. That's another gas that is being produced. Um, there's so much going on that just to say this gas does this when I do that, and we do this to it.
Yeah.
Uh,
No,
you know when you have a refrigerator and an ice cap forms and you have the stuff between the ice and the container itself. You know how you know how you have your light in the ceiling, but then there is the roof that is the roof and the ceiling are kind of like the same, not the same thing, but the same thing at the same time. Oh my gosh.
I was just thinking that we would. I think that if that were the case, then we would experience a pressure gradient, whether it's a closed system or not, when you go higher in altitude or lower, or even in certain areas. Because I've heard, I don't know myself, but I've heard that there's different pressure gradients as well in different areas in the world, and it's not consistent. Um, and even if it's at the same elevation as well, it wouldn't be the same as other places in the world.
I don't know if it'll help, but I put a link about sulfur hexafluoride, this really heavy gas, and they just pour it into like a fish tank, and it's just sitting in the fish tank. They could float an aluminum foil boat on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and eventually, it is put on a fish tank. They put the aluminum, it floats. They are also inside a building, which is a contained environment, because outside, in that room, the gas is gonna eventually dissipate, passing time, right, long term, however long it takes, maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, whatever. It's gonna dissipate. But if it was outside of the building, that will happen faster.
I mean, if there's like wind and stuff, I guess.
Exactly. It's gonna mix in the medium.
I don't think that really proved anything.
And then do what? Form a pressure gradient outside?
Dissipate in the medium.
Form a density gradient?
Density gradient? Yeah, well, there is density gradients. Yeah. There's a lot of dense stuff below our feet, and there's gas density gradients in the medium we're in. We have gas cycles. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you go higher, there's less gases because gases are being produced where? On the ground, from the ground. That's the carbon cycle, right? Gas cycles, many gas
Mm-hmm.
cycles.
Different
The
sources.
plankton. Do you know how much plant life is in the oceans? You know,
The majority
it's
of it, yeah.
it's bigger, way bigger than the land flora.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's producing even the organisms in the water are producing gases as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really convoluted way to say that the Earth is not flat, but I agree.
Okay. Wait. I want to think about. I'm thinking about it now. If you had a vacuum, like I'm not talking about the other. I'm talking about a literal vacuum, the electric vacuum, and you are in that room, this room that I'm watching right now of this people that's floating this zinc boat on or aluminium boat on sulfur, and you put the vacuum on the very top of that room, and the vacuum was turned on and it was sucking the I think the aluminium boat would still float on top of the sulfur, wouldn't it? Even though that vacuum is sucking, And the reason why I'm saying that is because I've heard the idea that how could we experience gas pressure even though we next to a vacuum? And I'm thinking maybe it's just the distance that matters because it could still be sucking, but it's just out of range to affect
Vacuums
the
don't
gas.
suck. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
It doesn't
that's the
suck.
thing. That's an interesting
No,
thought,
it
but
doesn't
like,
suck.
yeah, vacuums don't suck. That's not vacuum. Just means there's
That's
no
the
like
thing.
gas.
You're thinking about like a vacuum in your house, dude. That's the problem.
Matt
Okay,
Nuclear, what's up?
Okay, I see. Thank you. then.
What's up,
What up,
big
baby?
dog?
What?
It's
So
my
wait,
boy, Matt Nuclear.
if vacuums don't suck, then how does it work? Because I just don't know. Should I just look it up?
I think so.
You know what
yeah.
a vacuum is? You know like
Yeah.
what an actual vacuum is?
No, I don't. I'll just look it up. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Don't you worry. Don't you
Yep.
worry about it.
It's a common like misconception because you're thinking like, oh, the vacuum in my house sucks. That's mostly
and
what
it's
it's
fine if you
talking
don't.
about, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least you're honest with it. And you don't think that
Yeah,
vacuums
you're
actually-
trying to learn.
Yeah, that's plus 100 points, as Crit would say.
Yeah, dude. He actually, when I respond to his messages, he hits me with the plus 100.
Yeah. And
Bro,
his
this is the
name that the user does not use. Have I told you about the daily messages that Crit gives me? My daily message. It's like a newsletter that I
No.
subscribe to. Yeah,
No.
so
I'm gonna be honest, dude.
I'll stream real
Oh, go
quick
ahead.
so you can see my. Here you go.
Do you got hey trigonometry, bro? Do you got in the news the NASA photograph of a lemon bag in Mars?
We already talked about that before. We're talking about how I'm subscribed to the Crit Flat Earth newsletter, right?
Yeah, I'm subscribed to that newsletter as well, and yeah, we got that. Do you got that one in the newsletter? Should I send it to you?
Wait, does he send it to you too?
No, he doesn't. He
No,
doesn't send it to me.
I sent it to him.
Is that Golan in here?
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
man?
Oh, King. Are you going to approve the Globe Earth today, Angolan? Some content.
Oh, man. You know what's crazy, Jekyll? I haven't been, really doing my thing in a while, man.
Yeah,
Trigonometry, man, hasn't doing it. I've been like going again, listening again.
Well, I've only just got back, right, from a long ban, right? So I need to see you back in action, yeah.
Is this the first time that
I'll be back in
this channel has been like dominated by Globers?
No.
Nah,
not really.
Usually
You can't really
around this time
dominate
of day. Usually around this time of day, there's more Globers than flat earthers, right?
Jekyll, are you agreeing with the guy that this conversation has been dominated by Globers? Are you gonna agree to that?
Never. Don't worry about it.
All right, I was worried for a second there.
Although we might need to like dominate the chat just so we can bait Alpha Veritas to going on a break, just to make a few points.
Goes on his lunch break.
Yeah, it's flat.
Oh,
Yeah.
lunch break if he
Hey,
hears things he doesn't like.
Guy, listen, I'm addressing the guy that said that this conversation has been dominated by Globers. When did that happen?
Calm down.
You're the only flat
I don't
earther who's
think-
been talking, and there's like
And
6
I've been
Globers.
dominating.
Yeah, I don't. Under Heaven Dweller, I don't think they're suggesting they're winning as much as there's just more Globers than flat earthers
Did I
talking.
say Exos or did I say the other guy?
Jeez.
Wh-
What kind
I
of
didn't mean to shit in your cornflakes. I just meant to help you from stop humiliating yourself.
I specifically addressed the other guy and
Sure.
then said something, and then Exos felt the need to speak for the other guy.
It could be the parasites, Gemsy.
I think so.
The bugs in the walls. They're crawling beneath your skin.
Yeah. They're in my brain. They're telling me the earth is round.
Well,
Oh.
I'm gonna have to get in the computer and start muting people then.
What? No, Jimsy, that's unnecessary.
No.
I mean, so what part of Glober's dominating this VC you heard?
I
We
just mean
weren't.
it was just Globers talking for like 15 minutes. That's not normally what I see when I watch this.
Bro, I've done the most talk for the last what, hour?
Yeah, that is true. It is pretty dominated by you. I agree.
Hmm.
And how is this fish face? What is that? Let me check. Let me check your icon.
Oh, you're looking at my icon.
Because I'm trying to see
That's
who
pretty.
was saying. I don't get. Where do you come to the conclusions that Glober dominate this VC? When did you hear that or saw that?
I think
Oh
it's just that there's a lot of us, Gamsi.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all I mean, bro.
Chillax,
Mm.
chillax.
You
Okay.
are.
I was worried there because you beat the other guy on chess and couldn't like realize that didn't happen.
What is going on right now?
I'm telling you,
I just
So, I
beat
mean,
I
you
just
need to
beat
get
Anya at
Necros
chess.
or
Barely.
Rob
What
Kin.
is
I don't know if
going
you're
on?
there.
You probably just heard what happened. It was very specific.
Jim.
Depends on how
I
you
have
define
Wait,
VC.
I have another question. I have another question, Jimsy. Do you hold the idea that we require a container in order to have gas pressure?
I will say there is antecedents to certain things. So a container it will have to be part of the mechanism, but it's not just the whole thing, right? The container is part of that construct, of that
Okay,
mechanism in place that allows for the environment that we have.
because what I'm thinking now is that um, if let's say Earth is not being contained, just for the sake of this example, let's say it's not being contained, wouldn't we
You wouldn't be
still
breathing.
well wouldn't we
Okay,
still
but
have gas pressure because of what you said earlier on, that there are things like wind or the idea that gas is being produced by the Earth? Wouldn't we still have gas pressure to at least to a certain degree before it eventually disperses? But
The
because
wind it's part of the high pressure, low pressure system. The gases, right? The movement, the introduction into the system from the sun, the heats the medium and excites the gases, and we have this weather stuff, and there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm not making a claim that wind is the cause. Wind is one of the things that are
no,
happening within a
I'm not
bunch of other things.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if gas is being produced by the Earth, then we would still be experiencing a certain amount
A
of gas.
bunch of the gases are being produced by the Earth, but there's also a medium above us, or mediums above us, that there's gases, and even the globers say there's gases up there. So we're observing gases up there. So the relationship of the gases between this medium, the medium below us, and the mediums above us, those exchanges between those mediums, there's a lot going on between those places. So this is what I'm telling you. It's not one thing that is gonna tell you how things work. There's a lot of things happening.
I understand, but exclude. No, I don't understand. Let me put it that way. I don't
Exactly, because there's a lot of unknowns. There are
Yeah.
unknowns.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't understand, but to me it just seems simple that if trees are producing the oxygen, then we would experience gas pressure to a certain extent until the trees or the land stops producing gases. Only then we'd actually be able to determine whether we're being contained or not. What do you think?
If the earth and the plants start producing gases, that will be probably a time that you. I mean, how are you
Yeah,
gonna even come to a
yeah, no,
conclusion? You'll be dead.
yeah, no,
There'll be
I
There'll
get it,
be
but
no if the oceans weren't doing what they do, we all be dead.
Yeah, so I don't understand the claim that the gas pressure can't
The
exist
the
next to a
plants.
vacuum.
I meant the oceans, but I meant the plants. The fauna, the gas cycles. If that
Yeah,
stuff wasn't happening, how we're gonna? What I
yeah.
mean,
No. I understand, and that's why I'm saying I don't understand the claim where I've heard other flat earthers say that we cannot experience gas pressure on Earth without it being contained, because
I would
the
agree
way,
with that.
yeah,
I
because
just
the way,
wouldn't call it a container as in a contiguous surface, like a hard surface, where I would say, as a glober, it is contained, but it is contained by a force.
and I
I'm
will
not.
say that there is a thing, there is a force, like he's saying, but that's a combination of what he said and the containment, the actual physical container, and they're also, like I told you, uh, the refrigerator, right? And inside that container, there is like layers of ice as well, right? Or there's stuff also between the container and the stuff that is being contained, right?
Okay.
So you are on top, you are in between a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. I hear you, but I don't even see the way I see it is I don't even see the need to think of the idea that there's a force that is containing it. I don't believe there's any containment necessary, and I think we'd still have gas pressure.
I'm at a night. I'm fucking coming right now.
So the gas pressure, you wouldn't have it without the mechanism in place. The way we can demonstrate it, the gas pressure, right? We can demonstrate it with containment, and there's also, you can push the air and cause a pressure, but that mechanism in place is what allows for the environment to be in place for this phenomena that we do here. There has
Yeah.
the construct in place, the antecedent to the whole thing. So there is not one thing; it's a bunch of things together, bro. You can't explain it. Oh, I'm gonna remove the container, and now, well, boom! Now we have stuff. But if you remove the chassis, if you remove the engine or the transmission of the car, if you remove certain pieces, it's not gonna work. The machine, there's a machine, and if you remove certain stuff, it's not gonna function.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and I think we can just agree to disagree, because I don't believe that
You
those.
think gas pressure is an agree to disagree genera? This is this is not you and me talking about this.
No, that's fine. That's fine and all. You can hold your beliefs, and your beliefs might be more stern and informed and crystallized than mine. I don't know, but the way I see it is that there's gas being produced by the Earth. Therefore, we will have gas pressure.
There
And
is gas being produced
I don't
by the
see it.
earth.
I don't see it
I
container.
told you that earlier, and not just by it's not the earth. A lot of stuff is producing gas. You are producing gas.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, right? It's on the surface. So why do I need to think about something that's holding it in place? I don't think that's necessary.
Electricity produces gas.
Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying that
So
I
there's
don't.
a lot of stuff that produce a lot of stuff that we don't even know. A lot of stuff that you never seen, heard of, touched, smelled, taste, that produces gas.
Yeah, sure. And I'm just saying I don't see the need to
But
the
how do
need
you
of.
know you don't see it? How you know if the only way you can demonstrate the gas pressure is with containment?
Well, the way I see it is
You,
that.
you don't see it. You don't see it the other way. You only see it this way, the one way, but you want to deny it for some reason. What is the problem?
Well, okay. If for example, let's say there's a there's a filter, and when the filter releases, I don't know, whatever gas you want to imagine, eventually the gas is going to disperse and it's going to go all into the air. However, if we were to have a device that would be able to determine the pressure gradient directly on top of that filter, then directly on top of that filter for a while, it will pick up a completely different gradient before it eventually disperses. And that's basically how I see a tree. So a tree is going to release gas, and if we had a very specific or a very sensitive pressure detecting device, we're gonna detect a different pressure gradient until that tree dies, and eventually the
Listen,
gas will.
listen to this, right? Have you ever seen a terrarium? You've seen a terrarium?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, go search terrarium videos, terrariums.
Okay, I'm looking it up right now. And go
And
go
many
on.
of them can be set up. Many of them can be set up. It's like a sealed crystal or glass container. Many people making small, other people making huge. And you can have this sealed environment, like a glass, is sealed, but then you can have an outside light source that is going into the system, and it will be part of the necessity for the system to work. So,
Okay.
so this stuff you can see. You can see the necessity to such environments for things to work. You just have to see how stuff works. Look at a terrarium. It's a good setup. You can have lights inside of it, and you can have lights outside of it, being interacting with it. And the thing is that you need to set it up to a certain way. And the terrariums can go for 1 year, 2 years, 50 years, 100 years, and they will be sealed with the same soil, amount of water, and whatever seeds, and they will have insects inside, organisms, and they will have cycles, atmosphere, and you can have the light outside of it, shining into it.
Can I ask a question?
No.
So if we're talking, somebody mentioned like the gas, like dispersing over time, right? Like there'd be a change in the gradient over time. So I'm thinking like the time element, right? Depending, like imagine some kind of like massive. I guess I'm wondering like, how does that play in if you're moving through it? Like if we're just moving through it, like it's just such a large amount of gas that's dispersed. I'm not trying to like map it onto a specific model, but is it possible to like have consistent gas pressure for some period of time as it's dispersing, or how does that like? Because you'd probably realize that it was changing in some way. But like, I guess measuring how does time factor in the measurement of gas pressure? Does it not?
Yeah,
I don't know. Go
I
ahead.
think we can. I think we can determine a. I think we can determine a consistent gradient if we contain the gas, but the gradient would be inconsistent when the gas is dispersing from some sort of device, like a man-made device or a
No,
tree,
not.
for example.
So I'm not saying a man-made device. I'm saying like imagine like so you just mentioned like a terrarium, right?
Okay.
I guess I guess this would have to be without a container. So just imagine like there's some area and
Mm-hmm.
there's like some amount of gas, right? As it's
Okay.
dispersing within the zone of dispersal, aren't you still measuring some gradient of gas pressure for the time of dispersal? So I'm just asking, how do you measure the time or account for the time? Because depending on the amount of, I might be totally wrong, but to me it seems like the amount of gas dispersing and the area, like just then it doesn't matter, the volume around doesn't matter. It's just within that amount. Does that make any sense? I'm sorry, I'm probably just rambling a little bit, but yeah, I'm just thinking like, let's say if you had like Yeah, just
No, it doesn't.
okay. That cool. Okay. Wait. My question was, how does time factor in to the measurement of gas pressure?
I
Oh,
don't doubt.
time you depend. Okay, so time. If we can describe that as
No, let me
how
rephrase it.
the
Sorry, let me rephrase it. When you're describing like a measurement of gas pressure, to me, I think of it as at a single moment in time, right? So then, if that's the case, couldn't you take a reading of it at any moment in time within a zone of gas as it's dispersing, in which case it wouldn't tell you anything one way or the other?
I think it could. I think it could tell you one way or the other because, for example, if you
No, I'm saying you'd be getting a reading of gas pressure, but would that tell you anything about if it was contained or not? I don't think it would matter. I think.
yeah,
I mean, it's because then the question be if you went back later, it would be different, right?
yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Right.
That's what I'm
But how
saying.
much? Wait.
like I said earlier, it's a
But how much?
dynamic system, but the gases are not the system. The gases are part of the system. So the gases are not doing much without the induction from the luminaries from inflow or outflow, because it's a dynamic system. Energy goes in and out, right? So the
Yeah, but
gases are doing something, and we're having an experience with the gases. We can breathe the gases, we can contain the
Yep.
gases, measure the gases, utilize the gases.
Yeah.
But the gases are having a reaction to whatever we apply to it, or the
Yeah.
input from the sun and the
Yes.
luminaries, right? And,
Yeah,
and the
that would
helium as well.
still that would still sure, but that doesn't. What does that have to do with the price of butter? I'm not sure why being able to.
Do you
With
get what you're saying?
Okay, imagine a gigantic cloud of gas just in a imaginary void somewhere, right? If I'm inside the cloud of gas as it's dispersing uncontained, if I measure gas pressure, would I measure gas pressure as it's like in the
You mean
moment?
measure it by your ability to breathe air, or you gonna be carrying device? What are
Right.
you gonna be carrying to measure the gas pressure? Are you gonna? What are you doing?
Right. I have a balloon, right? And like I'm inside a balloon. This is going weird. The moment that it's popped, right? Before it starts to disperse, like at that instant in time, right? Would I still measure gas pressure? It might be different than it was when the balloon was still there, right? But I guess I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, the pressure inside the balloon is gonna be different
sure,
from the pressure
right,
outside of the balloon. Yes.
sure. So then the question is, like I said, how does time factor into the measurement of gas pressure? Do you rely on like consistent measurements over time, or how do you? I'm just asking. I'm
Yeah.
not.
So what I'm thinking is that sulfur gas, for example, if they were let's say, for example, that sulfur gas was being poured on a beach, and it's not a windy day. Let's say, for the sake of the example, there's no wind whatsoever, and that sulfur gas was being poured on a beach directly on top of a device that measures gas pressure. I think it would measure differently before it disperses completely.
Yeah.
Hey, can I be heard okay?
And the reason, and that's why I'm saying that's why I don't see the need for all of these examples of
Yeah, we
potential
heard you, Larry.
that you are talking about. Right.
I'm gonna try to answer her question. So in this case, instead of a balloon, let's think about a soda can. So what is the time that it takes when you crack that soda can open for the gas pressure to seek equilibrium? It violently does so in a split second, does it not?
Okay, this is where I was going with this. Yeah, exactly. Okay, good example. I like that.
Okay, so it happens in a split second with lighter gases, but would it happen that quickly with other gases? I don't think so.
or with a large with a how much, yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, right? What would be the things that would impact that? That's why I said I don't think it really makes a difference one way or the other, because I think you could come up with a multiplicity of situations that would explain those measurements.
Certainly, one of them is how big is the differential, right?
Yeah.
So in a soda can, they can hold, I think, about twice the pressure differential. So like twice
thrice.
what you get from. Is it not twice? It's something like 2 bar of difference. So
I think it's like thrice.
Okay, so if that happens, then yeah, it's going to be a more violent thing. Like, let's say you're overpressuring the can and then you pop it. That's going to be a much more violent thing than if you were to like, oh, inside the can I've got 14.70000,
Yep.
and outside the can I've got 14.7, 14.699999862. And then you're going to find that you pop it, and the molecules, because there's less of a differential, are going to like slowly meander their way out.
Mm-hmm.
Can we talk about the crisis in cosmology, Larry? I wanted to talk about that earlier with you. I've heard it before, and like from you, like I heard that was your thing, that crisis in cosmology. I want to talk about that.
Do you have questions, or do you want me to do a monologue?
I kind of want you to do a monologue, and then I can ask some questions after it.
Well, I'm not trying to take over the room, and I'm not the only one here. Does anybody object?
I'd like to hear about it.
Yeah, I want to hear about it.
We always want to hear Hank Hill.
Larry.
Go,
Larry.
All right, so the crisis in cosmology is basically this. There's a vacuum energy catastrophe. And when they compare this energy to the expansion rate, Hubble's constant, they get two like wildly different numbers with the two different measuring systems. And it's not off by a little bit, it's off by 10 to the 120th. That's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. So this is no small number, this vacuum catastrophe that is causing the cosmological constant crisis. Now, you might ask, what's the cosmological constant? Well, that was in the equation in Einstein's theory of general relativity, special relativity, right? So this constant, Einstein himself said that it was his greatest blunder. And then after Einstein, people said, no, that was the one thing he was wrong about, was the thing that he got right. So it's really interesting to think about, because if he got it right, then why would there be a crisis in cosmology?
So understanding what you're trying to say is that the observed expansion of the universe and the structures in the universe is conflicting with the constant, right?
Right, because what happened was Hubble said the universe is expanding, and that's what kind of brought about the Big Bang Theory. So if the universe is expanding, then gravity should be pulling it back and it should be slowing down. But in the 90s, they observed the exact opposite, that the so-called expansion of the universe was increasing. So that's what kind of brought about the dark energy theory to kind of explain this phenomenon. But if gravity was real, and gravity is attracting everything everywhere at all times, then the expansion should be slowing down. So it's not. So this is the problem. Hubble's constant, Einstein's constant.
Yeah, so first of all, I would not expect gravity to be slowing the expansion down, because of course we know gravity is an inverse square of the distance is force, proportional to the force. So gravity doesn't really act, or is not the main thing of the galaxies, I would say, considering how far apart they are with each other. But
so mass does not attract mass?
No, it does, but I wouldn't expect the expansion to really be slowed
So you wouldn't
by
expect
gravity.
mass to attract mass?
No, I wouldn't expect the expansion to be slowed all that much. But
okay, so you wouldn't expect gravity to exist then?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But
no. So what do you mean when you expect that the expansion should be speeding up?
I mean, we observe the redshift, right? That's all we really need to know that the expansion exists, right?
So that doesn't make sense to me. We observe a redshift, or we observe data that we interpret to be redshift. and the universe is expanding,
Mm-hmm.
but gravity is so weak that we wouldn't expect it to be pulling everything back together and creating a big crunch and a big bang cycle.
Yeah, I don't think gravity has that capability.
Well, I think the shit's weak too. So I agree with you.
Wow. I guess the crisis of cosmology is over then. I agree with you.
No, the crisis of cosmology is not over.
It's over. We defeated
It's
the
not.
crisis in cosmology. Wow.
It can't be over to Larry. It can't be over to Larry. No, never, never.
No,
Well, see, the thing is that I didn't come up with this, right? It was some like legitimate scientist who came up with this stuff. So yeah, you have to talk to them.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course, I wouldn't consider you a legitimate scientist, so I'll have to go talk. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Right. Yeah, I'm just an idiot on the internet. What do I know?
No, I was.
But you can Google or search vacuum catastrophe or crisis in cosmology, and there's no shortage of information about this. Anybody can read about it. If you look at what the string theorists have to say, they're the ones that know how fucked up it is more than anybody, because they're the ones that tried to reconcile everything and get like one standard model, unified theory. But there is no unified theory. So if you're a fundamentalist and you think that there's 4 fundamental forces, well, sucks to be you, because that's not what we're observing in reality.
So, like, we obviously kind of BS'd our... I do agree that we kind of BS'd our way through explaining a lot of stuff with, like, dark matter and other stuff. It was like a stopgap until we develop a new understanding or some other explanation that we can figure out. But we know the universe is expanding. We know that. We can observe that with redshift, right?
Okay, well, it's kind of one of those things where you can have your cake and eat it too, because once you have your cake, it turns into a turd. I'm sorry, once you eat your cake, it turns into a turd. So at this point, it's kind of like, do you want to keep your gravity or do you want to keep your, expansive universe? Because both can't be true. And the dark matter thing, hold on. The weakness in dark matter was an ad hoc explanation to explain why there wasn't enough gravity or enough mass. So these gravitational anomalies is why they came up with this stuff. Like, oh, there should be like a shitload of gravity around these outer edges of the galaxy. And there's not. So what's holding it together? Well, it can't possibly be electromagnetism, because that would just be crazy. So it has to be that there's some sort of missing matter or dark matter that's causing this gravitation, because the galaxies are spinning so fast, 10 times too fast, that they should be flying apart. Go ahead.
Are you saying that electromagnetism could be an explanation?
Yeah.
Wait, so
it's a lot stronger than gravity. Is it not?
Really?
Yeah, way stronger.
So the
like orders of magnitude stronger.
I
Electromagnetism is a real force. So if you talk about the 3 fundamental
strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, and gravity. Yeah, okay. That's it. You're kind of roboting. I know. I don't know if you're back. All right. Well, electromagnetism is stronger, but the milligauss of magnetic flux that we observe is orders of magnitude less powerful than an ordinary fridge magnet. So that's not gonna do much. Especially
could you explain the physics of
fridge magnets? Sure.
No, not you. The Larry. I wonder if you could explain the physics of electromagnetism and how it's related to the expansion of the universe. Did you say it's like that? It could be the game.
Okay, so
I'd be interested to see how.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird question because they're not really related. I didn't say that they were. I was saying that electromagnetism could be what's holding things together in your model, but I think that you guys are stuck in a paradigm where
How?
most people in the... If I could just finish, bro. Most people that are in the Lambda-CDM model, which is the current model of the cosmos, they're not really entertaining the idea of electromagnetism at all. Like, everything is the four fundamental forces, but let's ignore the one that's actually the strongest.
Okay, I'm completely all there with you on the rhetoric, right? But I just want to know how you think it could be the explicable that way, or do you just feel like it might be able to be explicable that way?
Dude, in your model, the galaxies should be flying apart.
No, I'm
But they're
asking you
not.
specifically about
What?
electromagnetism.
I know. I'm responding specifically to your question. So if the galaxies aren't flying apart, and it's nothing that we can observe, like mass creating enough gravitation to hold them together, what's left?
But
Strong, weak nuclear forces? Not likely. So what's left?
They're not flying apart now, but we are observing that and predicting
They should
that
be.
eventually they will.
No, they should be flying off at an exuberant rate because they're spinning
Right now?
10 times too fast. Yes,
Right
right
now.
now. But they don't fly off. Why?
Probably because they're gravitationally bounded by their local galaxy, not by the galaxies that are, millions of light years apart, right?
Let me explain this to you. Gravity is so weak in your model that you need black holes and dark matter to explain the observations. Two things that we can't observe directly.
Except we've taken a picture of a black hole.
No, we haven't.
Really?
We've taken a picture of the accretion disk, not the black hole itself.
Yeah, well, that's the black hole in the middle.
So we have pictures of dark objects in the sky.
Yeah, I wouldn't like, I don't know, picture or photo or something, because photos like photons. I also wouldn't agree with taking a picture of it. I would say we've made a picture based upon information, but I don't think we've.
It's an inference.
That kind of implies we've photographed it, right?
It's an inference.
Yeah, we photographed it.
So we've taken a picture of an object that's so powerful that a massless particle like a photon can't escape its gravitational well.
Roger.
Yeah. That's right. Exactly right.
Okay.
But hold on. But I will say Larry's right about the galaxies and the inference of dark matter. So he's right that the rotation of galaxies is not accounted for by the observable mass. So they've postulated dark matter, and they have a mapping of dark matter. You can go and search it. That they think there's like a clumpy dark matter map that they have of the universe right now.
Yeah, everywhere that the gravity anomaly takes place, that just happens to be where the dark matter is.
I guess, yeah.
Right. So there's a name for your idea, Larry. I don't know if you know what it is. It's called the electric universe. Have you heard of that?
Of course.
Yeah. Everybody's heard of that in these rooms, I think.
Okay, I'm just saying. I don't know how.
And not all flat earthers.
No, I didn't mean to shut you up. Sorry, Mark.
Wait. Also,
there's a lot of flat earthers that disagree with that theory.
All right, I'm really interested. So, are you ascribing to that? Do you agree that the universe is accelerating?
No.
Okay, so we're just
I'm
talking
just
about
pointing out a problem with the Lambda-CDM model.
All right,
Why
so
don't you think
you don't actually think that the universe is like you don't think the universe is a thing, really?
No, but I was a space nerd since I was like 5 years old. Watching Star Trek.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure because I was like.
So
flat
I mean,
earther.
it's kind of a weird thing. It's kind of a weird objection to like Ray. I mean, obviously, the race against globe cosmology to go that far into it, Larry. When let's say we, because obviously what you're talking about, first of all, it's sort of ambiguous, sort of not always agreed upon sort of physics, right? And yeah, okay, like even globers will disagree on that sort of stuff. But the fact that like we're talking about something that's so far ahead of where you actually believe, right? I mean, you don't even believe space is real, but yeah, you're wanting to talk about what goes on at the edge of the universe is bizarre to me.
Well, no, he's not wanting to.
that's what I just said in the chat.
I told him we should talk about it. Or I asked him if we could talk about it.
Well, no. I mean, like the crisis of cosmology is exactly the thing that Larry likes to talk about, whether or not you ask him to talk about it or not.
What's the problem with that, though? I don't see a problem with that.
Well, it's the problems in what I just said. Like, so, it's if we like first of all, it is the most problematic part of global cosmology. It's like there's loads of debate around it and so on. So there's already we accept there's problems there. Larry seems to think that this means all global cosmology should be thrown away, but even if he didn't think that, and he was just talking about that, and we resolved that for him, like we gave some sort of strong evidence as to why this is that way or this is the other way. At the end of the day, it doesn't change what he believes about just not even being able to go, like, I don't know, 1,000 kilometers above the Earth, right? So, like, it's it's not really a helpful topic to talk about until we get the
very
root of
detached. Yeah.
And the thing is, if you took to sort of add to what you're saying, if you took any of the most extreme views of the people in cosmology who agree that this is a crisis, none of them, I guarantee you, none of them will seek to resolve this conflict by making the Earth flat and they're putting a firmament over our heads.
Exactly.
This crisis doesn't exist at the solar system level. It doesn't exist 1,000 feet over our head. It doesn't exist even at our own galactic level. This crisis exists when we peer off into the most distant things possible, i.e. distant galaxies, and we go, based upon how many stars I can see in those galaxies, something seems off. It's everybody in cosmology goes, oh yeah, that is weird and we don't know how to solve it, or I think it solves this way and somebody else thinks it solves another way. But none of them, regardless of how you solved it, would go, oh, maybe the Earth's flat and maybe we're under a dome.
Yeah, I think we should get back to the. I think we should get back to the.
That's why it's irrelevant for Larry to be talking about it.
Well, no.
I think if he's invited to it makes sense. But I think it's incumbent upon Larry. I think it's incumbent upon you to show how this could be resolved in such a way that could lend credence to the flat Earth.
So wait, it doesn't work at the galactic level, and that's beyond that. But when we scale it down to Earth, when does it starts working? When?
Our own galaxy is not subject to these problems. Certainly not our own solar system. There is no problem.
Our galaxy, and then when you scale it down, when you bring it to Earth, does Earth becomes a globe?
Well, if the eggshells, I had this conversation with Larry yesterday. The exact question of why do you think that this crisis in cosmology means that we should?
You want to get muted again? You want to get muted and Ben again, Jekyll?
May I? So I just want to make sure that I'm following what you guys are saying, because to me it seems like if he's presenting his framework for understanding his experiences in reality. Mm-hmm. The question is like, what is the kind of the smallest unit of belief that has like some kind of predictive power within his framework? So are you saying like this means is like, it could, however far away, however like unrelated, whatever it is, if he's kind of thinking of ultimate like first principles, like ultimate relationships or causal conjunction, like whatever it is, like it's if that's caused however far away by some kind of fundamental nature of reality that is unique in his model, or like I'm not saying it, but just like serve some function in his model, it could have any number of consequences. So are you saying that like he's not demonstrating?
I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with that. I'm saying if Larry can show that these consequences can somehow be resolved by going, there's a firmament there and it's playing, and it's making it look like the galaxies, but they're actually not galaxies, and here's a better answer that sort of ties up all these loose threads, then I would say, oh, this is meaningful because you've pointed out a problem and then your model resolves that problem. That's a primary way I think scientific theories evolve, which is people sort of go, there's something a bit weird about this phlogiston issue. And then somebody else goes, this resolves the phlogiston issue.
I would like to, this is the original point that I wanted to talk about with Larry, is the, as philosopher of science Thomas Kuhn noted, Newton's laws were retained despite the fact that they were contradicted for decades by the motions of the perihelion of Mercury and the perigee of the moon. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, the Kuhn cycle. Basically, it's going on right now with the standard model, the lambda-CDM model. And I get why you guys don't want me talking about it, because you just want to like put your thumbs in your ears and go la 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 la, right? And I get that you
No.
guys disagree with me, but that doesn't mean that I shouldn't be able to talk about it. And somehow it's not meaningful to eggs in Australia.
even think
when I
space is
talk about
real.
it.
Why
No,
would
I
you talk
don't.
about
I
it?
sorry,
don't
Larry.
really. Hold on.
Is it
Sorry,
okay if I finish? Is it okay
Larry,
if I
that's the
finish?
opposite of what I just said, though.
I don't really.
You're mischaracterizing what I said to say the opposite. I think you absolutely should be able to talk about it. I'm inviting you to talk about it. I'm just saying it's kind of incumbent upon you to show how these issues in like standard cosmology are resolved by a flat Earth cosmology.
But
I'm
I don't
inviting
really.
you to talk about it.
Well,
I'm doing the
maybe I
opposite of trying
could
to
if
shut
you
you up.
guys.
Do you
Maybe I
disagree
could
with
if you guys
Larry
want to.
though about the crisis in cosmology? I mean, there is a crisis of sorts. This is something we observe. Like it's something that needs to be talked about. But I would like to get to something closer to home. Perihelion of Mercury and the Moon is a lot closer than that, right? So I'd like to talk about that.
Sure, but
Yeah.
let Larry
So
finish.
yeah. Okay. So when it comes to gravity, right? The original was gravitas, which is weight, right? But how much does a balloon weigh at the bottom of the pool if it's inflated with air? Like it doesn't, right? So the original, gravitational laws, right? Mass attracting mass, they didn't work out. And they were brilliant at the time, calculus and all that, describing um, the heliocentric model. But we don't have the heliocentric model anymore. Hubble did away with that. If the universe is expanding, then there is no center. And we're under the lambda-CDM model, which lambda stands for something, we're not in a special place. Nothing looks, there's no symmetry. And then CDM is called dark matter. So if you take away like the need for the expansion of the universe, because that's an interpretation of, lights in the sky and the colors that they make. And if you take away the heliocentric and the acentric models, and you just go with a geocentric model, you don't need all of the dark matter and dark energy to make it work. So
But do you
that's
make
why
it
I'm
work
trying to
with that?
ground. Hold on, bro. That's why I'm trying to ground people. At least if you guys would listen to your own scientists, Malgromian gravity doesn't require all that bullshit. And you could just, look into MOND, Modified Newtonian Dynamics. That's what Malgromian gravity is. This shit's been around since 1982 or 83. This gravity theory was postulated. And once again, decades later, you guys are still going on with this gravitational ad hoc continuum where it's mass attracting mass. No, wait, actually, it's the bending and warping of space-time. No,
Well, in
wait,
what way
actually,
does
there's...
you're kind of
Hold
just
on, bro.
sermonizing now, man? This is just going on and on.
Hold on.
Show how
Dude,
flat
this
Earth
is...
fixes the problem.
Bro,
Don't just describe the
I
problem.
can't solve your model. I can't solve. You
Yeah,
guys can't solve your model.
Can we bring this back to
Can
the
I
solar
just...
system?
Can I
Can I
just...
Is
Is
are
it
we
your
gonna bring
guys...
this?
I can understand.
Hey,
Yeah, hold on.
do
Is
you
this gonna?
think it's okay? Do you guys think it's okay if I finish my point?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know
You gonna
you
take another
guys
5
want to
minutes?
interrupt. No, bro, you interrupted right in the crescendo when I was making my point on
Make it
purpose.
crescendo. Make it crescendo.
All right, no, I interrupted too. I apologize. So we can finish it through. I apologize.
Yeah, get
Yeah,
on,
you
please.
guys are asking me, trying to explain. Instead of going on this ad hoc continuum with maybe it's dark matter or maybe there's dark gravity and coming up with all these crazy ideas, why don't we just go with a theory that better fits the observational data? That's all I was trying to say before I got interrupted. Thanks.
Yep. So
Yeah,
can
so
we?
the observational data is balls orbiting balls.
Yeah. Can
like
we
the
bring it back
perihelion
to
of Mercury?
Yeah. Can we bring it back to the perihelion of Mercury and the Moon? That's really what I wanted to talk about because
What is the perihelion again? It's like a somewhat weird orbit.
perihelion is the lowest point in the orbit of Mercury. It shifts slightly.
Oh, it's got a moving perihelion where the normal idea is that it stays fixed. It's perihelion and aphelion. No, what's its other one?
Yes, aphelion.
Apogee.
Yep. So no, apogee is for Earth. Aphelion is for describing stuff around the sun. So the shift in apparent position of the aphelion or the perihelion of Mercury is absurdly small. It's kind of a mute point. Like general relativity, using general relativity to correct for it, fixes it, and it's not a big problem. So I'd like to see why it's a big problem to you.
Can I just ask a quick question to make sure I'm understanding that?
Well, just save it. Let Larry respond because I don't want him to be overblown with
I wasn't
questions.
asked the question. I wasn't asked.
You were asked a question.
What's the question?
What was the question?
As Trig, what were you asking Larry to explain?
Oh yeah, I was asking about the perihelion to Mercury conundrum that doesn't exist, sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when gravity for Newton broke down. We started observing these things, and Einstein. This wasn't the reason that he came up with this theory, but it better described the solar system model, which is a model, not reality. Like this isn't even the standard model right now. The solar system is like the model from like the 1500s to like the 1800s.
Yeah. So the precession of Mercury is no longer a problem because general relativity is the thing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. He fixed that. And it better described the heliocentric model. But for the past 100 years, we've been in the middle of a Kuhn cycle where we're diverting from the science and getting further and further away from observations that better fit the data rather than postulations like dark matter. I believe the lady had a question.
Yeah, you've been trying to ask
just
something
real
for
quick.
ages, Folks.
Just real quick. So, I'm kind of trying to make sure that I understand. When we're talking about whichever model, I'm gonna be just shot me up here. I haven't known this, but causality is the model trying to describe things in terms of like a causal relationship, or is it just trying to describe the observations? Like, I know that's like poorly phrased, but I guess I'm trying to ask. It's almost like a law and a theory difference, right? Like, is the model difference just describing it in terms of explanatory power? Is that what you're saying, that it fixes it because it more accurately describes the observations? But are you like, hang on. I'll circle back in 2 minutes. I'm going to phrase this a little better because I know I'm going to.
I think I'm asking. I wanted to ask a similar question. It might be Forks, which is like, how different is this? If we say this crisis in cosmology that Larry is talking about, we're saying there are cosmologists who are at one another's throats, completely in disagreement about effects we see, and going, "Oh, it could be because of this," and they're like, "No, that doesn't work in this case. It could be because of that," And there is this crisis in cosmology. Would you say, Larry, that this theoretical crisis in cosmology that doesn't match with observation doesn't exist at the size of the perihelion of Mercury? This isn't something that people have large debates about. It sounds like you accept that they updated the model to explain it and moved from there.
Yeah, if you do away with Hubble and the expansion of the universe and galaxies and all that stuff, if you just ignore what you call deep space, then you can have Einstein breakfast, lunch, and dinner. No problem. But when you start talking about the expansion of the universe and the Hubble constant and Einstein's constant and dark matter and 0 point energy, quantum foam, like all this stuff, it doesn't gel. So what I'm essentially
I'm
saying,
not getting that far.
and the other scientists are saying, is that when it comes to the solar system, Einstein's theory of general special relativity, it works great. But when it comes to the quantum, it breaks down below the Planck level.
Sure.
When it comes to the galactic level, it breaks down, and you require dark matter and black holes. So
I think I agree with that, and which it seems like it makes sense, right?
Solar system, but it breaks down. So the problem is that who cares if it breaks down at the galactic level? We can't establish cause and effect relationship because we can't.
We might be wrong about the cause.
Hold on, bro. Wait. Every time I start making a point, it's like it's your fucking job to make sure that my point doesn't come across. Can you govern yourself a little better?
Yeah, fair enough. Sorry.
Thank you. So, the problem is that when gravity breaks down at the quantum level, That's a huge fucking problem because quantum mechanics is an experimental big S science where we can establish cause and effect relationships. That's the problem.
Wait,
Thanks.
so
I'm not following that problem. It sounds like what you're saying is when we get to extreme scales, stuff gets weird. That's kind of, okay, fine. That's what I expect. I imagine if you slice time thinly enough or space thinly enough, or at very large and very small scales, if you told me weirder stuff, I would be more inclined to believe it, right? And you're saying there are things that we really struggle to test, such as the expansion of galaxies, and there's this huge crisis in cosmology. Whereas quantum, as you rightly say, we can at least do tests on these crazy theories, where the galaxies are just out there and billions of years, we're getting light that's billions of years old. So there's no way we can ever affect that and know anything about it because we'll be extinct long before we do. I think you're right. But in order to accept that crisis, one must accept the physics of solar systems. The crisis is based upon the physics of solar systems. So the only reason that crisis would make sense is if you accepted the physics of solar systems. It doesn't make sense to reject the physics of solar systems and then go, oh, look, here's a crisis in cosmology, because all of those cosmologists agree we're in a solar system. They are using the understanding of being in a solar system to go, if I extrapolate that out to really large, what does that mean happens way off in the distance? Of course they're wrong about that. That's the most difficult thing to know.
So the problem is that for 1,000 years, people thought that the Earth was geocentric. The Earth was the center of the universe. Well, when you say that, well, actually all motion is relative, and you could think of it like there's infinite reference frames. Sure, whatever. If you guys want to like go down that road and infinite reference frames and Einstein, that's fine. But it breaks down at certain places. So what do you call it when you have a theory that like breaks down and doesn't match observation? Oh,
yeah,
that's right.
like all
Quoting
theories.
Michio. Hold on, bro.
Sorry, I thought it was a question. It was a legitimate. You asked me a question. Come on,
No,
sorry,
no,
I was
I didn't
trying to
ask
answer
you anything.
I'm sorry.
I didn't say X.
You said, what do you call it? You said, what do you call it? Sorry, I'm sorry, man.
Hold on. So, according to Michio Kaku, it's the largest mixed match between theory and observation in the history of science. That's what the cosmological constant is. It doesn't matter if I believe the sky is blue or green. It's still a fucking problem with the standard model in cosmology.
Yeah, so God, train of thought.
Yeah. So
First
the way
we
it works is you have to propose an alternative model that explains all the observations with less or more observations with less or the same variables, right? That's the way it works.
Well, I would say first, can we measure big G? Is that something we can do? Larry?
What is big G?
Gravitational constant.
That's the problem. That's the crisis.
The crisis is big G.
The cosmological constant crisis is what it was officially coined as.
Yep.
Your
So
big G is in crisis. Your model is circling the drain of the Kuhn cycle. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So because stuff don't work very big or very large, where I wouldn't expect gravity to be the main attractor of things, big G fail. Yeah. Seems about right.
And Einstein himself said that it was his greatest blunder. Because before Hubble, people thought that the universe was static, had no beginning, has no end. But after the expansion rate, there was a guy who said, hey, Einstein, if your theory's right, then eventually there would have been a day that didn't have a yesterday. So a day without a yesterday, if you think about what that means is that everything came from one spot and expanded out, like the universe expanded faster than the speed of light. And that's called inflationary theory or inflation theory. If that's true, then finally, now, according to mainstream science, quote unquote science, has caught up with the Bible and understanding, the universe a little bit better, that it had a beginning. So finally, they're on the right track. But when you compare that, model of an expanding universe, well, it goes against Einstein. So Hubble kind of defeated Einstein in a way. And you guys are just still stuck in that model. Maybe not you in particular, but the proverbial you are still stuck in that model because you haven't understood that there's a paradigm shift happening. And it's been happening for about 100 years almost.
So
And Thomas Kuhn, Professor Kuhn, is the one who coined the phrase paradigm shift. So I'm just telling you, whether I believe in flat Earth or not, it's irrelevant. Like, there's a paradigm shift happening.
Sure. Yeah, there's a paradigm shift from classical mechanics to quantum and general relativity, general and special relativity. Right? Those were paradigm shifts.
From real to woo woo, basically.
So
yeah,
we can't.
We observe. Well, hold on. We observe relative effects. We can show that in everyday life, right?
How?
Well, it's required for satellite operation, GPS, all those sorts of things. We've even demonstrated atomic clocks in airplanes, right? That was demonstrated back in the 70s, I think.
And you think that proves the bending and warping of spacetime?
Yes, I do.
So clocks that are out of sync proves that there's a fourth dimension and there's a space-time continuum.
Yeah, that's the best explanation for it. What's your better explanation?
Maybe clocks that are going in different directions against the ether have a different discharge rate of the atomic material.
Calm down, Michelson. Morley, calm down.
Would you like to demonstrate this ether?
Well, the thing is, you can't demonstrate a cause and effect either, bro.
What do you mean?
He's the pot calling the kettle black, saying, can you demonstrate it? I got a shady inference, but I want you to demonstrate yours and show me that you don't have a shady inference as well. We both have shady inferences, bro.
What do you mean I
Stop
can't?
calling
Is that you, Larry, saying that you can't demonstrate the ether?
Yeah, I can't demonstrate what's causing the atomic clock.
You feel like the ether's real, right? You feel like it's real.
And you guys feel that space-time is real.
Not really. I wouldn't say that's equivalent, but sure.
Okay, so demonstrate. Manipulate space-time. Turn it on and off. And show me the atomic clock falling in and out of sync. Go ahead.
Sure.
I could just go faster or slower on the plane.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
So is the speed of the plane, flight over ground, is that space-time that you're manipulating?
Yeah, it is, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, so the speed of airplanes is space-time now.
Yep, it does manipulate how fast time appears to be going relative to an observer. Yeah, that's right.
But it also increases the amount of ether that you're traveling through too, right?
Oh my god, what? Okay, yep. It increases the amount of ether it's traveling. Do we have ether drag?
And the ferries, don't forget about the ferries.
They
don't like atomic clocks.
Yeah, the
They really have a problem with atomic clocks.
So the thing is, what we have here is a causation-correlation conflation. And it's really unfortunate that declaration without experimentation is not scientific validation. So now that I've said that, you all understand that what we're talking about here is philosophy. We're all looking at the same evidence, but when we get into, okay, the experiment's over, now the scientists go in the back room and they have a cigar and a beer. Now everything gets philosophical. Well, there never was any scientific experiment to do with the space-time anyway. It's all been philosophical from the beginning. It's mathematical description.
Sure. Yeah, it is. Math is a representation of the real world, right?
No, math is not always a representation of reality.
So your rebuttal to my explanation was my ether fairies. Okay.
No, that was a straw man created for me, and I bid on it. Right? I said, yeah, you could say it's ether fairies. You could say that it's twinkle toes.
You do believe it's ether fairies, right?
Yeah.
No, I do not believe that it's ether fairies.
Just ether.
Yeah.
Minus the fairy part, yeah.
So
uh,
if you guys could just demonstrate, without manipulating the speed, just manipulate space time itself. Put it in a jar, take it to the lab, manipulate space time,
wow.
and change the atomic clock. So you can't do that. It's not
That
science.
sounds like
We're
moving
talking
the
about.
goalpost.
Yeah,
That
it's
sounds
like
like
it's
moving the goalpost to
it's not
me.
just moving the
Wait a minute.
goalpost, but it's an
Is there
irrational
something wrong?
request.
Is it moving the goalpost to ask for the
It is moving
science?
the goalpost. I showed you. I told you how we do manipulate variables. We manipulate the speed, the independent variable being speed.
So
Dependent
speed
variable.
is the cause, not space time. Got it.
No, speed is affecting space time, and we observe the
Prove it.
change in. Yeah, we observe the time dilation on atomic clocks. And if you believed
Prove
in
it.
space, we could have even faster
That's
time
the problem.
dilation.
Belief.
If you,
You have
yeah,
belief.
well, I
Well,
forget.
Yeah, it's not. Your
Freudian
belief
slip, it's a
cannot be
no
demonstrated.
if you
When
know
you
this is
believe
real.
to what's causing it, it's the time. If you're saying are you manipulated with
Wait,
speed,
Buck,
that is the cause.
But do you think it's wrong that Larry just believes in the ether, or are you not going to lecture him about that?
He
as well?
also has a belief on ether,
Yeah.
and everybody believes that he does. And,
Yeah,
and
is that
it's
a
fine
problem?
to have a belief. It's hard to have a belief, but not make sure you don't make everybody think that that's factual. That's
Okay,
the thing.
Larry. So it's
Hold
not
on,
your
time out,
ether's
hold on,
not
time out,
factual.
Hold on, time out. Yeah, it's a belief that I have, right? The problem is you guys are the pot calling the kettle black. You guys are masquerading like you're a bunch of scientists, LARPing as scientists, where I'm saying, hey guys, you're not a scientist when it comes to the subject of what's causing the atomic clocks to do this thing. I'm also not a scientist when it comes to the subject. But you guys are like, no, we're scientists. You're only a mere philosopher. We're both philosophers when it comes to the subject.
All right, so
Nobody's done any fucking science.
Hold on, except that you don't understand the philosophy either, Larry.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, you don't understand the philosophy. No, you.
No,
All right, so
Occam's razor, right?
No,
I think
No,
you're.
you.
so
All
do I
right,
have
I guess
to?
we're not going to be productive then.
So do
Okay.
I have to use the?
Yeah, I mean, once
atomic-
you start doing the ad hominems where you have like a thinly veiled attack the person, you don't understand.
I think it was Stickley.
You're
No,
not capable of
I'm
understanding.
gonna reference your arguments because you keep saying there's a bet that there's a crisis in cosmology, which is true to some extent, right? We haven't discovered any, or there's also a crisis in quantum mechanics, I would say too, right?
Okay, what's that?
We've worked in
The
string
crisis
theory
in
for
quantum mechanics.
well, for instance, there's been really no new particles discovered. Well, we've discovered new particles, but they haven't been hypothesized since the 60s, really. There's really been no advancement since the early 70s at the latest, right? In either of
Probably
these
because
fields.
we've been chasing our tail with E equals MC squared for 100 years.
Right. Right, but here's my point, and we know it's the fact that we don't know how to deal with black holes means there's unanswered questions, absolutely. But to postulate a new theory to replace the standard cosmological theories, right? All of them, right? And they don't match up, right? They don't correspond with each other, right? You have to come up with something that explains all the variables, right? And has more explanatory power with less variables, or at least the same explanatory power with less variables, right? That's it. And if you can do that, I'll listen. That's great. But you can't.
Falsification is independent of replacement.
Well, you haven't. The falsification in this sense is being bastardized because things like gravity, large-scale sorts of topics in physics aren't built off one particular proof. Seldom falsified by one particular disproof.
No.
And what you're going to describe with the ether, what you're going to describe with the ether, I guess this is what Mark might have been saying with the Occam's razor, is that when you're going to deploy ether, there's not going to be any sort of consistent physical mechanism of this ether. It's all going to have its own sort of quirkiness about it in each particular instance. Whereas with gravity, there are fundamental mechanisms that don't have to be particular to particular instances. Therefore, fewer assumptions, fewer sort of assumptions needed to make the most to have the most virtuous explanation, right?
Okay, well, be specific. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Be specific. Don't be ambiguous.
I think I was very specific.
What are these instances that gravity can explain, like scientifically?
Well, for instance, like the movement of the planets, right? Like so, or galaxies, right? It's going to be some sort of it's some similar physical mechanisms that are going on that that don't have to be particular to each instance. So with the ether, when you described how we know what time dilation is on an atomic clock moving through the sky, how that works, you're going to invoke, which you did, a very particular thing that ether has to do to make that happen. And each time you're going to ever use the ether, you're going to make very particular sets of assumptions that can only be applicable to that situation and rarely ever are to any other situation. So ether has to be able to do virtually everything, and when it does anything, it has to do everything in very particular ways, adding up the assumption list, right? Which is why it's a problem for Occam's razor.
But it's not a problem that you guys are assuming dark matter everywhere that your theory doesn't work. And I've even heard now that they're going to start saying that there's black holes at the subatomic level where gravity doesn't work. So it seems like you guys have got it all figured out with your postulation. No, I'm not strawmanning you. I'm not talking about you. You're not the center of the world, bro. I'm talking about what's going on in mainstream science right now. They're saying that there's these black holes popping in and out of existence. And what do black holes do? Do they create gravity? Do they create gravitation?
If they have mass, they bend space-time. But look, so what? So what's your point? So you could cite all these problems with cosmology that everyone recognizes are problems. So what? What's your point?
Well, I didn't bring it up. You guys did.
So, no, you did bring it up. You were going on and on about the cosmology as evidence for us considering an alternative, and I think everyone is interested in alternatives. If you have something that can explain all the observable.
No, you're not.
Well, no, I actually am. I would love if somebody came out tomorrow and said, "Look, I have a way of unifying gravity and quantum," and it all made sense.
Tell me about Magromian gravity. Tell me about it.
I have no idea about it.
Exactly. You don't know anything about modified Newtonian dynamics because you don't care about it. If you did care about science and space and all this
instead of
stuff,
lecturing them in the rhetoric, Larry, how about we get to the point?
Can you shut the fuck up?
You're just lecturing about his personality, Larry. What's the point?
Shut the fuck up interrupting me, bro. What is the matter with you? You would not do
You're
this
lecturing him about his personality, Larry.
Bro,
you're not getting to the point.
You would not do this 2 feet in front of my face.
Well, stop. I mean, just get to the point. That's all I'm saying.
Larry,
I would if you'd shut the fuck up interrupting people. What's the matter with you? Acting like a little bitch, bro.
Well, no, we'll skip the part where you talk about why he doesn't care about alternative information. Just get to the actual alternative information.
Can you skip the part where you interrupt Larry, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Like fucking 18 times in a row.
And tell us about how Mark G is he's a liar. Tell us about that.
All right, so can we talk about the Magronian gravity? The second law, it says that Newton's laws do not apply to galaxies, and the Newton's third or second law is just, let's see, its acceleration, and it's an as yet unspecified function called the interpolating function, and A0 is the new fundamental constant. What?
Oh wow, we got modified Newtonian dynamics.
This is what you're trying to claim saves everything? That seems kind of BS to me.
Better fits the observations. What happens when you have a theory and it doesn't fit the observations? Do you get new observations or do you get a new theory?
Build on the theory you have sometimes. We've gone over that yesterday.
You build a new theory, right?
Oh, you build on the theory you have sometimes, Larry.
Oh, so you ad hoc continuum into infinity and beyond, right?
I don't think it's ad hoc. It's just
you
receive a new observation, and you want to you receive new observation. You see your theory doesn't explain this, so what you do is you work on your theory. You could dismantle your theory sometimes. Very rarely do people do that. You could work on your theory to account and make that explicable, right? That's exactly what science has done for the last 400 years, right? So when you talk about Newton moving on to Einstein, did they stop at Newton and say, look, no more Newton, throw him away, we'll never mention Newton again? No, we use Newton still to this day, right? They just developed Newton into something a bit more complete, the bending and warping of space-time, right? So when you say that, it's just poor rhetoric, Larry.
Well, what you're talking about is absolutely insane because, let me just say this real fast, because Newton is 3 space and Einstein is four space. So when you say that, we haven't thrown out Newton, what do you think space-time continuum with four different dimensions
What's outside of the ether?
is? What?
What's outside of the ether?
What's outside of the universe? I don't know. Do you know?
No, the ether.
Yeah, I
shouldn't
heard
we
you.
be-
Question.
Shouldn't we be detecting ether drag? Or is that something that we wouldn't observe?
They did.
They detect ether drag.
Yeah, Michelson Morley. Read it. It just
Oh
wasn't as
my
enough as they
god,
thought it
dude.
would be. Read the original paper.
Seriously, man.
Yeah, you have to read the original. Don't look it up on Wikipedia, right? Because that's not going to do you any
Seriously.
favors.
You're citing
I mean,
the
if you-
Michelson-Morley experiment as your evidence
Yeah,
for
they
ether.
detected ether drag. Well, who do you want me to cite? Wikipedia?
Really? You got to go to Michelson and Morley to get. I figured you would say some new guy did it, but you have to go to Michelson and Morley. This is laughable.
It doesn't prove. It doesn't prove the
detect it or
ether.
not?
It didn't.
So
no.
they detected ether drag, but it didn't prove ether.
They specifically did not.
Weird, right?
They confirmed the absence of it.
The absence of it. Really?
Yeah.
Can you cite your source for that? Where Michelson Morley said that they detected the
They
absence
did not
of something?
detect it. They failed to detect the
Okay,
motion of
cite
the
your
ether.
source. No, the motion of the Earth through the ether that they predicted. That's why it's called Michelson-Morley failure. But they did detect ether drag. It just wasn't enough.
No, all it did was show evidence
Go ahead
that
and cite your
the
source.
The Michelson and Morley experiment would be my source to them not detecting ether.
Okay, go ahead. Post the original paper.
All right.
Show me.
This is honestly the worst thing I could have imagined, is you citing this. You could have at least cited something else. But
Bro, this is the whole reason that Einstein came up with his paper. It's the whole reason they came up with general relativity.
yeah, nowhere
So
really in
you
here will
saying
see-
like you're saying it's sad that I'm bringing this up. It's
It
the
is
whole
sad.
reason for the
It is
current
very
paradigm that you guys are stuck in.
But Larry, it makes sense that he would be so disappointed that you'd bring that up because that is the paper that destroys everything he's about to say. So he's so disappointed that you bring that up.
This is like the worst possible thing you could have brought up. This is just so disappointing, Larry. I thought you knew
Okay, cite your source.
something. The freaking
Show me.
experiment that Michelson and Morley did is the source.
Okay, show me.
Yeah, read the experiment that you're touting as the source for the ether drag. It's literally in there. They did not detect it at all. There's an absence of it.
They didn't detect what they predicted they were going to detect.
It's probably because, like, do you watch McToon trigonometry? Because
Do
I saw a whole video he did on it, and he was trying to correct Witsit, and all he did was say everything opposite of what Witsit said, even though it was one complete long lie. Now you might favor and put all your all your eggs in that basket for McToon and be like McToon was right or Craig is right. So
Look,
that's why I said. That's why I asked. Did you see?
I found it.
Did you see their videos?
Yes,
Jeffrey
I found
Einstein.
It says right here, since L equals 11 meters, the negative result led Michelson to the conclusion that there is no measurable ether drift. However, he never accepted this on a personal level, and the negative result haunted him for the rest of his life. This is the source.
Yeah, and it's in the experiment itself.
All right, post it. So when they didn't detect the motion of the Earth through the ether, does that mean that there's no 0-point energy?
Dude, come on.
Yes or no? Does 0-point
Larry.
energy, is there a vacuum catastrophe? Is there
Larry.
a vacuum catastrophe for the energy in the vacuum? Yes or no?
Mr. Casimir, I don't know, man.
Is there energy? If you could suck out all the baryonic matter, meaning there's no atoms in this perfect vacuum, is there energy in there?
You're talking about the Casimir effect or something?
Yeah, one of the most well-known experiments of all time, proving that there's 0 point energy.
I don't know, man. But I do know that you just tried to claim the ether and then
You got debunked. You got refuted.
Okay, so 0 point energy doesn't exist. We need to call the scientists and let them know that they need to stop talking about this quantum foam and 0 point energy, and they need to stop theorizing about beer bubble universes popping in and out of existence.
That's a
because
two-quote
you guys.
fallacy.
Is it? Explain why.
Because we're charging you with why your ether's bunk, and you're trying to say, well, so that means that all of the globe is bunk, right? Well, no. You've got to kind of concede
Is that what I
ether's
said?
bunk.
So, is that what I said?
Yeah, that's
I
what
said
you're
all the
going. You're
globes are
going for
bunk?
globe cosmology. You're trying to beeline for globe cosmology when the question is about ether, not globe cosmology.
So you straw man me by saying that I'm talking
That's
about
the
the
two-quote
globe.
crate fallacy.
I'm
That's all
talking
I'm saying.
about
It's
0
a two-quote
point
crate fallacy.
energy.
Yeah,
Say it
after
with me.
we
0
already
point energy.
Yeah, but this is the thing. So so I started to talk to you about the ether thing. I refuted it, cited the source of the experiment itself as them not detecting any ether, and then you say, "What about my 0 point energy?" Does that not seem ridiculous to you?
Okay, so is there a
Yeah, it's a two-quote
background
crate
medium?
fallacy.
Is there a background medium
Seriously?
known as 0 point energy? I'm sorry. Is there? Is there?
All right,
Yes or no?
So I just refuted your ether BS, and then we're going on to 0 point energy. How many topics
She
can
changed
I?
the topic. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's moving the goal.
So if you guys don't know that if you have energy in a vacuum that shouldn't be there, and this is the whole fundamental point of the cosmological constant crisis, the vacuum energy catastrophe. I'll post it. You're accusing me of changing the goalpost, but I'll post it.
I
Link
am
from
accusing you.
Harvard coming up in 60 seconds.
All right. Everyone, hold on to their chairs.
You know, adding the word catastrophe to the end doesn't make it, more convincing argument.
Yeah, I said it's a I said this yesterday to him as well. It's a normative thing. Catastrophe, crisis. It's just normative.
Disaster incoming. It's over. It's so over.
And these are areas under debate, right? These are active areas of research. Some people think something. Some people think something else.
So let's just go over this because you guys are accusing me of changing the goalpost. Okay. Vacuum catastrophe.
No, you're changing
exposition of the cosmological
No, you're red
constant
herring.
problem. Can you guys shut the fuck up? Okay, so this is a really quick read. It's not going to take me but just a second. Please don't interrupt no matter how much butt hurt you got. Order some Preparation H on Amazon. Okay, so quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. Okay, however, these effects, which effects? Large gravitational effects, right? Context is key, are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. There is generally no accepted explanation for this discrepancy, although numerous papers have been written about it. So how is that changing the goalpost again?
How does that relate to ether?
Yeah, it's a big fat two-quote crate fallacy.
Vacuum energy.
How does that relate to ether?
But ether isn't a vacuum. That means something's there, right? It's a medium. That's not a vacuum.
Vacuum is nothing.
Vacuum
Very
is
large energy density for the vacuum. So what does that mean?
And this is going to affect atomic clocks. How?
But the ether isn't in a vacuum. The ether is a medium, right? Which means that it's not a vacuum.
Yeah, what Larry's telling you, there is no vacuum, bro.
It's
What?
concept. It's like
I was told it
infinity.
was a vacuum. I was told it was
There's
a vacuum.
No.
yeah, and he just showed you that there's energy in this vacuum, right? So there's something there, and a vacuum is nothing there, right?
I thought these were the most physics intelligent.
Oh
flat
shit,
earthers.
India's in the house. You guys are in
Yeah,
trouble.
I thought these were the most physics intelligent.
Yeah,
flat earthers
why
in
don't you
this
just
debate.
address what I just said instead of
Yeah, because
commenting on
you
us?
just said. Yeah, because ether is a medium, right? So it means you'll observe drag and stuff. That doesn't seem like a vacuum to me.
Is first of all, I doubt you refuted the ether.
Just
I
like
heard you on
air
live
and
stream.
water is a medium, they're not vacuums.
You're talking about the Michelson-Morley experiment. Is that what you were talking about, Michelson-Morley?
Yeah, in the.
Well, Larry brought it up actually.
Yeah,
It wasn't
they
even.
didn't actually measure a null result, so that is wrong.
Is that your
right?
cope? Is that your
It
kind of
did.
hoping? Just like
No,
Michael
they
We
Jordan?
cited.
No, it wasn't a 0 result. It was an experimental error of the precision of the apparatus.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they
Yeah.
could
Can you
say
show
it's
that?
a null result plus or minus the precision.
Yeah, like
So
10
Where
to
does it say
negative
that?
17.
So,
Where
but
does it
Dayton
say
Miller,
this?
but Dayton Miller repeated that experiment 100,000 times, and he got a different result.
You mean like 10 to the negative 17 times, or like error or whatever? Like, it's probably
No,
it's probably
it was
not
something
real.
like 3 millimeters, something like that. This shift.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah, so it wasn't a null result. The null result is a misnomer. It's not correct. It wasn't 0. And that only falsified that theory of the ether, that particular one.
Globers.
So
Yeah,
there's other
silly
theories of the
Globers.
ether. So listen, first of all, I'm not an ether proponent, but I can accurately describe the results of the test for it. I don't have a dog in this hunt. Okay, so there's other theories of the ether. So one was the entrained ether theory, is that the ether gets dragged with the Earth in its orbit. What are you laughing about?
I'm sorry, I just can't help myself. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, so I don't know what's so funny. That was one of the theories.
He's low IQ, Indio. You must excuse him.
I've talked to him before. I don't know if he's on drugs today or something. I don't know. He was normal the last
He knows
time
a
I
little
talked
bit
to
of
him.
math. He knows a little bit of math, but you have to kind of excuse him. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
You just
there's
hire
all-
on
there's-
arrogance.
maybe he's been buying that freaking crazy OnlyFans chicks bathwater and hopping it or something.
Indio, I've never heard you laugh before. That was good, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you guys don't give me anything to laugh at, man.
Really?
Once Indio said, I remember Indio said, there's a Glober in the room, and they said something like, "You're old enough to be my dad, or you're an old man." And he said, "Yeah, I would have been your dad, but the dog boot me upstairs." Oh, I was dying.
Wow.
That was some good shit.
That's a good one, Indio.
Oh fuck! It was a fast dog, man. What do you want me to say?
Hey, by the way, trigonometry, the thing that you posted, it didn't show what you claimed it to say, by the way.
Oh,
I
shit.
just read
Really?
I read the entire thing. Please point
Back
out
off,
what
Jekyll.
page. Please point out what page it says that concluded that then there was no ether. Please point that out, because you said that. It said that. I read the
It said
entire
it's
thing
a
right
null
now.
result. There's a null result.
Please
There's
tell
no
me
ether drag.
where exactly, what page of that article. I think it's 10 pages. What page, what paragraph? Because I read the entire thing right now. Nowhere did it what you said it said. There's none of that. So I don't know if you just said that because you're thinking like, I could say whatever I want. They're not going to check it. And then you think you silence Larry that way. But I go back and read it. Nothing you said about exactly what you said it to say, it doesn't say that. So please do better, be better type of deal.
How
That's
do
all.
we know you read it?
I'll tell you what. Give me the page and paragraph. Where does it say that with you said like a whole statement, like with my findings I come to like you said as if you were reading it, and then you said, which leads me to the conclusion that there is no ether or no background ether. You said that, not me. I went back
Whose
looking for
name
your
is
words.
Jeffrey Epstein question someone's integrity right now? Or am I hallucinating?
That's
Jeffrey
funny.
Einstein.
Like, what's going on in this room, man? What the hell's happening here?
Yeah, I just had Larry's back because this guy tried to act like he shut Larry up, but really he threw out a lie and then maybe had to take Larry a step
Whoa,
back.
don't claim it's a
Really,
lie.
really, I just got off work and I was feeding my face. So don't shut me up. I was actually hungry.
Oh no, no.
Mickelson
here's what it
Morley
says. Here's what it says.
experiment is a serious embarrassment.
What page and paragraph? Let me read it. What page and paragraph?
I replied to it in the chat, so you can read it from there.
Name that a user does not use. Are you going to say something? Because I would like to hear something.
Yeah. Yeah, the one right before supplement, it basically says here, it appears that from all precedes, reasonably certain that if there's any relative motion between Earth and luminous or ether, it must be small, quite small enough to entirely refute Fresnel's explanation of aberration. Basically saying
Right.
what they sent out to prove is not true at
Nothing
all.
that okay. So that's what he said. But now if we were to rewind the tape and listen to what he says it said, two completely different things, and also misconstrued as well. So I just want to point that out, dude. Like, don't
Yeah,
come
so
in
if we
here
were to
and
rewind
claim
the
shit.
tapes, if we were
Yeah.
to rewind the tapes, you would hear me laughing at Larry for citing Michelson and Morley experiment for his
No,
demonstration of an ether.
no,
which
you're
has
the
been-
one that brought up Michael.
No, he brought.
No.
Larry brought it up. Larry brought it up.
Yeah.
Larry
No,
brought
Yes.
it. Larry brought
As
it up
proof
as
for an
his
ether.
No.
defense for
Yes.
why
Larry,
the
hold on,
ether's
hold on,
real.
hold on,
Exactly.
hold on. Larry brought up Michelson experiment. You said the Nicholson and Michelson experiment. You threw both of them into one experiment, and he was only bringing up the one side. And then that dude, go back and listen to all of it. I listened to it, dude. Like,
But what do
he
you
brought up.
think he said?
Mickelson has done more than one experiment. There's Mickelson,
No.
Gale, and
I know.
Mickelson,
But
Morley.
then I forgot his name. Trigonometry, whatever. He said the Nicholson and Michelson experiment. That's what he said. Like, I just go look,
Michelson and
just
Michelson.
or Nicholson and
Nickel?
whatever their names are.
Nicholson?
Mickelson and
I'm
I don't know
confused.
whatever their two
Michelson and
names are.
Mickelson.
Yes, that right there. He said.
Bro
he
said
said-
Michelson.
He said
Mickey Mouse.
those two. Listen. Yeah. Okay, look. I like that you're trying to laugh your way out of how you got caught lying. By the way, I love it. That's even funnier. That's even funnier. By
You're
the way,
making a fool
that's
of yourself.
funny. Yeah. No. I'm pointing out you're all lying, bro. And you
Wait,
got
I'm
caught
lying.
lying.
Wait,
and
I'm
now you-
lying. Wait, who's
Okay,
lying? Is Mickelson
okay.
lying or Nicholson?
Okay,
lying?
Larry brought up. No, laugh
No,
about
it's
it. Laugh
Michelson.
about it.
Michelson,
Oh, I
bro.
wish
No,
you were in front of me
Nicholson.
right now. I wish you were in
Okay,
front of me
back
right now,
on
bro.
topic.
I wanna see
Whoa.
how you guys
People.
talk.
Whoa,
Yeah, how you guys talk.
whoa.
Well, you want to
Yeah,
hurt him.
you talk
Well,
way
this
different.
ether on something
No,
right
you'd be
now.
more. You'd be more respectful because I'm trying to tell you, Larry. He said
This ether's
that
getting people worked up
he,
right
he
now.
said
Okay, I'm
he
muting
said
you, dude.
he said Larry said the one name, whether it was Mickelson or Michelson, whatever the name. He said the one name experiment, and then the other guy said, "Oh no, I can't. I'm so disappointed that you'd bring that up." And then he goes, "The Mickelson and Michelson, or whatever those two names are." He's like, "Their experiment proved this, blah 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 blah." And then he brought up this thing in the chat and said, "This is what it says." Completely lied because I go back and read all of it. You lied, bro. Just take your loss, bro. You just take your L. You lost,
The
and Larry did have
Michelson-Morley
you.
experiment was misinterpreted due to a faulty assumption.
Okay, Michelson-Morley only disproved that as the Fresnel's ether drag hypothesis, which was based upon an experiment he did using water that's going in different directions. This is called Fresnel. This is the Fresnel drag, right? And he used that, right? So if you shine light through a medium that's in motion, it will be deflected by some amount in the direction of that motion. So what Fresnel took that idea and made an ether drag hypothesis out of it, from which Michelson-Morley tested. That hypothesis was falsified because the amount of shift that was predicted by it was not recorded. That does not falsify the ether; it falsifies
So you
that
concede.
particular hypothesis.
You have conceded.
Conceded what? That
You
that
agree
the Fresnel
that it did not
drag,
record anything.
that the Fresnel drag, it did not record a value that coincided with the prediction.
Okay, so it's
of the
false.
ether. No, of the Fresnel ether drag hypothesis. Yeah, sure, certainly that's false, no doubt.
Oh wow, that was really funny.
So there was lots of theories surrounding an ether. There's actually a freaking 2-volume book written by Sir Arthur Whitaker called "Theories of Ether and Electricity from Ancient Times to Current Day." Okay, so these so-called ether theories, there's lots of them. They've existed
So you're
for a
going to
long
appeal
time.
to authority.
I'm not appealing to authority. I'm appealing to the book and the record in the book that says they lists all the experiments that have been done.
Appeal to Nicholson.
You got to learn what appeal to authority means, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Einstein. Seriously, Appo, are you saying that I'm the liar? Who's the liar in this situation? Me?
Saying you mischaracterized what Larry was saying.
I think Apocryphon was saying, if I'm going to be completely charitable, that Larry said it was the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse test, and while everyone else was saying the Mickey Mouse and the Clubhouse
Nicholson.
test. Yeah, Nicholson.
Experiment.
Michelson. You're forgetting him. You're forgetting Michelson.
Michelson.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
the
what
thing
happened.
is, there is a background medium because we know this because of the Casimir effect, which is the 0 point energy. Which is, you know what that is? You know what the
I already
Casimir effect
refuted
is?
that. I already refuted that.
You refuted the Casimir effect?
Yeah.
How did you refute the Casimir effect?
Because if the ether is a medium, then that means that we wouldn't observe it in a vacuum.
No, it would exist in a vacuum.
But it's a medium. It's a medium that affects as drag.
No.
Fluid, right?
Listen, no, it's not a medium of matter. It's kind of like
It's like
quantum
fairies
field.
and stuff.
It's like quantum field theory.
It's like fairies and stuff, yeah.
Like quantum field theory?
It's
Quantum
jibber
field.
jabber.
Is quantum field theory fairy dust?
I mean, the
Yeah,
ether
it's just
is surely
magic.
fairy dust, yeah. Ether
Is quantum field theory bullshit fucking theory?
if it's associated with the ether, sure, yeah.
So the Casimir effect is demonstrated inside of a vacuum chamber. They take. Do you know what it shows? Do you know what the Casimir
Yeah, I
effect
know what
is?
the Casimir effect is. I was the one.
Okay,
Casimir
describe it.
force.
We know
Describe
what
it
it
to me.
claims.
Describe the experiment to me.
You have two plates in a
Okay.
vacuum.
Uh-huh.
Or you have two plates and then you have
So
a
you already
vacuum.
knew it was in a vacuum. You fucking disingenuous fuck.
Yeah,
Ether doesn't
that's
exist
why,
in a vacuum.
That's why I'm saying that it would be ridiculous to assume that the ether is in play because it's a vacuum. How is
What is that? Listen,
So does the
we
ether exist
define vacuum
everywhere?
as the amount of matter in a volume, right?
No, we define vacuum as a place of
Non-matter.
Non-matter, right? So the amount of energy in the vacuum doesn't matter. The ether is supposed to be energy, not matter. The substrates to which
What
they
is energy?
hypothesize. What is energy?
What do you mean by energy?
What is what?
No, what do you mean when you're talking about energy?
Okay, energy is some metaphysical quantity that has the ability to do work.
So it's a magical quantity that is able
Yeah.
to do work. Okay.
So gravity energy that is magical.
Hey, I
Yep.
got a question. Does the Casimir force move the plates closer and push them back?
I don't know. All I knew was that the Casimir effect demonstrated an energy between the two plates in a vacuum.
So if it does pull the plates closer and push them further away, that would be an actual force rather than some weak bullshit like gravity, right?
Weak bullshit like gravity. So Cavendish and atom interferometry does not have like an attracting force between the two lead spheres or the atoms.
Are you talking about subatomic particles like
Don't let him
gravity?
gish guile up to something
Yeah.
else.
We
Yeah, sorry.
galloped from perihelion of Mercury to ether to
I didn't bring up
Nicholson
perihelion.
and Mikey Mouse over
Oh,
to here, you know?
fuck.
Yeah, he's on level troll. Like, how much have you been drinking?
Nothing. I've been drinking the ether, man. It's some hard stuff.
Yeah. Well, don't light a match.
More like ethanol.
Or you're gonna go up like Richard Pryor when he was
Yeah,
freebasing and whatever. You know how to freebase, right?
No.
Crack is whack.
Crack is Mike.
Crack is whack.
Crack is whack.
Crack
Yeah.
is whack. Yeah.
Technically, freebase isn't crack, but
Oh, sorry. This shows you how much you know about crack.
well, it's because freebase has a lower melting point and it don't make the crackle like crack does. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
Are you a chemist, Walter White?
Oh, I was in my other life.
Oh, okay.
When are we going to talk about meteorites?
Yeah.
Okay. Never. Why the fuck can I talk about meteorites?
Never.
Yeah, it better not. It better be never. It better be never.
I want to finish don't
You wanna
fucking
finish?
unmute this douchebag fucking troll, please.
Me?
Mickelson is his name now.
You
Don't
mean
unmute this
Nicholson?
fuckhead.
You
Yeah,
mean
don't
Nicholson?
unmute this fucktard. He has nothing to say. He's just a troll. Anyway, he has nothing of substance. When you think of something of substance, instead of just being a fucking cheerleader stroking cocks, then, I'll unmute you.
I'll let him stroke my cock if he's cheering me on,
He probably will. Anyway, let's finish Casimir. Do you know why they say the plates come together?
I don't know. I don't know. I just know that
What they say is that there's more wavelengths of electromagnetic radiation outside the plates than inside the plates, which creates an asymmetry that pushes the plates together.
That's interesting.
So, the ether is supposed to be something that carries the electromagnetic radiation of light. That's the idea behind it, right? Right? If you got a wave, what's waving, right? And the ether is supposed to be what's waving. Now, like I said, I don't actually
Not the
particularly
light.
believe this theory. I don't think it has any evidence to support it.
So if
It sounds good on the surface, but there's no evidence for it. And until
So if
that
I
evidence
wave-
comes, well, go ahead.
If I
Go ahead.
wave at the ether, does the ether wave back at me?
I don't know. The ether sees you, man. You don't want that'd be like the movie The Ring, man. You'll be done for.
Wait, so you've been arguing this whole time. Do you believe in the ether or not?
No, I don't. Listen, I can
he's a
accurately
cheerleader.
describe what the evidence is. Who fucking keeps unmuting him?
Not me.
Oh.
Why would you fucking unmute him? There's nothing to say.
Who
No,
are you
no,
unmuting?
listen. I'm agnostic about the ether. I don't. There isn't enough evidence from my standard. There's not enough evidence. Okay.
I don't know.
I don't think it's been eliminated, and I don't think it's been supported. Okay. I know you guys don't like these three words. I don't know. It's fucking in your abductive fucking reasoning world where you think everything has to be explained. Tell that to Kinsey, who did all those sex experiments on fucking children. Got to explain everything. Justify that. Did it in the name of science, bro.
I didn't proclaim anything about that. I just want to know what causes stuff to attract each other, like masses and stuff.
What causes? You don't
No,
have
not
a
even
causal
causes.
mechanism.
I just want to know
Yeah,
why.
you don't have the causal mechanism.
Yeah. I slipped up. I just want to know if that's a thing that happens on the flat Earth. Do two lead spheres come together?
It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
Gravity's actually irrelevant to this conversation, and nobody realizes it.
If I can just hear a flat earther tell me that the gravitational constant exists, if it slips past their sweet lips, they say, "I believe that the gravitational constant exists," my life is complete.
You're like
The gravitational constant is the whole fucking crux of the crisis of cosmology.
The crisis, the disaster, the Armageddon.
It's the cosmological constant crisis, bro.
You
I
think
didn't name it.
120? Do you think 120 orders of magnitude class or do you think calling it a crisis is apt? I think that's accurate. 120 orders of magnitude.
I think it's normative, like Jekyll said.
Think if you had a bank account and it had 120 zeros behind the first number, and then you went in there and it was zero, and they said, dude, don't call it a crisis, man. It's just an insignificant error.
Well, I mean, if it was Zambian dollars, I wouldn't be that upset,
Zambian dollars. Dude, you'd still be a trillionaire in American dollars.
I don't think so. If it was Zambian dollars.
120 zeros, bro.
Yeah, I don't think that's that much.
Yeah. Why don't
This
you take
guy's a
5 minutes and
fucking
type
idiot.
out? Yeah. Why don't you take the time? Why don't you type out or not type it? Write it down by hand. A number with 120 zeros behind it.
I know.
Tell me it's not that much.
I know it's a big number.
Yeah. It's a ridiculously big number.
Like, now that the day's passed over, can we go to a new topic?
They passed over about 5 hours ago. You selfish bitch.
But yeah, what are time zones? That's good. That's good.
Depends on the time zone. Yeah,
Yeah, let's debate time zones on the flat Earth.
Yeah,
Let's debate the
you
flat
really
Earth.
want to take a losing cause? Really?
All right, can somebody watch? Can we watch my stream real quick? I wanna show.
What's a meteorite?
Are you gonna? I don't know, but it comes from Uranus.
Nice one.
Uranus.
Can we just play with this little model real quick?
Play whatever you want to play with, bro.
Yeah, I mean, what causes the stuff in the sky to do stuff like this? Why do the lights?
No, we can't see anything,
I
right?
just see Discord, bro. Your
Oh, you
stream.
do? Sorry.
Yeah.
Is this better? All right, I
Yeah,
have
now I can see
the
it.
picture of how the fuck do you explain this, and then a heart
Mhm.
on paint. Let's see if I can get the back up. Here you go. Yeah, how to
You just said that everything don't need to be explained, and that's not your position. And you say you want to know how we're going to explain this.
I do want to know how you explain day and night cycles.
How do you explain I don't want to get into it in this channel because it's so absurd. Your position is just absurd.
What?
That everything has to be explained or be explainable.
Are you saying it's inexplicable?
No, I'm saying
unfalsifiable.
anybody can tell a cool story about anything.
What is your cool
explanation
story
doesn't
about it?
mean shit. I'll just make something up on the fly. It'll be cool.
Go on. Close to what you believe, obviously, is ideal.
Oh, why does it got to be what I believe?
Close to. It doesn't have to be exact.
What the fuck is that?
This is the light rays wrapping around.
Yeah, that's not how it actually works. Even in the globe model, it's just garbage. So
Of
create a
course,
straw
this
man.
isn't how it works on the globe model. I agree.
No, that daylight isn't like that. Daylight
Really?
is nothing like that. Daylight is nothing like that.
Of course, it isn't like that because we don't live on a flat Earth.
Okay, do you think dude? Okay, this is how fucking dumb you are. Okay, and I hate to say this, you're dumb.
Okay. Yep.
How do they predict where the sun is?
Probably just because we've observed it like that for thousands of years.
How do we predict? Do we use a globe model?
Probably not.
No, we don't. We don't use a globe model. So the position of the sun has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth.
So then it would be pretty easy to overlap it onto a flat plane, right?
Okay, well, why can't we do it with a globe model either?
We can.
You can't. That's why we have the equation of time. That's why we use that, and we don't use a globe model to predict the position of the sun.
So you're saying we cannot predict the position of the sun using the globe? Not that we don't, but that we
Look,
can't.
we don't. Well, I don't know if we can or can't. I've never tried it. I doubt it would work because when we take the equation of time and try to put it on a globe model, it don't work.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Can you explain that, please?
Okay, I'll explain it. You have diverging rays.
What? That's
what?
really...
My globe model's perfect. I can't accept that.
What do you mean? We're talking about time, not diverging rays.
Yeah, we want to know where the sun is, right? So the sun has an elevation angle in a azimuth for any position on Earth, right?
Uh-huh.
So we can take a single longitude. Say the longitude that runs down from Greenland, right, on the globe model, going from Quinnock, Greenland to Tierra del Fuego, which is in South America. And if you look on the equinox and say, hey, look, the sun rises at the same time. Well, what angle does it rise in Greenland, and what angle does it rise at in Tierra del Fuego? Well, it's 91 degrees in Tierra del Fuego and 86 degrees in Greenland. That is diverging.
How do eclipses work?
Yeah, change the fucking subject, dude. Throw your body in the way.
I feel like flat earthers have done enough gish scalping today that Globies.
Yeah, just throw your body in the way. Throw your body in the fucking gears, bro. You guys do this shit all the time.
No,
I mean, this is meant to. This says Flat Earth AMA, but ask me anything. It doesn't seem like you.
Where's the ask me anything part?
If you look at the 24/7 Flat Earth, it says FEAMA or make a claim to debate. So that would mean Flat Earth.
I don't know if
AMA.
that's I didn't get the memo on that one.
Oh damn. Yeah, you got to change that.
So anyway, yeah, cool. Thanks for the advice.
Yeah, so if I'm observing the Southern Cross on a flat Earth, how come we're all looking in different directions, but like I don't see?
It's a good question. Like, how come when we're looking at the sun and the globe, we're looking in different directions?
What?
What do you mean, what? I just gave you an example.
What?
I literally just gave you an example.
We're not looking in different directions.
Listen, 86 degrees from true north and 91 degrees from true north are different directions.
Do we observe the sun though in the same path?
What are you talking about? 91 degrees from true north and 86 degrees from true north. Okay? On the same line of longitude at the same time on the equinox. You can go look
When
this
is
up
this?
yourself.
Yeah,
What
when
is
is
this?
Equinox. You weren't paying attention the whole fucking time, were you? Or are you just in cognitive just spiral right now?
Yeah, I'm spiraling, man.
Okay, there's other things you can do, right? So people have done this, right? People have done this. They've done it in AutoCAD and they've done it in Blender. They take the sun calc or time and date data. It's the same as what's used by the U.S. Naval Observatory, except for like in time and date, they also add other variables, like they'll add refraction in and other shit. But generally, it's the equation of time. So they take this, right, and they put it on a globe, right, in a 3D model, and they see which is the direction of the sun, and the lines of sight don't intersect, and that's what I was trying to tell you. You just think they do, okay? You've never tested it. Your whole life you thought in your head, yes, all this shit works on the globe, and if I model it on the globe, it'll all work. It don't work. And you take stupid shit like this, like you're showing on your screen, and like, look, this doesn't work. They don't intersect on a flat Earth. They don't intersect on your model either.
You're funny.
Do you want me to? I can post the videos of them constructing it in Blender and in AutoCAD. Okay.
All right, let's do it.
With something like 13 like I think it's 8 or 13 digits of precision.
Let's
Okay,
do
in
it.
AutoCAD.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. You're never gonna look at it anyway. I don't even know why I'm
What do you
bothering.
mean? Do you want me to stream it? I'll stream it. Me watching it for you. I even still have your little Newton or your gravity experiment, the GNOME experiment open. I've been looking at it.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
for you. Yeah, I have.
Oh, yeah.
Open in my tab. It's only like 3 behind.
Who is Don't Teflon?
Don't air fry.
Yeah, I agree with you. Teflon is
What's wrong with
bad.
air frying?
They're all lined with non-stick chemicals. Not all of them, but almost all of them.
What am I doing? I have work tomorrow, and I'm sitting in here at 12:30 at night.
Oh yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Talking to flat earthers right now.
Yeah, you should tell your boss that.
Yeah, sorry, late to work. Was talking to flat earthers all night. Oh, no problem. Happens to the best of us. Azimuth. Why does the map look like it's from a fucking video game?
It's done in Blender.
What if this guy just like botched the whole Blender model? I would believe that.
Well, you can watch him make it because he makes it in there.
Wait, India, were you the one who was talking about like how the map actually does make sense with distances or something? Somebody was talking about how like if you just like think about it right, then like the shortest path is actually right in this map model.
You don't think I was talking about that?
Okay. Are you
Yeah,
gonna
they were
stream it?
trolling me tonight. They were totally trolling tonight because how many times was I yelling?
I think I was flexing my intellectual superiority over you.
Is that what you do when you talk over people?
No, I wasn't really talking over you. That was mostly other people. I tried to be polite.
I think you were all doing it in equal measure. Quite honestly, I was listening.
Well, did you measure that on a flat plane? That equal measure?
How many times you heard me yell?
You did say you wanted to beat me up if I was 2 feet in front of you. That is true, Larry.
No, I said you wouldn't
Oh,
do
that was
that if I was
that
2
was
feet in
APOC,
front of you.
right?
No, APOC also threatened violence as well.
No, I think Larry was.
I
just
didn't
saying-
threaten violence.
Yeah, Larry didn't threaten violence.
It was more like, if you did say that in front of me, I would have beat you up.
I didn't say that.
He didn't
That's
say
basic. Yeah, but that's look. If you're saying you wouldn't say that if you were 2 feet in front of me, or what,
No,
Larry?
I was saying you wouldn't interrupt.
What would happen if I said that 2 feet in front of you?
I think we should all
Just
get
saying.
into
wouldn't
a
do it.
physical place on Earth.
You
and
wouldn't
talk
do it.
about this.
I just wouldn't do it.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
What would be the consequence if I did? What would be stopping me?
I don't know. What would you perceive the consequences to be? Because that's why you wouldn't do
Well,
it.
the point is that Larry is saying that he'd beat me up.
He would
Mickey
roll his
Mouse.
eyes.
Mickey
He was
Mouse,
just
this is what you don't get. The thing is, if you were 2 feet in front of him, you would perceive consequences and you wouldn't do it.
From Larry?
Yeah, from Larry.
What?
What's he gonna do?
What is he gonna do?
That's why I keep asking, what's he gonna do?
I don't know. Have you ever just been in front of somebody you don't run your mouth to?
Is he
You don't
gonna
have
beat
to
him up?
imagine
Not-
what they're gonna do to you, right?
he-
You're a man, right? You know that men's communication can escalate to violence at any given time.
So it is violence. There we go.
Well, what do you think he's? No, potential of violence.
Yeah,
Potential of violence.
So what is he gonna do? Beat him up for not believing the Earth is flat or that the ether is real? Come on.
No,
for
it's
being
the
disrespectful
interrupting.
maggot.
Yeah, the
It's
thing
very
is that you guys can talk about communism, right? And that's the number one thing I hate more than anything, right? I'm not going to beat you up for being a communist.
But if you
I
talk
might
about the
wish-
ether,
I'll push you out of a helicopter.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going. I was thinking that I might think about you secretly falling out of a helicopter, but I won't do it.
I see.
Does
So any
Does
communists
anyone
want a
want to talk
helicopter
about
ride?
meteorites?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about meteorites? What do you
Where
want
do
to
they
talk
come
about?
from?
I don't know. Where do they come from? Tell me.
Space.
How do you know that?
That's the direction they come from. We have
They
explanations
come
and
the
observations.
direction of space. Which way
They
is that?
can't any way other than the surface of the Earth.
They can come from anywhere but the surface of the Earth. What makes you think that?
The fact that they're not on the surface of the Earth.
So,
and
so
then
let me
they
ask
are.
you this: there's something called rains of animals. Animals fall out of the sky. Do they come from space?
Yes.
No, I'm serious. Do they come from space?
Probably not.
Probably.
Why not? Where else can they
I
come
said
from?
Probably. I said probably. I didn't make a claim that they didn't come from outer space, did I?
They can't possibly come from Earth, man, because they come from up. So, because they come from up, they must come from outer space.
Well, we'll just have
So
to
there's lots of
assume-
cats, dogs, snakes, frogs, fucking birds, fish in outer space, right?
Are these like the animals that Noah forgot to put in his ark that are like coming back?
It must
down?
be.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Indio hasn't seen space whales yet, so he's not ready for it.
Yeah. Jekyll, when are we? When is
You
the
mean
wedding
like the
happening?
Star Trek one with the freaking transparent aluminum?
Yeah, I was thinking Star Wars, but yeah. Wait,
Jekyll,
what's up?
When is the wedding happening? We have to invite Gemsy and everyone.
Oh yeah. I mean, you should have heard it earlier, Indio. Gemsy was persisting on the idea that me and Trig are going to get married.
Yeah, he was. I think he wanted it more than anyone.
Yeah, he can officiate if he wants.
He was shipping it in his head. He's like, "This is canon." He's shipping the Trig and Mickey and Mouse experiment now.
Yeah, the Mickey Mouse experiment. Who said that? That was got to be the funny. I was like crying when someone said that.
I think that was Jeffrey Einstein.
Who is now in the Stoic chat?
Yeah.
When is Rolling My Boulder talking on a smack? When are you gonna jump in the VC?
Is he talking?
So I want you to explain space cats, dude. Cats from space. Explain them.
I make no claim for an explanation.
Oh, now we
Well,
don't
you can't
need
observe it,
explanations.
right, or something. When did you see that?
What have
Yeah, you know what? I've got a better
Yeah,
example.
actually, I have seen raining frogs when I lived in Georgia.
I've got a better counter. I've got a counter to you, India. Right? Usually, you see birds, for instance, take off and land. Have you ever seen a rock just take off into the sky?
Wait, have you seen frogs take off into the sky? Because I have. I've seen frogs jump pretty high.
Yeah, but just imagine like comparing a bird to a rock that just takes off into the sky to, I don't know, land somewhere else.
No, it's called rain of animals. It's not just birds, bro.
Tornadoes.
Well, there's a
Oh yeah, a tornado could send one flying. Yeah.
Hurricanes.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hypotheses on why it happens. None have ever been.
But I guess tornadoes wouldn't really apply because we know when tornadoes do happen, there isn't like large reports of meteors.
Yeah. Yeah. What about like the fact that we kind of like know when they're gonna happen? Same with the eclipse. Like we look into space.
They use a globe to predict eclipses? Do they?
They used to. They used to think that. Now they know better.
No, apparently this one still thinks that.
Okay.
They don't use a globe to predict eclipses, bro. So
Larry,
I find a video of rain of animals.
Larry, where do meteors come from?
The dome.
What's a meteorite?
Meteorite? It's a bit of rock, isn't it?
Well, it's not just a bit of rock. It's a bit of rock that struck the ground, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't think that's like a part of its. I mean, if you're trying to be extra specific, it would have had to have come from outer space, like definitionally.
By definition, a meteorite is a rock that struck the ground.
Yeah,
from the
and
sky.
is the composition of the dome made out of solid iron or Nicholson?
I don't know. What do you think the ionosphere is made off of? What bounces radio signals?
Larry, can you
better
tell me
than,
where it's from? Where it's
like,
from?
iron or nickel?
Well, where do they come from, Larry?
I've never seen one.
Never seen. You heard store reports, right? I mean, everyone knows it's probably happened somewhere because you've seen videos, reports,
Yeah, I think
testimony.
Joe Dirt found a meteorite, and it turned out to be like a pile of shit from an airplane.
He's just saying they don't exist. You get like rocks don't fall from the sky. Is that what you're saying?
I've never seen one. It doesn't make any sense. Like, according to you guys, like there's a place called Mars. You can go there and grow rusty potatoes, and it's like the Hallelujah Mountains where you can like walk on land in the sky.
So, let's be clear then. Let's be
But
clear then.
I don't
Larry.
think there's any land in the sky.
What would it mean for you if you? What would it mean for you, Larry, if there were meteorites, like rocks were literally falling from the sky? Would it change
I
any of your
don't know.
beliefs? Be weird for you, right? Because it's
Well, show me.
No, but I'm
Because every
asking
time
what
they
it would
dig
mean
for
for
one,
you.
they can't
We
find
know
it.
rocks fall from the sky. The thing is, do they fall from outer space?
Yes,
That's the difference.
Well, Larry just said that they don't fall from the sky. He doesn't believe.
No, I said I've never seen one.
Maybe they fall from God's hand.
So I'm
I've
agnostic. I have no idea.
I've actually never seen a meteor hit the ground either. Though
I don't think God would lob a meteorite.
Where are
at
the
the Earth.
videos? Wait.
A rocket.
Post
I've
the
seen
video.
lights
What?
in the
Google
sky.
your fucking self, lazy.
No.
I've seen lights in the
Someone
sky.
said they had the videos.
Oh my God, Scott, you've been missing out on it. This is great comedy today.
Yeah, I have
I mean, if
video of
rocks
God
periodically
throwing a
fell
rock.
from the sky, wouldn't there be like meteorite insurance?
Huh? Isn't there's
If
like
rocks
natural
periodically fell from the sky, wouldn't there be like, because it's a theory that that's what wiped out the dinosaurs. But has anybody here ever seen a rock just fucking fall out of the sky and land right in
Flying
front of
or
them?
falling objects is
Have I seen what,
common
sorry?
peril that can be insured against.
Have I seen what,
Is it
Larry?
really?
I've seen
I
I've
work
seen a
in it. I
meteorite.
work in it, Larry. I can assure you.
So rocks fall from the sky. Has anybody ever seen that?
I've seen that. I've seen a
Really?
meteorite.
And you.
Yeah,
And
well, I've seen
how
shooting
expensive
stars.
was the island that you bought when you sold the fucking meteorite, bro?
No, I didn't go to the location. I just saw it fall. I didn't see it land.
Oh, okay.
So you
didn't
saw a
see it.
streak of light in the sky is really what you saw.
Yeah. God was winking at me, I think.
And you inferred that it was a rock, right?
It could have been.
Yes,
Could have.
because that was the story you were told. When you see that streaking light in the sky, that's a rock.
Well, no, it could have been a few things, right? It could have been God winking at
Plasma?
me. It could have been a missile, maybe like the UK government wanted to scare everyone. Who knows, right? And it could be an aeroplane that caught on fire, but no one wanted to report about it.
Could
It could also be God dropping a cigarette. You have
It
to-
could have
God
been
dropping a
literally-
cigarette, obviously.
Yeah, but it could be literally anything. You could literally make up any story and would have the same evidence as your rock story.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Maybe it was
He
God
just
dropping
posted a
cigarette.
video in the chat.
Quite bold. That's a bold claim. I mean,
Well, I mean-
what?
Seriously, what's the evidence for your rock story?
He just posted a video in the chat.
Yeah, was it covered? Was it recovered? Was this meteor recovered?
I mean,
This
this
rock was the rock
Meteorite as soon
recovered?
as it hits ground.
Well, whatever you want to call it, I don't care about the fucking name, right? So
Do you know
we saw a streak of light in the sky.
Do you know
Did
what the
anybody recover
Tunguska?
what it was?
Do you know what the Tunguska event is?
Yes, I've heard of it. Yes.
You know the meteorite that hit the ground and then like flattened an entire forest, and
You don't even know the
thousands-
story now. You're gonna tell me about a story you don't know about. Tunguska event was supposed to be an airburst meteorite. Never
Oh
hit
wait,
the
that
ground.
was what? That was Cheblinsk, I think, right?
Well, I mean, look at the
That's-
side chat. That's what happened after. Well, that's now, obviously not
Okay,
straight
I just
after.
watched the video, and if there was an object that big that can light up the whole night sky, wouldn't it have made a sound like when you shoot a gun and you hear it hit the target? So it's like bang.
I don't know if this image is legit, but this is.
That image does not look legit, man.
This
That looks
one-
like crop circles or something, dude.
No,
That's
no,
crazy.
this one I posted. This one I posted.
What's that big red arrow there? That doesn't look real.
No, that's a part of the that was a that was a meteorite.
That was a meteorite.
Okay, gotcha.
Was it going to magic speed?
Oh, the 2013. Oh, this is Chiblinsk video.
So they only go to perfect circles if they're going to magic speed. You know that, right?
Yeah, so I confused the Tunguska event with the Cheblinsk event. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they
the
never
Cheblinsk-
recovered that either.
They
Rookie
didn't.
mistake.
So this is just a fake.
No, because they
image.
said it went into a frozen lake and they never got to. They
What do you
never
mean? They
find
did recover it? There's literally a picture of the Cheblinsk meteor, part of it that they recovered.
Yeah. They have a 4-ounce specimen.
Oh, a 4-ounce specimen. Really?
Because it exploded.
Yeah, but you know where it got recovered, right? From the bottom of a frozen fucking lake. So they went down there, they found a piece of fucking ore, and they're like, look, I have a meteorite.
This doesn't look like 4 ounces to me, bro.
Well, whatever.
Not that part, yeah.
But they didn't find anything else that could have possibly caused it, like I don't know, shrapnel from a rocket. You know, they
There's
just
just
found a rock.
a huge bomb just went off in the middle of the village, I guess. Yeah.
It's a no, dude. You're first of all, you're inaccurately describing the event, that sequence of events. Okay?
You mean the meteor that went storming through the sky?
Yeah,
you know,
where it
shattered
blew everything
into
up was very far away from where it landed.
Yeah,
Okay,
and flat
so
and
just
flattened
stop.
a forest and flattened forests. Yeah, that
Where
part
did it flatten a forest?
Right
from
next to the
airburst,
red
from the
arrow.
pressure difference. This thing was
The
a
air,
pretty.
the airburst was the Tunguska. Okay, the airburst. This might have been an airburst, but it didn't flatten any forests.
Well, the one that you posted
It
destroyed
knocked
a
out
few.
some glass or something. Knocked
Yeah.
out some glass to some car windows.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah. Broke a
It
few
was
windows.
like 1 ton hitting the ground, supersonic. Of course, it's going to make a pretty large impact, right?
Well, according to them, it went through the ice of a frozen lake.
Yeah, from the bottom of the lake, they
And then
recovered
they
a
fished around at the
500.
bottom of the lake and found some shit, and they were like, "This must
Yeah,
be
you
it."
mean the 540 kilogram meteorite that they recovered out of the bottom of the lake? Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah, who knows how long that shit was even down there, bro?
Yeah. So here's what you have to do: you have to deny everything about the event.
No, I don't
So
deny the
is the
event.
rock?
I
does-
deny the
does the ro-
interpretation of fucking the event, dude. That's you don't
So
get.
what do you think happened? It was just like a bomb or
So
something?
wait a
Oh,
minute,
so
that
I
rock-
needed an alternate story. I think a fucking alien spacecraft came in too hot and fucking melted into that fucking little rock.
You're
floor
saying
there.
any
It went through the
any
lake.
story is as plausible as any other. So I mean, what would
Just
it be?
about.
Give me an
I just
example.
said it, alien spaceship, bro.
Alien spaceship is as
Yeah.
plausible as it's a rock.
Yes.
So then aliens
Wait,
come to the
what?
flat Earth, right? Aliens come to flat Earth.
Just no
That's
recovery of any alien bodies or shrapnel from a spaceship. It's just
Well, they're made
a
of
rock.
freaking. Well, they're carbon-based life form, and they incinerated. That's all
how
that
do
was
you
left
know?
of their.
How do you
That was
know
the,
that they're
that
not
was all that was left of their
silicon-based?
spaceship.
So we
This-
can't
this
look at the
molten
rock that
hunk
we
was
have
all
and
that was
see
left
like
of
what
their
it's made of and say that it's probably from a certain area.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm sure this must have came from the Oort cloud or something, right?
Now you're getting
No,
it.
it came from the
It
alien
believes in the Oort
spaceship.
cloud.
Yeah, sure. Maybe it came from the asteroid belt.
India, you're so funny today. Oh, you.
Well, I mean,
Where did we get all this info?
This is
Where
funny.
did we get
This
it
is funny
all?
to me because
Where did we
you're.
get all this info from? Where did we get it all from?
I don't know. You
God.
should ask again where we got it from.
We were told it. So we have to believe liars. People who've been proven to be liars, we have to
Do you
believe.
know what we're talking about, or are you just going
Yeah, I
off?
do. You're talking about the Tunguska event, and you're talking about UFOs and
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah, so this is Dante. This is the only time they don't lie. When they talk about outer space, and they talk about meteors, and they talk about this crap.
Exactly.
This is the only time they don't lie. Every other
well,
time they're
thank you.
fucking lying, but this time
Thank
they're
you,
not.
though. At least you admit
Yeah.
we can be truthful. That's a big step, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
People are relying
Y'all
on
are like mad
information
naive,
that they're
man.
getting told. No
I'm
one's been
glad
out
you
to
think that
verify
we're
it.
not always lying.
Have you ever been out to verify it?
You guys
Any
probably
of
think
this?
Ukraine's beating
So,
Russia.
No.
Dante, is like a meteor not real unless you physically go up there and lick it?
Dante. Who's Dante?
No, you, Dante.
Try read.
It's Don
What?
Teflon.
Don
Yes,
Teflon.
there you go. Well
I think
done.
it's funny if I call you Dante.
The American can read English better than the English guy.
Well, I'm not American, so fuck you.
Or Canadian, whatever.
Anyway, what was your point? You had to lick rocks to understand what they are? Is that what it was?
Wait, aren't
No.
Canadians
Was
just
that my
scared
point?
Americans?
Was that my point?
Sounds like it.
Do I sound scared to you, motherfucker?
Or did I say that information has to be trusted? You know what I mean? Unless you verify it. Is that what I said?
I don't trust that information.
So you have to go out and verify it.
Well, that's what you said.
Have you been out and
I don't
verified
trust that. I have not verified what you've just said, so I can't accept it.
Well, he'll just say it again then. How about that?
That's not
That'll be the
verified.
verification. He'll just say it again.
That's how Globe works.
Independent or replacement.
Thanks, Larry.
So
Yeah.
here's the funny thing. Like, this stuff comes over the press, media, whatever. Like, why should you believe it? You guys never give a good answer why anybody should believe the crap that comes over the television set. Why
I
should
don't know.
you?
Probably for the Treblinsk event, I would say that the thousands of people that observed the event, the meteor falling through the sky.
Yeah, thousands of
with the-
people saw the planes crash into the Twin Towers too. You're gonna tell me that?
What?
No, I
you
will
think that
say
didn't
You have no
happen?
Pretty
idea how
soon
many
it's going to be
people saw
illegal.
it or how many people didn't see it. You don't have any fucking clue. Stop making up numbers.
Wait, well, just to be clear, like, people did see a plane go into a tower. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is how it fell down, right? Isn't it? Usually.
No.
You saying that planes didn't
So
fly into
planes
the tower?
didn't go into the tower?
Apparently.
Jesus fucking Christ! You
Wow.
Look, how fast is the airplane going?
You think a plane didn't fly into the towers?
No, I do not.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Wow.
What's the
That's
destruction
crazy.
point of commercial
Hey, you know what?
airlines? What's
The
the
story is
destruction
so
point?
good. Hold on. The story is so good that America is currently passing laws to make anybody like him a criminal who questions it. That's how you know something's true when they have to pass laws to put people in prison.
Nobody's passing
Question.
laws like that. You're making
No,
that shit
but
up,
when you
Larry.
claim like it was a controlled
Everybody's
detonation,
passing laws like
Impressed.
Did
Hold
you
on,
see
at what
nobody's
point?
passing laws like that?
This sounds
At
like
what point?
this sounds like a
The boat
crisis.
That's what I said.
It sounds like a
disintegrate.
crisis in 9/11 cosmology.
At
Yeah.
what point do commercial airliners disintegrate? They've been tested for this. At what point do they disintegrate?
the crisis conundrum.
Yeah, they don't.
They've
of
been
9/11.
tested. This is
Look,
fact. They've been tested.
Yeah, we know I know they've been tested. They don't know. These clowns, they saw it on TV. It's got to be true.
Yeah, yeah.
Got to be
They've
fucking
looked into
true. It was on
nothing,
the
man.
So,
fucking idiot
Looked
box.
into
so
and I'm an
Indio,
idiot.
if someone comes up to you and says, "Oh no, I was there," I saw it,
Yeah.
you'd be like, "No, you didn't. No,
Yeah.
you didn't."
Mickey Mouse.
How do you know what
Mickey
technology
Mouse,
they've
have
got?
you ever been to New York City?
Yes, I have. Yeah,
Okay. How hard is it to see the fucking sky at all?
the sky not that hard.
The what?
Are you fucking crazy? You're in the fucking
What?
bottom of a canyon, surrounded by fucking 40-story
Yeah.
building.
You can still see the sky, India.
Yeah,
Have you been
a
to New
very
York?
small. Listen, you can see a very
What
small
percent?
sliver. Listen, you can
Yeah.
see a very small sliver of the sky. Now think about an airplane going 880 feet per second. How long are you going to see that airplane? You know
It's
what?
the
The
most
U.S. Air
populated
Force.
city
Yeah, but you
in
can
America.
barely see the fucking sky, dude, because you're in the city, dude. You're only going to see a small sliver of the sky of the street you're on. The plane is just going to.
What about the second plane that
Will you let
happened
me
like
fucking finish?
30 minutes
douche?
after?
Douchebag, let me finish. You're only going to see a small sliver of the sky.
Yeah, let me show you this.
The plane is only going to be in that space for a small period of time, 0.02 seconds. Okay.
Yeah.
How
So
fast does it, how long does it take to identify the airplane? Now remember, the U.S. Air Force has tested this.
Okay.
How fast does it take to identify an airplane? How long do you have to see it visually before you can identify it as an airplane?
I don't know.
The Air Force has tested this. Okay? They know positively how long it has to take. They don't have enough time to identify it as a fucking airplane.
Right,
Okay.
India. Look at the side chat. Right. I mean, the Twin Towers stand out as buildings. They're not like amongst all the smaller
That's in
buildings.
New Jersey, man.
But first of all,
They're in New Jersey.
the second thing is when one plane hits the tower and people say, "Oh, what was that? A big bang!" Or they look at the news and they're like, "Oh my god, that's horrible!" And looking at the window, they're seeing the tower burn. And then the second tower comes. Sorry, the second plane comes. Are they now going crazy when they see that?
Who saw it?
There's people. Well, because there's videos of people seeing it from their apartment windows. There's people on the ground who are there, right?
What are you talking about?
Seeing
I've
it.
probably seen every single 9/11 video ever produced.
Yeah.
Of the so-called plane crashes.
I've seen people see it from apartment windows. I've seen people see it from the
all
ground.
you see is the explosion. You don't see the airplane.
Oh, let me try and get you.
Yeah, all you see is the explosion. You don't see the airplane. So what is it? Brianna and Brian or something. They're viewing it from their apartment window, and then there's another one. The only ones that caught the airplane is the Evans video. There's the news camera video, the helicopter video. I actually have a video though that shows it from New Jersey. It don't look like a fucking airplane.
Yeah,
you know that?
yeah.
So I actually have
This isn't-
west.
This
I
isn't
have a-
from. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say I have a west shot. That's a news camera.
Yeah, I know. I said that's not from. I was just about to say it's not from an apartment building, but I just say like you can tell it's an airplane. You don't really need to squint.
My video, you could pretty clearly see
Yeah,
it's an
yeah.
airplane.
This is. So hold on. Let me see this one. Oh my god, that's horrible. That's horrible. Are you serious, bro? Did you really just post that? What happened to the fucking right wing, bro? Or the left wing? My right, it's left.
Well, according to these jackal
Holy
assholes,
fuck, bro! I gotta take
just because the
so bad, I
theory
gotta
is
take a
incomplete,
screenshot of this shit.
just because the theory is incomplete doesn't mean that it can't still be true. So just because the plane's missing its wing, I mean, maybe there's unknown variables.
So I'm gonna show
Plane's
you-
missing its wing.
Dude, look at that. Look at that shit, bro. Dude, that's crazy, man.
Stop missing a wing. What are you talking about?
Dude, look at the shape of the fucking wings, bro. Look at the shape of that quote-unquote
that's
airplane.
pretty clear evidence that nothing happened.
No, there's other evidence that nothing happened.
That's not even evidence. That's just the angle of the wing.
Oh, yeah. Is that what you tell yourself?
Yeah.
So where you're at the right angle where they can see the surface of one wing, but they can't see the surface of the other wing.
Can see. Let me.
What about the testing of the planes
Wait,
to
which wing
destruction?
can't we see?
What about the testing, eh?
Oh,
It's not let me screenshot the
Does that
wing.
count? Does that count as evidence?
If you go like a few seconds
Where's the
ahead
other engine? Where's the other
before
engine?
before it impacts, go a few seconds. Well, look, Indio. First of all, one wing's tipped up, one's tipped down. Right, that's the first thing you need to know. So one
Yeah, where's the
engine
other
is
engine?
underneath the other wing, right? So you can't see that. Fine. The when you see the wing is disappearing, just watch a second later. It's clearly just reflection, right? So you can see the wing, right? The full wing attached. No problems there.
I don't know, but why was George W. Bush reading a book about
Bish?
No one gives a fuck about Bush, bro.
He was reading My Pet Goat. Have you guys not heard of Baphomet? Like, honestly?
Ball is king. I still haven't heard my point addressed yet.
You think like
They don't want to address your point, dude. That
What
plane
about the
can't
planes?
go that. The plane can't go that
Yeah.
fast at that altitude.
They're being filmed to destruction. You know what I mean? They're being filmed flying beyond a certain speed, and they just fall apart.
what speed was it going at?
It's about 600 mile an hour. It was clocked about 600 mile an hour at ground level, which is impossible for a Boeing.
Well, there's a bunch of
that's
different.
close.
They gave it a bunch of different speeds, to be honest. The FAA says one speed. The United States government says another speed. The airlines say another
Yeah,
speed.
the variance is still above what it can do at ground
Oh
level.
yeah, yeah. It can't go 400 over like 200 miles an hour at sea level.
Was
Yeah,
the
the
Pentagon
activity.
hit to a controlled detonation?
So not going to address
Dude,
it. No?
is that all you do? Is try to just distract from the topic?
Well, I'm actually doing it for you a bit because Dontaflon, right? I've just searched it. It's 590 miles.
How is that hard to read?
Kilometers
Is it
per hour.
Teflon?
And the issue,
Teflon,
well,
yeah.
look, it's not a fucking word, so doesn't matter how I pronounce it anyway, right? I looked at the speed, 590 kilometers per hour, right? 590 miles per hour, 950 kilometers per hour, and you told me that's not possible. You can't do it at that altitude, right? You haven't told me why, so I've got to also do that for you, right? I've got to go find out why you believe that.
Said the air's too thick.
The air is too thick, and so it can't go at 590 miles per hour. 590 miles per hour.
Yeah. Yep.
Can you cite the source that says that?
Look it up.
What do you mean, look it up?
Yeah, go on. Pilots for 9/11 Truth. Just go on that website, man. There's plenty of details on it.
Pilots
So
for
there's
9/11 Truth.
Yes. So there are pilots that think the story's bullshit. It isn't just like internet conspiracy theorists.
I mean, not saying that the government wouldn't do something like that, but hey.
Who said it was the government? Why does it have to be the government?
Because they would do something like that. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, they would, but I don't like. Listen, here's a key thing that maybe y'all are missing. There's no possibility. None. Zero. Zip. Nada. That airplane could have penetrated the World Trade Center. I take
Wait,
you
you-
all, and I'll
you not
tell
know
you
what
why, and
kinetic
I'll explain it
energy is?
very simply. Okay? Because you guys believe in Newton's third law, right? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, do you not think the kinetic energy of the airplane could
Yeah, so we're gonna deal with that. I'm about to deal with that. The
Yep.
kinetic energy of the airplane, a hollow fucking tube, bro. It's a hollow tube. That's all it is. It's a hollow fucking tube.
Yeah, a hollow
but-
tube going
So check this
600
out.
miles an
Now,
hour?
now say the World Trade Center is what's going 500 miles an hour, and the airplane is just sitting somewhere and just floating there, right? Just stationary. And the World Trade Center hits it going 500 miles an hour. Do you think the airplane's going to slice into the World Trade Center?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I hope everybody heard that.
You are retarded if you think that.
Universities have
Fucking
done
dumbest
studies on
shit I
this.
ever heard in my life. Yeah, I do. Dude, you're crazy, bro.
It's gonna slice into the World Trade Center? Of course it is. What do you mean?
Why would the airplane, if the World Trade Center is going 500 miles an hour, you think the airplane's going to slice into it? And if the
Yeah.
World Trade Center's stationary and the airplane's going 500 miles an hour,
Well,
the
probably a
airplane's going to slice into it.
A mix of the airplane.
Even though, listen, even though Stop trying to throw your body into gears, bro. So even though the shear strength of the steel that where the plane hit was 90,000 psi. That means to shear that steel, you had to exert 90,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Where the strongest part of that airplane, its shear strength was 60 psi. And we know this. And how do we know this? Oh, TWA Flight 800 that blew up outside of New York City. They tested it. The FAA.
Was it sheared? I mean, like, because it kind of just looks like it hits in there, and then
that's like when you have
15
a
minutes
piece
later,
of
it just
metal.
all
When you have a
collapses.
piece of metal and it's cut, that's a shear. That's what it's called, a shearing force.
But
We
how
can
do we
look
not know
up
it
the
just
shear
like all
strength.
goes around it?
It goes around it. There's a fucking cartoon cutout of the first airplane. Remember? Yeah, cartoon cutout, like when Wile E. Coyote goes into a fucking wall and it looks like a little cartoon cutout.
I'm just
Wait,
curious.
what about
Wait, real quick.
Indio?
Sorry,
Do you think
Indio.
that Kurt Cobain was killed
Claim.
by Courtney
I
Love?
just want to know.
I don't
wait,
give a
Indio,
fuck
guys,
about
guys.
Kurt Cobain.
Indio. I joined late. I just want to know what the claim is. Like, why are we talking about 9/11?
No, they were like, you don't believe fucking planes hit the World Trade Center?
No, but he literally said that planes
No, I
did
don't.
not hit the World Trade Center. You said that.
He's allowed to believe that,
No, that's fine. It's
along
one
with
thing-
evidence.
It's
He's
one
just
thing
not
to
going to
think,
be
like,
allowed to say it before too long.
It's one thing to think like
Yeah.
maybe there were bombs inside the building that also
Well,
exploded.
why question it as if in total disbelief? You know what I mean?
100% there was explosives in the World Trade Center.
Sure, you can believe that, but are you saying that?
But you're not accepting
hit the
him.
World Trade Center
Is
at
it?
all?
You know,
Probably there probably was, but so
Wait, political. Your
I can give you
political
like
heretic.
No. I'm just
Your volume is really low.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah,
Give me a second. Give me a second.
I'm not denying that there could be explosives in the World
It's
Trade
fine.
Center.
You know what? I'm not even going to talk about if there was explosives in the World Trade Center. Indio, are you saying that a plane just at like a plane 100%?
An airplane.
There wasn't even a plane that hit the Trade
There
Center.
was
at
no
all.
commercial airplane that hit
What was it
those
then?
buildings.
What was the flying object that hit the plane or that hit the tower?
Alien spaceship, the meteorite hit it.
No,
Yeah,
not
the
alien.
meteorites.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
the
asking
fact
Indio.
that
I'm
we're
asking
all
Indio. I don't want trolls. I'm genuinely
An
curious.
elephant.
I'm genuinely
An
curious. Can we
elephant that
please
fell out
stop?
of the sky
Indio.
hit the
I'm
road.
asking Indio. I don't care about anybody else.
Well, they make
Indio.
they used to make a cruise missile that was very large.
So you're saying it was a
Meaning-
missile?
Yeah, a missile.
Well, then what about all the people on the ground who saw it was a plane?
That's where this started. Who saw the plane?
I don't know, dude. There were thousands of people on the ground.
Yeah, that's what the other person said, and that's bullshit. If you've
No,
ever been
like,
to New
there were
York City,
thousands of people.
listen, dude. If you've ever been to New York City,
I've
you
been
know
to New
that.
York City.
Okay, how much of the sky
I-
can you see from any given street?
It depends on what street you're talking about.
Yeah, it depends on what street, and you can see a very small part of the sky. And you think you can positively ID an airplane from at the bottom of a 40-story canyon?
Yeah, but like Kurt Cobain's shotgun.
Hey, so you
way
guys don't
too
want to
long
deal with
to
this
fit
shit. You'd
into
rather
his
live in
mouth.
Fantasyland,
You're
right?
shoot it.
Fuck
Whoa,
Kurt.
whoa,
Listen,
whoa,
I'll kick you out of this channel, Rich.
Whoa,
Shut the fuck up.
What did I do?
Not you, Rich.
What did he do?
He's on this Kurt Cobain troll that he's been doing
Kurt
for a week, and
Cobain,
I'm
whatever
tired
the
of
hell
it.
that means.
Okay.
He's trying to make it farcical.
Okay. So
you're at the bottom of a
Cobain
alley of port.
Trade Center.
I'll just start banning every fucking dude that interrupts me. I swear to God. Okay, this is not gonna be fun for you guys in about 2 seconds. 'Cause I'm getting irritated. So anyway, you're at the bottom of a row. You say you're on Broadway, right? But that has like a clear view of the World Trade Center. But
yeah.
So say a plane goes over your little section or fucking wherever. You're only gonna see it for a millisecond. Literally a millisecond.
I mean,
there's no way you could ever positively even ID it. And you'd have to be looking up in the first place.
Yeah.
Why would you even be looking up in New York City? You'd
Because
die if you
I'll
did
tell you
that.
why. I'll tell you why.
Second
Right?
one?
I'll tell you why. Indio. I'll tell you why they were looking up.
Why?
Because there were 2 towers, right?
Yeah, we're aware of that.
Maybe they weren't looking up for the first one, but then they were looking up for sure when the first building exploded, and then they saw a second plane go into the second tower.
Yeah, it came from
Or
the
was
south.
it a missile that
And
had
where did it
wings,
what
engines, a
direction did it
tail?
come from? What direction
I
did
don't
it come
know.
from?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
Okay, I can look it up and
I
find
sent
out.
a
I
video
don't
with
know. I
12
wasn't in New
minutes
York.
of just footage of that.
quote unquote
Of the plane
footage,
hitting
and
the towers.
in every piece of footage you showed, the plane looks different. Why is that?
What do you mean?
I'm talking to this clown.
What do you mean it looks different?
It looks different. The plane never looks the same.
Okay, show me two different planes in the pictures then.
Just scroll up, man. I posted a picture.
I'm
Hold
even
on.
fine with
Hold on.
saying that there are explosives in the World Trade Center, but to say that there are no planes
Yeah,
involved is
no
pretty
plane.
crazy.
Yeah, I know. That's just a bridge too far, and I'll give you a bunch of reasons, and I can give you more than one reason.
The military has
I'm
done
all
an
for saying
aircraft
it
up
was an
before.
inside
You would
job,
actually
man.
need to shut the fuck up to hear the answer, Trigonometry Man.
No,
Like,
I'm all
The
for saying it was
military,
an inside job.
the military has covered a military jet before to look like an airliner. There's photos of that.
Yeah.
Was it a military Kurt Cobain model that flew through the World Trade Center?
Yeah, it was a Kurt Cobain
Yeah, I'm
model.
banning
Yeah,
you
they
from
had
the
that on the
channel, dude.
side.
You've gone too far now.
Wait, what are you doing?
Yeah, what, dude? I fucking warned y'all. Cut the shit.
Oh, okay, I'll cut the shit right now.
People question you as if you're like in total disbelief, as if you're talking shit without even looking at into it. You know what I mean? I don't understand that.
I don't get it either, but listen.
I'm just
there's
genuinely curious.
Okay, almost all the shots, right? So I'm gonna explain this to you. Really, I don't know how deep I want to go with this, but listen. All the shots of the airplanes are from a certain angle, right? They're from the east or from the south. There's none from the west except for one, and I actually have that, right? West would be Hoboken, New Jersey, from across the river. All of them are from the south, they're from the east, right? They're from a specific angle. There's none looking from the other angles. There's none looking from the north to the south, right? There's nobody that's on the other side of the East River or uptown on the other side looking back towards and got a shot of the airplane. No one, not a single one. They're all looking from the east or from the south, all of them. Okay? When you only have when you only have to deal with one point of view, it's easy to fake something. Now they've done something called 3D projection mapping. They've been doing this since the 1960s. If you guys know what this is, okay? They've also been doing holograms, and the holograms are projected onto a gas. So if you have some sort of large missile that's outgassing, you can project a holographic image on it, no problem. They did this during what was it? The Australian, I think it was the 200th anniversary of Australia or something like that. Discovery Australia over the Sydney Opera House. They did holographic projections of like Aborigines and a bunch of shit, right? So they actually look like fucking people in the sky. Okay, I'm sorry you guys don't know this technology exists. That's not really my problem. Okay, so these technologies exist, so people could be looking at it from a certain viewpoint and they would see a particular thing. That's not the point. We know, okay, we can tell 100% for certain that the explosion that happened in World Trade Center was not caused by jet fuel. You know how we know this? We know the properties of jet fuel. Jet fuel was specifically formulated not to be an explosive back in 1973. When they invented jet fuel, the specification for jet fuel, Congress passed a law that set the specification for jet fuel. Okay? And it's in the Federal Code of Regulations. We know the properties for jet fuel. Even NASA tested jet fuel for 11 years to see that it adhered to the standard. And guess what? It did. Jet fuel does not explode at sea level. And it will explode at sea level only if it's heated up to a certain temperature. That temperature is 105 degrees. If you look at the Evans video, which supposedly captured the plane crashing into the tower, it shows that it's 69 degrees on 9/11, which is warm for October, but it's not 105 degrees. So that means the jet fuel's not vaporizing. If the jet fuel's not vaporizing, it can't explode unless it's 400 degrees, which means it has to be. So there's the flash point, and then there's the what do they call it? There's the vapor pressure point, and then there's the flash point. And if the liquid is heated up to a certain temperature, it becomes flammable. It's something like 400 degrees for Jet A. But it'll vaporize at 105 degrees. But then the vapor-air mix has to be something like less than 1% at sea level. Otherwise, it won't explode, right? So there's no possible way the Jet A could explode it and cause that explosion. But everybody agrees there was an explosion. And we know this because I already mentioned it. TWA Flight 800 was a plane that people thought was shot down by a U.S. naval ship that was out off of New York. Okay, and someone actually was taking a photograph at a wedding and captured like what looked like a missile in the background inadvertently. They didn't even see it. They didn't even know what happened until they developed their film. And because they were at a wedding reception, they took a picture of a couple, and in the background it shows like what looks like a missile. Anyway, the point is that the federal government wanted to dispel this idea that it was shot down by the U.S. Navy, and they conducted a study or an investigation into why TWA 800 fucking blew up.
What's this technology called?
Huh?
I don't want to interject here, but you went for a long. What's the technology called?
What technology?
You're describing.
3D
where you can do
projection.
this.
3D projection mapping.
Okay, I will want to look this up. Things.
Yeah, it's pretty
What's
cool.
the explanation for like the people who are on the planes, like having phone
Well,
calls?
that's a whole nother
and
story. I
other
can cover that.
planes,
Listen, I can cover that in a
Pentagon.
second because those people, a lot of those people don't exist. Okay.
Yeah.
They just don't exist.
Anymore. They don't
Well, I
exist
mean,
anymore because
no, they never existed. They never existed. If you go on the CNN list, listen, it would be harder to do now because of a lot of the like. So put it this way: CNN had. Dude, you're gonna distract me. This is all you've been trying to do the whole time. Names. I'm very well aware of what your game is. Anyway, so CNN put out a list of all the people that died in all the airplanes in the World Trade Center. If you go down that list one by one, which I did do, right? Not do every name. I got through about 100, and then you go to like where the people are from, their hometown, and then you go to the the Registry of Deeds and see if they own any property or anything, or whether there's a local obituary or any funeral notices or anything like that for the places these people lived. None exist. So you think that if like some couple, like one of the first couples is like two 80-year-old people that lived in some small town their entire lives, were married there, taught school there, did all this stuff there, but then and lived in the same house for 50 years, but then when you look at the local newspaper, has nothing about them, doesn't say anything about their obituary, there's nothing in the Registry of Deeds that they own a fucking home or anything, there's no records of these people ever existing. Right, so if you go down the list of all the names of people that died in 9/11, you're gonna find the exact same thing with person after person after person. The people never existed. Okay.
Would you say that the people that came on TV to interview about the plane thing, would you say that they're
which people?
Like I remember there was like family members or some shit who were like phone calls. They were like interviewing about people who phone called.
Yeah, there's so much bullshit surrounding that.
Would you say they were actors? The family members?
Yeah, Ted Olson. So Ted Olson was the Solicitor General. His wife Barbara Olson supposedly tried to make a collect call from the seatback fucking plane to the Justice Department to tell them they were hijacked. Well, that's fucking impossible. Can't make a collect call from a seatback fucking plane. The whole story was bullshit. And Ted Olson went on CNN and told this whole story about how his wife died in the plane crash and tried to call him collect from a seatback fucking plane. The phone doesn't even turn on unless you swipe a credit card. It doesn't even turn on.
Paid actors.
Ted Olson was the Solicitor General of the United States who argued I think it was what the hell was the name? It was I can't remember. Ickabar versus Gates or something. Whoever the Attorney General was at the time. He argued before the Supreme Court that not only does the government have a right to lie, it has a duty to lie. No, he argued this in front of the Supreme Court. He said this out loud. It's recorded. He was arguing on behalf of the United States government.
The CIA director that said our missions will not be complete until everything the American people believe. But
don't understand what you're saying.
If the government argues that they have a right to lie to the public, okay, publicly, in an open forum, where the court's supposed to decide whether it's true or not, they have a right to do that. Why don't you take them at their word that they think that they have a right to lie to the public, and they probably are.
Well, you'd have to believe them in order to take them at the word that they're liars.
I know, but dude, like it's fucking you're chasing your own tail at that point. Okay, so we got off the explosiveness of Jet A fuel. Jet A fuel does not explode. They've done a bunch of tests. You can look it up. It's done by Caltech Explosion Research Lab. There's also publications that go back. Airplane crashed in flight investigations guidebook by fucking some guy that studied that shit for 30 years, right? So the guy's whole job for 30 years was investigating plane crashes. Okay, so sorry
for interrupting.
So if you look up all the crap just on Jet A and see whether it explodes, they've tested it with sparks, they've tested it with whatever have it, and then they also go into the plane. Like even say it wasn't even an explosion, say it was just the jet fuel caught fire. How fast does the flame spread? Something like 25 centimeters per second. Okay, so ruling that out, like whatever happened in World Trade Center wasn't what they call a conflagration. It wasn't an explosion. Well, it couldn't have been Jet A causing an explosion. Couldn't have been a conflagration. And then they put the peak pressure created by Jet A explosions. They said it's something like 120 psi, 120 pounds of pressure per square inch, which is nothing, right? Which is literally nothing. Then you got other problems. Okay, there's just so many problems. I could go on and on. So you get the plane that crashes into the South Tower, right? It's going 500 miles an hour. So ostensibly, the fuel inside of it's going 500 miles an hour, right? Goes into the building, it explodes. How does the jet fuel explode back out the way the plane just came from? So it reversed direction. Not only was it traveling in one direction at 500 miles an hour, it exploded and then changed direction from that 500 miles an hour momentum and went backwards out the hole the plane just came through. Instantly.
Yeah, and you haven't even mentioned the smoking gun here, the Building 7, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to get into that shit. That's like, dude, it's overwhelming. It's like the moon landing. It's like, oh, 9/11's fake. Where did I start? I don't even know where to start. So I usually just start at the plane, right? That explosion couldn't have happened. It can't have happened.
Yeah, it's crazy that
if you can just demonstrate, hey, this explosion couldn't have happened because it violates the properties of Jet A fuel. You don't need to prove anything else. You don't need to know anything else. That explosion can't have happened, and the tower exploded. So something don't jive there, right? If the jet fuel couldn't have done it, that means something else had to have done it, right? What'd Sherlock Holmes say? You eliminate the impossible, right? So we eliminate the impossible, and what's left?
No matter how improbable.
Yes, exactly.
And then what about the other planes?
The jet fuel is impossible. It's impossible to cause an explosion.
So just real fast, there was a guy, Z something, I forget his name, but he was in here playing really, really high pitched noise. And I'm sorry I interrupted, but I muted the guy and then he took off. So I don't know what the fuck to make of that.
Yeah, I suspected he was doing it on purpose, but you know. Imagine that being your life, dude. I don't even know what to feel about that.
So what about the Pentagon plane and then, like, the Pennsylvania plane?
Oh, the Pennsylvania plane, that vaporized. That's what they said on the news, that it vaporized. Yeah, two different reporters said on two different news channels that the government said the plane vaporized.
The Pentagon one, they had about 80 cameras around the Pentagon and at a gas station over the road, and they didn't get any footage from them at all. Bit sus.
And then the poles are knocked down in the wrong direction. You ever seen that?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Don't they say the Pentagon is like the most secured building in terms of like footage, camera footage and shit?
That cab driver who got his cab squashed, There's a couple of interviews with him that are proper, like, suspect. If you go and watch them, I think you'll see. You know what I mean?
Pentalon
Do you
5000.
know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
And-
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know if I've seen the. I might have seen one interview with him.
I've only seen it once. I haven't seen it since. But
Yeah, that's what I mean.
know
I
there's
I saw it and it like vaporized. You know, like the airplane.
yeah,
vaporized off the
disappeared.
internet.
Exactly.
So let
But
me
yeah.
tell you. Let me just tell these guys how hard it is to vaporize metal. Okay. From a kinetic impact, vaporizing metal from a kinetic impact. Well, they've tested this with what they call a titanium ablator, and they shoot it into something to instantaneously turn metal into vapor. It has to be going over 11,000 miles per hour. So I don't think that happened.
The Earth's flat.
Yeah,
Isn't
well,
the
I'll tell you
Pentagon
what, an airplane can't fly 11,000 miles per hour. I know that.
Isn't the Pentagon supposed to be the most secure building in the world?
Yeah,
Didn't I just say that?
Nothing says U.S. government like flying up an airplane into the most important building for their national security.
How did that
Makes
research onto planes disintegrating go, Yuri?
India, so you've been saying a lot of things that aren't true, such as that it wasn't a deflagration and that Jet A doesn't ignite like that. So do you not know how jet engines work, right? They operate on the principle of the fuel, combusting, right? Is
Yeah.
that not what we observed?
I said, no. Okay.
We don't observe it combusting?
No. So a turbine jet engine does what to the fuel?
No, well, it
Preheats it, right? Preheats it.
It depends on the cycle,
it
yeah.
preheats it. No, it preheats it. Yeah, good try
Depends
though.
on the cycle.
Yeah, no, it preheats the fuel. 100% preheats the fuel, no doubt about it.
Yeah, so are you saying if it wasn't preheated, it wouldn't ignite?
No, the jet fuel wouldn't ignite. The jet fuel itself, as a liquid, has to be. I can look it up real quick, but it has to be 300 something degrees.
Yep, so a
For
spark.
it to ignite in liquid. No, spark didn't do that. They tested that.
Yep, so a spark, that's like what?
No,
4,000
spark
C?
ignition didn't like the jet fuel. They tested it.
Yeah, so it has to be preheated to 300 C for it to be ignited when it's
For
like
to
3,000
be
C spark.
ignited as a liquid.
Yeah, so do you know how jet engines operate, right? It's a continuous cycle. So all you need is one ignition event and then the whole thing just sustains itself, right? You just have to keep
Why-
injecting fuel.
Well, you just have to. Yep, exactly. You have to keep injecting fuel. Yeah,
Yep, so
injecting fuel.
all you need is
Yeah.
one event. All you need is one event that's hot enough for the whole thing to keep going if you're using Jet A, right?
Yeah, but then you'd have a conflagration, not a fucking
Nope, a
explosion.
deflagration, not a conflagration.
Conflagration is a fire, dude.
Nope, deflagration in this event.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh, I'm jammed. I'm getting jammed. my NASA Neuralink is getting jammed.
It's not a
losing signal.
It's the FBI, guys.
Yeah, losing signal.
When he does that on your Neuralink, you just die.
Yeah. So when you have a bunch of people who don't know specifically
So
anything
the
about
action
jet
of
fuel,
heating a substance until it burns away rapidly.
yeah,
Not
and what's a
this- That's not this
deflagration?
case. That's what I just read.
Yeah, and how is that not what we observed?
No. It was an explosion. We know it was an
Yeah,
explosion
so
because shit got propelled fucking hundreds of meters.
yeah, an explosion implies something going the wavefront going faster than the speed of sound.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah,
The speed of sound has nothing to do with an explosion, dude.
really. Yeah, I
Yeah,
would look that
really.
up if I were you.
Yeah, I don't think so. So it has to be the speed of sound for it to be classified as an explosion. Are you like typing right now to try and find it?
If you look at confirmed explosions of buildings and compare it to 9/11 buildings, you can see a lot of similarities. It's pretty obvious. You don't even need to be an expert to see that.
So trigonometry, did you even bother to go look up any properties of Jet A? Did you even bother?
Solid explosives often have detonation velocities ranging from
Yeah, we're not
4,000
talking
meters
about
per second
solid
to
explosives.
10,300 meters per second.
Yeah, they
So that's
also have their
faster
own
than the speed of sound.
oxidizer. They also have their own
Yeah,
oxidizer. Yeah, Jet A
Explosions
doesn't
travel
have their own
faster than the speed of
oxidizer.
sound. Wait,
Yeah,
so the
Jet
air
A.
isn't an oxidizer?
Yeah, Jet A does not have its own oxidizer.
Yep. So the air isn't an oxidizer?
What isn't an? Yeah, it is an oxidizer, but it's not embedded in the chemical, so it's not part of the chemical reaction. It
Yeah,
is
so
part of the chemical
it's not an
reaction.
explosion.
Listen, part of the chemical
It's a
reaction explosion.
deflagration. It's a deflagration.
It's not a deflagration, dude. What
Do you know
happened
what
on
a
9/11
deflagration
was
looks
an
like?
explosion. How did it propel shit? How
So
did
it was
it
going
propel?
faster than the
How
speed
did
of
it
sound?
listen? How did it propel shit hundreds of meters through the air?
I don't know, because there was a huge displacement of volume of air. This is what a deflagration looks like. It looks pretty similar to the 9/11 deflagration, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's not a deflagration. What the fuck you talking about, dude?
That's not a deflagration, so it's pyrotechnic deflagrations. That's not something.
Pyrotechnics also have a freaking pyrotechnics. Jesus Christ, man. Well, it depends on what the chemical mix is.
Yeah, it's
how
a
they
premix.
spread it out.
Yeah, so
So
it turns out,
so you're trying to be cute, right?
no, a
So I
conflagration
can
is a
make a
large fire.
deflagration of fucking Cremora over a gas fucking stove, and it's gonna
A conflagration is a large fire. So here's what happens: you can lie a lot when you don't have people in here who really know much about the properties of Jet A. And when somebody comes in here,
Yeah,
your
you
whole
haven't
shit
said
falls
any
apart.
properties of Jet A. You
Yeah,
really haven't
because
said
I don't
a
even
single
have
one.
to. I just have to explain what a deflagration is, and
Yeah,
it's
you
not an
didn't explain
explosion, and your
anything.
whole
I
shit falls
explained it
apart.
to you. I explained it to you.
Yeah, so the velocity
Let's
of the
try though.
wavefront in the 9/11, the velocity of the wavefront in the 9/11 video is not going. The minimum velocity for the explosion listed was about 4,000 meters per second. Are you saying that was observed in the 9/11 footage? No,
How many meters per second?
about 4 kilometers per second, so 4,000 meters per second.
Where did you get that number from?
That's like that's the lowest range for an explosion.
Hey, I have a
Deflagrations
question
go
though.
much slower.
I have a question.
Listen, you're literally just.
Hello?
I want a citation. Give me a
All right.
citation. Yeah, citation that the lowest range for an explosion is 4 kilometers per second.
Hey, if the Earth is flat, why does my girl have such a fat round ass?
Shut up, dude. We want this dude's evidence. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, if these guys are still stuck on 9/11, no wonder they can't understand flat Earth. Like, what?
Yeah, like
Guys,
if you
please
look
shut
at
the
the
fuck
thing
up.
that I posted, World Trade Center 7 by the Fairbanks, Alaska. if you look at that college, you read the whole thing, you realize that it was like a straight up huge straw man from like NIST and other people who looked into it. Like they literally straw man the building
Jesus
and left
fucking
out.
Christ. Sorry, Larry. I just can't believe he just posted that shit.
Go ahead, bro.
No.
You mean the sort that has a bunch of citations for each one?
Yeah, that doesn't say that only explosives, all explosives are in this, right? It just lists specific explosives and it shows their detonation speed. It doesn't
Yeah,
say
so
if you're
find
not.
me
If you
something.
don't, it doesn't say that if you don't have this speed, then you're not an explosive. Now does it?
Yeah, so
Now
find
does
me an
it?
explosive.
Now
So
does
find
it?
me an
You called me a
explosive.
liar.
So find me an
Disingenuous
explosive.
snake, dude.
So find me an
fucking snake.
explosive. So find me explosive. So find me an explosive that has a detonation velocity lower than something listed on there.
Well, listen.
The actual speed of the explosion can vary from 1 to 350 miles a second.
Yeah.
That's
So
strong.
so did Kurt Cobain? Did Teen Spirit melt the steel beams?
www.nfpa.org.
Did Teen Spirit melt the steel beams?
Sorry, dude. I'm sorry.
haven't
I'm
addressed-
sorry this topic bothers you so much that you have to be a fucking Weasley little snake. I'm really sorry that you're that attached to your lie. I really am. I feel really bad for you because I gave you the citation. Caltech Explosion Research Laboratory. It's all the documentation on the explosivity of Jet A fuel. Okay.
They have to call you a liar, NDO. They have to do that because it hurts the brain otherwise.
So I'm actually, instead of talking about it anymore, I didn't want to post it in the chat because it's actually off topic. I'm gonna post it anyway, and I'm gonna
We've
post
been off topic
graphs
for about an hour.
and experimental results and shit like that. Not fucking wordsmith definitions and goddamn your alma mater Wikipedia.
So there's missiles. Probably.
I don't know. That's a hypothesis.
Where does it say that?
I don't know.
Where does it say they are missiles?
I said missiles. That's my hypothesis that they're missiles.
My bad.
But it's based upon the only shot of a westward view that looks like a fucking missile, bro. That's all I can say. Which I posted in the chat. The west from New Jersey. It's the only west-facing shot. It's the only shot that's not from one viewpoint. From the southeast viewpoint. All the shots, all the videos, all come from this one viewpoint.
And then you said that they were faked by the
Well, there's a couple other things, man. Like my hypothesis comes from a bunch of shit. So here's one of the reasons. Here's another one. The fact they found single wall carbon nanotubes in workers' lungs of people that worked on the World Trade Center pile. Now, single wall carbon nanotubes don't occur in nature, and at the time 9/11 happened, they cost about $10,000 per gram. But here's the good part. Is that if you create a fucking mist of them, right? If you take a bunch of single wall carbon nanotubes and throw them into the air, it's going to look like a big freaking mist. Right? And they're highly reflective. Perfect for projecting something off of. But, that's just my theory. And yeah, you can look it up. Single wall carbon nanotubes found in workers' lungs at World Trade Center. Google it. Published by Mount Sinai Medical Center, and it's published by the National Institute of Health. Sorry. How did they get there? How did they get in the pile? Single wall carbon nanotubes. They don't occur in nature. Now, at that time, the only way to make carbon nanotubes was using something called carbon laser ablation. So you take a laser, you shoot it at a freaking carbon, a graphite tip. You vaporize the carbon and you deposit it on a zinc or a nickel substrate where they'll grow like a little freaking grass all over the substrate. Then you freaking acid wash them off and then collect them. But these are defect-free single wall carbon nanotubes. And it isn't just made up shit because they have transmission electron microscope images of it.
What do you think about that angle on?
Yeah, I'd like to know what anybody thinks about them finding single wall carbon nanotubes in workers' lungs on the World Trade Center at the World Trade Center pile.
Just a coincidence, bro. You're a conspiracy theorist.
The amount of conspiracy theories I see in here is ridiculous.
Yeah, Indo, you're just a crazy conspiracy theorist, man.
I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation as to why it just happens to be a coincidence.
The cosmological constant crisis.
Exactly.
This is the 9/11 freaking bullshit story crisis at this point.
Mm-hmm. They're stuck in a paradigm. Has to be true. I saw it on TV.
I mean, it's crazy, man. All these anti-flat earthers, they still believe in 9/11. It's just like, damn. Of course, why even argue about flat earth at that point,
What's They're not allowed to question.
Well, to be honest with you, we weren't arguing if the government did it or didn't do it. We were arguing whether or not a plane went into a building.
Larry, do you think a plane went into a building?
I have no idea, bro. I'm in Texas.
No, I mean, the crisis, Pavel Krupa says it's not possible.
Yeah.
Hello? Can I ask if Huey went to that planes thing? And
Yeah, I couldn't find anything to say it's not possible, sadly. So you'll have to provide me evidence to say it is not possible.
No problem.
Oh wow.
What do you get? Gamma is muted. Okay. What else is? What do you think about Building 7, Jekyll?
Building 7, the building next to the Twin Towers.
Yeah, it fell without any planes hitting it.
Don't know much about it. I'm not concerned with whether or not there's a conspiracy about the matter, whether or not people knew about it beforehand, whatever you want, right? I just can't believe someone thinks that an airplane didn't go into the towers.
Why?
Oh, okay.
Why can't you believe that?
What you were explaining, Indio, before you answer that, it was like the 3D mapping projection you said?
3D projection mapping, yes.
Do you have any like link I can look up? I can just Google it, I guess, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
go on YouTube and type in 3D projection mapping. It's been around since the 60s. I think they debuted it.
It's
they debuted it at in 1969 at Disney World when they first released the Space Mountain exhibit.
And you're saying like a camera can pick it up when you take a picture of it in that moment.
You can project an image onto any 3D shape and change the way that 3D shape looks.
Yeah.
I actually cannot tell if Woz is a flat
Yeah, Freddie Mercury and Tupac, they've been going on tour.
Anyways, what was your...
Dead. It's, not really surprising to think about.
Yeah, I know. Imagine that, right? And Eazy-E too. Eazy-E's also still on tour. They dug him up from somewhere.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, he's been on tour. I think he was at Coachella a couple of years ago.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
You know what I just learned about that's crazy? The freaking printer thing, where they like secretly put dots on every printer, and it's like unique to the printer to like track what printer printed each page.
Oh, want to hear even better? Go get a check, a personal check. Take a magnifying glass and look at the line where you sign and read what it says.
You're gonna break them out of their paradigm, bro. They're not ready for that.
Yeah, that's not a line, dude. Those are actually words.
Yeah. Read the fine print. Isn't something?
What does it say? Ball is king.
Why do you think it's a line?
Wait, let me see if I can check.
Yeah, get a magnifying glass, bro. So, Jekyll,
yeah.
If you look in, do you see the video I posted? Did you know the BBC's report on Building 7? So she's reporting Building 7 has collapsed, and it's literally behind her head.
Coincidence.
It's behind her head, standing there behind her head while she's giving the report.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about like the 9/11 conspiracy stuff, but I do know that I find that saying an airplane didn't go into one of the.
What do you think about that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know much about like
the official story is a conspiracy, right?
Okay, so if you ask me what I think about that,
Yes,
I mean,
no,
I'm going to.
Story. Hold on, it's the official story of conspiracy.
I don't know.
You don't know? So 19 hijackers living in caves got together to fucking fly airplanes into buildings. That's not a conspiracy.
Yeah. Well, let me answer the other question first.
Yeah, so it's
it leads into what you asked.
Listen, bro. No matter what, it's a conspiracy because otherwise it has to be the lone wolf theory of 9/11.
Yeah. Okay. So you know when you say conspiracy, we're talking about whether or not because I mean. It's someone's conspiracy, obviously. They were conspiring to blow up the towers. They did it successfully. But when you say, is it a conspiracy? That when I reference conspiracy, I'm referencing whether or not the government did it, right? The U.S. government.
I don't know why conspiracy has to involve the government.
Well, because that was the context when I said it just before you said it. So if you just, follow what I said first.
I don't follow that.
Anyway.
When I hear the word conspiracy theory, I think of why that phrase exists and what it's used for and how it was invented.
Well, there's a conspiracy theory, then there's the conspiracy theory. A conspiracy theory is something like, a group of Muslims somewhere in Saudi Arabia conspiring to build the towers. But when people think of the conspiracy theory about 9/11, they don't think of those people. They think of the U.S. government did it, right? That's what they think.
Some people think the Israelis did it. Some people think fucking, there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
You never heard that?
I wanted to.
The Israelis set up 9/11. Never heard that one.
Yeah, I've heard many stories about it.
Yeah, I don't believe that one in particular.
Someone said, like, what do I think about the Building 7 thing, and like, why don't I have a stronger opinion on it? It's because, like, look, you can show me evidence of this like nature and say, look, the story doesn't quite match up. But if you're talking to someone who hasn't read what the counter argument is to that, then I'm going to be quite naive to sort of make a point and say, oh, you know what, I'm going to jump wholesale into your point, right? I've not read much about it.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Of course you do. You need to know what both sides say about the matter.
No one's ever been able to make a counter argument to the Jet A. What trigonometry said is not actually a counter argument. We know the properties of Jet A. Look, we saw, like, everybody saw an explosion. It had to be an explosion because I already told you why. The plane was going 500 miles an hour in one direction, right?
I was gonna ask,
right?
If you guys believe in the geospace
listen, hold on a
letters,
second. The plane's going 500 miles an hour in one direction. The fuel to shoot out the hole the plane went through after it caught fire or whatever has to negate that 500 miles an hour and then go in the opposite direction and shoot out the hole it came in at whatever speed that was. So it has to change its velocity. Where did the energy come from for that? Right? The conflagration, that whole argument, listen, there had to be an explosion. And there's another reason. I'm going to give you this other reason, and it's going to fucking blow you away. When you see, there's one video, when you see the plane, quote unquote, hit the South Tower, you can see fucking shit shoot out of the North Tower. I'm not shit you not. You can see debris, flame, smoke shoot out of the North Tower when the South Tower was hit. Now, those buildings weren't connected like that. They connected in like the fifth-story basement, but the elevators didn't run all the way up and down. They only ran like up 27 floors, and you got off the elevator, then went into a different elevator shaft. So there's no way a pressure wave could have went from one tower to the other tower. Look, there was an explosion. There's no doubt about it. There's nothing anybody could say. There is no counter argument. No one even tries to argue that there wasn't an explosion.
No, I'm not the explosion.
Well, that there was an explosion.
No, the contention, I think, is right now is whether or not you think that an airplane hit the building.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I do not think an airplane hit the building. But the thing is, there could not have been an explosion even if an airplane did hit the building. Okay? You understand that? Plane or no plane, no explosion. Not from Jet A fuel. Maybe from something else, but not from Jet A fuel. No one can even make an argument against that because we have the data.
I think I'm going to reserve my judgment on this one because when Mr. What's his face up there said, an airplane can't be traveling at that distance and make contact with a tower at that altitude. It seemed like everything I saw suggested the opposite. It's perfectly fine that could happen.
It's called a never exceed speed.
Yeah,
there's a picture in chat.
Yeah, no, I want a source, not a picture.
No, it's a post from a website.
It's Quora. That's Quora.
So what?
Go on Reddit. Right. Like, go get your source from Reddit for all I care. I mean, at that point.
I'm not going to do all your research for you. I've done this many, many times over. If you can't look up the simple NVE of a Boeing on Boeing's website, then you're incapable.
But you couldn't do it. Like, just as we saw,
I've done it.
You showed me Quora.
Yeah, that was just a quick to grab something quickly. Now you're obviously not going to just accept the word. You know what I mean? So you're going to have to go to Boeing yourself.
So
maybe you'll believe them.
His name is a real aircraft engineer. That's his like subtitle.
VNE. VNE.
Hey, Yui. Hey, Yui.
Yeah, what's up?
It's called a never exceed speed. Look
If you're
up
not
that.
happy, fuck off and go and look it up.
Yeah.
It's his claim though, isn't it? Isn't that
Okay, if you're not happy with it, fuck off. How about
Well,
that?
it's basic etiquette, isn't it, Timbo? If
This
you
is
make a claim,
fact.
you defend it.
Who is Tim?
Yeah, so is it really hard to type 727-200 never exceed speed specification?
Exactly.
You're certified for that, right? Like you can just get out. You know, if he goes and finds it for you and posts it, you won't believe that. You'll be like, oh, fuck,
Yep.
dude, it's from some other source. So that's why he wants
Exactly.
you to look it up, so you can't lie to yourself. Well, maybe you can. I mean, I don't know. Will you?
No, he won't.
It's not about lying to myself. It's about if
It's about he can't be asked.
you're going to talk about me as a person.
Yeah,
Get
I'll
into the
talk over
argument.
the top of you. Hey, he asked you a question and you just walked right past it and started talking about something else. Indio asked you a question.
Sorry, he asked me a question before you interrupted me as I was responding.
I don't care.
Sorry,
mate,
oh,
because
you want to complain? Timbo, are you here to complain? Are you here to complain?
You didn't respond to the question that he asked you. He said, "Are you going to look?"
Okay, I was literally responding, and you said, no. You didn't. You got to be quiet while I interrupt you. No,
what did you
that's not how we
start
do it,
saying?
Timbo.
What did you start
Be
saying?
quiet.
All right, shut your fucking mouth and answer the question. You got 5 seconds.
I'm not doing what you say, little man.
Fuck off then. You fucking gay cunt.
Did Timbo
Got his
just
own.
say, shut your fucking mouth?
He couldn't answer the question, so he had to create a disturbance.
Okay, since we're just talking about conspiracies, can we just talk about Germany and World War II?
Dude.
Why?
What I had red herring.
He wants
I
to
feel
get
like
you on
that's
record. That way, when they pass the law, that they could round you up.
World War II is over. I don't understand. Like, what's the point, man? That shit's done.
I mean, it's not 2001 either.
Yeah, well, but that's a war. The victors write the history, right? So unless you're gonna fucking dig up all the shit from Germany with a fucking shovel somehow, try to figure out the truth. Good luck.
So you're saying like you don't know if like the Holocaust happened or
Define Holocaust.
killing of 12 million people?
12 million? Now it's 12 million? You sure it
Yeah,
isn't
so
11,999,999?
usually it's like
999,999? You sure it isn't that?
Isn't that how many of the Russians killed?
Well, I mean,
Just their
are we
own
going to
people.
quibble over the number?
Yeah.
Like, is that it?
Do-
Is it the number that makes it the Holocaust? Like, what exactly is it that makes it the Holocaust?
I think it's about the systematic killing in camps and such.
Oh no, it was 60
Oh.
million
So,
Russians killed.
was that death in the death? Was that the death camps or the concentration camps? Because those are two different things.
Both.
Because they had work
probably.
camps where they had them doing war enterprises, and a lot of people died in those from like typhus and shit. But then there was death camps, right, where they just sent people to be executed.
Are
And
those real? though?
oddly, a lot of people survived those death camps somehow because they
Mhm.
wrote books about it and they collected money from Germany because they survived the death camp that they didn't die at.
Yeah. Are those real though?
What do you mean? Are they real?
Did
Real
that
in
all
what
really
way?
happen?
What happen?
Did those were those death camps real?
What do you mean real?
And the concentration
I don't understand
camps?
what you mean real. Did people die at death camps? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, your little game ain't gonna work, dude, because
I just
you
want to see
can't
what
even
he's saying.
define fucking Holocaust. It's a
Why are we
meaningless
talking about
word.
the Holocaust, man?
No, it's a meaningless word. It doesn't mean anything anymore. Define Holocaust. You know that's a new word? New as in started being used like in about the 1970s, but they weren't using it in the 40s, 50s, 60s.
Destruction or slaughter on a mass scale, especially by fire or nuclear war.
Well, that's because the Holocaust comes from Revelations. right? So the destruction of the world, the first time was flood, the second time was supposed to be fire.
You guys see those laws where they're saying that, like, if you say that a certain group of people killed Jesus, that you can be put in prison? They're trying to pass these laws.
Yeah, I heard that.
Isn't that like Canada?
No, in the
Yeah,
United States.
yeah, it's definitely Canada all the time.
No,
I
in the
mean,
United
and they
States, they're
already
trying
do
to
shit
pass
like that.
these. Also heard that they're trying to get one on 9/11 too. Anybody who did what this guy just did, questioning the official narrative, because to me it seems like you'd be a criminal if you didn't question Henry Kissinger and his official 9/11 Commission report. Like, they're going to criminalize questioning the angel of death. So that's where our government's at right now, just in case anybody was wondering. They want to make it illegal for you to question the warmonger Henry Kissinger about 9/11. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, I want to actually ask a question about this Holocaust thing that I'm unaware of. Is there any official government record of the people that were killed? An official government record, not historians like Weissel, who fucking obviously lied his ass off about what he experienced, claiming that they killed people with the exhaust from diesel tanks, Soviet
Diesel
diesel
engines,
tanks.
yeah.
Yeah, even though they don't even emit carbon monoxide. So how did he do that? I don't know. Weissel was a lying sack of shit. So I want to know: is there any official government documentation on? Is there any official government documentation on the amount of people that were killed?
Like by the Nazis?
No, by anybody. Anybody. Official government, official tally.
I doubt it.
No, there is. There is, man.
Really?
Yeah, the American Committee for the Red Cross, the International Committee for the Red Cross, sorry,
And
for
what does they
missing and
say?
displaced persons after the war, gave a report to Eisenhower. It's 120,000 people. Yeah, dude.
Huh?
Yeah,
That's what they
120,000
said
people. Well, that's
for
what the American
Holocaust or
Commission
just
for the
in
Red Cross
general?
for missing and displaced people said it was 120,000 people.
What
Yeah.
happened to the 6 million?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the one keeping count. That's official. That's like an official document that happened contemporaneous to the event. So you know that memories of an event get worse over time, right? They don't get better,
Mm-hmm.
right? So as close in time they are to the actual event happening, that's going to be your most accurate portrayal of the event. Usually, I mean, there are extenuating circumstances where that wouldn't happen, but as a general rule, the memory of an event is when it's fresh in your mind, is when it's the most accurate before it can get contaminated by other things, right? So, the American
Like
Committee for the Red
dreams and
Cross.
re-remembrances and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. Yep. And people like reinventing when they see a big pot of money, they have to reinvent their own history.
Right.
Maybe get a cheap knockoff tattoo down at the local tattoo parlor.
Yeah, that's one of the 3 criteria of all ancient manuscripts: the number of years between the events and them getting written down, the number of copy of the events, and the number of accuracy between the copies.
It's like the Bible.
Yeah, like the
Well,
Bible.
the 6 million is full of shit, and 120,000 Jews died.
I don't know what the number is. All I know is what the official record says: 120,000.
You cite that
How
for
many?
me?
How many died from typhus?
Hold on. Yeah, probably.
I asked how
Love to see
many.
the citation.
Well, that's the thing.
120,000 is
If there
bullshit.
was 6 million, I'm not saying there is or isn't because I don't know, I wasn't there. But if there was, like, how many people died from the Allies cutting the supply lines?
Wasn't there an outbreak of typhus too?
There was.
Yeah.
Typhoid fever. Yeah, but what about the Allies, right? So, France, United States, Britain, they cut the supply lines to Germany. So how was Germany supposed to feed their prisoners? So who's responsible? If you understand how cause and effect works, who's responsible for the starving prisoners? You think they would have just starved their
already
work
starving.
camps?
And have you seen the photos? They're already starving.
They were already starving before the supply lines were cut?
Have you seen the photos?
Dude, have you never
Dude, this
fucking
dude's
seen the
whole
photos?
worldview could be summed up to have you seen the photos?
You're gonna deny they're fake now too? Like, come on, not like how? When do you draw the line with your bullshit?
Oh, all photos are real? When was the first fake photo ever made? What year?
Holy shit.
You can easily
No,
fake
no, I'm
photos.
serious.
No, not with Photoshop, but
Dude, shut up, dude.
Come on,
Why are you
man.
interrupting like that? When was the first fake photo made?
The day after photography was
1841.
invented.
They've been faking photos since the moment the camera was invented.
Why is that relevant?
Because you think faking photos is some absurdity.
No, I don't think it's absurd, but I think it's absurd to say that the photos of the Nazis literally starving these fucking Holocaust
Because
victims
propaganda
is
photos
full of
didn't
shit.
exist, right? So, like,
Oh,
all that
yeah,
propaganda
bro, come on.
photos that
Don't
the
do
Hearst
that.
newspapers were doing back in World War I and during the
Tell me
Spanish
what this
American
gives
War.
you.
Dude, why does it have to give me something?
What does this give you? Why do you have to deny it? What does this
Deny
give you?
what? Deny what? What am I denying?
Trying to deny the Holocaust. What is this giving you?
When did
Are
I
you just
deny the
like a weirdo,
Holocaust?
or
You can't even
you're saying
define
all these photos
Holocaust.
are fake?
Define Holocaust. 'Cause
Shut the fuck up. You're full
Oh
of shit,
man,
dude.
your butthole's hurt now, huh? Your butthole's hurt.
120,000.
Well, that's what the,
Shut your
that's what the
fucking
American
mouth.
Committee for the Red Cross said. You want to
I
yell at
don't
me?
give a
Go
shit
yell.
about the
Don't yell at
Americans
me.
of the
Go
Red
yell at
Cross, bro.
them. Go yell at them.
This is very well documented. Very
Oh, well documented. So send me where the
very well
official.
documented.
Listen, go send me a link to the
You
official
didn't even
government
cite it for
tally.
me yet. I'm still
Go
waiting
send.
for you to cite it for
I
me.
will. I will. Right after you send me a link to the 6 million, the official government document that says 6
I don't need
million.
to send you a link until you send me a link.
Yeah.
You made the first
Whatever.
claim, not me.
Whatever. So you have no standard, right? So
I have
you
no
can
standard.
say whatever
No, that
the
is
fuck
the
you
standard.
want,
What are you
but
talking
I
about?
need to produce evidence, so you can say whatever the fuck you want.
Send me the link, dude. Send it to us all. We have to see it. You've already claimed the 120,000 like 20 minutes ago. So
Yeah. So after I send this, you're gonna send me the link to the 12 million official government tally, whatever number you think it is. Some government record, a government record that has an actual tally, meaning they counted people. That's what I want. You have that, right?
government record.
Yeah.
Go ahead, send it to me. Send it to me.
No, listen. You have that, right?
This, if you do, I do. Just send it to me, dude.
No, you have that, right? You have
What, an
that because
official government record?
that's what your belief is based upon, right? An official record of the tally of the people killed, right? That's what your opinion is based on, that, right? Yeah, you know it's not. You know it's based
Oh,
on
it doesn't
the
need to
fucking
be
idiot
based on
mod.
an official government record. There are many ways to base this off of. How do you think we know how much Russians
No,
have
death
died during the
certificates.
war?
Death certificates aren't government records.
Through
So how do we know who
documentation,
lives? How do we know who lives and
demographic
dies?
studies,
Demographic studies.
so many ways.
How
Yeah,
are
you know
those
what that
done?
is?
How are those done?
What do you mean? How are those done? You find out who
No,
the victims
how
are. You
were
find out
those
who
done?
died.
How were those done on
Find out
people
who
in?
was in the
Yeah.
Nazis'
So
concentration camps. You don't need.
okay,
you don't
so
need government. You
so
don't need
we
the
have people
government
at
for that.
Auschwitz. How were they counted in those demographic studies? How did we tally the amount of
I already
people that
just
died at
told you.
Auschwitz?
I just told
No,
you
you
how
didn't
they were
tell me
counted.
how. I want to know how.
What do you mean how? What
Yeah,
do you?
how was it done, dude? The methodology.
I just told you how it was done. You find
No,
out
you
who
said
was
the
killed.
word demographic study. That's just a word. I want to know
And
the
I told
methodology.
you, they look into these families. They find out who was killed, witness testimonies, all of these other things. There's so many ways to do it. There's so many documents. The Nazis
but no
kept count
death
of who they killed as
certificates.
well.
No
You
death
know that? You know
certificates.
the
No
Nazis
birth
kept count of who they killed
certificates.
as well?
No death certificates. No birth certificates. No marriage
Oh, no,
records.
that
No.
certificate for the Holocaust, dude. You're just so full of shit. It's unbelievable. You're so full of shit. It's unbelievable. But go ahead and send the link for us.
You know, people are born, right? And there's birth certificates, and then when people die, there's death certificates, right? But when
Death
those people were
certificates. So the
taken,
Nazis kept death certificates? Are you going to give me a citation for that as well, or what?
well, you mean they didn't actually catalog and enumerate the people that were brought into the
No,
concentration
a lot of the
camps?
Nazi concentration camps, they
So
definitely
they
kept count of
just
who
like were
died
just
and
like
how many
you,
people died and whatnot.
you
But what do you mean
person,
by death certificate?
you don't even have a name.
We're not
Like
going
we're
to
just
get
gonna
some
drag you in
special
here.
death certificate
Yeah,
when
if
you
you
die.
keep talking, maybe you'll be right. Right? Listen, so now you're saying the Nazis did not keep a record of the people they brought in there?
No, I definitely said that. I definitely said they did.
Well, that's what implied. You
That's
said
not
they
a
don't.
death certificate. That's not what you were talking about.
But then how would they know who died? How would they know who fucking died?
Holy shit. How would they know who they are executing
Okay,
every
you
day?
take in 2,000 prisoners, right? You have to know who fucking lived and died. Right?
That's not a death certificate. Wait. So you
Well,
so you
there's
basically
no record.
check them
Listen,
off, but then
there's
you
no
have to go.
there's no
But then
record
you
of
have
their
to
death.
go write
That's
a
what you're telling
professional
me.
death
I
certificate.
think
for
you're the
every fucking
Holocaust
victim.
denier now.
Okay. This guy's so full of shit.
So,
but
yeah,
go ahead and post it. Go ahead and post your link. We still haven't gotten your link.
Yeah.
20 minutes ago.
Now you've been exposed as a fucking clown.
No,
fucking
you've
clown,
been
bro.
exposed as a fucking clown because you said they should have death certificates. What are you fucking talking about?
Dude,
You kept
keep a
tallying
record
who
of all the
died. That's
people
not a
they bring
fucking
in.
death certificate.
They kept the
Where
record
the
of all the
death certificates
people
at?
that died. Okay, the record of people that died is
Oh,
also
so
known
you
as
think
the
that's a
death
death certificate? Then just say that then.
Dude, are you dumb? If
I don't
you
use
keep
your
a
words
record of the
properly.
people that died, every time I talk, you have to talk over me. That's how fucking weak you are.
Oh god.
That's how weak you are, dude. So every time they bring somebody
You're
in,
so weak. You're saying
Yeah,
120,000
so here we
Jews
go
died.
again. There he does
Official
it again.
government record.
There he does it again. He did it again. Keep blabbing. Keep blabbing. Maybe you'll be right.
We're still waiting for the
nobody
link. It's been
hears-
20 fucking minutes. When are you
Yeah,
gonna send
if
the link?
nobody hears me, maybe you'll be right. Maybe.
Send the link.
Yeah, I will. After I get done rubbing your face and shit. Okay.
will.
Bro, I'm even agreeing with
Well,
you.
when
Send
Jesus
the
comes
fucking
back.
link.
Dude, who asked you? If I wanted any zip from you, I'd scrape my zipper.
Like, here's an article on how the 6 million figure came to be if you wanted to see it. I put it in voice links.
Voice links? What the fuck is voice links?
What are you guys chatting about? What's all the
Apparently,
hubbub?
Apparently
Talking.
nothing.
Yeah.
Apparently the
This guy-
Nazis
this guy
didn't keep
thinks
records with
120,000
anybody they
Jews
brought into the
died.
concentration camp and didn't take their names, don't care whether they live or die, and just like took bodies, nameless fucking bodies, into death camps and executed people. Right? And nobody has any record, and they have to do demographic studies and survey people's families to figure out how many people died, which is a bucket of horse shit you just made up on the fly.
No, that's not a horse
Now-
shit. That's actually what happens. What are you talking about?
Matt,
What were the serial numbers on the wrist for? What were the
hang on. So if that was the case, Matt, if they've done that, right? Do you know the method by which that was done? Because it sounds like a huge task to undertake.
Well, it's
Don't
not
you
a
agree?
huge task. The method of how
Well,
they
think
figure
about
out
it.
how many
Just think.
there are
But think
multiple
about it
things.
bro. Think about it logically, right? If you're gonna undertake that kind of task, wouldn't it take like a huge type of data and a lot of resources and time to collect that many? Like you have to go to all the families, the victims of the families, and see who was missing to be accounted for. Like there's a lot of extra work there that doesn't need to be taken. Whereas if you had some type of form of control point there in the prison, right, a record of like who was entering, wouldn't that be more easily manageable versus like the other method you were talking about, which is not, unless you have some type of citation that backs up what you're saying and the method by which it was done, then it sounds like you're just siding with somebody who just said some
Plenty of
words.
citations out there, but the one I'm most interested in, the one I'm most interested in is the one Indio posted, or the one Indio claimed, because he claimed
Hold
120,000,
on.
and we all know that figure is full of shit.
How do we
Pretty
know
much
that?
all estimations
Hold
range
on, bro.
between
How do
4
we
and 6
know that?
million.
How do we
Yeah,
know
what did
that
you just
that's
say?
full of shit?
No, we know
I didn't
something
hear that.
Because it was based on faulty information.
Hold on, dogs. I can't hear Matt.
It
What'd you
might
say,
be
Matt?
bullshit. It might not be, but him just hand waving and
Hey,
saying.
what did dogs even
it-
say? What everyone's
I
talking at the
didn't
same
hear
time.
what you said, bro. So you need to tell me what was the number that you
Yeah,
said?
so Indio claimed the official government record. I don't know who he's getting that from. Claimed 120,000 deaths.
Told you where I got
That's
it
what he
from.
claims.
You know
Okay.
exactly where I'm
No,
getting
you
it from.
didn't.
I told
You didn't post it yet. You still haven't posted it. It's been 20 minutes.
Listen, I'm looking for it. I haven't looked at it in a long time. I have to find it.
Dude hasn't even looked at it in a while, but he's telling us.
Yeah,
this shit.
well, it didn't stop existing because
Alpha,
I
don't
haven't
you
looked at it
think
in a
this is
while.
a major league problem? Like, apart from the flat earth shit.
Because
Come
I
on,
haven't
claiming
looked at-
120,000 Jews died and all this shit is full of shit crap. You
Why?
can't do
Why?
that.
You just see it's
you're
just
talking-
full of
Just
shit.
going
Your
too far.
declaration doesn't mean anything.
Are you talking about the amount of
remembrances of this.
Oh my
From
god, dude.
I've had this conversation before, but I remember that people would.
Fucking
Yes, sir.
dogs, dude. I was talking, bro. You overtalked me. Fuck's sake, dude. I know this is a
Sorry.
hot topic, but I can't get a word in edgewise if I'm trying to talk to Matt and Indio. Fuck's sake. All right, so if you're saying that oh my god, bro, who wants? Just fucking say it, man. Go ahead. God damn it, go.
Yeah, so I was saying, off you go. Finish what you're saying. I'm sorry I interrupted.
I don't even think it was you that time. Somebody else. Fuck's sake. All right, so if you're saying that it's, or Indio was saying that's 120,000, and he has a link, that source that he comes by, and you say that they use demographics to calculate the sheer number of people, right, that were executed at that time, and then there's a discrepancy in the numbers, right? We're quibbling over like whether or not it was 100,000 versus what you said, 12 million. What was the number you gave? That's what I heard when I came in here.
Yeah, the standard right now is 6 million.
Yeah, but what number did you say? 6?
I said 6 million. He still hasn't posted a source for his 120,000. He needs to post that.
Yeah,
yeah,
dude. Don't worry, you're gonna get it. Don't worry. Hold on.
Yeah, but okay.
Roll, kid.
So there's two sides right now, and you're saying that it's more than 100,000, but you have the methodology by which it was undertaken, so that we can see. Now, other people that are listening to this conversation can't just hear Indio only putting links. You got to also do that too, because now
I will post the link as soon as I see his link.
No, dude, no, don't do that. Like right
there's
now,
no, nothing. He said this 120,000 bullshit.
Matt,
He needs to prove
I
it.
know that, but you don't have the information to back
I'm
up
not
your
gonna beat
shit.
him to the
Where's
link.
yours?
He hasn't made a claim yet.
I'm gonna
though.
back up my shit.
Yeah,
I don't need
yes,
to beat
he
him to the
did.
link.
He did make a claim.
Ma'am,
Oh, what was his
whoever
claim?
the lady is speaking up right now, yes, he did. His side is saying that there is 6 million, right? Because I just finished asking him, and that's the number he gave me. So there is a claim. Don't start making excuses just because he's a Glober like you. Okay, listen to both sides. If you're impartial, then be impartial. Listen, one side is saying 100,000, the link is going to be provided. The other side saying 6 million, no links are being provided. And on top of that, he says, I don't need to provide a link. Why don't you go ahead and scrutinize him for not providing links like you did to Indio? I don't get it. If you're impartial, then why don't you go ahead and scrutinize Matt for that? Where's that coming from? You're only one-sided, ma'am. You don't see it as
I'm
both
not being
sides.
because I didn't claim a very low dumbass number. That's probably why.
It doesn't matter, Matt. Where's your information to
It
back
does
up your
matter.
claim, dude?
He
No, it
characterizes
doesn't.
this dumbass repeatedly that he's correct
This is
somehow.
bullshit, dude.
No, dude.
Like, the logic behind this is bullshit. If you're saying something, then back your shit up. That's all I'm saying. And if Indio's willing to do it, why aren't you? That's fucked up, dude. Like, oh, you want one side to be providing
have
evidence and you
logic,
don't
he has
have
emotions.
to? Yeah,
has
that's
emotions,
fucked up, dude. Like, you can't do that. And this is a debate. And if you're willing to have it, then just fucking provide the evidence. That's it. Let's see your shit now. Like, if you got it, where's your information to back up your claim?
So,
Go
as I
ahead.
recall, from having looked into this for many, many times, the 120,000 or any of those lowball figures come from the amount of people that were killed in conflict.
You cut out, dogs.
Yeah, someone muted
He
him. I
got
actually want to
muted.
hear the rest of what he said.
Okay.
Someone muted you. Let me unmute. I'm gonna unmute him. I'll unmute him. What the hell?
Are you unable to?
He got muted by a mod.
Oh, they're telling me to drop the topic.
Okay, that's fine.
Do we have to change the topic entirely? All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you ever
Hey, I
talked
just want to
about
go into this real fast since we're in the middle of going to a new
I will
topic.
go ahead and post my link though, since he can't.
Yeah. Okay.
No, don't do that shit. Like
No,
the
let's just
topic
get
dropped.
off of
I mean,
it. Let's just get off
yeah,
of it.
the topic
because
dropped. Just everybody get off.
It
that
was
shit.
brought
Don't
up. It was
fucking
brought
drop
up
no-
for this reason,
Yeah,
and that's
no
all I
link,
want to
no
point
link.
out.
That's what I thought, Indio.
Keep talking about him.
Yeah, I'm gonna ban. You're not banning you from the channel because you know I can't talk about it, and why do you want to do that shit? You're a fucking girl.
They
What a
got the
woman.
What do you mean?
Don't egg it on,
Yeah,
bro.
you're a woman.
Don't egg it on, Matt. Don't egg that shit on.
Yeah,
Everybody dropped it. Leave it alone.
I just want to go into this real fast. NASA genius study. So NASA was looking for geniuses in the 1960s, and they found out that like every child is a genius before they enter like public school. And they started measuring these same children like year after year, and the number of geniuses dropped off. And by the time they graduated, there was only 2% geniuses left. And this study from NASA, from Goddard, shows that public schooling like completely eradicates all the geniuses in society. So
Yeah, I've been reading this since you posted it, and what you just said doesn't quite fit what's in this study. What's in the study is that it was actually
you
about
read the whole
creativity
thing
and the genius level of creativity. I read the introduction and some key points.
Okay.
So kids become less creative over time going through schooling because they're disincentivized to be creative, especially in the 60s. Now you'll actually find that the current work shows that kids, even going through the public school system, are more creative than they used to be back in like the 50s because we've changed our schooling from just rote memorization to now there's a lot of interactive, creative like programs like drawing and art and things like that.
So 172 pages, and he summed it up for you guys. He read that in 12 minutes.
You said he did the introduction.
Yeah, I have really good reading comprehension. So I can read like the introduction and understand what the introduction
So what I
is trying to
said
tell
isn't
me,
in there.
and then
but
flick
what
through
you
to see
said
if there's
is-
anything new.
So what I said isn't in there, huh? You don't know. You haven't fucking read it. You're talking about things that you haven't read yet. Only an idiot would do
So
that. You know
the
that,
National
right?
Science Foundation, along with the engineering universities and societies, have joined in a mutual effort to define the design process with particular emphasis on creative design. Students too frequently sit passively in class, take safe courses, are discouraged from risky or interdisciplinary research projects, and are discouraged from challenging the ideas presented to them. So it seems to be that in order to get a good score to go on to higher education, you're likely to take safer courses, which will reduce the amount of inspiring, creative things that you engage in.
I do want to make a quick announcement. We are in Speculation Sunday, so usually this is a day that everybody has to speculate on certain things. So if you hear somebody saying things and it sounds kind of far-fetched, that's because today's the day that people are talking about speculation. So don't get too alarmed by it, Globers. Just letting you know.
So we can talk about meteors again?
Oh, I just want to talk about
If
the
somebody
idea
wants
that the flat Earth is a psyop entirely, that it's just a way to get low information voters to either abstain from voting or to vote for the wrong candidate because you give them a faulty way of coming about truth. It's also probably a way for more Christian voters and idealized voters to be created.
What?
I'd like
I
to
didn't
talk
mean-
about
I
the
didn't mean
fact
for-
that dogs are God.
I didn't mean
is
for
so
dogs
full
to
of shit
offload his
that it
bullshit.
sounds- yeah.
Well, technically, it's not Sunday in California, so can they be speculative?
No.
No, I'm in California. I can't be speculating.
I still want to hear
time.
what Larry asked dogs. So was what Larry said in the document or not?
He doesn't know. He hasn't read it.
Not anywhere I saw, but if you'd like to give me a specific page, it seems the document's
Read it.
about creativity
you
and
read it?
innovation and not about genius level intellect,
dickhead.
because we know that IQ, no matter what you do with it, it does fall along like certain genetic levels. There is a component of IQ that can't just be inflated due to school level.
Hey,
You
dickhead.
haven't read it.
Dickhead.
Yes, mate, how are you? I'm glad that you're finally calling me a name that I understand.
Okay, hey, dickhead, shut up. So
Yeah, champion.
Now,
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, fella. Yeah, mate.
how about before you criticize what Larry said? How about you read the document and find out what he said if it's in there?
Well, if
Yeah,
you
it's
read
in the
document,
introduction. It
he's
says
gonna
it's about
realize that he's not
creativity.
a genius.
Because you're full of shit, mate. That's why.
Yes, I'm the one full of shit. Sure.
Yes, because you're
Reading out
criticizing
quotes from the document.
You're criticizing a document you haven't read to criticize
No,
what Larry said about the document. So you are full of
I'm
shit.
criticizing Larry's interpretation of the document by reading out sections of the document.
But you don't have an interpretation because you haven't read it.
He's so educated, he doesn't see how this is a problem.
I've read enough of it
Oh,
to
stop talking, shush. He's educated and I'm not, therefore he's right. That's what this document is pointing out.
Just falling upon genius level intellect is incorrect.
He's gonna keep. Yeah, he's gonna
Sorry,
keep
I was
doing that. No, he's gonna keep doing that. We can't keep entertaining dogs and asking him. We can't reason with that guy. He's good in little spurts, but just not long stints. That's not good for anyone.
His mic is dog shit anyway.
Well, he's inside. He cleans inside of houses, so he's always having an echoey sound. Anyway, does anybody here want to bring up a new topic other than the one that was just previously mentioned?
Veritas. We said it's speculation Sunday, so I can just bring up something.
Well, I mean, yeah, if somebody wants to engage you, Cortical, not if nobody wants to do that. Then
I'm not trying to debate. I'm just throwing stuff out that seemed interesting to me for topics.
well, somebody wants to bite on it.
What is it called? Spectral emissions, when we can measure absorption lines and kind of see what stars and objects.
Oh, that's a good
even
topic
things on Earth.
Actually,
sorry
to interrupt. That's a good topic. For speculation. Go ahead.
So let's consider base level flat Earth. When we do the experiments on Earth with spectroscopy, we get results, and we seem to confirm those results by our knowledge of what we're testing against. It works, and then we go to the sky, and we get I won't say results because we can't test it against the medium, but we do spectroscopy on say Jupiter or on stars, and it tells us that the things that we're looking at on paper are made of hydrogen, helium, and metal, carbon. Speculation Sunday, what's going on?
We have some.
Look at it.
We have some people in here that might want to bite on that one. Does anybody on the flat Earth side want to?
Yeah,
bite on
I'll just mention something. So, what's one of the main parts of spectroscopy about the light?
Oh, I'm not good at this. I'm not trying to debate.
What the main point is that the light source is a source. So it has to be a source of. You have to know what the light source is to be able to tell those spectral lines. So when you're talking about planets, the planet doesn't have a light source coming from it.
Correct. Well, my understanding is it radiates, but it's not like a perfect mirror. It's not mirroring. Okay, so Jupiter, for example, it's not mirroring the sun. It is radiating that energy. It's being converted and then radiating its own spectral lines.
How do you know that?
I don't know. That's my understanding. If you have better information, then I'll accept it.
I got the same amount of information as you do. The same amount of information as astronomers do.
Well, I don't. Okay, so
we all have the same information.
Maybe Jupiter's a red hair, or maybe we can throw Jupiter aside because it doesn't emit light.
Are you asking if it's possible that can take place in spectroscopy? If it's plausible to do something like that, or are you just saying this is what I think would be in line with something that's correct? Because I mean, if you're saying,
okay, so
as far as spectroscopy goes,
so there, in my time here, I've heard people kind of try to say that maybe stars aren't like a real thing, but
really,
I think so. Yeah.
Who said that?
What do you mean by a real thing?
Outer space isn't real.
In what way?
Who said stars aren't a real thing?
Maybe that's French. Maybe it's French.
Maybe somebody who's blind never looked up at the sky and said, "Yeah, those things that you guys call stars, I don't think they really exist."
Okay. Well,
because we all see stars.
I think that answers my questions. You guys, stars are out there.
Well, that was easy. Shit. Does anybody have?
I imagine they would probably think it's like a hologram or something.
Yeah.
Who
said
hologram?
Who said a fucking hologram?
Who said?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I imagine that would probably be what they think.
You imagine
that's why
you don't think. Right?
That's why you live in the land. That's why you live in the land of imagination with the globe, because you imagine what we say, even though we didn't even say it.
Maybe it wasn't. You
That's
guys,
what-
you guys spend too much time on YouTube. I watch too much YouTube.
Well, yeah, it was kind of a shot in the dark. Anyway, if there's any other topics, if not,
Hey,
we
can
can
I
just
bring up something
talk
about
about
that for a second? I want to bring up
Yeah,
something.
go on, man.
So I don't know if you've seen the recent stories that says Uranus smells like farts.
But maybe it does.
Well, that's what they say, and they say they know this from spectroscopy, right?
So
They say they've measured hydrogen sulfide in the gas of Uranus at 3 parts per million. Okay.
I've heard Brian Cox said this, like the British astronomer, said that it could be true that it rains diamonds.
Yeah, that's another story. Yeah, that's another story. Rains diamonds on Jupiter and Saturn.
He loves anuses.
Yeah. So on Earth, if we want to analyze something, we use gas chromatograph spectroscopy, right? And we can measure the precision of that. We have a sample that we know what it is 6 to 9 parts per million. So they did 2 to 3 times better than when we have access to the actual sample here on Earth. Now, how did they do that? With a telescope?
No idea.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't do that. They make stuff up. Sorry to say that, but they have models of how they think it's going to work, and they just assume the model's true, and then they get some data and they say, according to our model, this is how the data should be interpreted.
There's probably an easy answer for this, but what I always wondered is how they isolate a single star whenever they do it. Like, how do they say that this light came from that star?
I have no idea, man. I know nowadays they do a lot of post-processing with, signal processing and all that crap. So a lot of it's done in software.
Does it piss you off whenever you see something saying false color? That makes me angry.
Yeah, false color.
Just to make it work its way into like a National Geographic article or something.
Yeah, like the black hole image.
Yeah, or like the star nurseries. Yeah.
Yeah. The star
Yeah, those
nurseries
ones.
are more what I was talking about. The black hole image, I think, is more just like data driven. Like, it doesn't matter what
That's
color it
just-
shows up as.
It's a
The black
it's a big
hole is a
fat-
photo.
Big flat blunt. That's what
just
it
said
is.
the black hole's
Someone's
a photo.
smoking a joint. Not sure.
Where can I
Who
buy
was
a
that?
697 gigahertz camera that takes pictures at 967 gigahertz?
Well, it can't be a photo in the traditional sense. Like, it was taken with an array of telescopes. It wasn't taken from a single telescope.
Yeah, but it's not in the frequency of light, right?
It's a photo, dude.
Yeah, the blue marble is a photo too.
Yeah, but it's not in the light
not a
frequency,
marble.
so it can't possibly be a photo.
Gosh.
Flat
Right.
Earth is a photo. Too.
The Earth is
Trolls
a
are so
giant
boring,
toilet.
man.
It's a giant skibbity.
Ugh.
Yeah, you guys are fucking morons, man.
I'm a low energy troll. I can barely get up in the morning.
I just want to say thanks
Is
for
that a
putting up with me,
Freudian?
guys.
Is that Freudian slip?
Peace out.
Good night.
Hey, dude.
Peace out, man. Have fun on your island.
Thanks.
Something.
All right, who's up? Who's got a claim to the globe? And it can be as outlandish as you want. It's speculation Sunday.
I mean, do you want to go back to the black
You
hole?
got a claim
non-photo?
to the flat Earth. You have a claim.
I was
go
just
on.
asking you globers if you had a claim to the globe, like, yeah. And your answer is, do you have a claim to the flat Earth? My answer is yes. I asked you first.
So?
Yeah. What do you mean so? That doesn't even follow on my sentence.
I'm asking you.
Asking what?
If you
Fucking
can't
hell.
handle it.
Is that guy all right?
I don't know, man. Are you having a seizure, a stroke, or something, man? You all right over there?
Dogs are God just put refraction proves the globe. No, refraction debunks the geometric horizon. That's actually what it does. Because if it's always refracted, then you can't actually measure the curvature of the Earth.
All right, I'll be the token Glober.
Can we measure flat Earth?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like
Okay, show me.
lunar eclipse.
So you measure it zero drop over distance. Measures flat Earth.
So there's zero. So can you do
That was
that
easy.
with Mount Everest?
What does that mean?
What are you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, I don't think you're big enough to do it with Mount Everest. I mean,
I don't think
Better
this guy's
body-
all right, but I could be wrong.
I think he's just watched one of Professor Dave's videos and thought he
So
could come in and
alpha
argue
is
with
that? So you're just gaslighting.
I say that boy is sharp as a bowling ball.
I say.
It's just sharp as a bowling ball.
Yeah, we're gaslighting them, guys.
A bowling ball is not sharp.
No
Unless that was
shit.
a joke.
Alert the media.
Are you in a kitchen or something?
Yeah, I'm in a print shop.
Education may suppress creativity and imagination.
True.
Education is not needed for intelligence.
True. Faith.
Did you see what Dr. God posted? I gotta read this. The apparent horizon can't invalidate the geometric horizon because they are measured different, champ. Sorry, Larry. How's the geometric horizon measured again?
It only exists.
What did you say?
In mathematics.
Not talking to you, Epstein.
Indian?
Okay, I'm just muting you because you're just in the way at this point.
Like, I am a Glober, but like when people talk about the geometric, right? Like that doesn't do Globers any good. Like it only exists on paper.
No, but it's kind of hard to backpedal from it now after a couple thousand years of saying ships go over it and the sun blocks it. Or it's blocked by the sun and it's blocking ships.
Like if we were sitting on like Mercury or like some type of like spherical body that didn't have an atmosphere, we could talk about the geometric horizon, but that's not in the cards here.
Well, I mean, but you understand my point, right? Is that they've been saying for 2,000 years that there's when you see a ship, half of a ship, it's being blocked by the geometric horizon. That's why you don't see the ship.
Right.
And this is a globe proof now. This is their proof. And
well,
I've heard this hundreds of times. It's been fucking 3 years arguing about it. The first 3 years of Flat Earth was spent arguing about this geometric horizon.
I think that flat earthers and globe earthers both think that they have like that they can use the apparent horizon as like a cutting edge sword, and like we'll always go back and forth on what the horizon means. And like I just don't think it's persuasive either way. You're never gonna
What?
10-second part. All right.
Children, man. Absolute children.
Like I just don't think it's the nail in the coffin.
Look, I don't think that. Listen, I don't. Our claim, we don't make any claim about the horizon flat Earth. It's only a reputation of the globe. We don't claim that the horizon's geometric. It's completely optical. In that where its distance from you can't be predicted because the weather can't be predicted generally, right?
Yeah,
we can predict some things, right? We can predict the temperature within 5 degrees, right? We can tell you if it's going to rain, right? Within some degree of certainty, right? Within some percentage, right? So the weather itself is unpredictable inherently. So predicting where the geometric horizon or the horizon is going to appear to be on any given freaking moment of any given day is not really doable. Just not doable.
I think it's unfortunate for globe Earth that atmospheric effect, like that the apparent horizon is what we have to work with. It makes it harder to defend proofs. Like it does make it like it muddies the water for sure.
Well, I mean that. Listen, that claim should be abandoned. But I mean, People, globe earthers should stop trying to use that as evidence of a globe. Is all I'm saying.
That's all they got, though, bro. Either that or they saw it on TV.
Well, okay, so the ability to calculate precisely when, like, a ship will go over the horizon, yeah, like it depends on all the factors that go into the atmospheric refraction. So being able to pinpoint when it will go over, like that is like definitely like hard to do on the globe Earth model. You can always say, hey, it happened too close, it happened too far, like it didn't happen when it was predicted. But I don't think there are circumstances when it doesn't happen. Like it will always happen eventually. Like they will go over.
It won't. No, it won't. I've observed this literally myself. Eventually, the ship will get so far away where it just fades into the distance and you can't see it. The opacity of the air makes it so it just becomes invisible. It'll just get fainter and fainter and fainter. And I don't even mean smaller. I just mean fainter.
Okay.
I personally watched a ship go 30 miles from me in Boston Harbor. I watched it for 3.5 hours sail from 6 miles away from me to 30 miles away from me, from 15 feet above sea level. And it just faded. Didn't disappear over the horizon, didn't do anything like that. It was a giant container ship. I actually just got bored watching it. But it never went over anything.
I would posit that on the average, like ships don't fade as often as they disappear bottom.
Well, they used to. I mean, you're just guessing, and I would posit
You're right.
I would posit that's the exact opposite of that.
Fair,
I think ships over the horizon is actually rare because there are videos of it, but they're rare. They're not that many. If you go on YouTube, maybe there's 20, maybe 30.
Well, I don't think YouTube is all that concerned in settling like this kind of very niche discussion.
Well, I'm just saying is that I doubt you've ever heard anybody like in your casual oh man, I was at the ocean, man, and I watched the ship go over the horizon and it was cut off by the Earth curve and
you're right,
yada yada yada. That just doesn't happen on a regular basis. People just don't say that.
You're right.
And there used to be a term in ancient. Well, I shouldn't say ancient. So there was a term for so how far you could see. It used to be called the offing in old maritime lingo franco, I guess you'd call it. So a ship would fade into the offing or go off into the offing, right? So it was some part of the sea, right? Like you would start seeing a ship come, what they would call out of the offing or into the offing, depending on how far away it was, right? Where you the ship would start becoming visible, and they never described it as I see the mast, and then I see the hull, and then I see. That's a whole separate thing. But if you just look at people writing about living in a seaport town and shit in the 1800s, ships would be in the offing. That's what they would call it, meaning that they could see it coming, but it was faded. Because they were using rigged ships with sails, right? So it took a while for the ship to get to them.
All right, Speculation Sunday. This might be a bite. It might be a boo. Past if the plane goes on forever, when we go past where we've gone before, is it more of the same or is it something completely different? Like are conifers still conifers? Like past Antarctica, like the Antarctic disk? Like are there still bees? Are there still?
I'd imagine they could terraform pretty easily what you call tundra. I don't think it would be very hard to do at all.
Well, let's think about what they say on the globe, right? So what they say on the globe is that south of the equator, I think it's only 11% of the flora and fauna exists that is north of the equator. right? So like 89% is north of the equator and 11% is south of the equator. Of all the variations of flora and fauna.
Some of that, like might be because most of the landmass maybe exists north of the equator, but
why
but
wouldn't
the
there be
point
more in the
still
ocean then? Right?
Good
Why wouldn't,
call.
like, if it's more sea, then maybe you should have more sea creatures, right? To make
Good
up
call.
for the deficit, right?
I withdraw my objection.
And it also goes for the human beings. Well, I mean, I understand that with the human being argument because human beings don't live in the sea, but I don't understand it with the flora and fauna argument. And like as you go south, it becomes less and less. Like there's less and less life. So like when someone says, "Hey, if we go past Antarctica, whatever that means," right? I don't understand why there would be more life. I would think there would be less and less and less.
Like
That it would continue in that direction, basically, of non-life.
we're imagining like a maybe infinite plane, maybe not infinite plane, but definitely land that goes beyond Antarctica, right? Like we're talking about the same thing.
I mean, yeah, some people believe that. I mean, it's speculation Sunday, as you pointed out. So we're speculating right now.
Right.
Yeah, it's a possibility. There's more land. It might be just more ice.
So like the way I see it is like plant life, like it spreads, like it gets carried by the wind. I've heard of like fish raining from the sky, like it would find a way to spread, seeds spreading. So my question is like,
yeah, rain of animals. We were actually talking about that earlier. That's kind of weird you brought that up. I haven't talked about it in like 2 years, and you brought that up. Like rain of animals, so they get sucked up, I guess, in storms and then get rained all over the place.
Well, my question would be, are the things outside of Antarctica, like on the outside, are they alien or are they our cousins? Like the trees cousins. Yeah.
I don't know, man. They're like skinwalkers. A skinwalker.
No. When I say alien, I mean having its own genesis story versus being centric to the world we live in and having migrated over there.
I tend to think nothing can survive. I just think less and less life. Further you get away from north, the less life there's going to be. So in Antarctica, so officially, the average I think like the average temperature for the year is like -36. Then that incorporates summer and everything. So that's the average temperature, -36. And the coldest reported is something like -96 Celsius. And then if you look at, okay, how long's the longest river in Antarctica? It's 1.6 kilometers. And there's only 4 rivers in Antarctica.
Wait, there are fucking rivers in Antarctica?
Apparently, yeah, because parts of Antarctica are not in their outside of the Antarctic Circle, right? Okay. So that peninsula is outside the Antarctic Circle. You know, the peninsula that goes up to like South America.
By the way, like untouched territory. If any of you guys are writers, like I have never seen anyone ever talk about like a flat Earth sci-fi like story of what is beyond the fucking Antarctica. I think that is a.
I've thought about that. I've thought about making like a flat Earth Roblox mod, which would probably be funny.
I mean, Roblox would be cool, but like if you wanted to cover, like, if someone wanted to write a book, a novel, like a fiction novel, like about what's out there, that is a niche that is an itch that has never been scratched.
Yeah, you're right, man. I've actually thought about it, but like, I don't know, man. I mean, that's like, you could basically do anything with that you could do to outer space, right? Instead of going to an alien planet, right? The aliens are past Antarctica.
Yeah, but that's been done before. Like, I'm a glober. Like, I believe it, but like, I'm a sci-fi junkie, and I would watch a movie or I would read a book that talked about like what happened on a flat Earth beyond that art, because you could write about friggin' anything.
What if like your molecules just start like disintegrating, right? That like reality is like grounded at the North Pole, and like the further away you get from it, the less like the more you just descend into like an unreality, where there's no physical laws and there's no energy. Kind of like the shit they say with like a black hole, right? Like if you go past the boundary, we don't know what the physics is past the boundary of the black hole.
Well,
If, like,
that's a big.
well, if you get further away, right? You get further away from the center, and just like you just start molecularly disintegrating, right?
So that shows up in a lot of debates that I've heard. Is physics local or is it universal? Like,
well, that's a big question. That actually is a big question.
Or temporal. Temporal.
Yeah, and it's also the uniformitarianism, right? That they're also uniform through time, right? That they don't change over time.
Right.
That's just static. So yeah, nobody knows the answer to these questions.
They go from almost physics to philosophical.
Well, they have to become philosophical because, like, can't experimentally
exactly
prove it one way or another.
Anything you can't experimentally prove goes into the realm of philosophical, which is junk science.
So is the globe philosophical?
Well, philosophical isn't science per se. I wouldn't call it junk science. I mean,
yeah, it's philosophical.
Is the globe philosophical,
Yes.
Cortico?
Everything.
I know you.
Everything could be considered philosophical, even hard sciences.
What do you mean by everything? What do you mean by everything?
I think I have a like I studied philosophy in undergrad, so I'm going to champion it. Everything has philosophy has its grubby fingers and everything. We can argue any point. Like
What about like sky is blue? Where's philosophy in that?
What is blue? Blue to
A
you.
color. It's a description of a color.
It's a description that you have of a color. But how
So,
can you say that your blue is the same as the next person?
the sky is a color which we call blue.
I'm just trying to show you that you could philosophically argue anything. Like but blue
I mean,
is a word. Blue is subjective.
no, it's not.
It's completely subjective. You could describe it in terms of the wavelength.
There's different shades of blue, but blue as a color is subjective.
Well, and what is blue?
So it's a color.
It's arbitrarily defined. In a certain wavelength, we say, okay, this is the most blue of the blue, but it is a gradient. But
No,
which one,
I mean,
which
yes,
one is
but
this more blue than the other blue? And who's to say that your blue is not Larry's red?
oh, you're one of those everything is an illusion type shit.
No, it's all subjective.
No.
You have no way to prove that your blue is not Larry's red.
yeah, man, we all read The Sky is Gray. Like when we were
Dude,
I didn't.
So so that means
you should have, because it didn't need to go to your philosophy class. I read that in 3rd grade, man. Like,
I paid too much.
Wait,
oh
so
shit, dude. Yeah, you did.
wait, so with that, it sounds like you think there's no such thing as objective reality, right? That's what you just said. Larry's blue could be red, right? So there's no objective blue. Like there's no objective color of the sky.
I think that there are probably objective things you could say about the universe.
What about Earth?
Whether Earth exists?
No, man. Like I'm just saying. Like you said, everything is philosophy. I said no. You said everything's philosophy. I said no. There are certain things that are just objective facts, right?
I think that there are objective facts.
So everything is not philosophy then.
I think you had me there. Yeah, you're right. I concede.
I mean, I agree with you that you can philosophize about anything. You can conceptualize anything, but I wouldn't say that everything is philosophy. Philosophy is man-made, right? So.
Okay, maybe you have a point. I take your point.
You saying everything is philosophical? You make anything philosophical made me think of that joke from Chinatown.
Hear it.
Oh, you never
What's
heard
the
that?
joke?
Oh god, it's kind of long.
We got all the
Okay.
time in the world. No one's stepping up with
so I'll read it.
Earth or globe Earth.
So there's this guy Walsh. he's tired of screwing his wife. So his friend says to him, "Hey, why don't you do like the Chinese do it?" So he says, "Well, how do the Chinese do it?" And the guy says, "Well, the Chinese first they screw a little bit, then they stop, then they go read a little Confucius, come back, screw a little bit more, then they stop again, go, and then they screw a little bit, and they go back and they screw a little bit more, and then they go out and they contemplate the moon or something like that." It makes it more exciting, right? So that's what's reminding you. You can make anything philosophical, including screwing.
Yeah, I'll be the first person to tell you that like my degree would never have gotten me anywhere. That's why I
You have a degree in philosophy?
I also didn't tell you the rest of the joke, so
I
anyway.
have a degree in philosophy and I have a degree in law.
But that's
Oh, okay.
actually a perfect combo, man.
What? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Lawyers are basically philosophers, eh? What kind of
well, you need to know like burdens of proof, how to prove things, right? So like, you know,
No,
logic, reason.
Yeah, I would love to say, yeah, philosophy helped me so much, but like anybody could do it. Like we had people with degrees in
Are you a
math.
practicing lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's awesome.
Municipal law mostly, but like we had people who had degrees in math. We had people who had degrees in political science. I don't think that it gave me a leg up. It was fun, though.
Yeah, that's because you're not a trial lawyer. If you were doing trials or something, it might matter.
I'll preface this with saying I just graduated and I just passed the bar.
Oh,
Portico,
awesome.
Was it you who said that lawyers are basically philosophers? I think I heard you say that, right? Was it?
We are, but I think anyone can do it. Anyone with a brain can be a philosopher. Everyone is a philosopher in their own right. I just think.
Yeah. I just meant like lawyers, specifically lawyers.
You think the law is a science?
No.
That sucks.
I think it is all man-made. It has. There's no way that you can relate the way that judges' opinions. Like you can't correlate that with like the reality of the world. It's all societal preferences. It all has to do with what society thinks is the best for society, and that has no basis in science. That all has that has sole dominion in philosophy. Like the way because we have to make arbitrary. We have to say things arbitrarily, like human life is valuable. How do you prove that in science? You can't. You have to just state it. Like you have to have you have to have base axioms that in law we say that property has value. That has no basis in science. We have to say human life is more valuable than animal life, like dogs. That is no basis in science. It's all philosophy.
No, but when I say science of the law, I mean how the law is applied is like a science, though it's not being applied to the natural world, being applied to the customs of men.
So I, in my younger years, attempted to get a degree in physics, but I failed completely. I made it 3 years in an astrophysics program. I failed completely and hid under the rock of philosophy. And so, from my limited experience in that, maybe there are some correlations with the scientific method, but I don't think very many. I just think it's a completely different process. It's apples and oranges.
I mean, I just don't think that. I mean,
think that
you have the law degree, and I don't, so I'll defer to you to some degree. But I think if you look at the common law, I think
logic always applies. You will be logical. You will treat things logically. Like
so there are rules, right? There are like rules of thought and logic and reason and how to apply the law and all that stuff. There's a foundation there. There's a structure that I consider a science, right? Oh, maybe not a science, maybe engineering, almost. Maybe.
Why don't you just say logic?
What are you up to, guys?
Hey, what's
It's
up?
been a while since I talked to my
Yeah.
fellow flat brainers, man.
Yeah, why do you just interrupt like that? Rude ass people. Anyway.
Indio, logic is in most universities that I'm aware of a philosophical. It is a philosophy class.
Yeah,
So
that's why I
logic
said
is-
lawyering and philosophy goes together.
So Okay, to that extent, absolutely. Logic is 100% necessary. Like, I challenge anyone to. They're fun. The LSAT practice tests. You can Google them. They're logic tests. They're all logic tests, and they're fun. Like, if anyone wants to challenge their brain, take some LSAT logic tests. They're a buttload of fun.
Is logic subjective system or objective?
Objective.
Okay. It's not a language?
They use language because it's the medium that we have to work with. Like, you can't just write a test with 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0. Like, but it's the best we have from translating something that is objective. In my opinion, logic is objective. But being able to test that, we have to do a little bit of work and try to make as good as we can a test using.
Can you test logic without language?
I don't think you can. I think language is the medium.
Yeah,
I think language is the.
How do you do that?
You can do it symbolically.
Well,
Symbolically?
funny enough.
So
funny enough.
Godel created a symbolic system for logic, and
Funny enough,
turned the logic into numbers, and then you could add and you could do arithmetic on the numbers and get logical statements out of them.
Funny enough, the class, the logic class is actually called symbolic logic.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the test called?
I mean, it's hard to describe. He made them into the way I've seen it done was made into playing cards. So he would make all these. He'd turn all these logic symbols into numbers, and then you could do operations with them.
Well, that's
numbers are part of a language, right?
I
think they have to.
Yes, I would say, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
yeah,
I'm trying to.
you can't do logic without a form of communication. Otherwise, you're just talking to yourself. And then, what language are you talking to if you don't have a language, right?
Language is the medium by which information comes. Even if it's your eyes to your brain.
Well, if logic is I don't have a dog in a fight here. I'm just trying to think about it. If logic is objective, Sorry, I got interrupted. If logic is objective, we should have a way to objectively measure that without subjective measures. That makes sense.
Can you measure logic?
One question that I had early in my philosophical training is: would logic exist without a universe? Would 1 still be 1? Would 0 still be 0? And my conclusion, and Waz, maybe you can help me, was the fact that a universe exists or doesn't exist is a logical construct. Therefore, logic does exist.
The universe exists is a logical construct?
Yeah, it either exists or it doesn't exist. That's
universe, I just take it that whatever we observe on Earth and up in the sky, right?
Okay.
That's just objective. That's nothing to do with logic.
You don't think that that's a logical concept? You don't think logic has anything to say with that?
No.
Versus non-existence, binary, 0 or 1?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
So
I believe in objective reality. So
okay, so Godel tried to make an objective system on how to evaluate logic, and what he proved was that you can't. That there's no system of mathematics or logic that is both incomplete and self-consistent. That you can prove it to be complete and consistent, right? That means that that in any given mathematical system or logical system, there's some things within it that you can't prove using that system. You understand?
Yes.
So he kind of proved this subjectively.
Right.
Like, hey, there's some things we can't do. You're either going to have an inconsistency, right? Some contradiction or inconsistency, or an incoherency, if you will, or you're not going to be able to prove something that's true. Like, there's no proof available. It could be true, right? There could be some conclusion within that system which is true. You just can't prove it, right? So there's that problem. So what you're saying is true. There really is no objective measure for logic because of this flaw, and because this flaw exists, it can never actually happen. Because there'll always be a scenario where that objective standard won't work.
That's the conclusion I've come to so far.
Was could you Steelman? What he said? Like I'm trying to follow. Like you've come to the same conclusion. I'm trying to follow.
The conclusion is that there's no objective way to measure logic. I mean, that's the conclusion.
Okay. Is it
kind
because
of like saying you can't? Hold on, let me try to Steelman his argument. Kind of like saying you can't use logic to prove logic, right? You can't use deductive reasoning to prove deductive reasoning is truth.
I agree. Okay, so some of the simplest proofs in logic are A or not A, but you have to use logic to prove that. Like you have to use logic to prove logic. That's circular. It's circular. Is that kind of what we're going?
Self-referential, man. We kind of can't get away. Yeah, we can't get away from that to some degree.
It's like Inception.
Yeah, but how do you get away from it?
We
like,
can't
how
get
do you?
more.
You have to get out, like outside the universe, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like when people say intelligence. Like, how do you measure intelligence? Some people swear by the IQ test. Some people swear by other things. You can't really objectively, necessarily measure that.
I agree with that. And what it hits.
Imagine an anal thermometer was the most accurate method of gauging intelligence.
I would take it though. That would be so much easier. I spent 3 hours taking an IQ test one time.
You would take it like a man.
It was horrible. Yeah, I would take the thermometer. I agree with that. But I think you run afoul of kind of locking yourself out of productive work when you try to like solve axiomatic statements. You try to get to the meta of something that we could just axiomatically say, and we're giving up something when we presuppose axioms because they're not grounded. But in order to do work, I think you have to make some assumptions that A cannot be not A at the same time. And then in the 21st century, quantum mechanics.
It's a law of identity, right?
Yeah. And then
I think the definition here, Alpha posted, it says reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. So last part, strict principles, right? Those are what we create. We create the principles.
Right. So it goes back to that, like the meta proving 0 and 1.
Yeah.
But how do we prove 0 and 1? And you have to just assert that 0 and 1 are different. You just have to say that they're different. Because there's no. I'm not a mathematician, but you just have to just assert that 0 and 1 are different. A is different than not A. Yeah, I don't think that we can get more fundamental than that. Maybe in 1,000 years of philosophy, someone can show us why A is or why 1 is different than 0. But I think that it's just something we have to assume.
Well, I always bring up this tribe, and that's from the Amazon called the Paraha people that don't use numbers.
Dude, I know everything about that.
Yeah.
I don't.
So they
so-
they call them like super empiricists. So
yeah, go on.
yeah, so like if you said to somebody, so this is actually something that happened. This missionary named Dan Everett went and snuck in and like associated with them and was like preaching to them about Jesus Christ. And they were all coming to his thing for 6 months. And then one of them asked him, "Well, when did you meet Jesus?" And he was like, "Oh, I never met Jesus." Always some jerk. And they were like, "Well, they all stopped coming because the way they think, they don't believe something unless either you experienced it yourself or somebody you know experienced it, right? So you have to be one step removed from the person that told you. Yeah, so some guy said, "Yeah, I saw a fish this big," and they told you. That's as far removed as they can be from the story otherwise they won't believe it anymore. Okay, they like I said, they're what's called super empiricists. They don't do that third-hand information shit.
And they had no numeric system. Did you watch the documentary?
I've
The
seen
Grammar
a
of
bunch
Happiness?
I've seen a bunch of stuff on them. Yeah, and I've seen the happiness studies on them and shit. Yeah.
They had no numeric system, so they had no like 1, 2, 3, 4. They had a numeric system of They had a comparative system, so they could only say things like bigger, smaller, or more or less. Like Dan Everett, he put objects on the ground, and he would ask them, "How many objects are here?" And they could never say anything more than 1 or 2. Anytime it was more than 2, it was always more or less, or bigger or smaller. So that was interesting.
I have to imagine.
And they had no reference to past or future tense in their language like we do. They could only speak in present, which is another thing.
I feel like this is all language though, because they have shown that chimpanzees understand numbers.
Well, that's the funny thing is that's what everybody thought until they found these people. They thought that every language in the world had numbers in their
Exactly.
language.
Exactly.
Until they found these people. These people can actually communicate by whistling. So they have a spoken language and a whistle language. So they can whistle their entire. They can whistle like their entire language.
What would I search for in Google?
Just search Pirahã tribe. Yeah.
It's Pirhha. No, Pirihha, something like that.
Pirahha.
Yeah. You talk about different languages. Me and my friends invented codes when we were young men and single in our teenage years. And we would say certain code words to let the guys know that we're about to get laid. You need to remove yourselves and any other females around so that we can get laid.
We would do that too. Larry, are you a baseball man?
No, I hate sports, but I used to play football until I tore my quadricep.
What'd you play?
Tight end, defensive end, kickoff return, deep snapper.
Tight end is my favorite I never played, but like anytime I ever had a favorite player on the field, it was always a tight end.
Defensive end is really fun because like everything depends on you to keep them contained and do not let them get past you. So it's like a very important position.
Yeah,
but that is interesting though. That were they as far as you could tell confused about the differences in numbers besides higher and lower? Like they could not differentiate.
They had no reference in their language to any sort of singular number beyond 1 and 2. So anytime it was more than 1 or 2, they would say more or less. They had no numeric system like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. None of that.
That's interesting to me. Like I would need to know how much of that was language and how much of that was actual cognitive processing.
Yeah. So like if they caught like let's say 3 fish, they would say something like we caught big fish or like more fish, something like that. Like they had no like specific number to quantify the amount.
They also live in the rainforest.
Yeah, they live out in the middle of nowhere in rainforest.
Yeah, and then their lifestyle is basically they eat once a day and just like hang out.
Yeah,
or whatever they
exactly.
do, man. Like
they wake up. Yeah, go on.
No,
they wake up, go and hunt. The men come back with the food. Then they're like playing with their children, and then that's it. and then they're just like hanging around the lake and not really doing much. There's no.
There must have been like some sort of either cultural shift or we split apart so long ago because numbers are just such an important tool.
No, but you see,
Not
the,
really.
the conclusion that Dan Everett came to is that their language essentially reflected their lifestyle. So they had such a simple and straightforward lifestyle that they had no reason to have any complex number system. The more complex your society becomes, the more complex the language becomes, right? So our society, for example, would not function without a specific numeric system, because you couldn't say, I'm going to be there in 5 minutes or 6 minutes or whatever, right? So the language essentially reflects the way that they approach life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, their approach to life is very immediate. It's like right here, right
Exactly.
now.
Very present. That's what I said. They had no way of conducting present or past tense like we do. That's another thing.
You know what I find interesting about societies spread all around the globe or the disc, as we may have it, is
I don't think it's a
happiness.
disc, man.
Happiness is very local. Like you can find happiness no matter what, and depression too. Like I won't count them out. Like it doesn't matter. Money doesn't matter. Like people in
Well, they were
Amazonian
evaluated.
tribe.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because these people are evaluated as the happiest people on earth.
That's what I'm saying.
So they brought in like Harvard psychologists and they watched them. They didn't interact with them; they just watched them. And so, based upon how much they smile and like their mannerisms and how they behave, they evaluated how happy they were using some like happiness index or something. And they evaluated them compared to all the other people they had ever tested as the happiest people on earth.
That's so friggin'
Yeah, Dan Everett
cool.
said that it was very hard. Something he noticed was it was very hard to irritate them. It was very hard for them to get bugged about anything. Yeah, he had a struggle of applying some kind of stress onto the life.
So we act like flat Earth, globe Earth, super important. Morning job, day job, night job, money, all these things, so important. Yet these people that don't know numbers find happiness. I think that is important.
Well, that's why. I would say that is why they don't have things like anxiety, right? They're only worried about like very immediate problems that can be solved like by their community in like 10 or 20 minutes. Like they don't have to worry about other things.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like,
if you want to watch the documentary,
am I going to get a ticket today? Am I going to get a $150 ticket on my car when I go outside? Like they don't have to worry about problems like that.
Yeah. Do I have to drive?
Yeah.
Right.
Just everything.
Exactly.
Right?
Do I have to drive 40 miles an hour or 50 miles an hour? Am I going to be late to work? Am I going to do this?
Cop in my rearview mirror.
Do I have to go to 12 years of school or 16 years of school?
Right.
Or
How my grades going to be?
19 years of school or read a dissertation before my life can begin.
And then they also. Well, go ahead, Desi.
Am I up to date with my vaccines? Go ahead.
Oh,
yeah. Talk about that.
Is my jawline right?
Here's the other thing. They also don't have the past because they don't have past tenses. So it doesn't. You have to worry about regrets either.
They do have.
I did this and I didn't do that.
Well, I didn't I started in on this, but look at how we compare ourselves to social media. Like we compare ourselves to the stars, the literal friggin' stars, and other people compare us to those people. Like females will say you are not, this person. Like that I saw on TV or with friggin' porn. Like we say you're not that asymmetrical, or you're you know what I'm saying? Like we compare ourselves to these unrealistic things. Like we have access to things that other people don't, and it's all stressors. We're not happier than we were 100 years ago. We might live longer, but we're not happier.
I mean, even that's a deep, bigger topic if we're living longer, but that's another conversation. But if you want to watch the documentary, it's called Grammar of Happiness from Dan Everett. Yeah.
I have the wiki pulled up on these people, but
it's a lot of linguistics in there because Dan Everett is a linguist, so it's not only about the tribe, but it's about their language as well a lot. So
grammar of happiness.
yeah,
You know what's interesting is some of the people that I found that have been some of the more intelligent human beings in an unexpected place for linguists. Like normally when I think of intelligence, I think of physics, I think of mathematics, but linguists are. I have to imagine that the very successful linguists have the apex of IQs, whether or not that means anything. But like, linguistics is a very difficult subject, and props to anyone who has made significant progress in any amount.
It's
in
called
that
job
field.
security. Well, listen, if you want to protect your job and make something as unintelligible to somebody outside your job as possible, who could do it better than a linguist?
I think linguists are.
Think about it for a second. You're trying to make your job so obscure no one can encroach on your profession, and you're a linguist, right? You can create verbiage in a language in terms of art that no one else can understand better than anybody else.
Yeah, and you could just say, "I'm the linguist. Trust me."
Yeah, I'm a linguist. I'm the only one that can understand this, man. Y'all are a bunch of Luddites.
Like Noam Chomsky was a very famous linguist, very famous intellectual.
yeah, and he's in that documentary as well because a lot of those big top guns and linguists, they were against Dan Everett's discoveries and they didn't like it, which is very interesting that the scientific community goes against him. But you'll see that in the documentary. It's very interesting.
Well, I mean, that has its own things to say about the scientific, because if Noam Chomsky says something, then what rising star is gonna
Yeah,
what are they gonna
so
say? Are they gonna
Noam
back them?
Chomsky's theory about language is that all the fundamental aspect of language is recursive, like the ability to keep sentences going. Like say, I went in the car, then I went here, then I went there, then like to continue on the sentences. Whereas they can't do that in pure language, according to Dan Everett. But that goes against Noam Chomsky's theory and all the linguists, and that's why there was some controversy.
Yeah, and this seems like the kind of thing where what are they called? Starts with an A. People who just study humans would have to step in and say
Anthropologists?
Anthropologists would have to step in and say that no, that actually this is my area of study. This society has been divorced from wherever it came from for this period of time, and they have developed their own completely unique system. Like it is not like a relic. Like it didn't have its origins here. Like they are completely unique, and Noam Chomsky would have nothing to say about that. Like he couldn't just say, "Oh well, it's related to this and this way."
Right.
Maybe it's completely new. Maybe they developed it on their own.
Yeah, but that would destroy his career, right? So he would never accept that.
Yeah, he's an arrogant. Well, I won't go.
Chomsky's mask fell off, dude.
I mean, I'm not. He's said a lot of good
I
things.
think he's been a grifter his whole life, and like now his mask fell off.
He is without a doubt one of our this generation's greatest minds. He might have said plenty of things wrong, but he is. Anytime he says something wrong, we can still glean intelligence from it.
Look, I think it's going to come out that Noam Chomsky's a freaking CIA freaking stooge. Just like who was that other idiot? Who's that idiot from Leary?
Dennis
Came
Leary?
out that he was a CIA freaking snitch. Yeah, Leary was controlled by the CIA.
With every lie, there is an element of truth. With every falsehood that maybe Chomsky said, there is something to be intellectualized. That there's something to be gained.
Well, you got to think. When did Chomsky become famous? Right during the
60s?
end, 60s, end of the Vietnam War, and he exposed like the government, how it's lying, what they're lying about, the methodology of their lying, blah blah blah. Right.
So there's some. Good
I think that
debate.
he is a limited hangout. Right. That they couldn't cover up the bleeding. Right. So they have this stooge, and Chomsky's even laid it out himself. Right. What was it called? Manufacturing consent. Right. So what was
Yeah.
his thesis of manufacturing consent? Are you familiar with that?
No, sir.
Okay. So his thesis is that the government controls the narrative by basically bracketing the ideas of acceptable thought. So they put a bookend on the left, they put a bookend on the right, and the debate happens within this narrow framework, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't happen outside of it. So people think, yes, there's a controversy, but the controversy is actually within that narrow framework and nowhere outside of it.
Right.
So
So
they're limiting, they're giving the illusion of a controversy, but there's actually no real controversy. The powers that be have bracketed it in this narrow freaking lane.
right. So it's
Okay.
it's like Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali, but there's a million other people that would
Yeah,
like to
exactly.
step into the ring, but it's
You know, Palestine is flat, and that's okay. They terrorize.
What's up, Trey?
Wow, what a weirdo.
Did he diss on his? Did he leave on his own accord?
Yeah, I didn't do anything to him.
Why do they do that?
I don't know. There's a bunch of psychopaths in this freaking politics server, man. Anyway, yeah. So that was his thesis. But I think Noam Chomsky is doing what he said they do. I think he himself does it. I think he brackets the narrative within an acceptable range of thought.
Well,
Yes, he definitely does. If you watch that documentary about recursive and his like theory on language and recursive, you can tell like he's just trying to pigeonhole onto that for sure.
Do you
Like
think
he's trying to build narrative. Yeah.
Do you think he's trying to win a discussion, or do you think he's trying to move the ball forward?
I don't know what his motives are, but it seems he definitely has a little bit of cogniz for sure.
I think he's a shameless self-promoter.
Because if someone is like debating maybe a cherry picked opposition or whatever, as long as they're trying to move the ball forward, then I can kind of get behind it. Like if they're just trying to win a debate, like I cannot stand that. I cannot stand people, and I'll say it to 24/7 flat earth. I cannot stand it when people just try to win a debate when they'll use tactics that don't prove anything. They don't mean anything. They're just strictly.
Well,
winning
what is
debate.
winning? What is winning?
Yeah,
That's a good question.
That's a really good question, because I don't care. I don't care about the shape of the earth, and I don't think anyone should. I think we should care about the truth of the world. Like,
Yeah, but if the shape of the earth blinds people from seeing the truth,
well, and that is a greater good. That is a greater goal, because you don't care. You honestly, okay.
I don't care. Listen, I don't care what the figure of the earth is. I don't give a shit. Okay,
You care about the truth of the universe, right?
I care about people's ability to determine what the truth is in the first place.
Okay.
Okay, so this topic, if you've sat in any of these conversations, should show you that most people that come here to defend the globe, they put no thought into, like, they can't even form arguments for their worldview.
And I come here not even able to form good arguments, because I don't care about having good arguments, because I don't care about winning a debate. I come here.
That's not what I'm talking about. They don't know why they believe what they believe.
Okay. So
Okay,
when we were
like I
talking
can
about-
ask you why you believe what you believe, right? You'll say space pictures or something like that.
Of
right?
course. Yeah.
Yes. So space pictures. But if I ask you why you believe the space pictures, you won't be able to give me a good reason other than I trust these people.
Right. So when we're talking
but they don't realize, people that we talk to don't realize that that is the foundation. They think that the foundation of this whole globe idea is some objective scientific endeavor that's been proven for 2,000 years. But when you probe into it, it's on a house of sand. It's on a foundation of sand. There's nothing underneath there.
I'm shaking
Right?
my head so much in agreement with you.
Yeah.
Like,
So
I'm a
that's the
bobblehead right now.
That's the problem. That's the problem I have, is that people don't understand that they've constructed this false sense of security and certainty in something which really has no foundation. And the only reason they have security in it is because they think everybody else believes it. And
No,
that's
I don't-
really what it is. I think 10 people other believe it, and those 10 people think I believe it. So we all just believe it. We all just run around in a collective delusion all the time. And we all just feel safe.
So I don't
Right,
know
but
if anyone has ever called you this, but I think you are a philosopher of science. You are a
Yeah, you can call me
philosopher
that.
of the way that the scientific method should be conducted. The way that we know knowledge, the way that we understand knowledge. I think that that is, and it's not just you. I think that most flat earthers are critics of the established narrative in the philosophy of science. Their objection isn't necessarily with the shape of the Earth. I don't think most of them care about the shape of the Earth, as I don't care about the shape of the Earth. I think most of them are concerned with the way that we establish what we know. What do we
And it's
know
not
versus
okay.
what do we just
Yeah,
accept?
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But let me stack something on top of that that maybe you haven't considered, and what people don't consider is that it's not just that, right? Fine, you believe the Earth is a globe. Great. You don't have any basis for your knowledge. Great. That's fine. But it's a question of existential reality. Why do I exist? Why am I here? Where am I? Right? Fundamental questions about that should, if you're an actual thinking person, they're going to guide your choices through life, right? Like, say I believe, I was created by fucking God and Jesus and all that stuff. Well, I'm going to live my life under that worldview one particular way. I believe the universe was created by nothing, random happenstance, and I'm a materialist. I'm going to have a different worldview, and I'm going to lead my life some other way. I'm a Buddhist. I'm going to lead my life some other way. Now, think about it. Now, you have a worldview that has no foundation, and you live your whole life by it.
Yeah.
I think people should be aware, at least. And well, they should be. It's not even. I think they should be aware, at least, of what the foundation of their worldview is. If they're gonna bet their whole life on it, right? Because you only get one life to live. It's not like you can go back. Fuck, I was wrong. I got to do this over. Unless I guess you believe in reincarnation.
You know what?
Yeah,
you know
go
what the key is? The key is to not have a worldview, but to have an Earth view.
Well, I'll tell you a sad story. Real short one is I don't think that I have an existentialist view. I don't like when people talk about the meaning of life. That's a dead end to me. Like I don't talk about things in the meaning of life.
You're a Glober.
Yeah,
I rest my case. Like your do you have a materialist, naturalist, materialist viewpoint of reality?
Well, I think the world is a clock, and it's filled with
that's a materialist viewpoint, right? So that the
Yeah.
universe is governed by physical and natural laws, and that's all there is.
I question my views every day. I was raised religious. I have so many questions, but it got into my head I'd be religious.
Well, all I'm saying is that
today
like
I'm not.
that's a modern viewpoint, is that the universe in reality is just basically like a wind-up toy that was created by the physical laws, and they're just going to carry on, and everything is deterministic, completely determined by physical laws. Interactions between matter and energy, right? And that's what everything is. And these things like us talking about syllogisms and bullshit like that, that's just a
Chemical
consequence of,
reactions and
that's just
bullshit.
all chemical reactions in the brain and in the body, caused by evolution or whatever the fuck you believe in, right? That lead to that. But in and of itself, it's essentially meaningless because it's just a wind-up toy. It doesn't have a meaning, just the way it is.
I agree.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
don't
agree.
believe it.
I agree that is a steel man of my position.
Well, it's a lot of people's position, and like I don't have a.
It's
in-
sad. It's sad.
It is a depressing position. I'll go with that too. It is a depressing position.
And it's not my goal to give myself a happier reality. It's just the thing that I believe, and I can't fight against it. Like it is the thing that I believe, and I can't deny it just because it's what I believe.
I mean, here we have this dichotomy though. Like, what's the say the globe is the delusion, right? Would you prefer that delusion and have a meaningless life, or would you prefer the delusion of life has no meaning and thinking that Earth's a globe and that like space exists and maybe you'll go there someday or something? I don't even know.
Yeah, if we're just talking about delusions, I'll take that tribe that didn't give. No, honestly, that's I feel
they're
like
actually not delusional. That's the problem. They're absolutely not delusional.
fair. I think that is the reality that I would choose to accept. But you cannot choose your beliefs. Like I believe. I think that you cannot choose your beliefs. You either believe it or you don't believe it.
Yeah,
I would
I'll
love
go with that.
I would love to be a fundamentalist. Well, maybe not fundamentalist Christian, but like a Christian that believes in the afterlife and all the roses and the
Yeah, don't be
glory
like
and-
Newton. You don't want to be a fundamentalist Christian.
No. But I'm saying I would love to believe in everything that entails. But I cannot force myself to believe in anything.
Yeah,
while
I
I
agree.
will watch this video. Like you, but my point is like you cannot make yourself believe in anything. You just believe. We have no choice in what we believe. Okay, so
I want to bring something up though, real quick about these people, these Parahai people. So remember, I told you about their super empiricists, and he asked them about Jesus that he'd been proselytizing to them about, and when they told him he never met him, they didn't believe in him anymore. So there's a weird. I don't know if it's in this video or another one I saw. He said that one time they were like by a river, and like all the like natives, they were throwing stones at something like on the other side of the river, and he asked them what they saw, and they were like, there's like a demon or some ghost over there on the other side of the river. And he said he couldn't see it, but they all saw it, and they were all like chucking rocks at it, which I thought was very strange considering they don't believe shit anyway, right? They already don't believe anything. So like, how are they going to go do that?
Did you see this in an interview, or where did you see that?
I think Dan Everett actually has a YouTube channel. I might have seen it on that.
Can I show you guys something
I wanna bring a quote though from Dan Everett, relating to some of the stuff. He says, "The dilemma for the Christian missionary is for your message to work, you have to convince them they're wrong. So they have to be lost before you can convince them that they need to be saved." That's what he concluded after trying to convert them to Christianity.
Yeah, they actually turned him into an atheist.
Can I do
They converted him, was just the most messed up thing, dude.
Can I do a thought experiment with you guys, you two, real quick?
Yeah.
It'll take 20 seconds. All right, bear with me. Elephant. Free your minds and think of nothing. Could you erase when I said elephant from your brain?
Actually, yeah, because I practice this.
Was?
I practice meditation, so I know how to empty my brain.
So I said elephant, and in the time that I said elephant, you were able to erase that completely from your brain?
Yeah. Yeah.
Impressive. Okay.
Yeah, it's you just think about breathing.
You beat my thought experiment. You beat my thought experiment. The point that I was attempting to make before you showed me that it was
Well, I
defeatable.
mean, listen, before I go into that. So, the practice of Zen Buddhism, right, and like meditation, is to not think about anything, which is obviously pretty fucking hard, right? To not think of any thoughts. So it takes practice. But once you practice, it's actually easy to do.
So it does allow you to zero out your thoughts?
Yes, with practice.
Because my hypothesis in the clockwork world, in this deterministic clockwork world, is that we don't have control of our minds. So Sam Harris, I don't know if you've heard of him. He's one of the
I know about him. I'm not impressed.
So
But anyway,
his argument is, in order to do that, you would have to think things before you think them. Kind of going back to our 0-1 and logic, you would have to have logic before logic. So you would have to think things before you think them in order to zero out your mind. However,
well, no, the way they teach you to do it in Buddhist practice, they call it sitting, is to.
Can I guess?
That, like when you first start, thoughts will come and go, right? But the idea is not to hold on to them.
Can I guess?
As you're doing this, look, just let me tell you, and as you're doing this, is to focus on breathing, right? Is to always return your focus to breathing, like the act of breathing and nothing else. After a while of practicing this, I don't know, weeks, months, whatever it is, depends on the person, that you can actually you can just do it automatically, where you can just like think of nothing and just like become just in a state of being where you're not actually thinking any thoughts.
Like your diaphragm, you don't think, or your heartbeat. You don't tell your heart to.
Yeah, you become like a sensation as opposed to like a thinking person.
I get it. By the way,
become like one with the body, right? Where you just become your senses as opposed to your mind.
By the way, anyone in here to have flat Earth discussions? I'm not a mod. I'm not a channel person. Feel free to just jump in with flat Earth, globe Earth arguments, and we'll take them. But just like in the void, we're just talking philosophy. But like, if you want to redirect to flat Earth or globe Earth, I personally will engage. I will try to engage to the best of my limited ability. If you guys want to have flat Earth, globe Earth discussions, bring them up. But in the meantime, like we're just talking about philosophy. Like consider us like a commercial.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can bring it back to flat Earth, back to this like existentialist. This.
My problem is
I wouldn't call it existentialist. So when I say it's an existential question, I mean it's a question of existence. Why do I exist? What is the meaning of, like, when you say Earth is flat, Earth is a globe, you're saying here's where I am. And once you know where you are, then you can ask other questions. What am I? Who am I? Why do I exist? Like all these things. What should I be doing? What should I not be doing?
And I'm such a poor person to respond to these things because like the clockwork argument, like the thing that I said earlier, is like I don't think there is.
Well, let's not talk about you. Let's talk about other people, right? The people I'm thinking about, right? The people I think about that they don't. So the way most people learn the globe is they go to kindergarten, they're told Earth is a globe. Maybe their parents give them some space books or put a good old solar system mobile over the crib, right? But they from their experience, they don't know the Earth is flat. They get told that by adults. And this has been studied, that most children believe the Earth is flat until the ages of 4 and 6, when they're told by adults that the Earth is round. So this has actually been studied. This isn't just me making shit up. I can post the link to the study or whatever. Anyway, point is that the child will adopt a two Earth theory and eventually adopt a one Earth theory. So the two Earth theory is the Earth is flat when you're on the ground, but it's round when you go up high. And eventually that becomes the one Earth theory as time goes on and the indoctrination continues.
And
But
that's a new thing that would have had to have happened, because if you go back, I think you'd have to go back probably 1,000 years ago. You wouldn't have two separate theories, right?
oh yeah. Well, no, this is how children create the theory in their mind, how they deal with the anonymous information from adults, because they think the Earth is flat, and then an adult eventually comes along and says Earth is a ball, and then they have to reconcile that in their mind, right?
And you said something super important when you said anonymous information. Everything to a child is either anonymous or from dad or mom.
Yeah.
Everything that a child is taught either is mom, dad, or anonymous. So
Okay,
they just
so
accept it.
So the real point, the gist of what I'm trying to get to is, so this is a very fundamental question of existence, of why they exist, and if their parents don't teach them this or correct it or pay attention to it and what their child thinks, this idea is going to be instilled in them, and they're never going to question it, and they're going to never question it until they end up in this Discord or some other platform where someone's going, "Hey, the Earth is flat." And then they're like, "Nah, fuck that shit. The Earth ain't flat. It's a globe. You look at a picture of space," and they come in here and they spaz out, right? Then when you start questioning them about it, why do you think the Earth's a globe? Well, the sun's 93 million miles away. Well, how do you know that? Well, some scientist did it. Well, how did they do that? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. You know what I mean? And they constructed this entire worldview, which is nothing. It's a fugazi. There's nothing there.
Exactly. When you boil it down, like really deductively, it always comes down to someone else did it. Every time.
Yeah, and the point is they've lived their lives under this. Okay, they should at least know that. Okay, I don't care if they come to conclusions Earth's flat, Earth's a globe, but they should at least know the predicament they're in. We're going, "Hey man, this is the situation you're in, bro. You think the Earth's a globe, you don't know why. Someone said it to you, and they told you when you were a little kid. They told you some shit. You never evaluated it, and weren't even in a position where you're intellectually capable of evaluating it. And now here you are, 20 years later, in a flat Earth server, going, these guys are crazy. It's self-evident the Earth's a globe. Everyone knows that, and you have nothing."
I imagine it was the same before the world was a scientific paradigm, when the world was more of a religious paradigm, and people were taught that, Jesus or God was the way or whatever. And if you'd ask those people, why do you believe that? Well, they would just say, it's in the name of God, So they just have a worldview that has been sort of described for them. Yeah.
Well, I presented that to him, right? Imagine me coming in here and talking about fucking Jesus in the Bible, having never read the Bible, right? You just laugh at me, right? You just laugh at me like you don't know what you're talking about. And that's when a Glober comes in here and starts trying to tell us the globe, I'm like, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know your own model. It's like somebody that never read the Bible telling me what the Bible says. Like, you don't know, and that's all there is to it. And we have to teach them the globe to debunk the globe, and that's pretty much the situation we're in all the time.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's not necessarily their fault, right? Because children are very gullible when they go through the educational system.
It's a blame thing for me.
Right, so you can't necessarily blame people. But if they're being willingly ignorant,
I don't
people
even blame the parents, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's kind of like a dilemma. You want to blame, but you don't want to at the same time.
It's like, who to blame, man? Like, is it the parents? Do I blame the grandparents? Like, who is the neglectful agent in this unbroken chain that goes back 500 years?
Right. But I think you can blame the people who have been proposed with, the truth, let's say, and they still deny it and are ignorant. Like, those people you can blame. Like, dogs are gods and, all these characters that come in here,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, certainly. They don't have an excuse.
Yeah.
Those guys are ruled by emotion. They're in this because Flat Earth gives them some emotional response.
Yeah, it's some psychological thing, yeah.
Do you think they're here white knighting for the idea of science? We must defend science. White Knights unite. Fight the flat Earth, McToon. All it's joined together. We're gonna defend science.
Yeah. Defend what is supposedly empirically true. Okay.
Yeah, and there also isn't an altruistic bone in their freaking body, so they wouldn't defend anything unless there was a payday in it.
Yep.
Yeah, so like I said, I agree with you. It's not really about flat Earth or globe fundamentally. It's like the flat Earth is a useful tool to get people to see the truth of the situation, and unfortunately, you have to go to a very fundamental level.
Yes, and
the globe paradigm is very fundamental for some people.
And I think what you're talking about is kind of related to why this question of why would they lie is so popular. It's because that is essentially the crux of the matter, right? Like, obviously, the evidence and the proof is what you should look into, but this sort of starting point to understand that there's a deception and that you need to get over this hump of psychological, persuasion or whatever is essentially the most important part, actually.
Yeah, like what they're lying about is it's just like, yeah, see that flat Earth over there? Ah, that shit's an optical illusion, man. Look at these equations. See this blackboard? This blackboard right here proves that flat water ain't actually flat. Look at the blackboard.
Yeah.
Dude, it's almost a joke, man. It's like a comedy that writes itself.
Yeah, because like if you looked into like 9/11 or something and you came to the conclusion no planes, it was bombs and all that, and you understood the truth of that, it's going to be much easier for you obviously to get into flat Earth, right? But for the average person who jumps into this topic and have not looked into anything, of course they're going to say why would they lie? Because they haven't even contemplated the idea. So that's the psychological reason as to why the question comes up, right?
No planes is actually a controversial take on 9/11 too. And
I know.
I didn't reach that, I mean, like, no planers used to be called like, yo, we're freaking government agents and blah, 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 and, all that crap. So, like, no, I reached the no planes because just all the stuff I talked about earlier. It's just, I mean, I even have more. I could even lay out a lot more if I wanted to, but, I mean, that, like, those are like maybe weaker pieces of information that's kind of correlative.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, I got a hard question for any flat earther. Do you
really?
I mean, it's actually not really hard.
Okay.
Because this is what I believe. Do flat earthers, I mean, the actual ones that truly
Question about flat Earth or about flat earthers?
I'm talking. I'm getting to
Yeah,
it. I'm saying
you started with flat earthers, and it's not a flat Earth question. It's a flat earther question.
Bounce it off me. I'm a globe earther. Bounce it off me. Like, we'll talk about it.
Can I speak now or no? Are you going to make another boomer joke or?
No. Go ahead, sir.
I'm just asking. Do flat earthers believe in different dimensions?
What do you mean by dimension?
Like mathematically. Like, there's a lot of pro scientists, and actually something came out recently that's caught a lot of steam that has the Malaysian Air flight plane warping, and nobody can debunk it. He's actually gone on Piers Morgan, I think, recently, even though he's not, regardless of your politics, we're talking about something else.
How do you debunk an unsubstantiated claim?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
How do you debunk an unsubstantiated claim?
You're saying, how do you debunk?
Yeah.
What is the What is the claim that you're saying that's substantiated?
Well, what claim did you make? Repeat it.
Well, it's not a claim.
He didn't make a claim, actually.
It's
He
but
said
it-
what did he say?
Video or
What did he
something
say
of a
about
plane
dimensions?
warping that
Yeah.
can't be debunked.
I mean,
That's what his
do you guys
claim is.
remember?
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you guys remember the 2000? I think it was like 14 or 16 Malaysian air flight that literally
Yeah.
just
Are you
vanished.
gonna answer what I said? Or?
What
So
what
a
did you say?
video of a plane warping.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
where are
So how do you
who are you? Who am I
substantiate
even talking
that?
to?
Timbo.
Doesn't matter. So how do you
So do you want me to?
substantiate?
So I
How
assume
do
you
you
want me to.
substantiate? How do
Hold
you
on.
substantiate
Chill
that the
out. Do you
video
want me
is
to?
real for it
I
to be
assume you want
debunked?
me to produce proof, right?
No, I'm just asking you. How do you
So if I did produce
substantiate?
proof, then what would you say?
Are you going to keep? Can I just finish what I'm trying to say? How do you substantiate a
Well, sure,
video?
you ended it as
Dude, you can't help yourself talking like in the middle of a
Dude.
sentence, can you?
Dude,
Like,
let him
Joe,
finish his.
bro. Yeah, so let Timbo finish, and then you can talk, okay? Okay.
How do you substantiate the video in the first place to debunk it?
you said you were trying to finish a sentence, but you literally just said that. Do you have something else to say
He
after
wants
that?
to answer. He wants to answer
ahead,
the
man.
question.
I mean,
He wants
it's
to
really
answer
funny.
the
You're saying,
question. You didn't answer it.
listen, I will post it. It's just really funny what he said. I don't know
No,
if you
he
guys
asked you
noticed.
how. How? It's a how question.
I know, but he said he never finished his sentence, but he literally just repeated what he said and stopped at the same time
Still
what he
didn't
said
answer the
previously.
question.
I'll post it right now. I'll
No,
post it right now.
how? How are we going to substantiate the video? How?
He doesn't get it.
Well,
Believe it, don't believe it? Is that the method?
no. Well, here, this is how. I mean, you can actually talk to the guy. He's responding to mails. I've talked to him. And this is the thing. Like, regardless if the Earth is flat or not, this technology is still out there. It's kind of like a trick question when I ask you guys, but you guys still get so offended for some reason. And it's
Oh,
kind of
he
like,
just asked you
yeah,
a
Timo.
question. He just asked you a simple question. You can't answer, man, because you're so
What do you mean?
busy.
Did you not just hear
Because
what he said previously? He's like,
yeah,
let me
he
finish my
asked you
question.
how. You still haven't answered the question.
I know, but let's just put this.
He knows, so you know what you're doing. While you're doing it, you know what you're doing.
No, here.
You just
I'll
admitted
put it
it.
in the chat. I'll put it in the chat. What the fuck?
You
You
just
guys
want
are
to pimp.
so.
You just want to pimp this fucking stupid video, man.
It's not. It's real.
Is it? How do we
It's a
evaluate
real
that?
video.
How can we tell if it's a real video?
I haven't seen the
I'm
video.
just
Can
asking
you
you. Listen,
post
I'm
it?
just asking a
Hold
question.
on, dude. I'm
How
just
do
gonna
we
shut my mouth.
evaluate the video? Is that not a fair question?
Of course it is.
Wait, do you guys
so
know
how do
which
we
video
evaluate the video?
I never said it was.
No, he still hasn't posted it.
I'm doing it right now.
So
I'm looking for it.
let's wait until it's posted before we inquire, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
it is
Thank
a
you.
simple, question. Like all videos, how do you evaluate that video?
I
Is it
understand that,
true?
and
Yeah, and so you did it again. You just
understand too. I'm just saying you because I know where you're coming from. I know the lane you're coming from. Like, yeah, okay, you could, digitally alter the video, but this was actually leaked, and all of these have receipts. So this was leaked
They have
because
chains
we
of custody.
understand. What?
Post it, dude. Post it.
They have chains of custody. Well, when you say the video has receipts, I think
I'm
chain
sorry.
of
What did you,
custody. No, chain of custody is like every person that touched the video had
right.
to sign up for it.
Well, no, this was leaked. This was recently
Can you post the video?
leaked, and this. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. I'm scrolling on X, trying to link it. Hold on.
Are you high?
Because I know the guy, and I've talked to him. Are you dumb?
Are you high?
Why would you say, "Are you dumb"?
I mean, because what kind of question is, "Are you high"? It seems like
You sound high.
like you're just insulting me, and I don't stand for that. No, I'm not high.
No, he didn't say you're
Really?
high.
So what's the
He
worst?
said, "Are you high?"
I'm not fucking high. And
Well, he
somebody
was
asking that
asking
is
you
like a
whether you
child.
were
So
or not.
obviously you're under 20 or something.
Oh my
Or at least
god,
your
man.
brain
All right,
capacity.
let's reset.
Who says that?
He
Hold on.
did.
No.
Yeah, I know, because
reset.
he's dumb.
It's just a question.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't see
Yeah,
anything
that's a
wrong with that
dumb
question.
He got the
reset.
vaccine 5 times and it rotted his brain. I'm gonna link this. Give me a second.
Okay,
Reset means
okay,
like
Ken.
Okay.
Ken,
don't go
dude.
back.
Ken. So let's go. Cortico here is a newly minted lawyer, fresh off the press.
Fresh off the press.
Yeah, doesn't have any wrinkles, no creases, no nothing.
I'm sure.
I'm
You know,
actually.
there's more. The more the wrinkles, the more press, the more smarter you are in
Hey,
the brain.
can you post the video, Ken?
I'm looking for it.
Yeah, don't put him under pressure. He might crack.
While you
I'm
guys go
actually-
ahead and say I'm dumb and shit.
I'm actually
Stop worrying about what people think you
Oh
just
my
post
God.
the video, bro, or think about how
No
we can
one-
evaluate the video.
You know what the problem? You know what the problem is? You're the one
Australians.
that said he was
Australians
dumb.
are the problem.
What have I done? What did I do to you?
Leave Timbo
You
alone,
asked him a
please.
You don't do
question.
anything. What are you gonna stab me with a spork, bro? A plastic spork? And you bow down
What
to the
the hell?
Jews? You're nothing, bro. Get out of here.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm actually writing like a mini screenplay in the chat here, and I'm gonna finish it in a little while. Like it's my Mark Wahlberg is
Your
my
screenplay. That's
main
very gay.
character. Yeah.
So, Cortico, did you do anything with trials? Did you learn anything about trials in law school?
I took one class. Oh, okay, so you're forced to take a little bit of like trial shit, but like I took one class.
That's scary as fuck, bro. That's scary.
One class that took place. All right, my law school had a fucking so you have like classrooms. We had a mock trial fucking room, and it was just basically a courtroom.
Okay.
Just like built into the building, like a fucking courtroom.
That's
And
pretty cool.
my professor was a judge. He is a Supreme Court justice for Oklahoma.
Now, let me ask you a question.
I just gave myself away. I'm Oklahoman.
All right, you guys ready?
Let me ask, this is for your benefit, Ken. Cortico,
Well, hold on here.
if
You-
a
you
video is
really are gonna-
presented to a jury as evidence,
Ooh,
does
wow.
the jury compelled to take that video as truthful, accurate, believable, whatever?
Here, I
Are
actually
they-
didn't even hear what he said
Yeah,
because
Ken, can
you guys were
just stop
pressuring me to
talking?
look for this, but I got
Yeah.
it. Though. I got it.
Yeah, you're just a troll, man.
No, I'm not. What, dude? Can you shut up?
So
Telling you he's hiding.
if it makes its way in front of a jury, absolutely. If
They
I think
have
it
to-
might.
No,
It's
they
getting
have
steam
to
right now.
but listen, but they can evaluate it
And
in any
you think
favor
you
they
have
want,
so much-
right?
Listen, this is
You're muted, dude, so you might as well just stop talking. You're just talking to yourself at this point. Point is that the jury can get the video, right? And they're like, okay, we're presenting this video to you, jury.
Okay.
The jury can say, no, I don't believe this video. Yes, I do believe this video.
No, it's actually not up to the jury to say they don't believe in the video. So, say you have a witness called up to stand, and you have a video. It is they will say to the witness, "Is this video your recollection, or is this video a representation of your recollection, or did you record this video?"
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they will ground the video in a witness. So the video has to be grounded in a witness, and the jury cannot. They hypothetically could be instructed not to disregard any of the video evidence. It has to be accepted as fact. So what we call
Can't
jury-
they question the credibility of witnesses, and then if you ground the credibility of the video and the credibility of the witness, and then the jury gives the witness no credibility, then they can disregard the video?
I suppose that a witness could say, "No, I don't think I saw that video," and they could take it as they would.
Well, I mean, they could say, why when we don't see them, be like, often, like, when the video is presented, right, they represent it a certain way.
Right. So,
This
like,
is, they interpret it, right? This is what you're seeing. You're seeing this person do this, and this person do that, right? So the jury doesn't have to, like, take that as, like, what the video depicts, right? They can interpret the video any way they choose and what is in it.
Well, no. I think that if a video had discrepancies, that I guess we could talk about the quality of the video, but
Well, aren't the juries the trier of fact?
they are absolutely the trier of fact.
Okay. Now,
That
whether
is
that
their
video is
only role.
incentive or not is a fact, right?
Yeah, they are the fact finders. They are the
Okay.
people who establish the facts of the matter.
Okay, so they don't have to take that video as factual, right?
So if technically no. Technically
Yes.
no.
That's
So
that's the point I'm trying to make. Is that
they are the rule of law. It's kind of like in the movie The Prince of Egypt. If the night is the sun, you say it so, then it is what it like if morning is night, and you decree it so, then it is what it is. The fact finders, if they decree something is what it is, I guess that's the fact. In practical circumstances, people will see a video, and as long as the video quality is good, then they'll trust the video.
Yeah, I'm not talking about what people usually do. We know what juries usually do. Whatever the prosecutor says, they just go
But
with.
juries are the sole fact finders of trials. They are the only people who establish facts. A
Yeah.
lawyer
But they're
cannot-
not objective.
Well, we try to. That is the.
They're not infallible.
You're right. You're right.
What the fuck is infallible?
But the way that we establish facts.
Go to the universe where things are infallible.
In the court of law, the way we establish facts is through juries. That's just what they are. They are called the fact finders. Every jury member, you could just equivocate them to a fact finder. That's their other name. They're either a jury member or they're a fact finder. That is their other name.
But fact in the law means something different than colloquially there, Jeffrey. I don't think you're taking that into account. Now, a fact in the law is some event, occurrence, thing that happened. Okay, that's
Yeah.
a fact. Okay.
It's a what do they call it? It's something that we accept as truth, but we know it's not literal truth. There's a word for it, but it's something that we accept as truth, but we know it's not the literal truth.
Truth is opinion.
Oh God.
We're back to philosophy.
Yeah, we're getting rid of him.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll go back to Ken. So Ken, you're unmuted. So what do we have here? Your interdimensional frickin'
Oh, now you unmute me, huh?
Well, yeah, because you're over talking. So now you're gonna be.
I wasn't over talking shit. You unmuted. I gave you.
Dude,
like 80
just get to the
different
point.
answers.
Let's not bicker. Come on, get to the point.
Dude,
let's not bicker.
You get to the point. I gave you
Whatever,
articles.
whatever.
I studied the shit. You take your time, and we don't even have to do this debate tonight because it's a lot. Listen,
Yeah, it's a lot
I
of
was
information.
saying-
So
listen,
the
listen to me.
premise.
Hey, shut the fuck up! I'm talking. I'm like, hey, I didn't even understand the technology or anything like that, but I started following the guy. I understood where he came from. He was perplexed about 2014, as was I, about the Malaysian air flight that disappeared. And what we heard from the media, obviously, as we know now, guys, like the media doesn't really tell the whole truth or anything like that, or they can spin it. And I've been following this guy. And when that when that shit got leaked by that Asian, I don't even want to dox his name because I feel bad because he got in a lot of shit for it, and I don't even want to do it. I don't even know if he switched his name or nothing, but he basically leaked
get on with
this
your point,
footage
dude.
where you see those three spinning. What?
Get on with your point, man.
So
No.
what image? What image?
No,
is this?
fuck you.
I
Then.
can illustrate
fuck
the
you.
premise here real quick
If you
if you want.
can't
You're
listen,
kind of
fuck
taking.
you. You're dumb. Go ahead and look for yourself. I don't give a fuck what you think about it anymore.
So basically, there was an airplane called
No.
MH370.
No, it's all fake.
Which
I lied.
You're the biggest fucking Sally dude I've had in this channel for a long time, man.
basically there was an airplane called
So emotional,
MH370.
man. Chill the fuck out.
I'm emotional. You can't even sit through a 2-minute upset because you have ADHD because your family's gay and you fucking have a low IQ?
We're
Like I
done.
said,
We're
so
done.
emotional.
Wait, I don't understand. You actually posted some interesting stuff,
Oh,
but
you're
now you're doing
single
this.
mom. I
Why?
said hi.
Why are you doing this, Ken?
Yeah, tell your wife I said hi.
Yeah.
Because you can't even
You don't
sit
eat
down and
baby
listen
food.
to me when I'm explaining things. And you said,
You
finish it
didn't
up?
explain
Really?
anything. You just went.
I can only. And this dude says he goes to college. He can't even sit through a 30-minute lecture.
Hold on. Let's step by step. Ken, give
Okay,
us
so
Step. He
yeah.
can't even get past the first step.
No, I'll play the game. But
I'll
he won't
give
take
you
place.
I'll
I'm
give you a
done.
quick synopsis, then Ken can continue. Is that fine, Ken?
Man, I don't care.
Okay, so
I'm
there's
not
an
here to be
airplane
mean or
called
nothing, but I
there's
don't
an
like
airplane called
disrespect.
MH370, right? Malaysia Air Flight. You probably heard of it. It disappeared from radar all of a sudden randomly, and there's like 400 people on board, and the plane has never been found. And he's suggesting that they use some kind of radar device to like project the airplane into a dimension, right, or something.
Well,
That's
it
like a
wasn't.
quick synopsis.
Well,
Go on.
yeah, but I mean, I guess a radar device would be kind of scratching the surface, but it's more so like a teleportation
Take us to the beginning.
device, basically. What I've seen, it's like a wormhole. It's like there's 3 spinning orbs. There's 3 spinning plasma orbs that open up a wormhole, and from what a lot of scientists have said, after this shit is blown up again, it has resurfaced. There has to be an end point.
Like a
So the
white
3
hole.
circles that
Like a black hole, but a white hole. So a black hole absorbs everything. A white hole has an endpoint.
Well, sure. Apparently, and I've thought of this too because I've always been like a nerd with numbers and how numbers work around like Fibonacci sequence and shit. But apparently, once you hit a certain frequency with these balls of plasma circling around an object, it can shoot through a wormhole through space and time and reappear next to another object. So there's 4 altogether. The 4th one we just do not see. This is what I've thought and gathered, and the whole guy that's been like literally researching this for fucking 5 years is saying this, and I don't think his math is wrong. I mean, he's actually going on like huge sites right now. This is a big thing that's going on, and when people are saying I'm fucking
Dumb
LARPing,
States. I just watched it. Dude, why is the drone flying higher than the commercial aircraft?
Hold on.
It's not a drone. I mean, I guess you could say it's a drone.
Hang on. Do you trust the math?
The math.
How do you know?
Hold on. A simple question. Do you trust it?
What math are you talking about?
You mentioned math.
The flight speed of the plane, or the math of the cylinders going around the plane, or the math of the gravity pulled? I mean, there's a lot of math going on.
Sorry. Do you trust the physics?
Of what? Of what we see in the video?
Everything you said requires a lot of extreme physics, right?
I understand. What are you saying? Do you trust? You're saying, do you trust the physics? Are you talking about the physics in the video?
What I'm saying is if there is any credulity to what you're saying, then
That's work.
Then people will recognize it.
Well, listen, you have to watch that video too. I don't know if you've watched it, but
No, I haven't.
this is getting. What?
I'm watching it now.
Well, why haven't you watched it? And you fucking talking this shit like you're dumb, dude.
I'm
dumb.
dumb?
You're dumb. Don't talk to me unless you fucking
Why are
seen the
you
video
doing that?
first.
Hey, Kenny, can you just chill out, dude?
At least
Stop
watch
calling
the
people
video.
dumb. Stop calling people dumb.
You
all right?
understand though? He just said, "Do I believe that?" And he said he didn't watch the video. You understand how intellectually dishonest that is? Should
I'm not
I explain my
trying-
language more? I feel like it's more insulting if I actually use better verbiage against him. So yeah, I'll do that.
I'm
It's
watching it
it's
now.
not honest intellectually. If you do not watch the video and you say, "I don't know what I'm talking about," and you try to critique something that you haven't even seen yet, so watch the video.
I watched the video.
What did I say that was a critique?
You haven't watched the video. Watch the video.
I watched it.
That wasn't the question.
Listen, just fucking watch it. It takes 5 seconds.
I have watched.
apologize for cursing. No, yeah, you watched
I,
it. What do you think about that? Though?
well, what are we watching? We're watching a plane in like IR, is it? With
This is the
some
Malaysian
orbs
air flight.
going
Is it
around it?
Is that MH370 in the video?
And
Yes,
how do we
that's
know that?
Okay,
yes,
and so
that is the plane. And
so
you have to
they're
understand too.
okay. Go on.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, bro.
Okay, so they're recording the plane, knowing where it is at all times, like some kind
From
of
a
military, I
drone.
guess,
Right.
from a
Yes.
drone,
Exactly.
and then they're using some kind of teleportation technology that we don't know anything
Exactly.
about. That's causing
So
it
here,
to
the
go
first
into a
thing-
different dimension. Is it like outside of Earth or like what?
no. Here's the thing, though, and you're getting onto it. You're catching on because there's a drone that's catching the information, so technically they would know. Well, like, why are they watching this plane go? Like, there's obviously a reason. Like, they're studying this plane to see what's happening. So it's like a test. So they already know what's going to happen. And the second answer, the second answer is they're going into a different dimension. I don't think. Like, I don't know too much into that. I mean, it's really deep into this sauce that is actually just getting uploaded now. But I've believed it, but this is actual real evidence. But I'm saying, like, it's a wormhole. It's where they get
Not really real
teleported
evidence.
from this from. Well, yeah, it is really evident, you fucker, because there's actually dots on radar and everything. He goes and he documents it
You like that,
piece
Timber?
by piece.
Yeah, dude.
He documents it piece by piece. So I feel like if you really doubt the motherfucker, then debate him because he has. If you can actually debunk him, he'll give you like, what does he say now? Like 300 grand. He's got it written check. Go ahead,
Well,
explain it.
This guy
he has-
owes the corridor crew then whatever amount of money because they already debunked this. I posted.
No,
it in
they
the
didn't.
chat.
What did they
I'd go
say?
and watch that.
I've heard all the debunks.
People are gonna move the fucking goalpost. They're gonna say it's not a debunk. Like it's so fucking.
What is the debunk?
Well, the claims in the first place are kind of
Who's
like
the king of debate?
They're huge
You have to
claims anyway.
understand
You
that.
know?
What's
Let
the
me,
name?
well, hang on, wait. Let me. I don't think I even said what the reason of the teleportation was. So,
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just gonna ask a question. Who's the king of debate? I want to know who that person is. Can you send me his email?
It's me, Veritas.
What?
I'm just kidding. I don't really debate. I just have a conversation.
Yeah, no. I just the guy
So
who
you
was
mute me?
supposedly the awesome debate. Yeah, because I'm trying to get the guy's name. What's his name?
oh, the guy, Well, then why did you mute me? Because I'm the one that's telling you about him. His
Tell
name
him
is
the name.
Ashton.
I
Well,
just want to know
I'm
his
telling
name.
you right now. His name is Ashton Forbes. Go ahead. I can link you to him. I could probably bring him on right now. Do you want me to bring him on right now?
Bring him in here, please.
Yes, please.
Please do that. Please bring him in here.
Please.
Hey, I will tell you this though: if you motherfuckers talk shit on me,
No, we will be hostile.
No. I'm not even. No, Kendi,
no,
I'm not
no,
even worried
I don't
about
want
you.
to ever listen.
I want the
if
god
I
of
get,
debate to come in here.
hold on, shut up. If I ever get muted on this fucking bitch again or anything, I will be fucking renowned for this. So hold on.
Bring his ass on.
I want to
Let me
ask
talk
what
to him.
what are those?
You cannot
What are
be
those?
mute. I just don't
Let me ask
think-
you a question.
Listen, it's fucking 3 o'clock in
He's
the
not
morning.
hearing you, Waz.
Let me ask you a question about the video.
I'll set it up. I really will set it up, but I think it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and the
Go
dude
for it,
is
dude.
like, "Yeah, that's fine. Send me
Yeah,
send
go
me a
for
friend request. Yo, like honestly, send me a friend request and just say Ashton
I'll
or
add you.
something." Yeah, there you go. And
wanna ask
I'll
you,
definitely
though.
get him on here because I 100% believe this dude, and I've talked to him, and I've seen him go through basically all the shit that you can, and he's very articulate. He knows his shit. He's been studying this shit for 4 years.
Ken, when you say you believe him, like is he like a pilot? Like what
No.
do you mean you believe him?
He knows how to speak well. He
Well,
can speak well.
So he
well, that is-
debates it.
Well, that as well. But he basically what it was is once that happened,
It makes
he
sense.
basically started like asking why, like, because honestly, what is going on? Is somebody like in a shower or something?
No, Veritas is at a industrial thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit, my bad.
Yeah,
You know, outside of
It's just
I
wild.
am. I'm watching off
It's
all the
okay.
bullshit.
But listen though, Ashton, like he's helpful, and what happened was around 2014, he was intrigued about what happened, and because of today, we really don't know what happened. They wrote it off. And
Oh
there's a
shit!
whole
We're
bunch.
gonna have.
I was
This
afraid.
debate sounds. This debate sounds like it's gonna have to happen on the other server because not like we. It sounds like we couldn't. You know, some of the
Which
topics
one?
aren't.
It's definitely not flat
I
Earth.
just want to ask one thing about the video, Ken. Like, what are
Oh,
those
that's
right before the plane goes into this like wormhole and disappears? What are those orbs around the plane that's circling around the plane?
Oh well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those are apparently, in what I've seen. If you dig into it more, do you happen to be on X at all?
Sure, I guess I
Yeah.
don't have an account, but
Well, follow him. Follow him. Go down his like list or something like that, or maybe his starred things, or he has links. He actually goes into it, and what is really interesting and which makes it sound even more plausible is the fact that we can harness plasma balls. This is what he's talking about: plasma balls,
What the fuck?
and yeah,
Hold
balls
on.
of plasma. Like,
Yeah,
I
just
mean,
let
that's before.
Kenny finish. Yeah, go ahead, Kenny.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying, like this. This is what's happening, and we know that you can kind of harness it, but not in the same way. I mean, CERN does shit like this, not in this
So
way.
Kenny, real quick before, because I'm gonna have to get back out to work or whatever, but I'm on
You're right,
break.
bro.
If is it possible that he can make an appearance today? We have what is known as Speculation Sunday, so it's probably
good.
prime for him to actually be into the VC.
What time?
You know,
Anytime.
all day
What time?
today.
Anytime.
So, you know, at his
I
earliest
mean,
convenience.
he's a kind of a big guy, so you kind of need a time, I think.
He's for Darth
What do you
Dawkins.
guys? No,
I mean,
what time do you guys want to agree upon?
I feel
Let's make it.
well, he's a night
No.
guy, so it'd probably have to be around like
After lunch.
10. No, it can't be that. I mean, I gotta go. I'm not even.
Wait, are you pretending that you know him,
Yeah,
or
bro.
can you actually get him in?
Yeah, that's.
Ken,
I
are you
could.
being sincere?
I probably could.
Are you being
I mean,
sincere?
he's really trying to push this stuff, and I've
I
talked
trust
to
him.
him.
I
so
trust him. I trust him.
Dude, I got Brian
Which
Dawson
guy?
in
Which
my
guy?
own Discord group.
What time do you think works? Tell us what time you think works.
Hold on, let me message him
All
right now.
Sounds
I don't
good.
even know if he's up. He's probably not up right now, but let me
Whatever.
just.
Whatever time in your estimation works. This channel, I
Do you
promise,
guys like? Well, the
will
thing is,
have
though,
people.
this is the thing, though. Like, he's been debating people, like trying to debunk him for the longest of times, and when I give him this question of him coming in here, like, I don't know if he'll even do it because
This isn't
he will be like,
debate.
well, listen though. I know, no, it would be great, especially maybe I could tell him like, he can record it, and maybe everybody will have to record it. I don't know. We can go through that. But the thing is, though, he's been through this shit so much to where nobody can actually factually say that he's wrong. So
He hasn't been through 24/7 flat Earth. We just want to see his perspective and pick his
that's right.
brain. It's
What I
not
wanna
a
ra-
debate. It's not a
Okay, hold on,
debate.
wait. And this is what I can use this though. This is a good idea. This is actually good. Thank you for reminding me about this server. It's flat Earth.
Yeah,
And
we live,
this is the whole
breathe,
reason why I
and
brought it up.
think this
Do you
shit.
think? Do you think though? Like, if you think what he pointed out and which I think is true, do you think that has anything to deal with flat Earth at all, or do you think
Well,
that
we
like,
don't. Yeah, we
makes
don't know
flat Earth-
until we actually have the conversation with him. I
Well,
think that's
dude.
going to be
Well,
intriguing.
I'll have to say though is if I bring him in here, you have to do your homework. You can't just be like,
I mean, if it's true, if
You
the
can't
plane
just
went
be
in,
like,
People are
I just did
fucking
my homework.
samurai.
Fake as fuck.
These people are
Like,
flat
dude,
Earth samurai.
I had.
So
I'll tell
you
you
guys
why
know-
it's fake. You said it wasn't a drone.
It's
He
not
even
a.
says that it was a Predator drone that took that thermal images. The flight ceiling for a
Well,
Predator drone was
what I'm saying
25,000
is,
feet. Commercial aircraft fly at 40,000 feet.
well,
You can
listen.
clearly
This
see
is
in
what
the
I'm saying.
video that it goes from above the plane to below the plane. That means it's flying at the same altitude as the
Listen,
plane.
this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying
Did you
is,
listen to anything I said?
yeah, I heard what you said.
I said, did you listen? I know you heard me.
He doesn't. Maybe I should have said this in the. Maybe I should have said this in the beginning. He doesn't think it's like an alien technology. He thinks it's U.S. technology that they're
All
hiding.
right. Yeah, it's cool. Hold on, Candy. Let me just. I'm gonna tell Indio, you're gonna need to brush your teeth and comb your hair, dude, and put on a tux, because it sounds like we're gonna have a live one on our hands. But either
Sure.
way, I think that
And hey,
if he does make an appearance, at any time, just find out what. Get with some of the mods in here, Kendi, and just tell us what
Okay.
time he's gonna appear, so that we can actually get the people because we are live streaming 24/7. We always have a bot in here that's live streaming, so we're always going to capture whatever happens in here. So
I really appreciate the dedication of the people in this Discord channel. It's like more than any other. Nice job, guys.
Ken,
hell yeah. Okay.
if you have any literature or anything that you want us to prepare for, talking points, like
Yeah,
what
dude,
we want to talk about, drop it in the chat.
Well, hold on.
And
Well,
Ken, I really think you should watch the video I posted, brother.
Or
Because
refer us-
some visual effects artists reviewed this.
Well,
footage
listen,
and they found
he's
it
already
to be visual
debunked those.
effects.
Apparently, I mean, honestly, if we do this right, it'll be great for like the whole community. And if I catch them in,
This
you just
thermal image of the Malaysia flight, this video that's thermal images is bullshit.
Yeah, I'm
no,
gonna
it's
try to
not.
watch the video.
It is not. I swear to God, it's not. And he's
go watch
asked
the
for
video and then
debunker.
tell
So
me.
if you, dude, I'm just saying, if like you can debunk it, he has like a cash check waiting. It's like just like waiting. Like how can you debunk that?
Who
How can
decides
you
whether
debunk
it's
that?
been debunked or not? Him?
it would have to be
Everybody.
No, it
I
would
mean,
have
you
to
have
be
to understand.
independent.
Okay, well that's fine. Well, listen, okay, I'll try and talk to him tonight. It's 3:21 in the morning. I gotta lay down soon, so I'll give him a message tonight. But I'll put his X on the chat, and then therefore you can go ahead and study him. And he's got videos and shit, so maybe you can find an angle. Maybe you guys could fucking debunk him. But
It's not about that. It's not about debunking. It's about learning.
well, true, exactly, and that's why I support this guy. So I'll go ahead and throw his X, and all you guys should be on X, by the way, because it's like the best place for anything now.
I'm
I mean,
38.
they
We're
brought
too
back
old.
my boy Nick Fuentes. Shout out, but anyway, like this shit is
Nick
real.
Fuentes?
Yeah, he's a goat. He's one of the best, man.
By the
But
way, anyone who's 38 or above, we need to get off X. Get off X.
why? Dude, X is the best. You can get paid. Dude, I got paid. Dude, I bought X Premium.
Leave it to the youngins. Leave it to the youngins. I'm too old.
Ken, brother, go watch this video, dog.
Sure, yeah, for
beg
sure.
you. Please go
Hold
watch
on.
it. And then
Yeah, I will.
come back and let me know what you
I'll
think.
do it before I go to sleep tonight. I still gotta do some shit.
Can you?
Everybody else go watch it too.
Get us the info. Make it happen. Make it happen. Like don't just go to sleep.
I'll try it,
Make
brother.
happen.
I'll try it tonight. Hold on. I gotta link you his.
With all due respect, those video effects guys also said the moon landing couldn't be faked. So
The
Well,
moon
the moon
landing
landing was
could not be
fake.
fake.
Yeah, they're
The
just a
moon landing
conventional
that's
channel.
ridiculous, dude. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I'm
Moon
just
They're
trying
like
to stir, I'm just trying to stir the pot.
they're like YouTube MythBusters, kind of like.
Look, they're
Hell yeah.
visual effects artists, and like they tell you what they see in there, and like they literally go through like how it's bullshit. Like this person literally uses like a still image for the background,
Yeah,
like the clouds
but
aren't
what I'm
moving.
linking to you, bro, is real. I swear.
Yo,
You got it. It's Ashton
No.
Forbes on
We're gonna
X.
go. Yo, Ken, we're gonna go on forever, and you're gonna stay up for 10 more hours. If I
No,
don't,
yeah, we should not do that.
if I don't push you, if I don't use my Jedi powers to push you to step back, just pick
Alright,
out the
let me-
headphones. Pick out the
Okay.
headphones. Just pick out the headphones.
Okay, here I'm gonna
Tell us
hear
what
this.
you need
This
to
is
post.
my final goodbye. Here, I will link you Ashton Forbes, and then I will
Some IQ.
I will text him
Well,
tonight, and let's see if we can get something going. Because actually, it'd be really cool. I feel like he would love it. He would get exposure, and you guys would get exposure, and it'd be a good time.
It's win-win.
Man.
Yeah,
It's win-win.
yeah, that's what I think so too.
Take the headphones off. Take headphones off.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on.
Saudi man, I muted you because you have shit mic control, bro.
All right.
Indio,
we are
Indio,
on
go watch that video I posted, and then come back and tell me that.
Speculation Sunday. Speculation Sunday.
I mean, I don't need to watch the video because I can see it's bullshit just from the video you showed. He said it's from a Reaper. He said a Reaper drone filmed that in it with their thermal imager.
Shut up,
Reaper drones don't fly at that altitude.
You're retarded.
And you're gone.
Hold on, I'm trying to find his stuff. Yeah, I'm
Headphones
gone,
off.
and this dude's fucking.
Why you
shit
calling me
with
retarded,
Trying to-
man?
Because you are. You have low IQ.
No, he doesn't.
Well,
no, he
because I
doesn't.
can read.
No one here
No,
has low IQ.
Because you
I
can't
promise
read. There you go.
Everyone here is in the 115 or above club.
The
I
guy
promise
says
you.
it's a drone video and it's fake. Do you not remember the whole thing about the fucking Israel Defense Force talking about that, faking that too?
You're going to be
You
here
understand?
for 2 hours, Ken. You're going to
I
be here
know.
two fucking hours.
I know. You're an
Get
idiot
out of
though.
here.
If you
Go
think
watch
that's
my
not
video,
real.
Ken. Go watch the video I posted, bro.
I muted him. He's just he's spiraling, bro.
Ken, this is he did you a fucking solid. Like, go to bed, fucking work this interview out. Like, we'll hear it. We'll hear it. We'll hear the full argument.
Bro, if you guys even go and like look at this Twitter post, this guy says a bunch of just random shit. He's talking about phase conjugations, including gravitational waves. Time reversed effects of phase conjugation do not go back in time. It creates a wavefront that is reversed back to its origin. Macroscopic phase conjugation is fundamentally equivalent to rebuilding the wave function in the
His
double
name
slit
fucking
experiment.
Austin Whitsitt.
It's just a bunch of
That's
like
funny.
That
scientific
dude fucking
bullshit.
confuses the shit out of me. And every flat earther should be offended by Whitsitt, by the way. Like he does
Nah, you
not.
just don't understand him.
Ah,
No, I'm being serious. He's like,
you're really?
yeah.
He thinks that
Like
voltage,
he's like what the things he's talking about are very like obscure ideas.
He's
So people
smart.
aren't familiar with. Listen, people aren't familiar with him. So they think he's just saying word salad. But I actually am familiar with what he's talking about, so I know it's not word salad.
I'm a little bit familiar with what he's talking about. Like,
Well, I mean, are you familiar with the work of Theoria Apotheosis or whatever his fucking name is? And I don't even like the guy.
No, I don't know what the fuck you just said.
Yeah, he's
Like a
that's
person?
the guy's name or nickname. Ken Wheeler is his real name.
All right, but hold on.
He does like electrical experiments, right?
Yeah,
so a
but-
lot of Witz's ideas come from the results of his electrical experiments. People don't know what those experimental results are, so they don't. When Witz talks about them, he doesn't know. And this is Witz's fault, right, for not explaining himself clearly. I'm not saying he's totally off the hook. I'm saying he isn't actually doing word salad. People just don't. They're not familiar with what he's talking about.
So Whitsitt has this like speed run, like type of thing, and he does a lot of things.
Yeah, I noticed.
And there's always a 90% truth to what Whitsitt says, but I feel like it's a misapplication. Like so much goes right with what Whitsitt says, but like he relies on the ignorance of the listening party because I am not a physicist. Like I don't want to speak for you, but I just assume that like you're not a professional physicist. But I don't think that most professional physicists would agree with Austin Whitsitt when he presents these things. And I'm not saying that's
And I would agree that they wouldn't agree, but I would agree, but they're also ignorant. And
I don't want to call them
you're like it's hard for you to. I know it's hard for people to believe. How could they be ignorant? And I'll give you a specific example.
Okay.
If you ask any astronomer, you can ask Itar. He might know about it now because we told him about it. something called Airy's failure. So Airy's failure was attempt to detect stellar aberration by filling a telescope with water. So there's something called the Fresnel effect, in which if something's in motion, right, and light goes in through a refractive medium in motion, it will deflect depending on the refractive index. Not just from refraction, the motion itself causes an additional deflection. So Airy took a telescope. He sighted Draconis nearly at zenith through air. It's an air-filled telescope. Then he filled the telescope with water, and then if the Earth was in motion, there would have been deflection of the starlight, and he would not have gotten it in the center of the telescope. They calculated an angle it should have been deflected by, and when Airy did his observation, this is George Biddle Airy. He was the astronomer royal for the Royal Society. He was the #1 guy in astronomy for decades in the world. So that's why they call it Airy's failure. He failed to detect the stellar aberration thing. So you ask most astronomers, they've never heard of it. They have no idea what it is, right? And that's what Whitsitt talks about, things that typically no one's ever heard about because it's not mainstream information. So people, they don't like, yes, you're not a physicist, you don't know what he's talking about, but a physicist also doesn't know what he's talking about because they're only reading materials that confirm what they're being taught in school, right? They're being told, here, read these papers. But these papers go along with things that support the narrative as opposed to things that don't. They're not giving them the contrary information. So people don't think there is any contrary information. They think because they've never seen it, it doesn't exist. And because they think it doesn't exist, they've never read it. So if someone talks about it, they don't know what that person's talking about.
So
Do you understand what I'm trying to get across to you, at least?
Yeah, I think I have like a general understanding, and we'll expand upon this because like this is a deep topic. This is a fundamental topic. So when Whitsitt finds a flaw in scientific research, like when he exposes something, he tries to champion it as a true defense of flat Earth, and I don't think that he's adequately done that. Like he will say, "Oh, well, we experience a vacuum at negative blah 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 torr," and that has nothing to do with flat Earth. That only touches a globe Earth model. Like he has no actual defenses of flat Earth. Like he is very good at.
What you're saying is he debunks the globe. He doesn't support flat Earth, basically.
And I don't think that he debunks the globe. I think that he debunks the globe to the layman. And I am the layman. I don't think that he has.
Yeah, but Austin has debated like professional.
Oh, I've seen him
PhDs and all that crap, right?
Yeah, and I've seen him get his kind of hiney kicked in by PhD physicists. They will literally sit there and their eyes will glaze over because nothing that Whitsitt says makes any sense. Like to them, it is.
And why have they like Rob Parks, for instance? He's talked to him probably 3-4 times. Why would he keep talking to him?
Well, because he's okay. This is speculation on my part. I don't know. I don't know. To the physicist PhD that I saw with it debate, my in my watching, that physicist thought that everything that he said was word salad. Like he might have said words or phrases that meant things, but they did not mean the things that Whitsitt thought that they meant. And they just did not prove the points that Whitsitt thought that they proved. Just a person with a scientific background, a person who derived these theories, a person that knew how to derive the things that Witsit just read out of a textbook. It just the lock didn't meet the key.
Okay, I would say that Witsit.
He's an
he's going off the same information, right? So sometimes we go off. I know Witsit, so
I think
I kind of know what he's doing, right? I know what he's doing just because I know him. He was on the other. He's been a mod on the other Discord for fucking years. You know what I mean? I know his wife. I know him, right? So
can I just say, he is probably the best flat Earth debater. He has one of the highest IQs of a flat Earth debater that I've ever seen. I happen to think he's wrong, but he is good and intelligent. Absolutely intelligent. He has a very high IQ. But anyways, that's my interjection.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I agree with you. He's one of the better debaters. But the point is that Witsit's pointing out that, yes, this is your interpretation. But here's this alternative interpretation. In your interpretation, like, this data is not exclusive to your interpretation. You understand? Because a lot of these physicists, they go, "Hey, this is our theory based upon this data." Well, here's the same data, and here's some other theory that also matches the data. Why do you prefer this one over that one? And they don't have an answer, right? It's because we were taught that. It's my philosophical choice. I like this one better. Things like the Copernican principle. Are you aware what the Copernican principle is?
Well, I understand the Copernican principles of planetary motion.
The Copernican principle is that Earth does not have a unique place in the universe.
Okay.
Right? We're at the center of the universe. We're not unique. But guess what? You can't tell that from observation.
Absolutely not. And that is a non-falsifiable thing until you stick a telescope on Mars, and then it becomes falsifiable.
No. Actually, okay. So if we take like the cosmic background radiation, they call that the cosmic background radiation that was discovered by I can't remember.
Whoever, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They discovered it accidentally, and then they supposedly sent up satellites. Whatever. Now there's a whole nother idea about. There's even an alternative hypothesis about what that is. The microwave background is that it's actually the water emitting microwave radiation, because water actually absorbs microwaves in that band, and it also emits in that band because when you absorb, you emit in the same frequency. So people think that it could be just water because the Earth's surrounded by oceans. You know what I mean?
Even the most established theories don't go further than the CMB. Like it turns out that like hydrogen, lithium, helium, like the things break down, and
the point is
they break down into a soup, and we don't.
Yeah, well, I want to get into the point is the CMB. When you look at it, it looks like we're in the center of everything.
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't matter which way we look. Right. We can use a telescope. We can use any device. And from our perspective on Earth, even in the globe model, it looks like we're in the center. It looks that way. But Copernicus had the idea that we're not in the center, that the sun is in the center. But we can't tell that from observation. It's a philosophical choice. And this is admitted. If you watch, I think it's called The Secret or The Principle or something like that. There's something like in the book, I think it's The Secret, they have something like 150 citations, because that book's a geocentric model, right? It's a globe, but it's geocentric. 150 citations from scientists over the last, 300 years that said, yeah, basically, we can't tell from observation if the Earth is moving or if the stars are moving. You can't tell from observation. It's literally a philosophical choice. So if Witsit points this out and then cites different people, studies, observations that no one's familiar with that point this out that you can't tell from observation, a mainstream physicist will say, no, we can tell, because they don't know. They don't know that you can't tell. That's the point. Witsit's giving out information that nobody knows because it's been hidden or obscured or buried. It's not that he's making it up. It's just that people don't know about it. And maybe he doesn't present it eloquently enough for people to, maybe he should slow down and say, hey, this is like this, that, and you know, see how I'm explaining it to you nice and like, you know, concisely, step by step. I'm explaining it to you. Witsit don't really do that. He kind of just like jumps to the conclusion and expects everybody else to fill in the blanks, right? I already know what the blanks are, so I don't have to fill them in. But people will say, you're just saying word salad, Witsit. He's not saying word salad. He just isn't giving you all the information. I don't think that's intentional. I think it's just because of the situation it is. It's a debate. You know what I mean? You only have so much talk time.
I think Witsit wants to win debates because I think that he has been
Wants to win too, but you know.
Of course. He has been well because we only see him in a scenario where we don't. Okay, so I'm told that he is.
You only see him in that scenario.
Yep, but I'm told that he is in other Discords. So like maybe we're gonna see like the more open-minded, less combatant Witsit. But as I see him on YouTube and what I have access is he wants to be a winner and he wants to win the debates and he's actually forwarding himself as kind of a YouTube guy. Like he has a freakishly good setup. Like have you guys seen his setup? Like he's got a real good fucking setup.
Yeah, it took him like 5 years to make it that way. I mean,
no, Christos, you're right. But at the end of the day, what is important is, in my view, is the truth. It doesn't matter if Witsit can present a very good argument. There were good arguments 1,000 years ago for a non-Copernican universe. There have always been really good arguments for things that were not true. And sometimes we accepted them. Sometimes they really impressed us, and science proved things wrong. And we still killed George Washington through bloodletting. Like, science isn't the end all be all, but
yeah.
neither.
But you couldn't tell. You couldn't tell that from people talking about science now, right? People that talk about so-called science now talk about it as if it's absolute truth.
I think there is
probability says that in 500 years, nothing that they say now will end up being true.
However, we are
Do you
not.
think so? In 500 years, all the ideas we had would turn out to be true?
No,
they'll be all wrong.
I think that probability would say so. However, I think that we are a more evolved species. We have gotten really, really good at discerning truth from fable. So truth and fable are dichotomies, and there is a middle ground. I think that we have come to recognize things to be true. We have recognized things to be false, and we have recognized things to require further investigation. And then we investigate. Like the Industrial Revolution. Think about the Think about 1780 to 1890. Think about the strides we made. We did everything. We built the printing press. We built the first generation of automobile. Henry Ford was not the first one. We had automobiles in the late 1800s. We progressed 1,000 years in 100 years. We got better at it, and we're getting better at it still.
All of that is planned out.
What do you mean?
Progression is an illusion.
What are you talking about? It's not an illusion. You plan and then it progresses. What the fuck are you talking about?
People think that the world is progressing, right? Everything is progressing. But if you actually look around you, it's actually degressing.
Yeah, I agree. But you got to understand that progression did exist at one point.
No, was a
People
smart guy.
people forget that civilization has gone through many different systems before.
Yes, but we're talking about technology progression.
All right.
And it did
Okay, build
happen.
the pyramid.
Hold on. Was a smart guy. He would not have stepped in if he didn't have something for it to say. In the okay, so I'm talking about the Industrial Revolution. Like, do you not see a major difference between before the Industrial Revolution and like in my view, it is a stark dichotomy.
Look, the most important part of the Industrial Revolution, and people I don't know why people don't see this. It was the transformation of material science.
Material science was so important.
That's it. Without that, none of the other shit happens.
So are you just talking about iron to steel?
Material science at every level, like doped silicon and making transistors and diodes and
So
making alloys that can take different stresses and strains.
We've advanced 150 years though, but let's digress 150 years.
Go get a radio.
Radio.
Go get
1910 radio.
Well, I mean, Tesla first demonstrated radio operating in 1883, right? But what do you think his radio looks like? Now think about what we have a radio now. How small can you make a radio? You can probably put it into a watch, right?
Oh,
so,
well, okay. Yes, you could.
Well, what changed? Well, you got to think about what changed. The underlying thing didn't change, right? It's still electromagnetic radiation being broadcast, right? That underlying technology didn't change. What changed was the material science to make it so you can miniaturize what already existed.
By the way, Indio, I do have
I
do have a watch that is set by radio. It's time zone.
All this shit already existed. The theodolites, for example, were said to be invented by British in the 1800s, but there's depictions of the Indians already having it 3,000, 4,000 years ago.
Those are their positioning systems. Is that
What happened then?
Just a little telescope with an angle. It's telescope with a little angle dial on it. You look through the telescope.
Yeah, that's cool, but if they had it, then what happened?
Yeah, so they already had this technology. Now they, then the modern wave will say, "Oh, the British, they invented it in 1800s, 1900s, in the Industrial Revolution." But it's just hijacked, like India said. It's just like compressed and continuized.
So what is progressing then?
You tell me.
Nothing is progressing. It's just it's a deep topic, but it's just changing. It's just changing the format.
You said there's a hijack, so the hijack is progressing. Is that what's progressing?
No, I didn't mean hijack in a devious way. I just said like more in a general sense, right?
We're taking the same thing and we're just changing it, right? We're just changing it into something else.
But there was a lot of that, right?
The underlying mechanisms don't change, right?
But there was a lot of the transmutation, so to speak.
I would say what happened is it changed in material science, and because we can, the material science is a type of thing is like, you want to create a material, but you need something to make that material. Well, you don't even have the material to make the device that makes that material. So now you have to invent that, right? So you have to invent the tools to make the thing that you want to make in the first place. But then you need changes in material science to do those, right? So it's like this progression where you keep like leapfrogging. The industrial equipment to make the material, and then the materials to make the industrial equipment, and you just keep leapfrogging, pop. And
but
here we are now, right? So there is a progress to a degree, right? We still use transistors that were invented back in like the early 1900s. We're using them in computer processors, but we made a manufacturing process where we can make the transistors so small, right? And the materials that will allow us to make these transistors so small. Now we have computers, but they had analog computers way back then that were made out of transistors, right?
I get
You
what
could
he's
literally
saying.
just make it out of light switches.
I posted a photo, guys. Tell me what you see in this photo?
Are you
With
saying
these
it's
two
in vain?
with these two
Is that what you're
structures.
saying?
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see.
What do you guys see in this image?
Oh, I don't see what you think I see. I see.
Is that a Palm Pilot?
I think that it is something that requires context with the people who carved it. Like, let's not go to
Yeah, I can
Atlantis.
provide context if you want.
We're,
Yeah, I can.
we're being very reasonable here. Like, let's not go to Atlantis.
No. Let me look up the.
I didn't mean to. Sorry,
Hold on.
Waz.
I just wanted
didn't-
to know what
You
you
think
guys
it's
thought when you
absurd
see
that
this.
history has like humankind has had to like reinvent itself a couple times?
Sorry,
That's so-
Waz. I didn't mean to be like.
No, I just wondering what you guys think. Like when you see this, you don't have the context. I can provide the context later, but just wondering.
So, my view is we've had things like cuneiform for I don't know how far it goes back. I'll say 5,000 years, and that happened on tablets, and maybe that's what's happening there. I don't know what the figure on the left is doing. I have no explanation for the figure on
So
the
are
left.
you doing like the what's the mud flood theory or something along the line?
I don't know what that is. Could you explain it to me?
No,
That's-
it's just.
That's
it's
where
not
the
mud flood.
advanced civilization that existed prior got completely imploded, and we just took what they had, and
I
then
think he's
cobbled
at-
together a story that makes sense where we're advanced. Something
I
along
think
those
he's
lines.
asking a question. I think he's just asking a question.
So
Oh no, like I'm not referring to mud flood. Just I've just seen a lot of these structures from Indian temples that show some of the technology we still use today, like rulers and theodolites. Now this one with the tablet, I think, is
Well,
kind of interesting.
That is the point that he was trying to make.
Yeah, sure.
well, that's mud flood.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's mud flood.
is
but-
something different. Mud flood is like Tartaria and all that crap.
Yeah.
Well, the general idea that they had shit, and then like we have the shit that they had now. There's
Lost
no real progress. There's no real change. What we have now is just a vanity, or in vain. There's no
Right, yeah.
real
When they
refinement.
teach you the theodolite was invented in 1800s by the British, that's not necessarily the truth, you know.
Yeah, when they
There's
teach you that
implication-
rockets weren't invented until the 20th century, that's also a bullshit.
There's
actually
implication.
there's actually wood carving images of rockets from the
No,
1400s.
Rockets were invented by the Chinese, right?
Yes,
Because-
exactly. Yes.
But rocket. Could we get a solid? Could we get a definition of a rocket? Like I think that's important actually. Let me see if I can get a definition of a rocket.
I'm pretty sure they didn't have nukes, buddy, or ICBMs.
Of course. Well, ICBMs would be talking about liquid fuel, and nukes would be talking about 1942. We all saw Oppenheimer, but when we talk about rockets, we're talking about solid fuel rockets. But let's look at the definition of rocket. Am I boring you?
He left.
That seems
I know
important to
you-
me to look
you
at the
know
definition
me.
of a rocket, right?
Yeah, it would seem so. I don't have any problem with it. You know,
I guess I was boring him with being sophisticated. I trust you all to be intelligent people, and looking up a definition of a word seems to be
Well,
on the
it
table.
would feel like a brass tube, a brass thing that looked like a rocket, and it would have fins on the end, right? And they'd pack it full of gunpowder, and they'd light it on fire, and it would take off into the sky.
Yeah. Okay. So the early rockets would have been solid, right? They wouldn't have been fucking around with liquid shit.
Yeah, it was just solid. They were solid. They were
They
solid
were
fuel rockets.
solid shit, probably made by the Chinese who first invented gunpowder, right? What was it? Sulfur and like I don't know, bullshit. I'm not a rocket scientist, but anyways, fuck that guy.
Yeah, he was kind of just. I wouldn't call him a troll, but
No,
he
all right.
had an attitude.
So the way that Indio, you and I, like, we met tonight, and I've had some history with a lot of people in here. I've had some bad history too because I used to like drink real hard and like to fight. The way that I get along is by realizing like we're all people looking for the same fucking solution. We're looking for the same solution to the same problem. Like I don't care if the Earth is
We are. We all have
fucking
the same enemy, man. It's just like people don't realize, like, it's in this clown world, it's hard to figure out where the enemy is. Okay, it's very very well camouflaged. Let's put it that way.
I fucking know that like it doesn't come from a person like you. It doesn't come from a person that sounds like you. Like we're fucking reasonable. We're fucking people. Like
Well, people want to think that they like. I figured it out. This is the enemy. Like, no, dude, it's not the enemy. The enemy is very subtle. It does. You don't know who it is.
anyone who
It's like,
tells you that they have the answer to life, they have the fucking solution, they answered the problem, they figured it out, they threw it over their shoulder, it's behind them, they're fucking wrong. They're wrong every time.
yeah, pretty much.
There's no pretty much about it. Anyone who tells you that they have the answer to any question and they don't need to think about it anymore, they're wrong. That's my rule of life.
Yeah, I don't give people life advice. I just say this is how I fucked up and this is how I fixed it. Like you could do what you want with it.
I like that. I like that.
Believe me, and there's a lot of information there because I fuck up a lot.
Oh, dude, I fuck up so hard. Like, so I am a 38-year-old recent grad student graduate. Like, I am 20 years, 10 years behind the curve. Like,
Hey, I should mention this. I think it was like the engineers have like some group, some fucking trade group or something, like, one of the little clubs they have, like these professions have, and they had a magazine where they listed the top 100 engineers of the 20th century, right? Something like 80% of them came up with like their inventions in their 60s.
No, like
they weren't even young men. So I think
honestly,
that age thing is overrated.
honestly, engineering, hell no. Like, if you wanted to go into, if you wanted to make
This was
money,
specifically electrical engineering, by the way.
oh, dude, fucking. Actually, I respect electrical engineers because I love video games and they're the people that make that fucking work. Like, I like electrical engineers. I don't side with like actual engineers. Like, I like civil engineers. They're the ones that build bridges. They're like the technical people of like the actual world. Like, people who have engineering degrees try to build the Burj Khalifa. Like they will build the tallest building in the world. I don't give a fuck about them. I care about the people, the electrical engineers.
Are you gonna be a municipal lawyer? Or are you gonna do like what are you gonna like municipal law, like city laws, or like regulations and stuff?
That's what it is. Okay, so I love.
So, like, listen, like I was just thinking of a scam for you, man. Like,
oh, dude, I'll hear it. I'll hear it.
People take out flat Earth insurance.
Oh,
we
boy.
built it to my fucking flat Earth goddamn contractors built our bridges to a flat Earth, man, and we gotta fix that and build it to curvature.
That's so fucking funny. You know what I would love so much more is what I've been trying to champion all night, and for me to be a what do they call it? Like copyright attorney. Like I would love for one of you guys, one of you fucking champions, to write a story, a sci-fi story, a flat Earth based sci-fi story about what happens beyond the curve, what happens beyond Antarctica. Like, I have so many fucking theories. Like, I'm
I'm just spitballing here. Like, for one, I don't think that once you get beyond Antarctica, if everything resets, like if life began here, and then Antarctica, it's the ice wall, and then a separate form of life began over there, I don't think we can interact. I don't think that a jaguar or I don't think that a lion could eat the meat of what exists beyond Antarctica. And my reasoning
Put
is
a
that.
secret Nazi base in it. We could do all that because there's supposed to be a secret Nazi base in Antarctica.
All right, so
You
here's
never
what
heard that one?
No.
That the Nazis went down to Antarctica during World War II, and did some stuff. I'm not sure exactly what, but there's
Dude,
always been
it's-
speculation that there's some secret Nazi base in Antarctica.
I've seen Indiana Jones, like all of them. So, like, I'm kind of an expert. All right, so here's my theory. Like, we can only digest like the proteins and shit of the meat and the vegetables and the shit that we're used to, right? So, if there was some abiogenesis beyond the ice wall, like it evolved independently of us, we wouldn't be able to eat it. Like it would be like drinking gasoline. Like to eat meat that evolved independently of us, it would be the equivalent of eating fucking gasoline.
I
Are you invoking evolution in that equation?
I am.
Okay, so that's a pretty big assumption.
It's a big assumption. I'm talking sci-fi here. I'm just trying to spitball sci-fi.
Yep, sci-fi, exactly.
Was is that not like a decent angle though? Like, if there were like a flat Earth fucking story.
So what are you gonna have people starve to death because they ate some weird freaking
No, they're gonna find
non-evolution?
they're gonna find a fucking way through it. Wait, who's in the bathwater?
I don't know, man. Dude, man, the thing I'm scared about the most is fucking someone going at it with their girl in this open mic or something.
That's an insane thing to be scared of.
Wait, who muted was?
Well, I don't want to hear that. Spank me, daddy. I don't want to hear that shit.
No,
So what are you guys talking about flat Earth in here, or like what are you guys talking about?
We're talking about flat Earth.
We're talking about making a flat Earth novel.
All right, we're talking about flat Earth. We're talking about sci-fi. We're talking about what if the world really were flat? Like, what were the implications? What would be beyond the ice wall? It is Speculation Sunday.
So it's Cinco de Mayo. Let's get conspiracizing. Like, why do you guys care if the Earth is flat?
Why do they care?
No,
do your taxes change?
Cortico's not a flat earther, so.
Yeah, I'm a globe earther, but
Yeah.
I have fun
Yeah,
on.
but I'll tell you.
I have
I'll
fun
tell
on Flat Earth Sunday. I can play a flat earther, but I'm not gonna do the disservice. I'm not gonna mock them.
Well,
I am a null earther. I don't know what shape the Earth is, and I don't really care to say. But it is nice to hear people debate about topics that genuinely do not matter. It's very fun.
Yeah, why doesn't it matter?
Yeah, because let's say tomorrow the government tells us, yeah, the Earth's flat. Your taxes aren't changing. You're still under the corruption of the elites, and you forever will be.
You are still going.
That is a very childish way of thinking about the world.
Explain.
First
How
of
is it
all-
childish?
Okay, I'll explain it to you. First of all, taxes are not my main consideration in life. I don't give a shit about taxes. In fact, I don't pay
Okay.
fucking taxes. That's for little people. Okay, little people pay taxes.
Let's move beyond that
So,
because most
let's
of
go-
us live by death and
I'm going to
tax.
tell you why it's important. If the government came out and said the Earth was flat, everybody.
Is that because you don't make enough
You
money to pay
still-
taxes?
No, it's because I structure my income in such a way that I don't have a tax liability.
Understandable.
Anyway, maybe it was my train of thought. Even if the government came out and said the Earth is flat tomorrow, we still have the same problem. People are getting their ideas about where they live from a third party, as opposed to their own personal knowledge. Still
Okay,
got the same
so
problem.
All right, so let's say you go on a rocket ship, right? You see the Earth's flat, and you come back down to Earth. What are you gonna do? What's the first thing you would do?
Well, first of all, I'm going to wonder how I violated the second law of thermodynamics by going into a fucking space vacuum.
Well,
That's the first thing.
I said, I said if you go into space, right? You go into
Yeah,
space.
there is no outer space.
So you're saying outer space doesn't exist?
Outer space vacuum does not exist.
Hold on. Ball. Is it okay if I call you Ball?
The
Or
whole
what would
paradigm, it's not just
Just
whether
call
the
me
Earth
Joy.
is
You can
flat.
call me Joy.
You see, your
Joy.
idea of what flat earthers think is very
What do you guys
shaped
think?
by the very people you're complaining about.
What do you
Hold
guys
on.
think?
I'm gonna try to attempt to resolve this.
No,
We're
need
on
an
step.
attempt, man.
No,
need
we're
help.
on. I know you don't. I know you don't, sir. We're on step 12. We need to get to. We're on step 1. We need to get to step 12. So, like, when we talk about the flat Earth, like paradigm, like we don't talk about like All right, I'm lost.
Okay,
I
just let me
apologize.
take it. Let me take it from here, man.
Go,
Okay, just let me,
go
let me-
ahead.
give
I
me the
apologize.
hand off the ball. I'm running with. Okay,
Yeah,
so
let the grown-ups take over.
stop, man. Okay.
Sorry.
So the whole paradigm, the whole existential worldview that the Earth's the globe floating around in an infinite vacuum of space, created by the Big Bang, people evolved from fucking uncaring random assortment of chemicals. That entire cosmology is nonsense. Flat Earth's a completely different worldview, cosmology, everything. It's not anything like that. We didn't take out the balls and put a disc in there, right? It's not the same thing. It's completely different. The idea of outer space is a metaphysical fantasy created in 325 BC by Democritus and Epicurus, right? So they were even writing science fiction back then, believe it or not. That's right. They're writing science fiction about going to the moon back in 1 AD. This whole
India.
idea of outer space was invented. It wasn't discovered. We invented it in our minds.
Okay, India.
Human beings.
India. Like so you gave me some little bit of work to do. Like what was going on with Galileo when he looked. All right, so I in my opening thing here tonight, I
There's a lot of
talked
things
about.
about Galileo that you think that are actually just factually wrong. So like that a
I'm
lot of people
probably
think.
wrong.
So it's not
I'm
you.
probably wrong.
The whole history of Galileo, like science prevailed over the backwards thinking of religion, and that whole narrative is utter horseshit.
Well, my
Galileo
main
was
thing-
put on trial for fucking forging an imprimatur. Back then, you needed an imprimatur
he
to
was-
publish.
Okay, I have a question. What exactly do you guys, as flat earthers here, what do you guys believe? How do you guys believe the Earth is formatted?
I'm a globe earther, by the way. Cortico is a globe.
What do you mean by formatted?
So you see how like the globalists, right, believe that the Earth is a sphere. Rather than a sphere, it would be like a smushed kind of sphere, right? And that the Earth rotates around the sun, and that we are in a solar system within a galaxy within a universe, right? How do you guys feel as though that the universe is formatted?
The Earth is not within something. Everything is within it.
Okay, whatever the fuck you believe, right? So how do you,
so like you think the
do that?
universe is like Earth is contained within this large space, right? The space you call
I'm
the
not.
universe.
I'm asking you how you
No,
believe
I'm
the Earth.
trying to
is-
explain it to you simply. I'm trying to explain it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Sorry.
we think of it backwards from that, right? That the Earth is it, and everything is contained within our realm. We're not inside of some larger thing. All of reality is within inside the Earth. It's not.
How
the
would
other
that
way
even
around.
work? How would that work?
Hold
What
on.
do you mean?
hold
How
on.
would that work?
Hold on, guys. We can break it. We can break it down step by step. Like all right. So when we look up, we see lights in the sky. Like how do we explain like what are those
I don't believe in abductive reasoning. I don't have to explain everything.
Okay, fair enough. So your reasoning is inductive. Like you see something.
No, I try to do deductive, but I'll settle for inductive if I have to. That's the last resort. I never go to abductive reasoning.
Apocryphon, you're right. so it's something that you can experiment with. Like you can test it and you can see it. Like that is where your knowledge comes from.
Yes. Okay, but we have this paradox that she just brought up, right? So it's called the boundary problem, also known as Zeno's paradox, right? So
Wait,
the
didn't
idea.
Zeno have?
Hold on,
Sorry.
man. Just slow
Sorry,
down.
sorry.
So Zeno's paradox is that you can go, like, say I'm a person, right, and I want to go to this wall, and I go, okay, I'm gonna get to the wall, I'm gonna go halfway, and then once I get halfway, I'm gonna go halfway again, halfway again, halfway again, halfway again. I'll never get to the wall, right? So logically, geometrically, mathematically, there is no boundary. There's no wall. I'm not even in a room because I can never actually reach that ever. Logically, geometrically, mathematically. And this is how people think about the universe, right? The current thing, right? Oh, the Earth is inside this universe. Well, where's the edge of the universe? Can I actually reach it? Is the universe bounded? Is it boundless? Is there an edge? Is there not an edge? These questions nobody can answer, and anyone that thinks they can is lying to you. So when you ask me, where's the boundary of the flat Earth? How does that even work? That the Earth's not inside of something? What does that even mean?
So you're basically saying the universe is within
The Earth. Yes.
The Earth.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So now that I've gotten this, let me just understand. When I look out and I see stars, the stars are in the Earth.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they're in
Okay.
our realm, but they're not like physically in the Earth. They're not in the ground. Obviously, they're in the Earth realm. There's
Within
no
the Earth
outside.
system. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. So do you guys believe in that like dome concept? Is that what you mean?
That's a concept, but
Not
yeah.
me personally, but there are people that think that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to visualize this.
Yeah, that's a good
I don't
visualization.
personally believe that there's a dome per se. I mean, I think that we're in a contained system, but I don't know what the container is. How the fuck do I know what that is?
Okay.
I definitely don't think it's a dome, like because dome is too. First of all, it's too general. Like, what shape of a dome? There's tons of different types of domes.
All right. So it's basically So basically, do you believe like the Milky Way galaxy is in Earth?
Well, no, it's in the sky. We see it in the sky, and like what we see in the sky, that rift isn't even technically the Milky Way anymore. They say that, yeah, that's the new lore. You gotta download the DLC. Now that's a dwarf galaxy that the Milky Way is eating. You don't actually see the Milky Way anymore.
So the Milky Way galaxy is in the
Yeah.
sky. Is the sky separate from the Earth?
Yeah. First of all, we dispute whether we're in a Milky Way galaxy. Okay. How would you detect that you're
Well,
in
we're
a
not in the Milky Way galaxy because the galaxy is in Earth. So that means that we're not in a galaxy. We're basically just
Yeah.
the galaxy is within Earth.
The whole
According to your
story.
logic.
Look, it's not really my logic. It's okay. All the claims about star, space, sky, all that crap doesn't have any evidence. Okay.
I mean, I
Based
guess
upon
one
based
basis
upon a
of
series of assumptions.
I guess one basis of the evidence would be, looking at it, right? Visible evidence. That could
Okay,
be
so what can you tell
form
by
of
just
evidence.
looking at it?
Now, I was just saying that's just a form of evidence, right? That it exists.
Yeah.
That is
Well,
far away from us, right?
I mean, that's hard to say.
But when we need to zoom into something to see something, would you say it's not far? Or would you say it's close to us?
Well, I mean, that's kind of a technical question. Whether you zoom into something, you can't bring everything back with zoom, right? So there's two different factors which determine whether you can make out details of something. First is the angular resolution of the optical device, how diffraction limited it is, and that depends on the diameter of the lens. And then there's the zoom, but the zoom depends on the focal length, and that would be the length of the telescope or whatever you're using. Zoom is not going to actually improve your image as far as resolving something that's small. So an example is something called binary stars, right? And they do something in astronomy called splitting stars. So to split stars, to the naked eye, they look like they're just one star. But what they'll do is they'll get a larger diameter optic, And when you get the larger diameter optic, you can actually see they're 2 stars. But if you just like increase the zoom of your telescope, it would still appear as 1 star. It actually wouldn't appear as 2 stars, no matter what zoom you took on the telescope. So there's lots of there's a lot of things that we've all heard the stories, right? We all went to the same schools. We all know the same. Stars are millions of light years away. Sun is 93 million miles away. Moon's 300,000 miles away. Planets are this far away. But when you actually look at the evidence for that, right? Is there any direct evidence for that? Now, a direct semi-direct measurement for like the distance of a star, planet, something like that, would be using a method called parallax. Well, when we actually observe any of these objects, there is no parallax, and that's where they get the idea that they're so far away. Because when we observe things on Earth, right, when we observe terrestrial objects, house, a boat, an airplane, we can use this principle called parallax, right? Use 2 viewpoints. You have a baseline distance, and based upon when both viewpoints look at this object, there'll be an angle of displacement. You can measure that angle, get the baseline, and then figure out how far away the object is. When we do this method for stars, well, that isn't how it turns out. It turns out there's no parallax. And in some instances, there's negative parallax, which would be like measuring a negative distance to something. Meaning you're looking at something and the math tells you the object is behind you, which makes no sense, right? If you looked at an object in front of you and you did the math and it said, well, this object's behind me, you'd be like, no, something's wrong here. But we actually observe this in the sky. So our position is, well, at least my position, is that the idea, let me finish, Gorgo. I'm wrapping it up. So my position is that the ideas that we have about distances, how far the stars are away, the moon, planets, all of these things, they're based on faulty premises. And that main premise being what we do on Earth, terrestrial objects, works the same as when we make observations in the sky. Meaning the methods we use to determine distances, heights, lengths, and all that crap, we can just take them and look at the sky and it's all the same. But when we actually do this, it's not the same in reality.
So based on that premise, if everything that we use to measure anything is baseless, this is what I'm getting. It's not baseless.
It works terrestrially. It doesn't work celestially.
Okay, all right. So it works within the concept of what we are able to observe on this Earth.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, go ahead.
Einstein agreed with this. This is the basis of relativity. Are we? Sorry, I tuned out for a little bit because like I was having a discussion with Apocryphon. Like we're talking about relativity. Like things always fit in a relative nature to other things. Is that what we're doing?
No, I'm saying that we can draw conclusions about geometric relationships for terrestrial observations, right?
So that's
I can see a boat at sea, and I can observe that boat from 2 different positions. So if you don't understand what parallax is, I'll just give this quick.
I do understand.
Well, I know. This is for her. So if you take your thumb, right, extend your arm, take your thumb, stick it out, and then alternate opening one eye and then the other, you're gonna watch your thumb shift back and forth.
Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah.
Okay. So if you know the distance between your pupils, and you can measure the angle of that shift, the distance of that shift, right? The angular distance of that shift, you can calculate how far away your thumb is from you. And we can do this on Earth, and we can do these calculations and figure out how far away something is, how far a house is, how far a boat is, how far you can actually use a sextant to figure out how far a boat is away by measuring the angular size of the boat. But when we do these same techniques on celestial objects, they don't work.
I mean, so wait. So basically, you're saying if I did the same thing with a star, and I looked at a star, and I did the same thing with my eye, I couldn't measure how far away it was from my eye.
Even if you got on other sides of the Earth, right? Even if you got say 5,000 miles apart and did simultaneous observations and measure the angle you would measure would be 0. You'd measure no difference.
Could you provide me with something that backs up this claim, just so I understand?
The camera's sideways, by the way. Is there a way to fix that?
Oh, sorry.
No, you beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, no.
I mean, what the mainstream says is that the only way they can measure parallax is if they measure it 6 months apart. So now your baseline is like the orbit of the Earth, right? You're the other sides of the orbit. So now that's your what would be called as interocular distance, right? So with the thumb thing that I was talking about, that's your interocular distance. Now let's suppose your eyes are as far apart as both sides of the Earth's alleged orbit, right? And you measured that angle. So what they'll do is they'll measure that angle. They'll say now that they measure parallax from this, but it's actually not actually parallax because it's actually created by something called stellar aberration.
So basically,
and
your
that the
point
stars are in apparent position and shit. But that'd be going way too tech. I don't know how technical we want to get with that shit.
Hold on, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Break it down.
You want to hear the theory of stellar aberration? I already kind of told you about it.
No, from her. You're muted.
Who muted her?
Who is?
I got it. Yeah, someone muted you for some reason. Anyway, so the theory of stellar aberration is when we see stars, they're not in their true position; they're in their apparent position because. So here's another analogy: if you're in the rain, right, and you're standing still, and you had an umbrella, that would block the rain. But if you started running, right, that wouldn't block the rain anymore unless you tilted the umbrella. Right? If you tilt the umbrella, now it's going to block the raindrops.
Hold
so
on.
the theory of stellar aberration is the Earth's in motion in an orbit. And where we're going in one direction in the orbit, the sunlight hits us from one direction. And when we're on the other side of the orbit, it hits us from another direction. And that because of this effect, that stars are not in a true position, that they are in an apparent position. And this apparent, and then when they go say, hey, we want to measure this parallax distance, they say, well, we have to account for stellar aberration. Okay. And this stellar aberration is going to deflect the star over, right, from where we actually see it, right? So what they actually observe is no parallax. But then when they correct for stellar aberration, parallax comes out of the mathematics.
Okay.
So here's the thing. This might all sound boring. I heard you yawn. But the thing is, this theory of stellar aberration was falsified in the 1800s. And they just have whistled past that graveyard.
That's crazy. So
I explained it to this guy earlier. It's called Airy's Failure. It was done by George Biddle Airy, the Astronomer Royal for the Royal Society. That's why it's called Airy's Failure. He was trying to prove it existed, and when he went to prove it existed, he proved it didn't exist. He proved that the Earth is not in motion.
Failed. Let's hear. Let's hear.
Sorry, got to go. 2 seconds, bro. Sorry. The young lady with the camera on, you're going to have to turn your camera off, Pet. It's capping the room at 25.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
No. Keep it on. Keep it on. Don't worry about
sorry, Cotty, we can't do that. Thank you. Sorry, carry on, please.
Oh, I didn't even know your camera was on. I was sorry about that.
Oh, you're gonna fucking go to old dude? You're beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. But yeah, so
I was gonna say the same thing, but I'm not simp. But whatever.
I'll simp for Paul, sure.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, boys. Finish the conversation.
So basically what you're saying is that there's no conceivable way for us to measure the objects that we are seeing in space. Is that what you're saying? Or there's no way that we are able
Not directly.
to measure?
No,
Not directly.
Those distances are created by theories.
Yeah,
So
they're
there's theories of how we think all this stuff behaves out in space, right?
Right,
And
based
from
on
that theory, we
yeah.
calculated distance off of that.
And these theories are based on terrestrial. Not terrestrial, but terrestrial.
Basically, it started as terrestrial. Like thousands of years ago, we made we did these measurements terrestrially, and then when we decided to look at the stars, someone just said, "Let's just use these same methods when we look at the stars." But then they noticed that for hundreds of years couldn't answer why there was no parallax and why, astronomy is progressed very slowly, and it had periods of, let's say, nothing happened for a very long time until someone come up with some cockeyed theory to explain why they didn't observe what they thought they should observe.
Okay.
And this happens a lot of times. I can give you lots of examples. like the modern theory, like dark matter and dark energy. Why does that exist?
I see what you mean.
You know why it exists now?
I didn't even
Because
think that. I thought dark matter was a theory rather than it existing. That we
well,
even
no,
in
no,
the-
why is it,
Dark
no. I'm
matter
saying,
is so much deeper than
I'm
any of
saying
this.
why does it exist as a theory or a hypothesis? It
because we don't.
exists.
I heard
Well,
this because we don't actually understand shit about space. Actually,
yes, exactly. It's
Yeah.
because they have a prediction based upon their theories, right, on how the galactic radial velocity is supposed to behave, right? So one of what they noticed, right, is that galaxies are rotating so fast they should be flying apart, but they're not. So what could be holding them together? Well, we can't see anything, so it's got to be dark matter, invisible matter, magically
Yeah.
holding these galaxies together. So, but
Yeah.
they had to do that because their theory would be falsified. So astronomy is built on this thing called a cosmic distance ladder. So
Oh.
there's rungs, right? So like if any one of those rungs is wrong, right? The lower the rung is, if it's wrong, then everything above it's wrong, right? So it goes radius of the Earth, distance to or size of Venus, distance to the Sun, stellar parallax or Cepheid variables, parallax to Cepheid variables, then what's the next one? Redshift, and then cosmological or supernova, fucking type 1A supernova explosions. So there's a whole bunch of things. If any one of those rungs are wrong, then all the rungs above it are wrong, right? So they have to preserve, right? When they come to these dark matter theories, they're trying to preserve everything below it. Because if that's wrong, everything built upon, like, say, these radial velocities of galaxies is based upon what they think gravity does, right? So if this is wrong, then all the gravity stuff they've been saying for 200 years, everything they built on that is going to be wrong. You understand? So it's not like you're just disproving one thing. You're pulling out, it's like a Jenga block, right? You pulled out a block that's too fucking low, and now the whole tower crashes down. Right, so they're very careful about not coming up with ad hoc hypothesis. Otherwise, the whole profession could be in, disrepute, to say the least.
Yeah. All right. So based on based on all this that I've gotten, this information that you've told me so far, just so I understand,
Yeah.
what exactly? I've always been so fascinated with why exactly flat earthers are so interested in this topic. I'm just saying, it is very interesting to me every time I come on here and I learn more about flat Earth. Right? It does help me understand a better view, but I've just never really gotten a good answer as to why it necessarily matters. Right? I mean,
can do it.
yeah. Go ahead.
It's a fundamental thing.
Mhm.
It's
It's
so
philosophical.
how no, well, philosophical. No, it's fundamental to how okay, so how we all experience the world, regardless of what you think the world is, globe or flat or freaking concave, hollow, I don't care, right? We all experience it directly through our senses as flat and motionless. That's what we all experience, period. Right? We go to the ocean looks flat. Everything, like, we don't feel like we're moving, right? No one thinks their house is freaking moving. When you watch a sunset, you think the sun's setting. You don't think that you're falling backwards away from the sun because you're rotating, right? No one thinks that, right? They just perceive the world with their senses. But
Yeah.
well, just let me finish. So someone comes along and says, you know what? All that experience, that's just an optical illusion. And it's an optical illusion because I wrote some equations on this board over here. And people just go along like, okay, I'll just not trust anything that I see or feel, taste, or touch, and I'll just do whatever you tell me to do. That's why it's important, right? So people reject their primary agency and their experience of reality for the words of strangers. And like, fundamentally, that's the problem. At least to me, okay? I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for anybody else.
So basically, the problem is we're rejecting our fundamental understanding of the world.
Yes.
Our primacy, all right? You're it's almost like rejecting your own independence, right? Like, I can't discern what the world is. I have to have it told to me.
Okay. So
Right.
would you say that you personally agree with certain mathematics that you have been taught and teach throughout school and history?
Yeah.
Would you say you agree with history?
No, I wouldn't say I agree with history.
Would
There's
you say
problems here and there.
understandable? Would you say you agree with science?
I wouldn't make a generalized statement. I agree with science. Depends. The word science is kind of muddied nowadays. I agree with the scientific method. I agree with science. That's too like a lot of things are called science that aren't science. But if it's science that follows the scientific method, I'll agree with it.
My point is that a lot of the ideas and attributes that we claim to see and believe and we subscribe to are based on things that we have heard, and they are projections of things and ideas and most of our values and beliefs when we boil them down, like for example using street epistemology or any other forms of radical self-change. You'll boil down your beliefs and your values and you'll see that they're really based on really nothing. They're based on what we want to believe or what we've been taught to believe. They are based on what society has been, the rhetoric that has been placed on us. So the idea that a lot of the ideas within flat earth too, or within globalist beliefs, are based on what we've been taught and what we've been told to believe. When you sit a baby in a room and let it grow by itself and let it experience the world by itself, it would probably be entirely different than based on what society would believe. So my point is that even if we are able to, I guess, believe in our own independent fundamental beliefs, these things would ultimately still be baseless because of the fact that we have no stable structure in any of our values. But I mean, hey.
Well, nature is the only way, but I want to elaborate.
Yeah, well, let me just respond to her real quick. It's only going to take like 1 second, man. So I'm not saying believe anybody. I'm saying is that reality can be determined empirically by yourself. Like you don't need someone to tell you what the world is, right? Like if I want to test the globe, I can go out and test the globe claims myself. I don't really need I don't need any help. It's actually simple.
What would you say you would need some form of measurement? You would need some form of other actualization to determine these, properties. Would you say that you would need that? Let's say that there is somebody who is ignorant in the idea of mathematics. Let's say somebody within, I don't know, fucking Congo, who doesn't have any, who grew up in a world where they didn't have any form of. There's probably people in Congo that do believe that do know mathematics. But my point is, let's say there's someone across the world who has no, basic fundamentals of mathematics or science or any type of that, right? How would they be able to measure or actualize the world if they didn't have the tools
Through
to
their
do so?
senses.
Yeah,
through their senses.
Like Indio said, through their senses. That's it.
So do you believe you can fully trust your senses?
Do you believe you can fully trust your mind?
That's not, well, you can't respond to the question with a question, right? I asked you a question.
Well, listen. No, you cannot fully trust your senses, but they're more reliable than the mind. Way more reliable.
Do you believe your mind isn't in tune with your senses?
Okay.
Is that what you're saying here?
Well, no. What do you mean? My mind's on too.
So your mind is separate from your
my
senses.
senses keep me alive. My senses preserve my life every day. They don't make mistakes very often. My mind, I make all sorts of mental mistakes.
Your senses don't make mistakes often, is what you're
I don't know
saying.
when the last time I got hit by a car. Oh, I never did. That's right. Because I have senses that tell me when a car's coming.
Right. So let's.
But I
look at
can
it
make
this
a mental mistake, right? I can be distracted and I can get hit by a car, right?
Right. And what is your thoughts in your mind based off of? What are they based off of? When you have dreams, when you have thoughts, they are based off of the projection of your senses. That is literally what it is.
I wouldn't say dreams are that.
Okay.
Everybody in your dream is you.
So, I mean, yeah, of course, right? So when you go out, right, and most of the stimuli that you are responding to is on the basis of your senses, right?
Yeah.
When somebody comes up to me and they call me a bitch, right, that is through my thoughts or me hearing something. That's through me hearing something. Say I didn't have any senses. Say I couldn't hear. Say I couldn't taste. Say I couldn't smell. Say I couldn't do any of that, right? What do you think I'd be thinking? What do you think I'd be thinking about?
I mean, depends on what you did before you lost your senses.
I didn't do anything. I was born without any senses
You wouldn't
whatsoever.
have thoughts. You wouldn't have
You'd be
any
dead.
thoughts.
Like, what do you mean?
That's my exact thought, right? That's exactly what I'm saying here. Your thoughts are related and based on most of your senses. Now, I'm not saying that your thought, if you got all your senses taken away, you wouldn't have any thoughts. But most of your thoughts are based on the stimulus of your senses, right? So a lot of the times people believe, oh, I can completely trust what I'm sensing. I can completely trust everything I feel. I can completely trust everything that's within me, what I see, what I smell, what I taste, what I touch, right? But there have been multiple studies that have been conducted that have shown us that our senses are not completely reliable. Here, I can give an example of
I
this.
conceded that. I just said they're
Yeah.
more reliable.
They're more reliable
I don't
than
think they're infallible. I just think they're more reliable
exactly what? I'm
than
sorry.
the mind.
Than the mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So say I use say someone comes up to me and hits my leg, right? Maybe I would think if I wasn't able to see, right, I might think that that was I don't know, maybe a fly swatter, right? But within rational thought and mind, right, I'm able to think and realize, okay, that must be a person. A person must do that. Why would a fly swatter do that, right? Your thought is able to make its own conceivable understanding of the world and base that off of its senses. That's the reason why we're able to think. If there is someone who is not able to think, but only able to see, smell, and touch, they wouldn't have any rational state of mind. They would be basically an animal. They wouldn't be able to actually make any rational thought. Our thoughts and our minds are balanced properties within us. So I just don't understand how this is a logical, understandable statement to make. I'm
Okay,
kind of trying to understand this.
because we have okay, well, maybe I should break it down further. Okay, we have perception of the senses, right? We have their senses, right, and then our perception of the senses, and then we interpret what our senses, what we perceive with our senses, we interpret it with our mind, right? But there's another thing, right? There's the thing of abstract ideas outside of our senses, like the idea that the Earth's a globe. That's an abstract idea because no one you know has ever experienced that. You've never experienced that. No one they know has ever experienced that, right? So it's an abstract idea. Maybe someday you think you'll go to space or Mars or whatever, and it won't be an abstract idea, and it will be an actual experience. But as of now, it's an abstract idea. Now, these abstract ideas, are they true? Are they not true? You'll never know because they have to be confirmed with the senses. Senses are superior. I'm not saying you use only your senses alone and that we're just freaking reactive animals just acting on literally impulse and reflex. No, I'm not saying that at all. We have to interpret our senses. I'll concede that we have to interpret our senses with our mind. There is an interplay, but like when someone says my abstract thought is superior to your senses, believe my abstract ideas, I give pause to that, man. I just have to.
Okay.
There
Okay.
has
So
to
I
be
have
more than your idealized geometry on a sheet of paper.
So your point as to why they're more reliable is due to, could you explain that? Could you put that statement into
Well, I mean,
complete terms here so I can understand that?
well, I can give you an example. I'll give you a specific example, right? So I went walking one day. This is probably a couple months back, and I was walking in a bike. Like we have there's a sidewalk and there's a bike path. And there was a bunch of people on the sidewalk, and I didn't want to walk there. So my brain told me, I'll just walk in the bike path. Well, guess what? Bike came, and you know what saved me? It wasn't my mind, it was my senses, because I jumped out of the way. Right?
So because
So
you
my
sense
my brain told me it was safe, but my body told me it was wrong, right?
Okay.
Okay, so that's just an instance of my senses are more reliable, right? Than like if you counted how many mental errors did I make today? How many errors did I make with my senses today? You're going to find that you made very few errors with your senses, and the mental errors you made, errors of judgment, errors of timing, errors of position, like all sorts of mental errors. You'll find that that stack is way higher than the senses stack.
Okay. So basically you're saying that it's because our thoughts can be very irrational at times, pretty much.
Yeah. We're not always rational actors.
I can agree with that, but I can also agree with the idea that our senses can be very irrational at times. For example, when you get very stressed out and when you get very angry, right, and you start to get really hot, right, you don't think you're going to have a heat stroke, right? You don't think you're burning alive, right? You realize, like, your thoughts are able to rationalize that you are in a very stressed stressed environment, right? You're in a very stressed situation, right? I'm not going to, if I didn't have any understanding of what anger or stress was, I would think I was going to have a heat stroke and die. That's what I would think, right? In that situation where you were able to make a sense, your senses were able to tell you that you were missing out on something that your thoughts didn't. I believe there are an equal chance that your senses and your thoughts could both make irrational and rational judgment. They are balanced within each other. We both need our thoughts and our senses to make rational judgments within this world. One is not more superior than the other, because if one didn't have the other, one would not exist. One would not be able to fathom the world in an understandable way. Like when we are able to like make reasonable judgments, if we were not able to make reasonable judgment based on our stimulus, we would be, like I said again, we would be irrational animals. If we were not able to use our, senses to, value and understand the world, then we wouldn't be anywhere either. So I just think it's a balance. But this probably really isn't going to go anywhere because it's based on person to person. If you believe your senses are better than your thoughts, well, shit, I think you should get maybe some therapy.
Well,
I don't.
it's funny you brought up heat stroke because I've had heat stroke, and when you have heat stroke, you're actually delusional. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, hey, maybe you're delusional, but my point
No,
is.
when you have heat stroke, you get delusional. That's how you know you have heat stroke.
Oh, okay. I mean, I never knew that. But I mean, hey, maybe you have a heat stroke. Maybe you thought you were burning alive. Maybe you thought your blood was boiling.
I want to
don't.
get back to your original question, Balsam.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
So you couldn't really wrap your head around why this topic has any like some grand relevance.
Yeah.
And I want to give you some food for thought. Might not make sense now, but you could think about it. So, do you think this topic has to do with the nature of reality in general?
Yes.
Okay. And if children are being taught something about the nature of reality which is not true, do you think that distorts their perception of the nature of reality?
Yeah, I can understand that.
Okay. Do you think that has any sort of relevance to their worldview?
Not necessarily.
How they interact with the world?
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. So if I created that worldview that they carry, that gives me something, right? What does that give me?
I wouldn't understand what that would give you personally.
If I created your worldview, which means I know everything about your worldview, that gives me something over you. Right?
Dominions? I wouldn't understand what that would give.
To some extent, yeah.
If I told you a lie, if I told you that you can't go out of this house, that would practically just give me dominions over you.
Exactly. Very good.
Mhm.
So we can get way deeper into this, right? But this is just the basic. Now, does that give you some kind of food for thought?
Yeah, but I
about
just don't understand what type of dominions that would give you. What exactly you would gain from that exactly, other than dominions, other than the fact I just don't understand what it would give you other than dominions. Like it's just like me saying, you can only live in this house, and if they forever believe that, and they don't actually do anything about, like they don't actually do anything, they don't leave that house. The only thing that would give me is just somebody who stays in the house, rather than what else would that give me?
Well, because
Government,
what it does,
right? Other than that,
what
I just don't
the
understand.
the cosmology, essentially what it does is it disconnects you from Mother Nature, from the ground, and it brings you out into this wonderland of outer space and planets and all these things that are just intangible. You have no way to actually measure. So it kind of drifts your mind into this other phase, this other perception which you cannot reach. And yeah, that has an impact on the way that people approach the world.
So basically, it's keeping us trapped, is what you're saying.
Mentally, yeah.
Okay, so would you say, like, the thing is, even with the flat Earth theory, right? We are still trapped, right? We are still trapped upon this Earth. We are still trapped within a concept of an idea that we are unable to actually reach or see for ourselves. So I just don't understand with either each concept.
Yes.
I just don't understand where you're going to get.
I get
with
what
this.
you mean.
I've heard the idea that, oh well, something about sailing on sailing seas, and that I've heard of the ice theory, the ice wall theory I've heard of. But still, within all of these ideas and theories, I don't think that even if we were told something by anybody, that we would get anywhere from where we are right now.
Yeah, but you see, a lot of this has to do with an internal liberation, right? Have you ever heard the term "the truth sets you free"?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that implies?
You could tell me. I mean, personally, I see it as the truth gives us a better understanding of where we are, who we are, and what we are.
Let's say you had a boyfriend. You had a suspicion he was cheating on you. You walked into the room and you saw him cheating on you.
Mm-hmm.
In a sense, obviously you would be upset. You would want to, do a lot of shit. But in a sense, it also set you free because now you know the truth. Now you're liberated, right? And so that's the point, right? It's hard to put this in language because it's like an objective thing you can't really explain properly. But truth of the matter is, if you are bombarded with all kinds of concepts and ideas as a young person, it just fills your mind with empty space. So when you get to the truth, it liberates you, it makes you free, it makes you happier, right? So it's not so much about like, oh, can we go to ice wall and the shit? It's more about just internal freedom.
I mean, I guess I can understand what you're saying on a personal concept, right? But the idea that like the truth within it itself would set you free, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that because there are many truths and many things that I have, I guess, learned to understand that haven't necessarily set me free, but more just piss me off, right? Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Ew.
Yeah, that was really rude. Please don't do that.
I'm so sorry.
I'm just kidding.
But I guess it gave me a better understanding of what was going on. So the thing is, I guess maybe it may be something deeply internalized within me to view the Earth as a globe, since I mean whatever the fuck it is, right? I don't know. I guess it's
put it like this.
Yeah.
Put it
Go
like this. If you woke up tomorrow and you found out you were adopted, you'd be fucking pissed, right?
ahead. Yeah.
But down the line, it would also make you happy, as in it would liberate you. It would give you a lot of answers to some of the questions you might have had about your childhood. So that's what the
I am
truth does,
adopted.
right?
Actually, the fact that you say that is crazy. I am adopted, and when I was a kid, when I learned that who my mother was, it more or less set me into a more spiral of questions as to why I was left, why I was like this. I sent me in more questions as to why, right? Same thing if I was to learn that the government told us that the Earth was a flat, terrain or whatever. I feel like it would send us into a spiral of more questions. With humans, the problem with humans is that we're never satisfied with our questions. We're never satisfied. We're always curious. And that sends us into spirals of complete and utter anarchy at the end of the day, right? And the thing is that it doesn't seem like, even if this whole conundrum that the Earth is a flat or the Earth is a globe or the Earth is a donut, I feel like it wouldn't lead us to any certain point. That's where we're trying to understand. Maybe it would set us free. Maybe it would help us understand some things, or would help us get a better understanding of things or whatever. But I don't know. Maybe it's just something I'm not able to grasp, and I'm just not able to internalize. I don't know. But this whole argument that I've seen online, I don't know. Maybe
it's not that it would set you free objectively. It's more like it would just free up.
Open up your
like imagine you're in chains, right? You said we pay taxes anyway, right? So you're in chains. So you see part of the truth. You become partly free, not necessarily objectively like 100% free. Like that would be like living in the wild or some shit. But you'd be more free, more liberated.
How do you define freeness?
Okay, this is like way too. So
sorry. You don't have to answer that.
No. It's like free.
Can I say something? Real quick?
Yeah.
Just
not held by the.
I know it's kind of hard to understand, like what the difference between flat versus globe. The globe actually has a long history. Comes from the first documented Plato, so it was an actual metaphysical idea that progressed over time into what it is today. It didn't come about from scientists doing science. They had the idea first, and then went and looked for the information to confirm their ideas. Right? That's how it worked out. But the globe Earth, the current paradigm, Big Bang, evolution, globe Earth, all that stuff, leads to a nihilistic worldview, right? That life has no meaning, that we're just infinite specks in this cold, uncaring
I
giant
can agree with
vacuum.
that.
So
Yeah.
it leads, if the Earth is flat, right, then that whole narrative paradigm, whatever you want to call it, if that's false, then what's the truth? The truth is the Earth is created. Your life has meaning. You're important. Like all this stuff matters, right? And you're not going anywhere. You're not escaping to Mars, Mr. Musk, right? We're not running to another planet because we ruined this one. You know what I mean? It's so like it changes everything. Like how you view yourself, your place in reality, your place in time, all that stuff. It changes how you perceive your
I can see what you mean.
existence.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. So basically, it would unravel the societal projections that have been placed on us of ourselves and what we've been taught about
The
who we are.
atheist, nihilist, solipsist, nothing matters just because the sun's going to blow up in 4.3 million years anyway. So
Yeah.
why do I care?
Yeah, I guess I can understand that. I don't know. Maybe for me, anyways, I've kind of considered the flat Earth theory. I've considered, I've considered a lot of theories, even the fucking dome Earth theory. But either way, even if I consider them or I take them into account, it just doesn't seem like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Hey, I don't know. I do try to understand it because it is interesting to learn about. It is interesting to hear the argument, but it
Look, I
just
understand that you think
yeah.
there's probably other things more pressing that need to be attended to in human
Yeah.
affairs, and I completely understand that. But everybody has their part to do.
Yeah.
And this is the one I've chosen. I mean, I have other interests, obviously, but I mean,
I hope so.
I think this is very fundamental. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even want to know.
The next question we should be
You don't want to
asking.
get me into the money system, man. That'd
The
be
next
freaking.
question we
That'd be
should
it.
be asking is,
Yeah.
what do we know about the ocean? Because I think that's even more of a conundrum that we should be looking at as well.
Yeah,
If we're
I agree
looking
with you. Like, why are we going to space? The ocean's so unexplored. I think they said they
Yeah.
explored like 1% of it or 3%
Yeah,
of it or something.
yeah, definitely. I've heard
Yeah.
I heard the theory that I don't know, that aliens have crashed into the ocean. That's why you see so many. We haven't explored it enough yet, too. I've heard that theory, but yeah, I do think all of these theories are very interesting and great to look at and to explore. But I think the elites probably laugh at us trying to figure out what type of shape we live on when they're actively genociding many of our people and murdering many of our kind. But hey,
That is true. I mean, in a larger context, it doesn't really matter. Like, literally, like, is it curving? Is it not curving? But,
yeah.
like, the most important things are, like, family and friends and relations and stuff like that, not this. But,
yeah.
So that is true. But,
Yeah.
I think it's interesting what you said with the ocean and what India said about how we are supposed to think about space and aliens. But what about ocean? What about terrain that hasn't been explored, like the north of Canada and all that shit, right? So
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff on Earth that we haven't explored yet.
You know how the galaxy looks like neurons, kind of not well. I mean, you guys probably don't believe in the I don't know, but the idea that the galaxy looks like a neural pathway and things like that. Have you guys ever thought of the idea that we live inside of God's mind? Maybe I don't know. I may sound crazy.
One of the old flat Earth mythos is that we live in the eye of a giant, and that the cornea is the dome, right? So think of an eye of a giant looking up, right?
Mhm.
We're on the iris or the colored part, right? That's the Earth,
Yeah.
and then the dome is the eye part, and that we're
Right.
inside the eye of a giant, which is I think that's kind of cool
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
Probably not true, but it's a cool idea to think about.
Yeah. There's a lot of thought. The idea that we live inside of a being, we live inside of the thoughts or the neural pathways or the, I don't know, inside of some being or inside of a thought of a being has always been has always been an interesting thought to me. You know how we
Yeah, well,
dream. and we make up our own ideas within those dreams. Sometimes I wonder, are we the mind experiencing itself, or are we the self experiencing the mind, or are we thoughts experiencing the thought? Are we experiencing thoughts, or the thoughts experiencing us? I don't know. Those are very interesting
I was
The
just
questions.
about
story
to.
of Brahma, right? The dreaming
Oh.
god, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
I was about to say that actually, because when we dream, are we on the dream or in the dream, right?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. So
Crazy thing to be thinking about at 5 a.m. To be honest, I should be asleep.
yeah.
But yeah, it was really nice talking to you guys. This has really opened up a lot of ideas for me, and every time I come on here, I do learn more. I know people think that flat earthers are very crazy, but it's nice when I come on here and I have genuine conversations with people that are able to explain things to me in a eloquent way. It's really nice.
Yeah, I mean, don't think we're not crazy. There are crazy flat earthers.
Oh yeah,
just
no,
like
no, no, I
everybody else.
agree. Oh,
We got our outliers.
Yeah, no, definitely. I've met a few on here, but it's nice to when I'm able to, learn more on here, stuff like that. It's really cool. But
Define silence.
I am definitely going to get to bed now and think about everything you guys taught me and break down my theory of understanding. Thank you guys so much.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you, man. You're so cool. Thank you.
You're really cool. All right, see you guys later.
Turned out different than I thought. Thought that was gonna be a train wreck, man.
Nah, she's cool. She's been in here before once.
I've never talked to her. Seemed like she had an attitude at first. I was like sharpening my freaking knives.
I always miss the good conversations. We need to do a
gotta work.
podcast, Indio.
Yeah, man, we do. What the hell you doing, man? You're slacking. We're slacking. Sorry,
We're slacking. Yeah, no, I'm working this night shift, so it's got me tied up over here. But I've just been listening.
Oh, what time you get out?
And about what is it? 5 o'clock? Another hour.
Oh, cool.
That's some busy work, but I'm listening. That was a good
Do
conversation.
you stay up?
Yeah.
Or do you go right to sleep?
No, I stay up for like another hour or so. Kind of chat. So, yeah, this is like my jam right now. I'm using you guys as a podcast, so that's why I'm always hoping like you or Waz or somebody's on, because I'm fucking being tormented, man. When we got the guys in here just going off the rails.
I know, man. I can't.
Fucking
Like,
hell.
I used to be able to like listen, but it's hard. Like, if I'm just like, that's how I actually ended up in here. I was listening on the live stream, and they were giving Hank shit, and I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, I know. Fucking Hank, man. He's always doing the right thing, man. And these fucking guys, yeah. But he gave they got as good as they got, man, from him. So yeah,
It's interesting that we have that impulse to like want to express ourselves. Like it's hard to
Yeah.
contain. It's hard to keep it in.
I heard you, Waz. I heard you, man. You're trying to get your shots in there, but I don't. Maybe we should talk about it later. But yeah, I was thinking about maybe having you on a podcast also, Waz. I like your demeanor. I've been listening to you, man.
Oh, cool.
So,
Yeah,
anyway,
nice. Thanks.
we'll talk more about it.
Maybe Dr. Gods can tell us how meaning can exist in a materialist worldview.
Oh no.
I wanted to talk to Woz. I don't think I've talked to him before. Woz, did you see my comment that I put in a minute ago?
No.
A couple of minutes ago.
Let me check it out.
It was essentially just saying that because the globe gives us all the information that is contained in the model and all the predictions and all the values and all the distances and all those sorts of things, we have more freedom to check if the globe is true or not, to check that reality, than the flat earth, which I think gives us basically nothing other than the earth's flat.
Okay, so you're saying the globe model has a bunch of predictions and whatnot, calculations, math that can be tested in reality?
Yeah, I'm just saying that would make it more free. You're more free to actually think about reality within that model because you're only limited by what you're testing or not testing or
I think
You
I'll
can always
disagree with
check
that.
things.
I think I'll disagree with that because when you're born into the world, you go to school, right? You get global education, and you teach this, or you're taught this particular model, which kind of puts you in this contained restraint. Whereas if you're just free flowing between the two, you're kind of more open, right? So the globe model kind of contains you within a particular system, right?
Hello, guys.
No, it gives you the freedom to check if it's true or not. That's
You
the way I
can
look at it.
check.
Whereas the flat
You
Earth,
can
if you
go on.
if you believe the Earth is flat, you're always contained within just that one belief. You've got no way to check whether it's flat or not.
I mean, you've been through this many times, dogs. There definitely are ways to check that.
You know what I want to know about flat Earth? And flat earthers, first of all, are there any left here, or are there any people left here that believe the Earth is flat?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. So, considering you can just get a telescope and check how other planets look like, what makes you think that our planet is any different from them?
What makes you think things in the sky have anything to do with the surface you're standing on?
Because we live. Well, that's kind of a weird question because logic states that first of all we live not in the sky, in the cosmos. Our planet is part of the cosmos, which has a lot of rules that are visible and descriptable. And other planets are round, so why would ours not be?
Hmm.
Guys,
You're kind of presupposing that the Earth is within that system, right?
What makes
Why
you think
wouldn't
the
it
Earth is
be?
a planet?
Yeah, why wouldn't it be?
Why
Everybody
would
else
it be?
is.
Because
Because
what similarities are there between the Earth and the planets?
gravitational forces, for example.
Gravitational forces. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, they work the same way everywhere.
What do you mean?
You know.
The gravitational forces that dictate the mass of objects. In fact, not just the mass of objects, the mass of physics. Like
Let's say
it's used in chemistry. It's used in all physics.
let's say you have a telescope and you see
And I can
Neptune.
also observe in conditions of zero gravity what happens to an object. It becomes round.
Let's say you have a telescope.
So I'm not done. So that makes me believe that it's natural for objects to gain a round shape naturally.
Okay, where did you observe this zero G round stuff?
In zero G, you can observe quite easily. It's not something you can't do.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was the gravity.
For example, go underwater and look what happens to to air.
It's
when you
not
release
zero
it becomes bubbles.
Yeah, that's not zero G, and that's not.
It doesn't need to be zero G. This is what happens to molecules. Look at molecules under microscope.
But you understand that the claim is that gravity is what turns things into spherical objects, right?
Sorry?
Not vice versa.
Okay, molecules aren't round. Okay, give you that idea.
Well, not necessarily. But okay, so let's.
Molecules
how
are
about
round.
look at okay? That
Things
depends. I
don't
know.
form spheres in fucking zero G. You've never seen that experiment because experiment's
cells.
never been done. Even at the ISS, right? It's not in zero G. Something like 83% of the Earth's gravity. The things become round, and according to them, because of electrostatic attraction, it has nothing to do with gravity.
Okay.
Nothing. Not a thing.
So as all objects tend to become round in shape naturally.
No, they don't. Why would they?
Okay. Under the same circumstances, they become round.
Yeah,
Under
you just keep
specific
saying that.
circumstances,
There's no evidence for that, though.
there's abundance of evidence.
Like what?
Go make some soap bubbles.
Yeah, listen. That's not gravity.
I'm not talking. Okay, let's discard gravity for example. My point is, the things naturally have round shapes.
Okay, things
How
don't.
about that? How about that?
Tell me all the round shapes in nature that you've seen this week.
All of them. There's no straight.
All of them. Round trees,
There's no.
round rocks, round
There
fucking
is
dogs,
no.
round freaking houses.
No. That's okay. So the building blocks of everything tend to assume round shapes.
No, they don't. They
Which
don't,
one
dude.
doesn't?
Any of them.
Okay, so
at the atomic level, the electrons aren't round. They're in a cloud around. They're delocalized. Means they don't have an extra position. So they're not round. That's freaking shit they drew in your textbook.
okay.
Okay, the atoms aren't round. They have a structure, right?
Oh, obviously.
Okay, molecules aren't round. The building blocks aren't round either. Nothing's round.
Nothing is round.
Nothing in nature is round. Not on Earth.
What I have observed is that round takes to what that nature tends to, when not manipulated by other forces, just assume round shapes. That's what I've observed my entire life.
Where in nature have you seen things not under any force?
Well, most of the forces that I'm talking about are clearly gravitational, but when you
Clearly.
discard those,
Clearly gravitational.
things tend to assume round shapes.
Do you think soap bubbles? Do you think that they're round because of gravity?
Okay, why aren't they?
Oh my goodness, are you serious?
Okay, just tell me, man. What do you think?
It's not what I think. It's what it is.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, it's called surface tension.
Okay.
So the surface tension of the liquid, right? So the air inside the bubble is under pressure. The air outside is under its pressure, and the size of the bubble reaches equilibrium. In the molecules are held together by electrostatic forces known as surface tension.
So what makes you think?
So
they're
trying. What makes it round is that they're trying to equalize. So if you actually look at the surface of a soap bubble, you'll see that the liquid, right, is rearranging itself. And it's rearranging itself because it's trying to neutralize the charge. Because Gauss's law states that the net charge on the boundary between two electrically different surfaces has to be zero. So the surface charges try to rearrange themselves to reach the zero net charge.
Okay, that makes sense perfectly. Thanks for
Thanks.
reminding me high school physics. I totally had forgotten the details of that. But what makes you think the planet doesn't assume on a larger scale?
What makes you think Earth's a planet?
Okay, so what are we? Some satellite or what? What are we sitting on?
What do you talk about? What do you mean sitting on?
Like what are we all living on if not on a planet?
We're on Earth. That doesn't mean it's a planet.
Okay, then what is it? That's what I'm saying.
The Earth, it doesn't have a category, not in the planet category.
Everything else we can observe is round around the cosmos, and just
That's
weird the
not
exception.
True.
Everything else that's in orbit,
Everything
something.
else. Are galaxies round?
Oh come on, that
Are
galaxy,
asteroids round?
That's a different category.
Oh, it's a different
they're
category.
massive.
You said everything.
Said everything.
Okay, come on, guys.
No,
Technicalities.
not everything, just some things.
Technicalities. Come on, this is on.
They're
a
not
different scale.
technicalities. You said everything. It's not everything. It's some things. So you've chosen some things that the Earth
Okay.
has to be like, based upon
So,
what?
okay, so
Well,
let me-
the Earth
let me
is
be very-
clearly a triangle. I don't know what
it
you
really-
guys are
Let me be very specific.
I'll
then,
tell you
okay?
what really annoys me is that you're really floating in non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. And I'll
Okay, let me
illustrate
be
it
very
for you.
specific.
The
I'm not-
planets are round, therefore Earth is round. It does not logically follow.
It's because okay. So objects that are clearly as big or around the size, somewhat of our planet, are
Our planet.
round.
The planet is the thing you're trying to prove, bro.
I'm not trying to prove anything. This is already proven by vast numbers of people around the globe. Like for about
Yeah.
500 years ago minimum.
Yeah, which people?
Which people?
Yeah, which people proved it was a globe 500 years ago minimum?
I think one of them was Copernicus was the first, right?
What did he do exactly to prove the Earth
He
was a
proved that
globe?
the Earth was round.
How do you do that?
I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, nobody else does.
I'm not in
no one
that
ever
field of
claimed
science.
you even did that. You're just saying
The
random
Earth
fucking
is a triangle, and the atmosphere is not real. It's
Yeah.
a plot by the New World Order Jews, World
Yeah,
Economic
and your
Forum.
parents are
They're trying
related
to
by
make you-
blood.
Come on, guys. Come on, be serious.
I mean, I'm being serious. His parents are related by blood.
It's just that, like, you can't deny reality. You're just looking at it.
What reality? You haven't mentioned any.
Okay, so
You named a guy that didn't do any test on the roundness of Earth. Copernicus came up with a heliocentric model of circular orbits that never worked. Okay. That he never want published it, but they forced him to publish it on his deathbed. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that guy.
Okay, so how does let's do it in another way. How do satellites work? Like, are all governments that are clearly fighting against one another in some sort of weird cahoots together to lie to the public? Like,
what do you think? So this is your fundamental problem is that you don't know what flat earthers think. You don't know what flat earthers think. You don't know what we think.
It's not clearly
you've gotten
defined.
your
No.
ideas, and you've gotten your ideas from the internet or some other place. I don't know where
Okay,
you
what
got
do you
it from.
believe then?
And you think that the Earth, that we just like, oh, everything's the same. We're just gonna swap out this round Earth for a disc Earth or something.
What do you believe then? Like, what am I talking about here?
Yeah. So, like, what do we believe? Okay, I can't believe I have to do this.
Because it's different
again.
things. I've spoken to people.
Yeah, if I ask a Goldberg what the definition of mass is, I'll get 50 different things too. What's your point?
No. Just okay. So, what do you believe then?
Okay. There is no outer space. Outer space vacuum doesn't exist.
Okay.
We can slow it down. We can talk about
You
it.
heard him giggle? He's like, no, there's outer space, man. I saw it on TV, motherfucker. I saw that shit on TV.
Okay. I'll just say your thing.
Oh, dude, it's hilarious to me. You guys think outer space is such a fucking just like this is an unquestionable fact. That outer space, like all you guys, it's hilarious to me.
No. India.
I mean, I'm using GPS every day.
No.
So.
It's got to be in outer space because you
It
know
is.
GPS.
It literally is.
Hold on.
Does it? Is your phone talking? Is your phone talking to a satellite right now?
My TV told me so.
If I was using like Elon Musk's internet, yes.
Yeah, cool. That's no
Everyone.
problem because there's no ball in the way of the radio signals.
All right.
Well,
So-
you've yet to define what you actually believe in, so.
Yeah.
Let's just talk
So the
about
Earth
radio.
is it. Everything is within the realm of the Earth. There's no outside the Earth. There's no freaking third-person point of view. You're in a first-person shooter. You're not in a third-person freaking look down, bro.
What makes
There
you
is
say
no
that?
outside the Earth.
Huh? Hello.
Yeah, I answered.
What makes you believe that?
Observation of reality.
Like,
it
why is your
goes
reality
back-
different than
Go
everyone
out-
else's? I don't understand.
No. So you don't live in reality. You live in a concept.
Okay.
India.
So if
you
I
know-
ask you what's the Earth look like, you're gonna imagine the Earth from outside, right? From outside the Earth, right?
Not necessarily. Depends on context.
Okay. What does the Earth look like to
the
you?
constant context.
It could.
What-
To me,
what is
the Earth
the
looks like
context?
mountains.
Please let me finish.
To me, the Earth is mountains, beautiful trees, flowers.
Oh,
rivers,
okay.
things
So
like that.
first person.
As
But that's not necessarily
generated.
first person. That's just what I imagine is Earth. But if you're asking me what our planet looks like, I'm gonna describe probably pictures that I've seen from the International Space Station.
Yeah, but nothing you've ever experienced, right?
Well, it's pretty difficult to do that, right?
Yeah, that's not my problem.
I don't
That's
need
a you
to
problem.
believe in. I don't need to go into space to believe that space exists. You know.
I believe, yes.
There's a lot of
covered it.
evidence.
You covered it.
for it.
You covered it. I believe. You covered it, man.
I don't need to believe in facts.
It is
okay?
the belief, though. That's what I
Like, if
said.
I
You
start-
live in a
if I start
concept. I live in reality. That's the point. That's the point I was trying to illustrate. Is that you live in a concept. You've conceptualized the Earth from another viewpoint. You've conceptualized. You have an idea. There's a place I can go and I can look back at the Earth as if I'm outside of it, and you have this idea, right? But this is just an idea. It's not reality.
Why would it just be idea? Like
We have the opposite idea.
Yeah, but we use technologies based on it every single day.
Yeah, that's what you think. But you don't know how
Why
any
would-
of those technologies work in reality.
I know they need to orbit their planet for them to
They
work.
need to? What makes you think that?
Because they're everywhere in the span of a minute and a half.
Okay, if the Earth is flat and there's no ball in the way, do they need to be in orbit?
They need to, but they can't move in the same way. They won't work the same way.
What are you talking
Like
about?
their orbit won't be like that. They would
Okay.
escape our orbit.
Listen, if
Something
radio
catches them,
signals,
they look. They go in a circle around their planet in order
Yeah.
to be from X to X.
Cool. All right, bro. Cool story. Anyway, if radio communication is on a flat Earth, there's no ball in the way to block the radio signals, right?
The problem with that is, I have used a telescope.
Why didn't you answer the question?
Could you repeat?
Fuck, dude.
No,
Okay.
come on, man.
I said if there's no ball in the way, right, and the Earth is flat, why do you need satellites?
I don't understand what you mean by bow in the way.
A ball in the way, right? So like the idea is that like if someone's in New York and I'm in frickin' London, right? There's a ball in the way, right? There's Earth curve in the way.
Oh, you
and I
mean the
can't
mass of
send a
our planet.
radio transmission through the Earth, so I have to bounce it off a satellite to bounce it to New York.
Potentially.
Yeah, that's the idea, though, right?
Not necessarily.
That's
Radio
what a
waves don't-
telecommunication.
ra-
That's the
radio-
purpose
radio-
of a telecommunication satellite
So-
is, right?
So radio waves don't exactly work like that. They can just bounce. Like you can send it off to something, and then it can send a new signal in a different trajectory.
Yeah, tell it to NASA because they frickin' claim to have orbited a fucking balloon that they were bouncing radio signals off of. Yeah, orbited a balloon. Yeah, it's called
Right.
the Echo
That
Project.
could work.
Yeah, it worked great. Obviously.
It's just that it receives the signal and then it sends it off again in a new direction. You know.
This was a big Mylar balloon that they sent into space and orbited.
But the thing is, we're already doing that. Like we're doing it, for example, with the Hubble telescope that's around, I think, Jupiter
Really?
right now. Yeah.
In the
It's
telescope
literally-
that isn't listed in the
it
International
literally-
Registry of Space Vehicles, that Hubble telescope?
It literally receives information from Earth, and it's been doing that for 50 years, and then it sends back stuff. Sends back information.
Yeah. Yeah. Weird.
We can also observe
Weird
the
how they
planet
built two of them, and
Mars.
one's in a 747, and it's called Sophia, and it's the exact same telescope, and they produce the exact same images. That's fucking weird.
So you're
you
saying
knew
it's
about
fake?
that, right?
You're saying,
Yeah,
you're
they
saying the Hubble
built two
telescope
Hubble
is fake?
they built two Hubble telescopes. Actually, they built three, but they built two. The second one was a fuck up or whatever, and they claim they
There's
fucked up the
thousands
year.
of telescopes, man.
No, I'm
not
talking
telescopes,
about
sorry,
the
there's thousands
exact
of
same
satellites.
telescope, dude, with the exact same optics, the identical thing.
So,
The
what
identical
does that
thing.
prove?
That it's inside of a 747 airplane. It's called Sophia.
It could have been at some point. I doubt it's now.
No, it is and has been. I don't know if they stopped flying it. But as last I knew, they were still flying it. The Sophia. It's the Hubble telescope inside of an airplane.
All right, let me Google something. How many active satellites are in orbit?
Yeah, because my reality is determined by Google, not reality.
So you're just questioning everything that exists.
No, there's objective reality, as in go outside, right? And then there's the shit you see on your screen, right? They're two different
So-
things, right? The flat Earth isn't on your screen; it's outside.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've also flown airplanes, and I've.
Oh, let
saw
me
the
guess. You
curvature
saw
of the
curve
Earth.
from an air. You saw curve from an airplane, right?
No, just I've flown across the Atlantic,
Yeah,
and it's clearly round, man. You can
clearly
see it, I don't-
round.
Yeah,
So you saw a curve from an airplane.
I've spoken to pilots of MiG-29s, which can go into space, and they're like, "Yep, it's round." In fact, they did something in Russia and a bit in Bulgaria for a while,
My
where
God,
they
dude.
literally you could pay to go into space.
Ah, really?
Yeah, yep, it's a thing.
Yeah. Why'd you come in here
And
to
you
lie?
can- I don't lie. This is a thing that they did. And
So
I
an
still- I
airplane
still
can
work-
fly
I
at
think
100
Russia's still doing it.
kilometers in the air.
You can literally go into space.
Space
You go
doesn't
into
start
space
until 100 kilometers. So what are you talking about?
Okay, you can from that distance you can clearly see the Earth is round.
From what, 100 kilometers?
Okay. you're just gonna question. Okay, so
no, I'm asking you. Look, listen. No, I'm giving you your own bullshit, bro. The Kármán line starts at 100 kilometers. That's where space starts. 100 kilometers. No airplane can fly to 100 kilometers, so no one's flying to space. A MiG-29 can fly at 90,000, like 80,000 feet. U-2 spy plane, the
I think they
SR-71
also use the
Blackbird, can
Su-30.
fly at 90,000 feet. Neither one of them you can see Earth curve from because you're not high enough. You know
Okay,
that
then.
Blue Origin rocket that they sent up? That went up 93 miles. You know what the people on that said? Oh, we weren't high enough to see Earth curve.
But there's
So
plenty of
why
other.
did you come in here to tell fucking lies?
Okay, so there's plenty of
So
other.
why did you come in here to
evidences.
tell lies?
I saw. Okay, it's not a lie.
It
From
is
that
a
distance,
lie
you can-
because no
from
one
that-
ever told
from
you
that-
that shit. You just made
From,
it up on
from
the
that
spot.
from that distance, you can clearly see.
No,
that it's
you
round.
can't, dude. You can't even see Earth curve from the elevation of the ISS, bro.
Okay, so if you're that what?
Dude,
There's a live
how
feed
big
you
is
can
the
watch
Earth?
right now.
How big is the Earth? What's the diameter of the Earth?
I don't know in details.
Okay, 8,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
What's the elevation of the ISS? 250 miles.
Is it okay?
So if you had a beach ball, right, that was 6 feet in diameter, right, which is like the height of an average, not the average man, but height of a tall man. Okay.
Okay.
How high would the ISS be off the surface of that ball?
Hey, is the Earth really flat for real?
Dude, why do
No,
you
it's
interrupt like that? That's fucking rude, bro.
I didn't.
No, yeah, you know, I know, not you. I just call them out when they do this. So it would be 2.25 inches above a ball that's 6 feet in diameter. That would be the ISS, 250 miles. The Earth's a lot bigger than you think when it comes to quote unquote sea and curvature.
All right.
So
I
you
gotta
can't see it from a plane. Plane goes nowhere high enough. This is well known. It's admitted in mainstream science. It's that flat earther shit. It's what they say.
Yeah, I just want to stick to one thing, Nost. You say you saw curve from the plane, right?
Mhm.
Now, if a person
Very
says
visible.
I have not seen curve from a plane, where do we go from there?
Well, there is millions of people that have flown. Probably
No, but where do we
hundreds
go
of
from
millions.
there? Us. Where do we go from there?
Well, gather the most information and see where it takes you.
Okay, let's go.
Measure the
this,
fucking
this chat
surface.
is representative.
I just wanted to get to a logical, point here.
Yeah.
So let's move on.
I think there's actually a live stream from the International Space Station.
Yeah, it's not high enough to see that amount of curve, dude. India just mentioned that.
Right. Let's see. I've not seen that in a while. Right. Well, right now it's just showing nothing.
Yeah, because it's not a 24-hour live feed.
I wonder why.
Because they're trying to lie to everyone. China and Russia and every country in the world are all together, despite all their differences, to lie to flat earthers.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
What difference is they got the Antarctic Treaty that they all agree on?
So, how does the Russian GLONASS system work? It's similar to GPS, I know, but
who knows, man? Do you know how it works?
Yeah, it's basically.
Do you know how it works?
Yeah, it's a copy of the GPS system.
Okay, so why are you asking then?
Because I want to know what you think.
You know, the GPS system works. So how would you know how GLONASS works?
I know how the GPS system works.
Okay, so
How?
explain it to us.
Well, very briefly, as a non-physicist, I'm going to explain
No,
it.
you can go into depth. Go into depth.
Any level of depth you want.
I don't need. Okay, so there's a
We know
system
how
of
it works.
Then why are you asking?
Because we want to know if you know.
Okay, so there is a system of satellites that observe our planet and send signals to different devices that could need that information. Very.
That's not how it works.
So your phone?
That's in a very base. That's a very basic
phone?
explanation of it.
It's not how it works at all. Not even close. Doesn't talk to your phone. First of all, your phone uses location services, which is based on the cell tower, right? But in the event you actually turned off location services and actually still had a GPS chip in your phone, it would use something called trilateration. Now, that the GPS signal is a beacon, right? So it just sends out a signal. Boop, 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 boop. Here's the signal. It's got a time. It's got a message in it. The message has a time in it. Based upon your time on your GPS receiver, it gets the time from the clock based upon the speed of light, right? So now you have one distance. Well, you do that for 4 different other beacons. Now you have a now you can draw those radial circles, and now you have your location. This
All right.
exists on the ground. It's called differential GPS. There's pictures of the towers. There's probably one near your house. GPS. Could GPS be spoofed? Let me ask you.
Isn't that
Why doesn't
isn't that the-
GPS work in Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia right now?
because of the massive satellites that could send signals back and forth?
Just being jammed?
What? Sorry, repeat.
Being jammed. It's being
You're being
jammed by the
jammed.
Russians. The Russians are jamming it.
Well, they can't jam space.
Oh, really?
Oh my
I know
god.
that. Thank you. They can't jam space. But it's jammed in Latvia, Lithuania, in Estonia. GPS don't work there anymore.
It doesn't really.
It hasn't worked there in like a couple months now.
Feels like
They
I
actually,
would have heard
they
about
actually
that.
had to turn two flights from Finland had to turn around.
Pump the jam. Pump it up.
Why
So
just
what
there?
you
Why
just
not? Why
said
not?
is that
Why just?
there,
Why
you
just there?
can't
Why
jam
not all of
space. Well, you just said they can't jam space. GPS
I just-
doesn't work in Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. So if they can't jam space, how are they jamming the GPS signal? Oh, because
how
they
does-
can jam. They can
how
jam
does-
ground signals.
I don't understand. How does Starlink work then in Ukraine, right in the front lines?
Who cares?
There's no ball in the way. There's nothing in the way of any radio signal propagating to anywhere else,
What do
other
you
than
mean there's no
mountains
ball
and
in the way?
trees and shit.
I just how does Starlink?
I just explained it.
A
Well,
not
you guys are
serious
talking over each
Sam.
other.
A not serious Sam. How do you know that?
Staring
How do you
at
know
things
the
in the
Earth?
sky.
Fucking hell, man. You're roboting, dude. Not so serious, Sam. Not serious,
Hello.
Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you know there's a ball in the first place for you to have your satellites?
Oh, that's not my question. Come on. You put
Took
it.
500 years of
Well, you need it. You
and he
need.
said
Yeah.
Copernicus or something.
Yeah, but just how how does Starlink work? If you guys know about
No,
the
well, you need a
GPS,
ball. You need a ball for your claim to work. So where's the ball?
okay, let's assume I'm not making a claim. How does Starlink work?
Who knows?
People that use it every
And
day, I
what?
assume,
And why does it matter to the shape of the Earth?
because it uses satellites that are in orbit over.
There's your assumption. So in order for you to have your satellites, you need a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, because they need to orbit to stay up.
So where's the ball?
What do you mean? Where's the ball? It's in orbit of the
Where's
sun.
the ball?
It's in orbit of the
Where?
sun.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. How do you know that?
Well, we can observe day and night, for example. We orbit the sun.
You're just observing day and night. You're not observing a ball.
Okay, I assume that everything is as I've learned about it, and everybody else
Yeah.
is on the planet.
And what's your best evidence that we live on a ball then? Because if you've learnt about it, then you should know. You should have one convincing argument that tells you that without a doubt the Earth is a sphere in the vacuum of space. Which one's that?
Especially in the vacuum of space, since I tried to point that out before. That
No,
in vacuum,
just one. Stop there. Which one? Which argument's the
you're
best
just
one for
gonna
you?
stop me all the time. I can't even complete a sentence, man.
You haven't, because I asked you a question, you didn't answer it.
And I'm trying to answer it. Okay. So
Okay, which argument is best for you? That you know that you live on a ball in the vacuum of
okay,
space.
you don't need. So, to be honest, I've not really thought about it because I just consider it as a fact. But if I had to, I would say
No, you consider it a belief, not a fact.
no. I consider it a fact.
No, well, you can't consider it a fact because you haven't given any evidence to say it's a fact.
Well,
And you literally just admitted you
the
never
world-
researched it. So how can it be a fact?
Oh, I don't need to research. Everybody has some sort of a
I don't
role
need
to
to
play in
research.
society.
It's
Everybody,
just a fact, bro.
everybody
I
has.
think he meant
Can I
he takes it for
finish one
granted.
thing that I want to
Yeah,
say? One
yeah.
thing that I
You
wanna
meant
say?
you take it for granted, or yeah, right?
Okay,
That's
Yeah, but
everybody
then you
in
can't call it a
society,
fact.
everybody in society has some sort of a role to play, and I don't question how fashion works, right? I don't question how the internal combustion engine works.
Fashion's
It
got
just
nothing
works.
to do with the shape of the Earth, dude.
Okay, so you're missing my point. Everybody,
No, I'm not
like
missing
everybody
your
has a
point. I'm
profession.
saying, okay, whatever color T-shirt is out this year is very unimportant to the subject
No,
that
no,
we're
no. You
talking
don't.
about.
Well, you don't understand what I'm saying. Then everybody has a profession, something that
I
they're
understand what you're
doing it.
saying. It's irrelevant.
So people that deal in this sort of subject are all in agreement that the Earth is round. And I
Okay, so
trust them because
what have they
I
told?
trust my
What
car
have
to
they
turn off
told?
this morning.
Dude, that's why I'm asking you. What have they told you that convinced you that they're correct?
Well, they've shown me evidence.
Where? What one? I just asked you for the best one. You're not giving
Here's
me
a
anything.
plethora, like from the top of my head, I guess.
Well, you should be able to give me one then, shouldn't you?
Climate, seasons, time zones.
Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, dude.
You literally just Googled
Everything to do
fucking
with the shape
top
of the Earth.
7 reasons why the Earth's round.
Wait, let try to pick one thing and then correlate that to the globe.
How sunlight hits our planet as well. How
Hold on, don't gish gallop.
how-
Just stick to one
how-
thing.
How all travel works, how physics works within.
Okay. Hold on. You said sunlight hits the Earth.
Even construction.
You said
with
sunlight
roads.
hits the Earth, right?
Wait,
What's the correlation?
construction? Don't fucking
Even
give me
in
that
construction,
subject, mate.
Even in construction, you can't really evade the fact that the Earth is round.
No, you don't. I'm a builder, retard. I've never used a globe in my life.
Oh my god, dude! I'm talking about the actual physics of construction.
Yes, I have an engineering degree, structural engineering degree. I've never used a ball in my fucking life.
I'm not talking about you using a ball. I'm talking about strengths of materials. I'm talking about
What's that got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, let's say if you make a road long enough, you have to abide by the fact that the Earth is round to make
No, you
calculations.
don't.
Why not?
Show me that.
If you just draw a straight line to mountains and everything,
there
let's say you can
are
do
no
that. You can
straight
tunnel through
lines in a
everything.
ball.
It's still your calculations are still not going to work.
Why? Because the Earth's a ball.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Still roboting, man.
Like China has invested at this point, I think, close to $1 trillion in their
Don't worry
Belt
about
and
what
Road
China's
Initiative.
done, mate. You've got no idea what China's done. All right.
Okay, so their Belt and Road Initiative spans our globe.
Okay,
not their-
you have no
whatever you think
idea
it is.
what China has done. You've got no idea.
So
None of
your
us do.
argument, your arguments are basically everything is a lie, and don't trust it.
No, I
And-
didn't say that. Did I? When did I say that?
That's what I've heard so far, man.
I'm just asking you for your evidence that you live on a globe. You haven't given me any. I haven't
gave
made
you-
any claims yet.
I gave you many examples.
I haven't actually said anything.
I gave you many examples, man.
You did not give any example. Okay, pick one and let's talk about it, man.
Okay, how about the one that's really hard to dispute? Everybody can get it. I started with that actually. Everybody can get a telescope and observe the other
Yep.
planets in our solar system.
That's got nothing to do with the shape of the place where we are.
Well, it does because we are in orbit
How?
of the sun, and we can see that because
Alright.
we keep moving. And if you look through a telescope long enough,
No, that's not what you see. You look up in the sky, you see things moving. You don't see an orbit, you see something go from east to west.
we
That's
are
all you
also
see.
moving.
How do you know that?
Because again, daylight and night exists, for example.
Yeah, but you're just stuck in a heliocentric model. You need some evidence that these things that start the model are actually true.
We are
Yeah?
starting from
What's
the
the
very
what's the
basics
three?
here, I
What's
guess
the base?
the
Of
Earth
course, basics, because you don't
revolves
understand
around
anything.
the Earth revolves around the sun, not the other way around.
Okay, how? Go prove that.
Well, we are stuck in a gravitational orbit around the sun.
Prove that too. First, prove that it's in. First, prove that it's in motion. Go prove that.
Again, the very basic proof that it's in motion is the day and night cycle.
No. Yeah, but okay. So, what evidence have you got that day and night cycle proves the Earth is in motion?
Because if it wasn't in motion, it would not be. There would not be a cycle.
Only because that's what you've been told. Now, they tell you something, right? But you have no evidence that that is the case. They have no evidence that that is
Am
the
I
case.
supposed to start
So
objecting
you
everything?
definitely don't have any evidence. Yeah, because
Wait.
all you're doing is claim stacking, right? So you just say, okay, the Earth is in motion because of day and night cycles, and then you say, how do you know that? And then
That's
you
a very
say,
basic thing to
because
say.
we're in an. Hang on, I'm not finished. Because we're in an orbit around the sun. Okay, how do you know that? Well, if you weren't in an orbit around the sun, then we wouldn't have day and night cycles. It's circular logic. You've never actually given any base evidence to support what you're actually claiming. That's the problem.
Can I clarify something first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Serious. Okay, well, let's start with the base axiom. You said the sun, the Earth going around the sun, right? But what do you actually experience? What's the base axiom? You don't need to elaborate on why or how, but what do you see?
Okay. Could you repeat? Because I was.
Okay? What is the base axiom in terms of the Earth or the sun moving? What do you actually see in reality?
Well,
you don't need to elaborate on why or how, but just what do you see?
We can see it rising, going up around 12.1, and then going down. We can see if you go to the seaside, you can even see how it goes down around the curvature of the Earth. You can even detect the tilt of incoming starlight.
Okay, but the point is motion, right? So let's just stick to one thing. So, how do you differentiate between the Earth moving or the sun moving? What method did you use to differentiate that?
Well, I never did that.
If you
because I never had to.
fair enough. That's an honest answer. Thank you.
How? Okay, so how did Galileo or whatever prove that the Earth revolves around the sun?
Did
he? No, clearly, you guys are very into this stuff. So.
I don't think he ever did.
Let me just Google that. Using his telescope, Galileo found that Venus went through phases, just like our moon. But the nature of these phases could only be explained by Venus going around the sun, not the Earth.
Assumption.
What do you mean assumption?
Well, it's an assumption, isn't it?
Why would it be an assumption?
It's in the sentence that you just read.
Well, he observed phases of Venus, and then he deducted.
Yeah, and can only be explained. That's an assumption.
Well, we're talking about 16th century science here, so I think that's the only thing.
But they still make assumptions, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we've sent satellites to Venus at this point, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
he
not
throws out
us
we,
here, but
like he was
obviously-
involved somehow.
I'm talking about humanity.
You still don't even know that the Earth is a globe yet. So how you?
I do know that.
No, you don't.
You haven't convinced me otherwise.
I'm not trying to convince you. You can't even convince yourself that you've got a decent argument.
I've never questioned it, to be honest.
That's the problem.
Yep, that's
didn't need
it.
to.
And there we have it.
I really didn't need to be honest. Why would I do that?
Why is it a matter
Yeah,
of
why? Hey, why even bother having this conversation then? You might as well just go back to sleep.
I'm interested in what you guys think, not trying to.
We're interested in why you believe you live on a ball without any evidence.
Oh, you already know. You've probably heard it all, right?
Well, yeah, because you just believe what you've been told. Yeah.
You literally just read Google. Of course, we've heard it.
All right. So I also assume other stuff. I assume that rockets work. I also work that artillery. I also assume artillery works based on scientific assumptions of where the artillery
It's
shell
not
is going to land.
scientific assumptions. That's not scientific assumptions. You can
Okay,
see,
calculations.
you
Right,
can see them working. Yeah.
You can test artillery, right? You can test
Exactly.
artillery.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can test all kinds of things, and because people test all kinds of things, they cannot tend to trust them. Not just
Can you
artillery.
test the orbit?
Yes, you can test the orbit. It's very expensive, so not everyone can do it. But you can do it.
Who's done it?
But you can do it in other means as well. You don't need to actually see it with your own eyes. There's many
Who's
scientific
done it, and
methods.
how did they do it?
Who's done it?
Yeah.
Oh, I just talked about Galileo, right? He's done it a long time ago.
He didn't test the orbit. He just looked up in the sky.
Yeah, that's another observable method of science.
Yeah, but I asked who's observed rotation. Who's seen the rotation?
Well, we see it every day.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do. It's called, I
Where?
said, the day and night cycle.
No, that's
Every
not
day
what you
we
don't
see it.
observe a rotation, right? You're observing the sun moving in the sky.
And the sun does not move. The sun rotates on its
Okay,
own axis.
but you see it move, and you're like, it's not moving. I'm moving.
Yeah, we are moving around it. Yeah.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Is that what? That's what you're. Remember, I said that you're not living in reality; that you're living in concepts. So the reality is that you see the sun move. Your concept
Here's what this says here.
is that you're moving, right? So that's your
Over-
concept of
All right.
what you're. That's your conceptual interpretation of what you're seeing, but it's not an accurate description of what you're seeing.
So this is what this says here. Over the course of 1 year, many of the stars will move relative to each other, and at the end of the year, they will be back where they started.
Yeah,
the fuck is this?
fantastic. Fantastic. How does that prove the sun that fucking the Earth is?
Sorry, I just had to Google it. That's what comes up.
Yeah, we know we've dealt with Google Earthers before.
I'm not Earth. What do you mean Earth is? There's no.
A Google Earther. You're a Google Earther. You don't have your own beliefs. You believe whatever Google tells you.
Okay.
I think there was a Einstein
Like
quote
if I'm
in the
if I'm
chat.
questioning
Yeah,
the
so
basis of our planet,
the guy in the chat who's a glober, just trying to tell you something. Yeah. So this is a quote from Einstein. I'm pretty sure it was Einstein. This was the first path which led me to the special theory of relativity. Since then, I have come to the belief that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment through the Earth, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. Yeah? Cannot be detected. This is Einstein.
The phases of the planet, especially Venus, make it easy to work out the three-dimensional positions of the Sun, Earth, and other planets. It says here.
Who cares? Doesn't make the Earth flat. Doesn't make the Earth a globe.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you got me. Yeah. Doesn't make the Earth a globe, though.
Well, why you guys stick to it not being a globe so much? Like, what is it? What's it to you?
Because it's
Because it's
contrary
never
to
been
lived
proven.
experience. Yeah, and that too.
I mean,
Contrary to lived experience of you, me, and everybody you've ever met, everyone I've ever met, and everyone they've ever met.
Well, there's also logical things like why would two rival let's not even call them nations, cultures and ways of living, like the Soviet Union, for example, in the Cold War in the West, why would they rival over the space
Who
race
cares?
when
And
it's a fake, right? What the fuck?
that-
Why would
that's
they?
a
Why
myth.
would they? Why would they agree with with each other on that and
That's
not
a
anything
myth,
else?
bro. That's a myth created by the American press. Yes,
How is
the Soviets
because-
hold on. The Soviets at the time said there never was any space race. They were never racing to space with the Americans.
Well,
They
that's
all
not
did
what
it
I've seen
together.
with my own eyes.
That's the Western propaganda. Okay, Soviet
I've not-
propaganda was quite different. They had a totally different narrative, right? They didn't
What was
say
it?
there was
Okay,
a space
I
race.
know-
Only
I know-
only the U.S. said it was a space race.
I know a bunch about the Soviet narrative because my father was in the
You don't.
GRU.
You think you know.
And
You think
and
you know.
I've seen.
You think you know. You don't know anything.
Well, here's what I know for sure. I've seen statues of
None
Yuri
of us
Gagarin
know the
everywhere.
ins and outs of what the government are doing. None of us know.
Didn't
Think
they
we
lock
know
Yuri
because-
Gagarin in an asylum because he tried to snitch?
No, he died.
in an asylum, right?
No. He died mysteriously. Or they say it's mysteriously. It's actually he died in an experiment.
So let me ask
Now
you this.
you know. Now you have privileged knowledge to know how he died too. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of an open secret.
An open secret.
Yeah,
That
the
doesn't
Soviet,
make sense.
the Soviet. Well, it's
It's
supposed
like
to be
justified
secret, but
true belief.
it's supposed
Yeah.
it's supposed to be
If
secret.
it's
But everybody
open, it's
kinda
not a
knows.
secret. So.
It's everybody. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what the term means. Basically, he was beloved by everyone. He was basically like the Soviet Union's Captain America, and
Now
they were
you're
trying to hide.
assuming how people feel about someone as well.
Okay, that's just a fact of history here. So,
Fact or an opinion?
It's not an opinion; it's a fact of history, and
It's a fact of history. So they took a survey and they counted the people that just beloved Yuri Gagarin.
or so that's like you questioning were the Spice Girls ever famous? You know?
No. That wasn't what you said. You didn't say he was famous. Of course, he's famous. We've heard of him.
Well, he
But
was
whether he was
beloved by the
loved
people.
or not,
Yes.
that's another story.
Yeah,
Are
we
the
have
Spice
schools
Girls
named after
the
him.
Spice
We
Girls
have
are famous. Are
streets
they
named
loved?
after him.
Are the Spice Girls loved?
Yeah, probably by millions of people.
Oh Jesus Christ! I fuck Spice Girls. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're probably way too young. But here's the thing.
Way too young. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
they were a thing in the 90s. So.
Yeah, in the 90s, I was in my 30s. So.
Wow, you sound a bit younger than that.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
Unfortunately, man, we all want to be young, right?
No, not really. Youth is wasted on the young.
Right,
I'd only want to be young to run through chicks, but other than that,
no, youth gives a lot. Well, let's not tilt the subject here. So Yuri Gagarin, we have streets, we have schools, we have a lot of things named after him. He was very famous. He was used for a lot of Soviet propaganda at the time he was alive, and they were trying to hide the way he died because it would have been counter propaganda of Soviet equipment failing. So that's why it's kind of an open secret how he died, you know. But they were very proud of their space program, and still are.
I just don't believe that narrative. I don't think the fucking Soviet Union gave a goddamn rat's ass about fucking what anybody else thought.
Oh, they did a lot. It was very important for them to one up the Americans and prove that their system was better. In fact, there's a lot of countries where you can still observe that.
Who's this guy divining people's thoughts now, or what?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Well, this is just facts of history, man. Like at this point, this is just fiction.
They're not facts of history. It's your interpretation
people literally have lived it, right? And
people have lived it. You're doing your take. No, man, dude, you're just doing your take on what you think is going on, but that's your take. That's not what really happened, is it?
It is what really happened. You can check.
No, it isn't. What everything you just said right now is based on your opinion. It's not based on facts.
No, it's not. My opinion.
You've just divined everybody's thoughts of the country that you're talking about, Russia. You just divined everyone's thoughts on what they thought the program was, based on what you think it is. So it's your opinion.
So my opinion is based on what I've seen.
What did you see, dude? Were you a part of that organization?
I've seen people's reaction. I've seen written down articles.
Whose reaction? That's so vague. What are you speaking of? Whose reaction?
Okay. Just because
you just say they cared about propaganda, and now you're going to cite articles which are obviously also propaganda.
Yeah.
You're going to cite them as facts.
There's no winning. There's no winning with you guys. Like you just,
no, it's not about not winning,
dude. You're contradicting yourself.
Everything is fake. Everything is like.
Listen. That's some bullshit right there.
No,
all you gotta listen. All you gotta do is speak clearly and be be honest about your take on it. Say I don't know, but this is what I think. No, you're saying this is what they thought. This is actual fact. No, you don't know that shit. You're just that's your opinion.
I do know that shit.
No, you don't know
bro.
That.
I do know it. I know it.
You believe it, but you don't know it.
I know it. Okay, so I believe it just like I believe that if I spill the water from my cup, it's gonna make my pants wet.
That's not a belief, dude. You know that will happen, bro.
Okay, so I don't need to.
How many times would you have to spill water on your pants for them not to get wet?
I don't need to know that. That's just gonna happen because I've observed it before.
Listen, you're trying to divine the thoughts of human beings, okay? What people in Russia felt about some other person in Russia. There's no basis for that. Now, they could be true. It might not be true. But that's not the point. The point is claims are not evidence, right? You said, you guys don't believe anything. You're right. We don't. We believe the evidence. We don't believe just story tales.
Okay, so do you question the fact that there was a space race between the Soviet Union?
Yes.
There is.
Because there's something called the International Geophysical Year. Do you know about this? Where the U.S. and Soviet Union all got together and went all over the place. It also coincided with the launch of Sputnik and coincided with the launch of Explorer 1, both the first space programs for the United States. They both did it at the same time. Wow, how'd that happen?
So they were all pretending.
They also signed the Antarctica Treaty. How'd that happen? They were all against each other. How'd that happen?
Okay, I guess you're
what about the Apollo-Soyuz program in the 70s? How'd that happen? They were against each other. So that whole outer space race, right? That was promoted during the Cold War because there was going to be peace through space, right? We're all going to get together, the Russians, the Soviet Union, and the United States, and we were going to bury the hatchet, and we were going to get over our differences because we were going to go and do the peaceful exploration of space together. We're friends to the end, best friends forever. And
sounds
through
like
that,
they
we
were trying
control.
to. Sounds
we
like they were
control
trying
our-
to achieve diplomacy here, man.
Ever think that this idea of outer space is meant to control the domestic population? Is that ever crossed your mind?
No. Why would it?
Well, it's a pretty good mechanism, right?
Well, there's
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same.
They don't need
listen,
that. There's many
it's the same analogy. Listen, bro. It's the same analogy of the people playing cards at a table. If you don't know who the sucker at the table is, probably you.
So here's the thing, guys. They don't. The Anglo-Saxons, which most of you are probably a part of, are very good at manipulation. That is not disagreeable. That's
The Anglo-Saxons.
Yeah,
Jesus fucking Christ.
They are masters of geopolitics.
Really?
And
what else?
They can.
What are they doing?
They don't need
the big bad boogeyman. Somebody's a boogeyman.
They don't
why
need
why
a
is there gonna
space race to do that? They've been doing it since the 17th century.
Why
let me
is
ask
there
you
gotta
a
be
question.
one tribe on Earth? I don't
Well,
get
let me
it.
ask this guy a question real quick. How many Anglo-Saxons as a percentage is the British population?
I don't mean actually ethnic Anglo-Saxons at this point. Everybody that's in the sphere of everybody in the Anglosphere basically abides by the leaders of.
You're talking about
culture,
white.
the Anglo-Saxon culture.
You're just talking about white people. You're not talking about actual
No, I'm not
Angles
talking about
or
white
Saxons,
people. I'm
are
not
you?
talking about white people. There's all kinds
Well,
of
you're
white
not
people.
talking about Anglo-Saxons, then, are you?
This is what we refer to as all the children of the.
But it's not a
British Empire.
correct. It's not
The
a
children
correct
of what?
term, is it?
What
Let's
does
call them
Anglo-Saxon
descent-
mean to you? Define it for us. Like, what does it mean?
It's a culture at this point. It's an
not a
ethnicity.
culture.
But how is that culture defined? How do you know, like, this is Anglo-Saxon culture and this isn't? How do we distinguish it from everything else?
It's the Anglosphere. It's the countries of the former British Empire, and
So India?
no. India
Are they
was a colony.
Anglo-Saxons?
That wasn't a country of the of the empire.
South
that was a
Africa?
colony.
Are they Anglo-Saxons too?
Africa is a continent, my guy. They didn't hold all
South
Africa.
Africa, you dumb shit.
That was
Yep.
So they're
Are
Anglo-Saxons?
they Anglo-Saxons?
not ethnically.
Okay.
They were controlled by the Anglo-Saxon system.
Australia, are they Anglo-Saxons?
Absolutely,
Are you sure about that?
absolutely.
Absolutely. What percentage of the Australian population would be Anglo-Saxon?
I said not ethnically. I said part of the
About
culture of the
2%?
Anglo-Saxons.
Would that be like the British and the Dutch and all those?
I said not ethnically, right?
So but we're trying to figure out what delineates Anglo-Saxon. You said the former British Empire. Okay, that's a lot of different shit. So I mean,
I'll tell you how he delineates that, Indio. His feelings about it.
No, it's
That's
not
how.
my feelings. It's historical.
Oh
facts.
yeah, it's your opinion, historical fact. What you haven't even brought anything. My God, dude! Like, what are you bringing in here? That's historical facts. Anglo-Saxons. Go ahead. Wait. Produce one historical fact talking about Anglo-Saxons. Go ahead. So we can know in context what you mean.
So, in terms of how this system of governance does geopolitics is they like to create a system and an anti-system, which is something you can observe very clearly today in the world. In fact, it was
It's
even
just
tried
so
in
full
America.
of shit. It's not funny.
It was even tried in America, but the
Oh,
Federalists
this is
won
garbage, bro.
in the
What are you
Federal-
citing? What are you
absolute
reading?
bullshit.
Okay,
What
so
are you
you
reading?
have so you have Romania and you have Moldova. You have Russia, you have Ukraine. These are examples of a system and an anti-system. One thing fights against another. It's the old Roman divide and conquer.
You just make stuff up, man. You're
That's
just
just
making
those
stuff up.
countries exist. Those countries
All
are
right, bro.
real.
You're
and
saying words. You're just saying words right now. Like there's none of
how
none.
it- how it-
What is
how-
this
how is it work?
historical
He's trying
fact?
to say that the older systems are creating these sort of dichotomies between different systems to create chaos, right, between the sort of
Yeah, and
societies.
great chaos.
Yeah,
they
but
can
it's
control.
like we were saying before. He's just
Like-
making stuff up. He
It's
doesn't
not
know
making
it.
We live.
Well,
in
hold on.
doesn't
Was
know any
Nazi
of this
Germany
stuff.
Anglo-Saxon?
Nazi Germany, northern states of
Were
Germany
they Nazi? Would you
were
consider those Anglo-Saxons?
there is a state of Germany called Saxony, but they
That's
are
where
they're
the
not the
mix
same.
is.
Well, I'm
That's
trying
a
to figure out.
it's a different culture.
No, it's not. Because the
trying to
Angles
figure out
and
what
the
an
Saxons
Anglo-Saxon is,
joined
dude. Why is
together
this
and
so
became the Anglo-Saxons.
Yeah, but this is a difference of 1,000 years here, though.
Yeah.
All
Hey,
right.
Woz, do you want to get back to our discussion from before?
I'd like to get back to
I
flat
don't
Earth.
want to interrupt like a fucking
This
idiot.
historical abortion is just fucking off the hook.
We want to drill down. We want to drill down to what this individual is talking about, because it seems like many of you guys who come in here are really confused about everything that you're saying, and you're really just shooting from the hip. You laugh, but it's true. You're shooting from the hip, and it's like you're throwing shit at a wall, hoping it sticks, right?
No, what
But
I was
it's
trying
not
to say
doing
is-
that, because we're seeing right through your bullshit. You're just making it all up right now
No, I'm
because
not
of
this
your
historical-
opinion. Oh, you have what from history, dude? But you
That's a
didn't
no.
read.
We're going to do another 30 minutes of round
I'm-
round
Yeah,
circles.
but that's not.
I'm just trying to.
Listen, hold on, one second, dude.
I'm really
One-
gonna
oh,
sum
yeah.
it up. I'm really
One
gonna
second.
sum it up very quickly.
Just hold on, dude. Dogs, this is not your forum. So if you don't like it, the door is that way, dude. You have a choice. You can leave or you can stay. But this isn't your forum. So
Yeah, or
please don't be saying that again.
AV, all I'm trying to do is ask if I can get back onto a different topic with Woz, the conversation we were having before, okay? I can go on mute if you guys are just flat out not going to let it happen.
No, it's not that. But listen, the guy brought some really provocative things in here, and we want to like actually hash them out before anything, because he's talking some mad shit, dude.
Yeah,
So we
Doc,
need
give
to.
it 5 minutes or something. Let's wrap this up.
All
right.
All right.
Yeah, I'd be
Is that
happy
cool
to
with
do
you?
that. Thanks for giving me a time frame, India. That'd be great.
All right. Cool.
All right, so I guess I.
Okay, so let's just cut to the chase. Can you prove the shape of the Earth with human sociology?
Could you repeat, because you kind of have a lisp.
Can
Okay,
you
I'd like to
prove
see
the
that.
shape of the Earth with human sociology? Yes or no?
With human sociology.
Yeah, because that's everything you're doing is just about human sociology.
My point was that
How
there
people
doesn't need
feel
to be-
about Yuri Gagarin, what the Anglo-Saxons do, all that shit's human sociology.
No, what I was trying
What
to
does
say
that have
with
to do
that
with the
was-
shape of the Earth?
What I was trying to say with that was they don't need a big conspiracy about the Earth being round, because there's so many other ways to manipulate the public that they've been doing, provably, and as historical facts you can observe for centuries.
You're talking nonsense. There's a bunch of
We
vague
know
nonsense.
that, but this is more fundamental.
There's a bunch of vague nonsense. So why are you just you're saying really just words, man? You're not really putting any context to what any of the meaning is of what Indio just outlined. How does this draw a parallel to what we know the shape of the Earth to be, as in the case for the globe? Like how is that drawing us any closer to like how they're telling us what it is? You're not putting. I mean, really, you're not laying a foundation down for it.
I laid down many
Look,
foundations.
let me ask you.
Yeah, I know.
Right now in Russia, right, they're under gazillions of sanctions, right? They're not supposed to be selling gas, oil, whatever, right? You know, European countries are still buying that shit, right?
I know.
Okay. So,
Well, so is
they're
America. Actually,
what are they,
10% of
frenemies?
The uranium from America comes from Russia.
Yeah, I know. What are they, frenemies?
This is called geopolitics.
Yeah, it's called alignment of interests. So when countries' interests align, they go the same way. When they don't align, they go in different ways. In the case of the so-called space race, their interests align. And they align in what way? In order to control the domestic population. That's all it exists for.
Like individuals such as yourself.
That you sit here and you're literally fighting for free for other people's ideas.
People are always gonna fight over this and that, and
Yeah, but you're fighting for somebody else's idea. It's not your idea. Did you invent the globe idea?
It's not an idea, man.
It is an idea.
All right,
It predates the evidence, right? So it had to start as an idea, right?
So let's go back to the basics. Then.
No, like listen, this is very important. The idea of the Earth being a globe predates the evidence.
Okay, so how about?
Yeah, you gonna just whistle past that graveyard, bro?
I'm just gonna lead
that they
to
came up with the idea first, and then they went to look for the evidence for the idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Address it.
Sorry, I was reading something.
Every time, dude, I'm reading something. I'm looking at something.
I am. I'm trying to.
I was cutting my toenail.
Man, fuck
like,
off, dude.
Cut your toenails later.
Okay, sorry.
No, you know what?
No, I closed it. I closed it.
No,
Okay,
bullshit.
close it.
Fuck you, dude. No, we're not gonna talk to you. Put your ass on mute right now. Fuck that. Okay. You don't want to. You don't want to engage in the conversation. We'll talk to dogs or gods, and that's saying something.
Holy fuck, bro!
You ignorant red. Fucking hell, dude. Put yourself on mute.
You don't need to be so aggressive.
Well, yeah, I do, because you're being a dumbass. How would you like it if we were fucking? Oh, what was that again? I was playing a video game, and you were engaging in a conversation. Man, fuck off,
now.
Dude.
Okay, I've stopped everything now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, put yourself on mute. It's too late. No, we don't want to talk to you no more.
So true, King. So true.
Dude, listen, it's a privilege to be here and us to give you our time. If you don't think that's a privilege, then fuck off.
So before I go, I will go.
No, you're going right now. Bye bye. We don't care about Cortico at the moment. Go ahead, dogs.
Just a reminder, I think that the globe Earth model, because it allows you to actually test it, it makes claims about distance and measurements and gives you maps and is like a set of values, like value statements, measurements, not like ideological values. Because of that, it is a more free model to break out of, whereas a flat Earth model, there's no way to break out of it because you can't falsify it. So
Would you not say that not having a model is more liberating than having a model?
I would, but you guys don't have a not model. You have a model which is essentially just one or two statements. Things like we don't feel motion, therefore we're not moving, and the Earth is planar because we don't see the curve.
Well, one or two statements is not necessarily a model, right?
I mean, if we're asking what the general shape of the Earth is, and you have a statement saying it is planar or flat or whatever synonym you want to use, I'd say, yeah, that has a set of entailments that logically follow, so it would be considered a model. You could make predictions off it.
Okay, so your argument is that the globe is more liberating because it has all these predictions and measurements, but wouldn't it be more liberating for the children in school to say, hey kids, let's go out and actually test the world and not think so much about the model, but let's just see what we experience and what we can test? Isn't that not more free than giving them a model?
No, it's incredibly restrictive to their the growth of their knowledge, because they have no way of getting knowledge that isn't learned purely through observation, which essentially just means that we're going to be stuck repeating the same set of knowledge with every generation without ever adding to it or expanding it. So it's a really bad way to form knowledge.
Hold on, dog.
So, you said what I just proposed was a bad idea because of it only has observations, but observation is just one step. It doesn't have to be the only thing, right? You could do other
I
things.
understand, but if you want to go out and test, if you want to say that you need to test all knowledge, that's just impossible to do and actually gain knowledge generation to generation. Whereas what I'm claiming is that what you should do is you should test a few key claims of the model, see if they fit, and if they fit, then unless there's something that you can test that would falsify the model that has some things you can observe, even if you haven't observed every single thing entailed in it, is the better model, and it is more freeing because at any time you can find a way to falsify it.
But teaching a model to children cannot be more freeing because you're giving them a presupposed conclusion. So giving them a way to sort of objectively measure the world or the Earth would be more liberating because you don't have a presupposed system.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. You don't give a way to measure the Earth in a flat Earth model or in your not model, and we give a way to measure the Earth. We say if the Earth is a globe, the sun must do this, and you can go and test it.
What? If the Earth is a globe, the sun must do this?
No. Yeah, so vague example. So like
because
if we're on a globe,
because not if,
then
because
the sun,
no, because not if.
Okay, yeah. I just.
What do you
I'm not
mean?
really, you can, yeah, debate about the actual measure.
If would be better if you test a claim. It's a question, whereas because is a statement. So
you need to establish that first.
That's fine. Then aren't you sort of like putting them in this box of anything that they're told, even if it fits a model or even if it like has some validity to it? It's not knowledge. We can't have knowledge unless we go and test it ourselves, and that's incredibly restrictive.
Yeah, you let the kids do the test. You let them do the test, not give them a model.
We have done that, and in a lot of cases we do that, but just not for every kid in every case.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess you've made your point. I've made my point. That's fine.
Yeah. I just had a contention with claiming that we're all being coerced and controlled by some group of shady elites because of the globe. It makes no sense to me because you can check the globe, but you can't check flat Earth.
I mean, if you're checking the globe, you would just be checking the Earth. So checking the Earth would be the goal, not checking the flat Earth or the globe Earth, right? Globe and flat is not important.
No, you're checking the propositions.
I mean, sure, yeah, like the Black Swan would be like checking the proposition of the geometric Earth, but you can just measure no drop of distance independently of the globe, right?
I'm sorry, how are you checking the geometric Earth with the Black Swan?
Yeah. I don't have time to get into Black Swan right now. I actually have to go. But it's the claimed radius, right? Which you're debunking because you're seeing the horizon beyond a certain point, which you shouldn't be able to see it based on the Earth's math, right?
Well, if you've got a second, just by claiming that you're debunking the geometric horizon by seeing something, you're not. You're checking the apparent horizon. So you're using the wrong measuring device on the claim.
No. So obviously the globe gives us certain math, right? You should be able to see a certain distance based on the geometric calculations. So if you're seeing way beyond that geometric point, then it proves that the math is wrong. Debunks it now.
No, you're using the wrong measuring device. If you want to check something geometrically, you use a physical tool to test it. If you want to check something, apparently, you use optics to test it. So anytime you use optics, or you look, or you check how far you can see, that is only ever checking the apparent location of the horizon and never the geometric one. This is very simple logic.
No, listen. The geometric horizon is a destined point based on the math, right? Do you agree with that?
I do, but you can only measure it physically. When you use
the
side,
Black
it becomes
Swan,
the apparent location.
The Black Swan doesn't necessarily like
physically measure something as maybe you think. It's more of a declaration based on observation, right?
It is an
And the
apparent
math.
location, but it is not the geometric location, because to measure that, you need to physically measure it with
Okay, and has that been done?
distance
Let's just
tools. No.
I'll just grant that for a second.
We've
Has that been
only
done?
ever cited the horizon as apparent. We've only measured it that way. So anytime you guys do the geometric versus apparent horizon, it's like saying that I measured the color of my shirt using a color matching tool from Bunnings, and because of that, my shirt is no longer a large size. It just
Okay,
makes no sense using the wrong tool to measure the wrong thing.
Do you ever see the geometric horizon?
You see the apparent horizon only. Refraction changes.
It's a no, right?
The actual horizon that you see, it's no longer the geometric one. So it doesn't move the geometric horizon. It creates a new horizon that is apparent.
A new horizon, I like that. Was that a no, Dogs? To the question?
So it was a full answer to your question. I can repeat the answer, but
I heard the
essentially
answer.
you never see
heard the
the
answer. I just
geometric
wanna be
horizon because refraction will always happen. Do you think we ever see the geometric horizon? Can you answer that?
That's what I just asked you.
Yeah, so I answered. It's your turn to answer. Do we ever see
You did give a direct
the
answer.
geometric horizon? And
You
why
gave
would
me an explanation. I heard it, but you didn't give me a direct answer.
Yeah.
Do you ever
Well, what
see
was my
the geometric
explanation? Can you remember it at all?
Yes, you said it was an apparent location, right? That you never actually see the geometric one, but you didn't give a clear
Right.
answer.
So I was directly answering it, yes.
Okay, so you don't see the geometric horizon, right?
Correct. Do you think we would see
Okay.
the geometric horizon?
I don't know. I've never claimed any, but how do you know it's there?
Are you kidding me?
How do you
Who
know it's
made the
there?
claim that we'd see the geometric horizon, and that because we don't see the geometric horizon, therefore the geometric horizon is invalidated? That wasn't me. That was you.
I don't know if it's there. I have no idea if there's a geometric horizon. I'm asking you.
Okay. I've been very clear on that now.
Yeah. So
But you
how do you
said
know
it
it's
would be a
there?
way to test the globe Earth.
Come on, let's stick to the point.
So
How do you know
the way you
geometric
know it's
horizon?
there,
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
because there's drop over distance. It doesn't matter where the drop is. If there is drop over distance, that is a necessary antecedent to a geometric horizon.
Do you have any demonstration of that you could post in the chat? Drop off distance.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't have like a folder of globe Earth proofs like you guys, but I've definitely seen them before, so it wouldn't take me long to find it.
Should I just take your word for it, or should I do something else?
Well, I mean, if you're really contending that we see drop over distance in pictures, and I guess I'll find a citation.
Sure. Go ahead.
There
Yeah.
we go. There's a
that's
whole
good.
lot of skyline obstructing one I've just posted, or what else can I do? I'm going
This is
through
a
all the messages.
Just to be clear, you said measurement of drop off distance, right?
Oh, okay. I can find a measurement, yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I have to go in 5 minutes, just so you know. So I'll be on for 5 more minutes.
Yeah, that's
Been-
fine.
Yeah, the question of drop over distance isn't that you can find any drop over distance. It's the one that's predicted by the Earth being a globe, with the size of the Earth being what it said it is. So it's not just any drop over, and you have to measure it too. So if there's any that is measured, then you're gonna have to give us the measurement and how you came up with the method that actually devised the fact that you measured it. So there's a lot involved here. So if it's just like here's a video and there you go, well, that's just like you've just begun. So you haven't even started to like unfold or unpack everything you need to.
That's true. Although
Sorry,
I would be.
dropped out
I
for a
would-
sec. I didn't hear what you said, AV.
Well, shit, dude. Why does it always happen?
Shit, I can sneeze.
All right. It's just the beginning of your problems, because it's not just like showing a video to because he's got to go in a minute. So I don't know what you're gonna present to him because he's got to leave. But yeah, you just started like the situation where it's not just any drop over distance. It's an actual drop over distance according to the predicted globe Earth geometric curvature. So you have to find out whether or not. Well, the first few things you're gonna have to find out if it comports over to the size of the Earth, and if it doesn't, if it's something new, some new measurements, and it's some other kind of drop over distance, then we want to know the method that you've devised to actually ascertain that too. So there's a lot involved here. I don't know what you have planned. Go on. Keep going.
We literally just went through that 2 seconds ago, that the idea that we make predictions of the geometric horizon and then measure it through sight is using entirely wrong measuring tool to measure the thing that we were making the prediction for. You need a physical measurement for that. But I'm happy to claim an apparent horizon is with the necessary antecedent for an apparent horizon being a drop over distance. And it doesn't have to be a specific claim on the distance because I don't know all the variables, but it has to be there at some point in order for there to be claimed to have been like a curve of the Earth.
Yeah,
Well,
so
I
if,
don't know
if we're gonna
Keep going, what?
if I'm gonna go along with that, I would probably need some kind of demonstration, right? Or at least I would want to know why you think that there is that drop. With
Yes,
some proof.
so I
With some proof.
posted one image, and there's lots of images of drop over distance. And there's been some measurements of the amount of drop using things like standard refraction calculations. But if it is true that there is a drop, we can test it. If it is true there's a physical horizon because of Earth curve, we can test it by seeing if there is always a drop at some point when we look out over a distance. And there always is.
Okay, so do you have any like measurements?
I can find measurements. Yeah, there's that. Who's that main surveyor guy? He's done measurements of drop over distance. Do you want one of those?
Freaking hell, dude! I thought you had somebody else in mind.
Yeah, post anything you want. But yeah.
But you understand that it's a necessary precondition that there has to be drop in order for there to be a claim of a curve, right? That
Yeah,
makes sense to you?
Yeah, obviously.
We'll investigate whatever you're gonna present. We'll pour ourselves through it if we have to. See what happens.
I've already presented my argument. So all the measurements, the actual measurements don't matter so long as there is
Don't matter.
some dip.
What do you mean? No, it matters because it has to conform to what they're telling us that the size of the Earth is according to the predictable amount of Earth curvature that should be there obstructing your viewer, any observer. So yeah, it does matter.
I don't understand why you just said that to me again when I debunked that a minute ago.
I don't know how you debunk something that
Do you want me to
provide
debunk
evidence.
it again to you, mate?
No, it doesn't matter. Like you could go over the claim once again.
Yeah, so
but
my
it doesn't
debunk
matter.
is... So my debunk is, and I don't know if you'll ever be able to repeat this to me and then keep using your thing that you're saying, but my claim is that the geometric horizon can only be measured and only predicts a measurement done by a physical tool, like a measuring stick or a yardstick or something like that. Whereas the apparent horizon, which has a whole lot of other variables, which changes its location and isn't necessarily caused to be at a certain distance because of just the shape of the Earth, is what we actually measure when we use sight measurements. But we know the geometric horizon is there because there's dip. Dip's the necessary antecedent to claiming a geometric horizon.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but we don't have two horizons. We only see one horizon, and that's the horizon that needs to be countered as measured. So if you can't do that, then the one that you see it's the horizon. There's no according to you're saying that you're parsing out the geometric horizon is the size of the Earth according to the globemetrics, and then it doesn't matter where we see the apparent horizon because that's going to conform to refraction and so on and so forth. But what we're saying is the apparent horizon is the horizon. That's it. There's no other horizon. There's no geometric, because of the fact that it became a false dichotomy, I guess, in your worldview, where we're saying that the horizon is either something you can measure or it's just something you see. You're starting to parse it out as two horizons, and it's not that way. It's either only what you see and can be measured, or you're saying that it's not being able to be measured, but it's there, still the same. outside of what you see. So that's a difficult process because
Yeah, so you're the ones that are making the argument.
yeah, that is just the horizon.
You're the ones making the argument.
It's not
that the
geometric. Yeah,
geometric
so
horizon can be measured
no.
optically.
Yeah, it's not geometric though. That's the issue we're having. We're presenting it in a way that you understand the way the globe is presenting it to everybody else. So if you're saying the horizon is geometric and also apparent, then you're actually conflating what is known to be as just a horizon. So we are only saying it's just a horizon, not 2 and 1. It's only the horizon. Does that make
So
sense?
in your model, that may be true, but you're asking me to prove my model through proving the physical horizon through apparent means, through optical means.
Yeah,
So
it's
that
not
right there is you conflating
Yeah,
the geometric
I know.
horizon
I'm saying
with the
it's
apparent horizon. So
it's an
I don't understand why you're accusing me of this problem. That was the first one to
because
bring
if
up,
it was
and have since repeated again and again and again, even though I've explained to
because
you
of
why
the
it doesn't
two,
make sense.
if the two were one, there wouldn't be two separate distinct things where you're saying the parent horizon and the geometric horizon are two distinct things. As in, one is known to be the size of the Earth and the other is just what we see from refraction. They're not two distinct things, they're one and the same. So they're not like separate. Like
Why are they one and the same?
because that's how you see the horizon. Our vision, like an observation being made, is how we understand whether or not we're going to be able to measure to that horizon or not. So if you're saying that a ship disappears, well, not you, but the royal you, it says that the ships disappear behind a horizon. Well, that horizon visually by an observer being seen as disappearing from a bottom up from a boat, that also denotes I would say a distance to where that specific geometric Earth curvature is blocking the observer from viewing the bottom of that ship. So that becomes one and the same. It's not two distinct. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's an observer making an observer is making the distinction between them not being able to see the boat because the geometric horizon, which is obstructing the viewer from seeing the boat, is causing that obstruction. So because the observer has made this observation, they can now say the Earth is in the way, which is now the geometric horizon. That's geometry of the Earth is in the way, not just the apparent horizon of what they see. It's geometry is blocking it. So one and the same. The horizon that is apparent is also geometric. That's what I'm saying. That's why it needs to be drawn out that way.
Let's say, according to the geometric horizon, about 1.22 miles out off a lake from your shoreline should begin to be obstructed bottom up. Do you think that refraction just moves the position of that boat and the geometric horizon's obstruction of that boat out further, or do you think it creates an entirely different horizon line out further where that boat isn't at that
Yeah,
line?
are you asking me as a Glober would say as an argument, or what I know it to be? Like, what are we saying here?
Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I'm just showing the flat earthers don't really understand the concept of refraction and how it affects the horizon.
Yeah, so basically you're saying it's malleable and it's whatever I want it to be, when I want it to be, whatever I want it to be. So that doesn't work because
Well, when did I say it?
Just right now. It's malleable.
What words did I use?
That we're not understanding what you're saying about it being a geometric horizon, or excuse me, refraction.
Yeah, so how does that mean that I'm saying it's whatever you want?
It's malleable. Yeah, because the refraction is going to make it, it's going to bring the horizon where it needs to be at the point where you're saying geometry would then dictate the predictable amount of Earth curvature that obstructs your view. So when you wanted to
but I never said
your view, well, what do you think refraction is in the case for the globe being the horizon not being? So the horizon is not where it should be geometrically. So then it would then you would, I guess, the answer you would give to that was because refraction.
Can I rebuttal? Yeah.
You can, but I already know the answer.
All he's saying is that the calculation that the scientists made, the curvature science or mathematics, is false. It's actually bigger. Like maybe the curvature is way different. The way the equation is wrong. It has to be a
I don't
lot
know.
bigger.
This isn't dogs or
A lot.
gods, so it's Professor. I don't know. You're speaking for him. I don't know if
That's what he
he
just
wants.
said. That's what he just said. That's what refraction is.
Professor,
Is that if you do
dogs,
it
did you want?
scientifically, if you do it yourself and you look down an ocean, the curvature equation, mathematical equation is wrong. That's all he's saying.
No. So what I'm saying is that there are two different horizons. There's the apparent one and there's the geometric one. The geometric one can only be measured through geometry. The
Yeah,
horizons
he's not
that
saying what
yeah,
you.
horizons
Geometrically,
created
it's
every
wrong.
time you
Hold on,
enumerate
Professor. He's not saying what
Mathematically.
you're saying, dude. You guys are in conflict because he's not saying what you're saying. You have to let him finish his point. He's not saying what you're saying. You think you're aligning. You're not in alignment. So go ahead, dogs.
Yeah, so there are two different horizons. One is the physical one, and one is the apparent one. They are distinct things. They are completely different. You do see drop because of the physical horizon, and that is expressed in the apparent one. But the distances and the actual position, so like a blade of grass meeting the sky, and you can't see past that blade of grass, being horizon apparent, and then the geometric one being the number that you come up with from the shape of the Earth. That blade of grass meeting the sky is not the horizon being moved, the geometric horizon being moved. It's a completely different position to the geometric one. It's not just altered apparently, it's an actual different position on the Earth where the horizon now exists.
Okay, you mean if I was an ant and I was looking at a blade of grass, it would look like a horizon compared to if I was a human looking at a blade of grass, it would look like
I don't think
nothing or
you
nothing.
grasp. I don't think you grasp what he said. But I mean, if you
He's
want
saying
to try to
the angle of where you're looking from
listen, just
changes
because
the
you're a
horizon.
glober like this doesn't mean that he's saying the same. I've said it before, Professor. Just because you both are globers doesn't mean you have to agree on every point. Like he can say
I'm
something
not a
different than you.
glober, bro.
Well, I don't know what you are,
So
but
where the horizon
Yeah,
where the
quit
horizon
assuming,
exists is where the
bitch.
sky meets the ground, and then things are obstructed after that point. And geometrically, it would be at say 1.22 miles the height of the observer, that sort of thing. And then apparently, it won't be that position moved out further. It'll be a completely different part of the Earth where the sky and the land meet. It won't be like if you drew an X on the geometric positions path. It wouldn't then look further out. It would actually be a completely different position where you draw that apparent horizon. But you guys act like it's just shifting the geometric.
no, that's what's going on because an observer can only see one horizon, so they're not seeing two distinct horizons, and that's I think where you're not making a point for anyone. So an observer is only going to be able to tell what they can see, and what they can see is
And which
not what.
horizon is that?
That's the apparent one, of course. Can't be anything else.
Exactly. That doesn't mean the geometric one doesn't also exist.
Well, where in your mind doesn't exist in the
mathematically.
fine. You could say math.
It's a real
in
point.
Math. No, it's not. That's where you're. Okay, so
it
reality. Okay, so maybe you have a different concept because math is not reality. Number one, I think that's where we're going off the rails here. You think it is. You think math is reality, right?
A little bit.
No, that'd be a reification fallacy, and I don't engage in those. You guys do.
Well, then, if math isn't reality, then how could the math talk about what reality is?
Because math is a description of reality, but it's not reality itself. So if you have a function in math,
go on.
like instead of having something as an infinite, you class that thing as two different variables that need to be accounted for.
Dogs, you cut out the beginning. Say it again.
Yeah, so if you express something mathematically and there's a function in that math that simplifies like an infinite change, in reality that infinite change is there, but in the maths there's some function that's simplifying it into say a couple of distinct variables. But I don't think that change means that infinite isn't there.
Oh man, the infinite change.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Can I go?
No.
Yeah, you go. Go.
Yeah, well, math are theories. First of all, math is there to make us better understand our reality or communicate with other beings about our reality. It's not reality itself.
It tries though.
It's just like
No,
science. Science is the
descriptor.
same thing. Science is
Language to describe.
theories. It's theories on reality. It's not actual reality.
See, here's
So
here's the part that I don't understand, though, Dogs. If you agree that it's a descriptor, then how are you then saying that the geometric horizon, which cannot be seen by an observer, but only the apparent horizon can, it still exists? I don't get that part. If you're understanding the same thing we're saying math describes something. Well, when you describe the Earth geometrically, you don't observably see it. It's not apparent to you in your vision. You only see the apparent horizon. So the geometric one you said that's formed in math is not able to comport over to the reality that you actually go out into the field and see. You don't see that. You don't see if according to you, you don't see the geometric horizon. You only see the apparent one. And if there's two distinct ones and the geometric one is only a construct of math, then how can you see something that is only a construct of math? You get it? It's not able to be seen.
The math is accurate. You prove the math is an accurate description of reality. So the way you can do that is you can prove the circumference of the Earth by looking at star angles.
No.
By what?
What did you say?
What did you say?
Distance and angles. So the distance to the distance across the Earth you have to travel to change the star angle by 1 degree, Polaris 1 degree.
Well, we're talking about.
You can then prove the Earth's circumference and measure.
Okay, wait. Oh, I get it. Okay, so there's an underlying foundation for you saying that you could see an apparent horizon versus a geometric one. Like okay, so that's where so there's something underneath this argument, which is that you've already established that the Earth is a globe. Therefore, when you're seeing the apparent horizon, it's already worked out in the math that the geometric one exists. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's how logic works.
No, it's not how logic works. That's how you believe.
Of course it is.
And believers
if you say
that.
something like...
That's what that is. It's just a belief, Dogs. And you're trying to pass it off as it's something that we can test for. Nobody's tested that the curvature of the Earth has been measured. Not especially not with your example of angles, because you need a horizontal baseline for those angles. You don't have that.
No, that's a reification fallacy. It's one of the ones I proved the other day. Yeah, I proved it the other day.
What other day? I don't remember. I wasn't here, part of the conversation.
Yeah, so
you did that.
It's real simple. The baseline for your observation of the horizon to you and then out to the star for the angle, all of that baseline measurement is between the sextant, which is above the horizon, above the Earth, and then a horizon line, so a line off in the distance. And then you do your dip correction, which is the mathematical correction to that baseline in order to make it a flat baseline. So if you claim that mathematical correction means the baseline itself must be flat, that is a reification fallacy by definition.
Hold on, you just made a circular argument. How can you establish the horizontal is a curving line when you've just said that the Earth is already curving in the horizontal example? The horizon example, and like seeing that there's a geometric horizon and a apparent horizon. You're using an argument like in a circular way. You're saying that you've established angles with a curved surface already. How do you know the surface is curving? Yeah,
the baseline is not the surface of the Earth, AV. That's a reification fallacy to claim it is.
But you
so it
can't
doesn't
use
prove
imaginary
a curved
tangents,
Earth or a flat Earth. So please try not to use a reification fallacy next time.
So what are you using? Imaginary tangents?
They hit me.
I'm using the line, the invisible imaginary line, my line of sight between the sextant and a point on the horizon.
They sent me a ticket. Like all of you can like kind of fuck off, but like they sent me a free ticket, like telling me like all this is free, but like it's not a good time. Like it's obviously not a good time. Like,
are you having a conversation with somebody else, man? What are you talking about?
No. Like, are you a part of the Native American casino?
What's wrong with that guy, dude? Get some rest. Drinking way too much. Go ahead, Dogs.
Yeah, it's a reification fallacy to claim that the angle between the imaginary line you create between your eye and a point off in the distance at the horizon somehow has to match the shape of the Earth.
Well, duh. How else are you going to know that surface is curving or not? We're trying to establish that. We can't already say that it's curving, and that's how we're getting our angles. Duh. That's what you're doing.
It's because of a linear relationship between the angle change and the amount of distance moved. So you move 69 nautical miles per degree of change in elevation for Polaris. And because of that linear relationship, it only works out on a circle, a great circle. It can't work out on a flat plane to get that same angle change from that same linear distance moved.
Where did you get this? This argument didn't come from you, dogs. I know you. This didn't come from you. Where did you get this argument from?
I literally saw it drawn out with a protractor on, I think it was
Main Surveyor, wasn't it?
Flyman Dan or MC Toon, but I've drawn it out myself actually with a protractor. Big circle and then a flat line. You draw it out on a flat line, and for every degree moved, there's a difference. Every degree change, there's a different amount between the lines that you draw with a protractor. But on a circle, it's always a linear relationship, and because in reality it's a linear relationship, it means that model is the only valid representation.
No, but you're talking about models, and that's a reification fallacy. You're trying to reify the model. We're not reifying the model. We're actually testing reality for what it is. And we don't go out into reality already assuming that we have some sort of model that we're trying to comport over to reality. That's like basically superimposing an idea over the reality in which we exist in. So the realm that we live in, you're trying to say, well, this model is the best explanation for all of what I see. But that's not the case, though, because you haven't tested whether or not that is the case for reality. So it's, and I said it before, but it is circular. You're reifying the model by saying, aha, so we know that, we're seeing the math work, the math checks out on our model, and we got a relationship to the sun, from the degree of angle that we see it in the sky. Therefore, it has to comport over to the model. But you haven't tested whether or not the Earth is curving. You're just reifying the model based on math.
You don't reify models. You're using reification and reify wrong, AV. Reify is taking a mathematical abstract concept and trying to make it concrete. You can't take a concrete thing and then try to change the abstract or falsify the abstract. That's not a reification. That's just
you're using a model. No, are you using a model for the Earth being a globe? The model of the Earth being a globe.
So you're using an observation and then testing it against models.
No, sir. No, sir. No, you're not.
No, sir. I answered your question correctly. Did I lie?
Yes, I'm no-sirring you because it's not the case. You are using a model for the Earth being a globe, and you're saying that because we see things happening in reality the way they do, the angles to the sun, then you're saying, well, now since I have my model, it checks out. My math is also comporting to it because I know that the model is correct. You're just superimposing your model over reality. It's a reification, bro.
You've got it backwards. You've got it backwards. You're saying that I'm trying to make the model, make reality fit the model, but it's the opposite. Yeah. I'm trying to make my model fit reality. And when I model out reality, it gives me this surface shape. It doesn't mean that surface shape has to be true. It just means it's the only one that fits.
No. See, that's where you went wrong. It doesn't mean that the surface has to be true, because you just said it. Doesn't have to mean that the surface is true. Yeah. So if the Earth is because, dude, we don't observe this in reality, and you said it doesn't have to be true. That you just
what don't we observe in reality?
That's the model that you're talking about. That's what we don't observe.
I literally just gave you an example of that. In reality, for every 69 miles that we move north, the Polaris changes its angular elevation by 1 degree.
Yeah, how do you know? And based on what? The reality of your model? You haven't checked to see if the Earth is...
Based on the observation shows that our model is true to reality.
No, it's not. That's how you're superimposing your model over the reality that we exist in, which is a reification. I'm telling you. Because you're reifying the model by saying... I see reality in a specific way, therefore my model is true. Like you haven't checked reality that the model comports to reality. You're just saying reality is the way it is because my model's true. So it's
No, I'm not. It's the opposite. I'm saying my model's true because reality fits the model.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm not trying to change reality. If my model didn't fit reality, I'd change the model that I think is true. But unfortunately, my model fits reality, and my model is a globe model.
Yeah, because you say so. Because you say so. It doesn't happen to be.
I gave you an observation.
No, yeah, but your observation. Just listen. You got
Is
a
it
model.
not evidence based? Is my claim not evidence based? Is it not justified just because it comes from a human being?
Here's what you're doing. Here's what you're doing. You're saying, okay, now I'll just use some kind of stupid example just so I can show you what I mean. I have a model that
Why don't you just use the example we're talking about? That way there's no confusion.
Yeah, because the confusion's already happened, right? So if I use a model that looks like a duck, and I say my duck model of the Earth, it fits reality because all the math checks out, and when I go out into reality, it looks like, yep, it checks out. The sun's at a particular angle, therefore the Earth is a duck. That's what you're doing, dude. Yeah, you're reifying the model by
that's what I'm doing.
reality. That's what you're doing. You're going to reality and saying,
No.
well, look at everything. Everything's so globish. By what
Well, I'm
standard?
saying, in reality, there's this fact. So, let's look at the duck's head. So, if in reality I went out there and I saw a beak, or I saw like a change in the amount that I move across the surface for the angle to the end of the beak changing. If I saw that and then I went in and I modeled it out, and I modeled it out over a flat surface and it didn't work, like I couldn't get my observation to fit that model's probably wrong, and I should go with the model of the duck that those observations fit. I'm not saying I'm forcing the Earth to look like a duck. It's just that when you model out certain necessary conditions, they fit.
I'm going to show you. Dogs, I'm going to show you what you're doing. You're basically saying, well, we're on the duckbill. It's just that we're too tiny to see the whole duckbill. We can't see it all. So we're on a duckbill. That's basically what you're saying. But you can't tell the duckbill because
Again, I'm not saying.
We're like microorganisms on the duckbill. So when you're that tiny, you can't see the whole duckbill. So basically, you're saying it like that. You're putting it to where the model is the standard for reality, and it's not because reality doesn't comport over to the model. You're superimposing it. You're making it sound like that's the way it is. It's just because I said so. It's not.
What thing have I actually said that fits what you just said? So you said that, we're too small to see the duckbill, therefore we're on a duckbill. What have I said? What of my actual words have I said that fit that?
The angles to Polaris and you're taking all these, and therefore the model that we're saying the degrees being 69 nautical miles for the angles to Polaris, it being that it has to comport that way, therefore the Earth is a globe. Like what? How do you know the surface is curving?
I'm saying if you have a linear function to the change of an angle, then that linear function means that it must be on a curved surface. Since we observe that in reality, then the model of the Earth being curved has been validated. If you model it out on a flat surface, it doesn't work. So you've just falsified the flat surface using an observation in reality.
You're using an assumption. It must be.
No, you're not, because you're using both models.
No. You're supposed to say, well, this is how it is, because I've just shown you how math comports over to reality. This is the measurement. This is how it is. You're not saying that. It must be. It must be because of what? Your fancy model? I don't think so. That's the problem you have.
It must be because of the linear function between distance and change in elevation of Polaris.
You have not checked for the drop over the distance on the surface that's allegedly curving in your worldview. You haven't done that. No, you haven't. No, lots of times. That's great. I'm glad that you say that over and over again. You probably comfort yourself by saying that, but you haven't done that. You're just using this.
There's pictures. I posted one of the pictures. Do you want another one?
Yeah, what's the drop over distance from that picture that you're showing?
Depends on the refractive conditions, but there is a drop. So you just admitted there's a drop. You said, what is the distance to that drop? So you then equivocated between the drop existing and the distance to the drop. So right there, sneaky.
You're being disingenuous because you couldn't tell the
How?
refractive index by an image, bro. How are you going to tell me the refractive index by looking at an image? Has that ever
Did I
been
make a
done?
claim about it?
Yeah, you said, look at my picture. Does refraction happen? How do you know what type of refraction is going
Oh,
on
okay.
by looking at an image?
Oh,
You,
so
you
I
don't
never
even
claimed the type of refraction or how the refraction was affecting the air. I just said refraction is something that exists. And we know it exists because we've tested it.
Yeah, but how do you know how much there is to tell me how much drop over distance there is over the picture that you're showing? You don't know that. There's a lot
I've
of
never
unknowns.
claimed that we're able to accurately predict that. We can come very close, but it's not 100% accurate.
No, that's you can't do it. And so
You
that's
keep saying these things that I've never said.
That's the problem, though. You can't do it. And then
You're
hence
like,
the bigger issue is you're trying to reify the Earth being a globe by using angles to Polaris, which you can't do unless you have a.
how is it a reification? What's the abstract concept that I'm forcing the Earth to be?
A globe. Simple.
Is that the abstract concept in my observation?
Yeah.
Yeah. How? Because it's a concrete
Earth
angle and a concrete linear change in distance.
So how much what's the drop over distance on the model that you have? What would it work out to be? Using angle to Polaris.
Using angle to Polaris, you get the circumference, and then from that you can create the tension of the Earth on the sun. And then you get 8 inch per mile square, or you can get 1.22 to the height of the observer for the horizon distance.
that would
for the
be-
geometric
that would be
horizon only.
All right. Well, we're working with some we're working with some curvature now. So drop over distance should comport to that. It's as easy as you saying that, so that we can say, okay, well, now you gave us some numbers, some values. We can work with that. So if that is true, then it would measure as you would have on any curving surface. Like if you have a basketball, if you have anything, you could measure that the surface to be curving. You'd be able to do that to the Earth having that curving surface as well. You'd be able to measure that drop over distance. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but not optically. Yeah. Optically, there's other variables involved. So the problem is you guys want to disprove the physical with the optical.
There you go, man.
So
there's always complications that you can't do it, right? It's always the factor. There's complications, and it's just too complicated. We can't do it. In other words.
Yeah, so what we do is there are necessary conditions for things to be true. There are things that if this precondition isn't met, the thing cannot exist. And so we've tested for many of them, and they're true. Like the drop over distance, it's always there, even if it's at different positions optically to what we say it should be geometrically. Things like the spherical excess in surveying, we've tested for that. That's a necessary precondition of a spherical Earth.
You thoroughly
the linear
convinced yourself that is the case. But like as you said, just because you do drop over distance directly measuring it, and it's somewhere where it's not predicted, then it's still fine, right? In your case?
What do you mean somewhere where it's not predicted? What prediction are you using? Are you using geometric one to test optically?
Yeah, of course. What other one?
You can't do that.
Okay, then. So that we don't have it. We can't verify. We're back to square one, right? Where you can't verify that the Earth is curving. We have to.
No, I gave you ways to verify it.
Yeah, no, you don't verify. You're just reifying your model. That's basically all you're doing.
No, that's verification. It is a necessary precondition or a necessary cause of the Earth being curved would be something like a linear function for angles of celestial bodies.
You're soothing yourself by saying these words, dogs, just so that you can feel better about you thinking that the Earth is a globe. At the end of the day, you just believe that it is. It's just a big old belief. That's it.
Which word didn't you understand and I'll help? Or do you understand them and just reject them because
all of the words that you said, but like I said, you try to soothe yourself by talking a lot of words and saying really nothing. At the end of it, we're back to square one where you don't know how to measure the curve directly. You say, oh, it moves around. It's too hard. We can't do it. Okay. But you just gave me the drop over distance, 8 inches per mile squared, but we can't. There's no way. How can we measure that?
Yeah, but there's going to be drop, right? So we can show that there's drop even if we can't get the measurement to where the drop is exactly right. And because we can show there is drop, the necessary antecedent for drop is curve.
Yeah, but you can't even establish that, dog. So, I mean...
What do you mean I can't establish that?
You can't. Not directly. Directly?
What, that there's drop?
Yeah.
Optically you can. And then you can use like surveying techniques to make sure that your optical measurement of drop is at least somewhat accurate.
somewhat. Yeah, of course, it's always somewhat. It's always perhaps close to, or it's never comporting over to the numeric value that they give us for the size of the Earth. Never is. It's only what you
Yeah,
imagine.
because it's an optical measurement for a physical thing, and there's other variables involved. We've said this 20 times, buddy. Do you disagree with this?
I'm trying to tell you that that's why we say it's impossible to do it, but you're just like, no, we can do it.
We can test the necessary conditions, even if we can't test the exact like measurements or distances.
Jesus, dude, you keep saying it. Oh, I know that. I know that. You should.
Well, then what are you arguing about? Because right now, if we've tested all the necessary conditions and they're all true, why do you think the Earth isn't a globe?
Because you are just trying to reify a model. This whole
No, it's the opposite. You are. Mine is trying to alter the model to fit reality. Yours is trying to alter reality to fit the model.
I haven't. Wait a minute. I haven't presented a model. First of all, dogs. You have.
You did. You claimed the flat baseline for celestial navigation.
Yeah, but that's not a model.
It kind of is, yeah. You say if there's a flat baseline for it must match the shape of the Earth. So that is a model because of your belief in the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, your model includes the entirety of reality. So that's everything you know on the Earth, all of it. And I'm not saying that because
pretty much, yeah. Name one thing that we're wrong about.
The entire reality, the entire Earth. No one knows that.
One thing is everything. I think you're confused about maths and words now.
No, I think I'm not. I think I'm identifying the problem that you have. You think all of reality, which is the whole Earth that you live on, you think it can be understood in a concept like the globe. That's your problem, not mine.
Yeah, so when you see things and then you write those things down and describe them using mathematics and geometry and all those things, then you can get predictions off of that and you can test them. Some of them are hard to test because you can't measure all the variables and you can't test all the variables. Other ones you can test, like it is a necessary precondition for curvature to exist for there to be drop. So if you test that and there's always drop, even if you don't know exactly how much and at what distance, therefore you've met that necessary precondition.
That's just you soothing yourself. You haven't identified how that can be done, the method by which that was done. You've only assumed it and the case for using, angles to Polaris. So that you've just reified your model basically and soothed yourself by saying, I feel great to say that angles to Polaris, 69 nautical miles are just a great way for me to tell you that the Earth is a globe. Really? And then all of this comports
to fallacy, though.
But hold on, you just finished saying that all of this comports over to the math, where we can check the math, the circumference being 24,901 miles, radius value, all that good stuff, and the drop over distance, as you so stated in the previous time you were talking, is 8 inches per mile squared, which now you say you can't actually directly know because it's too hard to know. So we're back again to square one.
Well, you're not, because there are necessary causes of a globe Earth that we can test. I gave you one.
What is that even?
Like test the Big Bang as a cause for the globe?
Like, if I say that I'm a 6'2" man that weighs a certain amount, you may not be able to check whether I'm actually 6'2" because I might grow and shrink. Well, not grow and shrink, but my spine might compress and decompress throughout an entire 24-hour period. And you may not be able to get my exact weight because the scales might not be sensitive enough. But you can bloody well check if I'm a man. It's a binary yes or no.
Yeah, but the problem that we're having here is that you're using something that we can identify, and then the other part is we can't identify. As in the case of the globe, we can't identify. That's an imagination of somebody. But in the case of the man, we can check him out. We can look at stuff and find out. But in the case of the globe, shit's ambiguous. We don't know what's going on there.
You kidding me? We know that every 69 miles you get 1 degree of elevation change to Polaris.
Good for you. Yeah, good for you. But then you extrapolated the fact that we can know geometrically that the Earth is a specific size. And I told you, okay, since you've gone all that distance to make it this big laid out argument of how using angles to Polaris, now you can understand the circumference is a specific drop over distance. Okay, we established the fact that 8 inches per mile squared is a fact of geometry. Good.
Right.
Now
so
let's go
the celestial sphere model can be modeled as a rolling ball with a horizontal plane through the center, and it works just the same.
Yeah, but I was telling Dogs, it's like, why can't we just go and after he's did his long little spiel about how he knows that the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, why can't we just go and measure the monkey? Like, because that would end it all. Okay, he did angles to Polaris. He's done a lot of work to say that the model is doing this, and we got the circumference, and now we got the 8 inches per mile squared. Well, the last step would be, let's go and verify it. All right, let's go somewhere into the field and say 8 inches per mile squared. That's our jam. Let's go see if we can find that drop over distance. But what happens is, in the argument that me and you had, Dogs, is that you can't directly measure it. So we're back to square one, where we don't know where the drop over distance is.
No, we're not. That's the
we
problem
are.
with your logic here. We're not back to square one. We still have that necessary fact of the linear 69 miles per degree elevation change. Just because there's some future prediction that comes off that we can't verify doesn't mean that necessary precondition to that prediction isn't true.
And dogs are gods. What I just explained to you is this can be modeled as a rolling ball with a horizontal plane through the middle. And that, yes, that's how it is modeled in textbooks. That's how it's used practically in the field. And it is equivalent to your conception of a globe living on the surface of the ball instead of inside of it as it's modeled. So how do you differentiate between the two?
My argument is that address.
How do you differentiate between the two is going out and measuring the surface. And it measures flat. So which of these two models comports to our observations?
What part of my argument does that address?
This addresses the relationship of 69 miles per degree rotation. And it's modeled as a sphere or a ball, you could say, because it's filled with stuff that rolls with you as you move over a horizontal plane. Do you understand? I've been telling you this like 3 times in a row, and you still haven't
He's not grasping it.
I understand. Just hold up a second. Listen, I understand, Amish, but all you're saying is that you can model the thing that is true in reality as living on a ball.
This is how we observe it. Yes, as a rolling, because when you're telling me that you're taking elevation angles to the stars, you're telling me exactly as a celestial sphere model is described, as a rolling ball that rolls with your observational position as you traverse over a flat horizontal plane called the celestial horizon plane.
He's talking about the sky, Dogs.
I agree.
Yeah, the sky is where you measure rotation. The sky is rotating. It's not terrestrial sphere. It's a celestial sphere.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, Amish, I agree. We live on a ball.
No, listen, dude. He doesn't get it, Amish.
I said the exact opposite of what he concluded.
There's a fourth time.
No, you said it can be modeled as if we're on a rotating ball.
Dude, listen. I'll say it to you too, because I agree with Amish. Okay. Well, when you look at the sky above it, let's say if you were to go out in a ship without no light pollution, you see a dome of stars above you. And as the way that this works, modeled in the celestial sphere, because that's a model, right? So you'd be able to say that as you move in any direction, that looks like, imagine, okay, if you will, for a second, hopefully you don't get too crazy with this, but imagine like a flat surface and you're like a hamster inside of a hamster ball. The hamster ball, everywhere you run, is going to move around you while you're still on that flat surface, running in the middle of that flat surface. But the hamster ball around you is the celestial sphere. So that's how it's modeled as. It's a model, right? So we see the stars around us mapped out that way. All right? So that seems to comport to what we see in the sky. I agree with that, but the surface
it doesn't comport to the reality where we move. Like, where's the 69 miles in that? All you're saying is at the very center of a sphere, around, like if you're the center of a beach ball as a hamster, well then you see a change of 1 degree, but there's no distance move. You're rotating in the center of that ball.
It's rotating it's rotating a new star to your zenith.
I think maybe you do understand.
You're moving distance. No. This is for Polaris.
As you move horizontally, a new star rotates to your zenith.
You measure 69. You measure 69 miles.
You measure 69 lateral miles on the horizontal plane as stars rotate to your zenith above you.
It works. Trust me.
But lateral miles is imaginary miles. You're not physically moving those miles. Whereas celestial navigation, you're physically. Shut up for a sec and listen to what I'm saying. You're physically.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm going to explain it again, and I don't care if you're talking through me, because this is for the audience benefit, okay? And I'm holding you out as an example. The rotation, the arc that curves, that arc length is in the sky. It's not below your feet. It's always been in the sky. You're taking angle measurements to those arcs in the sky. Those are conceptual arcs based off of how you perceive the sky. And it's being modeled as a celestial sphere, not a terrestrial sphere. A celestial sphere with a horizontal plane that runs through it.
Yep. It's as easy as that, dogs.
So, the problem is what you've described there is the motion of the stars above us. What I'm describing.
Oh my god, dude. Listen,
We know what you're describing, and it doesn't comport to how we observe reality because we measure the surface that we're on is flat, the horizontal plane. Jeez. Okay, you can stay on mute.
Yeah, so I just want to tell you, Amish, that he doesn't get that the fact that let's say an observer is looking at the sky and is static. The observer doesn't move. He does see the stars moving above him. However, if the observer starts to walk away to a different position, geographically, what's going to happen is he's got two motions, right? He's got himself moving to a different location, and so that's going to put him in a different position to the stars above his head. Also, the rotation of the night sky, which is the stars, also are in movement. So he's going to be in a different location with a different set of stars also moving above his head. So he's going to have the angles that he's going to predict to have with the celestial sphere, putting the angles to any star that he's going to say that he has angles to, like even Polaris. So there's nothing that conflicts in this particular model for the celestial sphere because it's not terrestrial.
Yep, and the reason why nothing conflicts is because it's presented to everybody's an equivalence in celestial navigation and surveying textbooks. When they show a unit circle diagram and they show supposed parallel rays coming from distant star, one of them going to the top of the unit circle, another parallel ray going to the center of the unit circle, and then they show the math to do the conversion between the top of the circle and the radius or the diameter that goes through the circle. When they show you this, they're showing you that there's a geometric equivalence in the interpretation of what you see. So both interpretations are mathematically and geometrically valid as presented, whether you want to believe you're on the top of the circle and the ground is arcing down and you're traveling forward, or that you're in the center of the unit circle moving across the horizontal plane and the circle is rotating as you move across the x-axis. So both of those are equivalent. You can't argue that one is not equivalent to the other. You guys do this all the time, but mathematically it's presented the same. So now what's left is how do we determine the difference in reality between one and the other? Which one comports to our observations? And guess what? The Earth isn't a globe. There's no terrestrial sphere.
Yeah,
which means the unit circle concept, where the ray of light is going into the point of origin inside the unit circle, that point of origin is you in your eyeball. And this parallel ray that's hitting the top of the unit circle is what's imaginary.
Now, what's interesting is that he identified that problem in his argument because he said that we got the angles to Polaris, and that's something he can say that for sure he could stand on. That's a part of his evidence for the Earth being a globe. But then it came to like comporting over to the math of like circumference and all that, and I'm like, okay, so if all of these numbers comport over to like the 8 inches per mile squared, all we got to do now, all that's left, is to go directly measure that. Oh, but that you couldn't directly measure the Earth having the drop over distance of 8 inches per mile squared, according to him. You couldn't do it. So I'm like, yeah, that's because the Earth is not curvy. It's not curving like the way your math is telling you. That's why you can't directly measure it that way. Therefore, the sky above you, it works out that the angles, I don't get why we always have these arguments about celestial navigation, don't we? And it's always the same thing. It comes right back around to where they think that because the sky is a particular way, the ground is as well. That's not the case. What I was going to add as well is that it is just a model. Celestial sphere and the modeling of that is just that. It's just a model. However, if we were to say that, do we know for certain that it's a sphere that's all around us? That's unknown. But what we see is in perspective. So all we can tell from our vantage point is the way our perspective operates in this physical and natural world. So we don't know if the sky extends out into a flat horizontal space above us, or it is this celestial sphere that surrounds us. We don't know that. The only thing we know is that we can tell that we're on a horizontal plane of reference, and that the sky above us moves in such a way that it looks like it's like a dome above us. That's what we can tell.
Yeah, so this is the same train of logical failures that people come in with when they say, when I look at other planets, then Earth must be a planet too. It's the same thing. You look at the sky and you reify the globe from how you imagine the stars to be. And what people like Dogs Are Gods have problems doing, they have problems ditching outer space. And they have in their mind this concept of solar systems and rocks orbiting giant balls of plasma in the vacuum of space with asteroids and cosmic rays and everything. And granted, that is one way to interpret what we see up above our heads. It's not likely not happening the way that this is being imagined. And so you just have to ditch all these stories and just accept what you see based off of how it's presented to you and operate from there. Because there's no evidence for the massive sizes and distances of these stellar objects, and even their composition.
Yeah, there's always the imagination of men that gives you these ideas. So they're trying to basically, and I've said this to Dogs as we were having the conversation, he's trying to reify his model by saying, hey, my model appears to be this way because I see these angles to the stars. And then, okay, I'm going to take my model and have the circumference be validated by the math, right? And not by not take the math and go check reality out. No, just all I got to do is get some angles, check my math out, and we're good. The Earth's a globe. I'm like, no, you're supposed to go and validate the fact that your math is going to point to direct measurements of the surface curving. And then you can say, okay, once we see this drop over distance that comports over to the math, then we've got a lock, stock, and barrel. We've got it, man. This is it. This is the big, the big one. This is how we do it. This is how the method works.
Alpha, can I ask you a question? But in this example you gave earlier, you said that the person will move, and therefore, when he moves, the sky will change, which is correct. But we also have this map, like we have star maps, and we all know they are correct because people use them all over the world. I use them myself.
Yeah, we got Stellarium too, so there's other apps.
Yeah,
that can...
right. So the fact that people have to move, we don't need to use that to verify. Like personally, right? There is other people who can verify.
No, so, I mean you get what I'm saying though. But like geographically, you can go to another location, and the same set of stars from where you were. Let's say I'll just give you two examples: North America to like the UK. The same set of stars you were seeing in North America won't be the same set of stars you see in the UK. Now, however, when you move geographically to another location, the stars will be different, not because they're moving above your head only, but because you changed geographic location. So there'll be set of stars.
We're talking about at the same time, right? At the same time.
Well, I mean, you could say
if there's a person observing it in North America and there's another person, then you can really remove that noise, if you will call it that.
You could do it. You could do it in two observers. That's fine. It doesn't matter. But let's say you were an empiricist or whatever, and you wanted to actually find out for yourself. Then if you wanted to do that, then you could go to another location and find out the different set of stars would be there. But
you can just do it at the same time. Like you can just fly and do it the next day at the same clock.
Yeah, I get it. But what the problem that we're saying is it's not just that the stars are moving above you. When you move geographic locations, you'll see a different set of stars. So it's not just the stars are moving above you. It's the other factor that in another geographic location, a different set of stars will be visible. So all of this
but that's because That's because.
Well, it's not because it's not because the Earth is a globe. That the celestial sphere is only modeling the sky. So we're seeing the sky change. The ground hasn't changed. We're not antipodal to like people in China from North America. That's what we're outlining right now.
I understand you're saying that.
So Stellarium doesn't model a globe. Stellarium doesn't model a globe.
No, it models like a 360-degree review of the
Can you
world.
say Stellarium doesn't model a globe? Can you just say that? I need you to make the neuro-linguistic connection in your brain. Just say it. Stellarium doesn't model a globe.
I think it has a model.
Why are you having a hard time saying that? It's a true statement. Stellarium doesn't model the globe.
I think it's not a.
This is so hard for you, dude. Stellarium doesn't model a globe.
if you place
No,
if you use
say
the
it. Say it. Stellarium doesn't model a globe. It's that easy. Truth should just roll off your tongue. Otherwise, you're a deceiver.
No, because it has to model has some
No,
concept of a
Stellarium
globe,
doesn't
right?
model a globe. Just say it real quick.
It has to have that. Because if you're on one side, or if you are like on,
you can stay on mute too. Jeez.
Get him, man. Yeah, all of these it's simple. See, the problem we're having though, Amish, is that they're being so dishonest because they want to prove their point that the Earth is a globe that they'll go so far as to say that even Stellarium models a globe, and they can't let it go because that Stellarium doesn't use that, right? Celestial sphere doesn't mean that the Earth is terrestrial sphere. It's hard for me to have a conversation with these guys because they're only reifying their model by saying that the stars are above us are in a specific orientation. So yeah, it's dishonesty.
It's right. As in the case with this engagement that you just heard, that the audience heard, you're hearing where the Glober does not want to let what we're saying sink in. He's avoiding it. He's throwing up all these psychological blocks because he knows that this weakens his position. And this happens all the time. So there's ego talking to us. We're not talking with somebody who's being reasonable. He wants to be right and wants others to hear that outer space, his religion, is true. And he knows he doesn't have a really good argumentative position when he starts invoking the celestial sphere model and starts talking about the Stellarium.
I think it's great. I think it's one of the better points that we have here when we're talking. So.
In the old server, we used to do a good job at holding people to concessions, to getting them to say it. It's so important that they say it, that their mouths move, that the vibration comes out of their vocal cords, and that their brain is actively paying attention to their own words as they say the things that we ask them to say with their concession. Because if they don't do that, then they can go on lying to themselves and being dishonest. But if we get them to say it, we at least give them an opportunity to tell the truth to themselves. And maybe the truth will sink in.
I'm going to switch mics. Amish, I'll be back in just a moment.
To the Globy spiraling in chat. You were booted because, and you were muted, not booted, but you were muted because you didn't understand that your presentation is not presenting any globe exclusive proof of any kind. You don't even know what you are presenting. We spent the last 20 minutes explaining to you that what you are presenting is a geometric equivalence, a good case for a geometric equivalence between the two interpretations of reality. That's what's being officially presented in textbooks, and that's how it's practically used. So no, you're not going to be able to provide exclusive proof of your globe using celestial navigation because it doesn't purport to be exclusive proof of the globe when they're presenting a geometric equivalence between globe and flat earth conceptions. All that to say, go find better proof because you're not the one and you didn't bring it. Hey, what's up, Radwin? Welcome back. Yeah, I didn't give up. I'm still waiting for that exclusive globe evidence because so far, invoking celestial navigation and surveying doesn't do it.
Yeah. It doesn't work like that.
What I keep asking them to do, and I see you're doing it too, is go ahead and prove Earth is a globe using like not the stars, not imagining the sky and what Earth might be in outer space, but actually use measurements. So they can set our coordinate system without the stars, and they can survey it that way, and it'll be flat.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be flat if you want to sail and use the stars. Yeah. Sorry.
Like they're ignoring that their own handbooks and their own model basically portrays an equivalence between flat and globe. It's because they have to reduce all the globe assumptions to flat to make all the math work. So the other thing is too, they invoke latitude and longitude when they say that they're not using a celestial sphere model. Well, sorry guys, if you knew anything about what you had at your disposal, latitude and longitude is a celestial sphere model. It's a spherical coordinate reference system based off the stars. So when we say do a survey and use flat Earth to do it and show me the globe, you can't use latitude and longitude. And the whole point of making you do it this way is to demonstrate how coordinate reference systems are arbitrary. As long as you apply one set of coordinate reference systems across, and you do it consistently across the board, you're not going to have any problems when you're being internally consistent like that. But you can swap out the spherical coordinate reference system for any kind of coordinate reference system. The coordinate reference system doesn't prove, and we know it's flat because we measure it flat. There's a whole reason why there's a difference between regular surveying, like planar surveying, and geodesy. The second you start using some kind of mathematical globe datum, like WGS84 or something, and you're contorting your measurements to fit that datum, you're leaving the realm of reality and you're entering the world of mathematical concept reification fallacies. Because these globe datums that are invoked for geodesy contort planar surveying, which is what we're asking for in the first instance. And they do it by contorting that planar surveying to a mathematical assumption that has not been measured, has not been validated or proven to exist. And we know that this is problematic because you can't just take terrain and map it to like WGS84 and expect it to be accurate. It's not accurate. You have elevation problems all over the place, and those are corrected with additional corrections after the fact that mathematically unfolds the curved terrain that you use math to put into a curve in the first instance and make it flat again. It's that bizarre. It's that crazy. When you look at the entire process from end to end, this is what they're doing. You know, and this isn't just crazy flat earthers coming up with this. We're just showing you what your own literature on the globe side is saying. And you guys are not representing that faithfully or accurately. You guys are pretending like that's not happening when it is. Every time we pull it out and rub your face in it, you guys freak out and run away and start accusing us of being dishonest. Well, that's not the case, obviously. I mean, we spent like 10 minutes earlier having a guy try to say Stellarium does not model a globe, and he couldn't freaking do it, even though it's 100% factually true that Stellarium doesn't model globe Earth. He just couldn't say it. Well, but antipodal possessions based off of latitude and longitude. Nope, sorry. Stellarium does not model a globe. And what it does model is what you see, and it models it from your vantage point. And you can certainly type in a location on Earth using a coordinate reference system of your choice. Stellarium just happens to use Latin long inputs for geographic location representation. But again, that's a coordinate reference system, and you can apply a different one and still get internally consistent results.
That's the app where it shows your stars above you and all that, right?
Yeah, that's right, and it's a
Well, if
really
you
good
notice,
one. It's been in development for decades.
if you notice on the app when it shows the it'll show you the horizon and where the stars are. The horizon is flat in the app too. It's not curved.
Yeah, that's right.
So
The
the app
terrain that they show
developers
is
didn't
also
screw
just
up.
graphics.
Yeah, the app developers didn't screw it up. Dogs Are Gods wants to know why he's muted.
Well, if he paid attention to his own conversation earlier, he wouldn't be asking that.
There's your answer.
It's for the same reason we muted A Guy, because they both came in here and they could not hear their own arguments. So we point out for the audience how they are misrepresenting their own argument, as well as making a contradiction of claims, and then they get upset. We ask them to basically steelman our position, not even doing that. We're asking them to repeat our position back in the words that we provided them. So we're talking, this is like the bottom rung on Bloom's ladder of knowledge taxonomy, right? They can't even climb that first rung on the ladder and ascend higher. They're stuck at that very baseline as is. They can't even approach the top where you start evaluating and judging information.
Don't you think it's got to be a weird feeling to argue with flat earthers that you live on a ball, and when you go to the beach, you see it's just perfectly flat, but you still think you live on a fucking ball in a vacuum, spinning and flying at millions of miles per hour?
I bet that makes them mad.
It does. You know why it doesn't make me mad
anymore?
You know why it doesn't make me mad? Because I don't give a shit. It's already flat. You can just visually see it. Doesn't matter at that point. So everything that says you live on a ball is just propaganda. And I've come to I don't even ignore it anymore. It doesn't even hit my head, really. I can see it. It doesn't penetrate anything anymore. It doesn't make any sense. So it's just a TV show to me.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to experience the world as your senses inform you, and you're not filtering that through some imagination land.
Do your senses tell you that the moon is flat?
No.
The moon? What is this, the 24/7 moon server?
Be more 24/7 planet. Flat planet.
You know what's funny is Dogs Are Gods. It's like, Amish, I'm not running away. Listen, I didn't accuse you of running away. The reason why you're muted is because you aren't running away. Because you're bricked. You're too bricked to even run away.
How does he even come back? He just said this is a dangerous echo chamber online cult.
Uh-oh.
And then he's back here talking again? Like, how many times can you keep debunking yourself before you finally check yourself?
Maybe he wants in, and he doesn't know how to do it. And
Yeah, we
that's why
told
he
him
keeps
no.
coming back.
Yeah, so Dogs Are God, you're saying that I wanted to talk to you? No, why would I want that when I'm the one who muted you? Good Lord, you are really that bricked. Why would me muting you be a sign that I want to talk to you? Why would me muting you and allowing you to stay is a sign that I want to boot you from this place? No, you're free to scroll in text chat just fine. I was just done talking to you on voice because you had nothing to contribute. You weren't even being receptive to criticism of your own arguments. So why should I talk to you further? Same with A Guy. Like, hey, can you say Stellarium does not model a globe? No, Stellarium doesn't model a globe. Yeah, I asked you to stop talking because I don't want to talk to you. Dogs are gods. You're proving my point. I don't want to talk to you. Like, do you understand what the mute button is even for? Are we at that level this morning where we have to basically explain how to use Discord? Flat Earthers teach Globers how to use Discord on 24/7 Flat Earth.
They think it's a debate room.
Oh no! Well, we tell them it's not, and they still think it is.
Well, you tell them that to make a, you could use it as a debate, go one-on-one, they would do that, but they would need to have a claim. They don't even have a claim because they think they could possibly schizophrenic. They don't even know anything. How you can debate something and one side is just, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, we'll let debates happen anytime you guys say we want to debate. That would be beautiful. We'll even let you start.
Well, let's be honest. This server is well known for what? Debates. So why would you create a channel in a debate server if you don't want to debate? Like, just create your own server.
We have our
I'm
own.
pretty sure you have anyway. But
we have the world's largest flat Earth server.
yeah. So,
Yeah, so
you
what is
can
there to
just not
debate?
debate over there, and here you cannot.
Can you tell me why there should be a debate?
I just told you that's how the survey is set up. Like
I
every
know,
channel
but
you go,
why?
pretty much.
Why should
Politics.
Flat Earth be a debate and not a defense of the globe claims?
Sorry?
Why should this be a matter for debate and
Anything
not
that is
simply a
science related.
presentation of globe claims?
Anything science related must be debated.
No, well, you can debate them, but that doesn't prove anything, right? You gotta replicate experiments to falsify and validate,
Amish,
right? I mean, that's not
regardless
a
of that,
debate.
you need
Yeah,
to
check it
debate.
out. Check it out. He said anything science. So, what science proves the shape of the Earth?
Hmm?
You heard me.
Science?
Oh man, you went right for it, Radwin. Okay, here we go.
Physics?
Answer his question, kid.
I say physics. I don't know. Was that like a
Wrong
question?
Yeah, can you be any more
That's
vague?
incorrect answer.
Oh, wrong.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, can you say anything more vague than like all of physics? I mean, geez, be specific.
What do you mean? Physics. That's all you need.
Be specific. Yeah. What about physics?
Well, physics is not biology. I already you asked
no
me
kidding,
which
it's
science.
physics. What, you're not answering the question. Well, physics is not biology. What are you talking about?
You asked me which science, and I precised.
Yeah,
Physics.
of course it's
you
not
want
biology.
me to precise
Like,
more?
why would somebody even think it's biology? Why did you bring up biology?
Well, he asked me.
No, I didn't.
Not you. He. What the?
I said, what science proves the shape of the fucking
And I
Earth?
said physics.
And this is why we mute people, Glober, because people like you have a hard time answering questions like this. It's frustrating as hell.
Radwin, sorry, which answer were you expecting, if not physics?
No science proves shapes.
Yeah, that's called a category error in logic, which you demonstrated just now, Glober.
I just let you walk into it. That's all. I already know
You
the
just
answer.
called me a glober. When did I ever give my stance on the whole thing? Why are you presuming things?
Oh,
He's embarrassed to be. He's embarrassed.
Nah, that comes from a point of defense.
I love when they're embarrassed to admit they live on a
I'm sorry.
ball.
Yeah. All right, I'm
didn't even
sorry
say
for
I am.
insulting you. I'm sorry for insulting you as a
No,
Glober.
no.
I didn't think. I shouldn't have thought you were that dumb. I'm glad you're not a
just sorry
Glober.
that you're already in your defensive one.
I'm glad you're
Why
not
is
that dumb.
Like, why are you so insecure, bro? Chill out.
I'm glad you're not that dumb. Now we can move on. So can you answer Radwin's question? He told you the answer. Can you repeat the answer?
What science proves the shape of the Earth?
Physics.
This guy might be retarded. I'm sorry.
I think he is, yeah. You just explained why it wasn't physics, and he answered physics.
Also, didn't he say he wasn't a glober, but he's got a glober tag, man? Like globalist tag.
Yeah.
Pretty sure somebody can make an equation with the mass of the Earth, and you know.
All right, so
prove it's
that's not physics, is it?
Yes, it is. It is.
Wait,
You're
making
gravity,
equations.
the mass, and everything else. And you're gonna
Wait. You said
that's how it is.
You can use math with the mass of the Earth, right?
Right.
Okay, so go ahead and tell me how you got the mass of the Earth.
I will come back in 2 hours when I will do that equation for you. Okay. Now I'm
You
just
don't want an
making it
equation
clear.
for the mass. How
I'm
did
just
they
making it
determine
clear.
for the mass? How did they
You
determine
want me
the
to do
mass?
something that takes time, so just give me time. I will come back with that.
Well, okay, so you don't know how they determine the mass of the Earth. Okay. So our point is people come in here making claims that they can't back up, and you just demonstrated that beautifully for the audience. Another glober who could not present the evidence.
Yeah, how are you going to debate someone who says they know the mass of the Earth? And you ask them, how do you know this? And they don't know it.
Right.
Well, he said he has to go research or something. Good luck. You're going to be there for a long time researching how to do it.
Is it
So that means he
people with
doesn't know.
hearing problems? Damn, that's
No,
crazy.
does this mean you either lied or you're ignorant? Because if you said you knew it and you really didn't, then you lied, or you thought you knew and you realized you didn't know. So are you going to concede that you don't know?
I ain't
Or are
conceding
you going
shit.
to
He told
concede
me
that
go
you
make the equations,
forgot?
and I will come back with the equations. No problem.
Well, no, we didn't ask for equations.
Like, you have to
What the
hear
fuck?
yourself
Who
when you
asked
speak.
for
You have to hear
equations?
yourself.
Who
You
asked for
asked. Well, you
equations?
have an assignment,
Who
bro. You
asked,
just asked me
who
5 minutes
asked
ago.
for equations? Tell me.
Yeah,
Which
math
one
isn't
of us?
science.
You asked me.
Math is not science.
Well, you asked me for that.
You said you'll bring math when we asked to bring science because you said you had it.
The word brain didn't never came out of my mouth. You need to check your Alzheimer.
But you said you had the physics to prove it, and then you offer mathematics instead. That's not the same thing. That's
Yeah, I will
another
check right
category error in logic. Do you know what science is? Can you define it? Give me a good definition.
Can you define flat?
Yeah. If I asked you to go into a paper factory and give me a
that's not
box of all the
definition.
flat paper,
Definition, please.
you'd know
Definition.
exactly what I was talking about, right?
Definition.
Because you wouldn't go grab me a box of wrinkly paper.
Ah, so you don't want to give a definition, okay?
Well, you claim to have a science knowledge, right? Some kind of knowledge from science, and you wanted to come back with math. So you failed in that regard. Do you have any other claims you want to present? Because this one is not working out for you.
Well, yeah, define flat.
Excuse me? Go get a dictionary. It says what it is in there. Why do I have to go define a word like flat?
I thought you knew.
Don't you know what it means? Or I guess English is a second language for you. So
you don't know.
Why don't you try Edom online? ETYMONline and go look up flat. No, I don't care to tell you what it is.
No, for your sake, so you learn.
I'm not
You
an
can Google
English. I'm not an English tutor.
No, but you don't have to teach me. I'm telling you, go. Fucking know it.
If you don't even know what the word flat is, that's kind of a problem for you to debate flat Earth.
Yeah,
Pretty
I'm
sure
telling you
it's
that I
a
know what it
level-
is, and I don't care you to look it up for you. So
A level surface, bro. You happy? One of us has defined it.
Well, no, the issue was he's supposed to be able to know what he's talking about. He says he came in here, he wants to debate flat Earth. With a claim on the table, he doesn't know what the word flat even means.
he said, I don't think he knows what math or science means either, because he confused the two of them off the bat.
Didn't he want us to tell him what flat means? So yeah, there is definitely
Yeah.
a problem. You can't come into try to debate flat earthers without even knowing what the first word means.
And he said something like, physics proves the Earth is a globe because it's not biology or something. I'm like, what? What are you talking about biology for? Boy, look at the abject meltdowns in chat.
Yeah, that's good.
Bro, if you're muting people, what are you expecting them to do?
Stay muted.
Listen.
Yeah, but you should learn definitions before going around.
I do know the definition. I don't. Why don't you tell me what your definition is? Because maybe you're wrong. If you're having to ask us,
Well, how can I be wrong if you don't give me your definition first, so I can verify if it's wrong or not?
because we're not talking about definitions.
Well, you asking me?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not going to put
physics, and
I'm not
then
going to play
we're
some
not talking about
sophist game.
definitions.
Yeah, because if you're only arguing definitions, then you'll never get anywhere. You know. So listen, you can give me a definition for flat. I'll accept any definition. How about that? I'll accept any definition, no matter how contorted it is. You can give me your most mangled definition of flat to prove your globe. Okay? Go find a definition of flat that best proves your globe and go present it, and we will use that. Okay, Glober?
I thought this was not a debate channel.
Oh yeah, well go get it, okay? I'm
Now
challenging
he
you
doesn't
because
want
I'm
to.
playing your
Want to
game.
debate.
You
Now
say
he
that.
doesn't
You
want
say
to
now-
that.
oh,
I
no, he's
can't
backing
debate.
off.
He realized that he's fucked. He doesn't want to debate now.
There's like 3 brains against one trying to juggle.
Oh,
and
now you're
it's
complaining. So
nasty
maybe you should
because they
mute
can't-
yourself. If you don't like this, mute yourself instead of complain. You came in
No, no,
here
I
to
don't
talk to
complain. I
us,
don't
and now
complain.
you don't want to talk to us. I'm sorry.
How am I talking if I get muted? Like what?
I'm asking you to go get information so we can talk. That's the opposite of muting you.
Why should I go and do your work?
I'm allowing you to use your definition of flat, one that makes my conception of flat the worst possible conception that could be used from the worst of the most possible defensive positions I could take. Okay? I want you to
before
find a
that-
definition of flat that could contradict itself so bad that it might actually say flat is curved. And then you can
Before
use that
I want
definition
your
to debate
definition,
me.
though.
Go find a definition that says flat is curved, and I'll use that with you in a debate, okay?
Why are you jumping to conclusions when I simply
Go
ask
find me
if you
a
can
definition
define
that says flat is curved, and we'll use it.
You seem to be dodging the question because you can't. You know,
No,
it's
I'm
like,
telling you that I will accept any definition you bring to include the worst, most contradictory
no problem.
definitions.
no problem at all. But can you
Okay,
give me your
good. Go
definition first?
ahead. I'll give you a couple minutes to go find it, and then I'll
Before
wait. When you
that,
have it,
I
come
need
back.
your definition.
No, I'm using yours. Okay, I'm using yours.
But I need to know yours before.
No, I don't. I don't have one. Okay, I'm using yours.
You don't have one.
We don't
You
have a
should have
definition.
said that
We
from the
don't have a
get-go.
definition,
Okay,
dummy.
perfect.
We don't have a definition. You need to go get it so we can start the debate.
Right.
Nah,
For the
don't
purpose
say
of this
we,
debate, I don't
because
have
you keep
one.
talking, man.
I need you to provide me yours, and I will use yours.
Perfect. Well, why didn't you say that from the get-go?
Because I just thought to do this for the audience.
You just didn't want to answer because you don't have one. And that makes you look stupid because you use that
No,
word so much.
I'm doing it for the exact opposite reason. I want you to find the most stupid definition of flat you can find, and then use that because it'll possibly give you an advantage.
But why do you use words if you don't have the definition?
I do in reality. For the purpose of this discussion, I will adopt your definitions because I have so much love in my heart for you right now. I would love to use your definition, so give it to me.
I would love to know yours, by the way.
My definition of flat is whatever you provide us for the definition of flat.
Yep, we will use that. So yeah, I just had to mute this guy because he wasn't, doing what I wanted him to do. And let's go get his definition and use that. Apparently, he doesn't want to use his own definition.
You hard countered his nah. That way, no matter what you said, he would just say nah. So you don't give him anything, and he can't nah it, and then he just nah himself.
True. Look at all this weak, pathetic loser behavior in text chat.
Is that the guy we were talking to?
Yeah, and Dogs Are Gods and A Guy, they're all like together.
Go ahead and post your definition of flat in the chat, and then you'll get unmuted.
It's regardless. I'm not gonna spend my time talking
You
to
can
people that don't have
you
definition.
can make up your own definition. I'll let you do that.
Because I
I'll
would
let you
give you
say the definition of flat is maybe curved.
Good. But I would give you definition using words that you don't have the definition for it. So
Yeah, give me the definition of flat. Oh well. I'm going to listen on YouTube. I'll be around later.
All
Yeah,
right, take care.
I have to go cut the grass.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. What's up?
What's up?
The sky.
The stars.
The Earth is flat, brother.
Yeah, which is not curved. If something's not curved, what is it?
Concave.
That'd still be curved. That'd be
Polyhedral.
curved upwards.
Polyhedral. A square ain't curved.
So what is it then?
A triangle.
Is it flat? A square has how many? Has flat sides?
I guess.
All
Yeah.
right, boys. Let's play some poker.
Let's do it.
I don't know. It seems like it always crashes. Like those Discord activities don't work very well.
Oh yeah, it just crashed in the other chat. Starting a new one here.
Like right once we get a really interesting hand and everyone's in, all of a sudden bang, it's to go. I'm like, oh come on. You know?
I mean, I just won 13k in the other chat before it crashed.
Yeah.
Anyone joining? Salty Banana and Steve's sleeps. It looks like you run out of chips.
Yeah, it says that I don't have enough chips.
Hey, don't you get like 1,000
my
chips every
chips from
day?
last time. That's bullshit.
Really? Like, so if I
Yeah,
rank
like
or not, I need to
you
wait.
get free chips every day. Like 1,000 chips every 24 hours.
3,000.
3,000? Okay.
All right. Then see you guys later.
Sorry, I completely shocked him out of him.
Don't worry about it.
I lost my chips from the last game, bro. Bullshit. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, fuck that.
What, you don't like that?
No, I had a shit hand.
Fair enough. That's why I make those. That's why I make those small raises, just to kick out the people who are just checking, because they can still get lucky. You know.
Yeah. That's smart.
Like maybe suddenly
Where's
they get a
everybody?
3 of the kind on the last 2 cards. You know. I'm just.
Yeah. 20. You know what? Let's see.
I don't think you have anything.
No.
I love doing that. Betting like $2 under or $1 under, so you're left with like $1 or $2 left.
What did you have? One pair. Yeah.
I had one
I
pair.
didn't have one. Have that. Ah. So the Earth, eh?
Yeah, Earth mighty flat, isn't it?
Yeah, and stationary. There's 2 things, flat and stationary.
Stationary in regards to what? Everything's relative, right?
That's how the globe explains why everything's stationary. It's all relative to whatever spot you're on.
Yeah,
the
fair
flat
enough.
Earth just uses the Occam's razor. Well, if it's just, it presents as stationary because it is stationary.
Yeah.
Man, where's Enigmatic?
Yeah, you got it. I wanted to leave you on $1.
You smart ass.
Let's go
Yeah, if
all in
you're
pre-flop.
stuck at
What do you reckon?
if you're at $1, do you have to leave the game and come back in?
Yeah, basically, it's like the most dick move. Instead of going all in, you just call just under like $1 under. It's kind of hilarious. I'm not gonna lie.
Because you come back in each time with like 1,000 coins or 1,000
Exactly.
chips.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh well, that was a whole lot of nothing.
We split. I didn't win shit.
Not even me.
What's the? There's two versions, right? There's like Showdown and something else.
Casual.
And casual.
Casual just gives
just
you infinite
like
chips.
pointless.
Showdown means you actually have to play for the chips.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get 3,000 reserve each time.
Let's just do it again
Each
in
day.
sleeps.
Let's do it.
Are those the same fucking cards?
I suspect so.
Oh, motherfucker. 2 queens, 2 sixes. Oh, you got aces. Hold up, I'm coming back in.
Sweet. Hey, Jester, want to buy in?
No, I'm good. I'm good, Herman.
Fair enough, brother. Anyone else
Enjoy the
jumping
50.
on the table?
I think they're all watching YouTube.
Oh god.
Damn, I forgot.
We joined a channel with a bunch of vegetables.
Oh, sorry, bro. I didn't mean to call you out. Eh?
Nah, you're good, man.
Yeah.
Ratatouilles.
Ratatouilles.
Yeah, you're right about Toys though. Like
Fuck yeah, I'm
sometimes,
right
like
about Toys.
when I smell it, it kind of smells like fermented shit. But like, it's sometimes. It's not like fucking Forex, which
Where are you
always.
from? I'm hearing like Bankstown.
No, but oh fuck no, I'm no Central Coast at the moment.
Central Coast.
From Sydney. Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is you're in the Gold Coast, but just a little shitter.
Pretty much. I mean, the Gold Coast is pretty shit, but like for different reasons. There's more money there, but it's full of shit cunts. I think. Oh, I've heard it. I've never been there.
Oh come on! I'm trying to bet out exactly enough to get my chip reserve to be like at a round number. You know what I mean?
No, yeah. What about yourself?
Oh, I'm over in Campbelltown.
Oh, Campbelltown, South.
Oh.
Yeah, out west, brother.
I remember waking up in Campbelltown.
I've been there. It's not too bad. Yeah. I used to live in Fairfield and Parramatta and Ermington for a while.
You used to live in Fairfield?
Yeah.
Fuck, that suburb gambles a lot. Yeah, bro. You go every time you go. I go to the RSL. It's just full of Asians just betting away their life savings. Roulette. I've got this giant ass book in front of me of all the roulette.
Oh yeah. Fucking hell.
So, gentlemen,
Star Casino ain't nothing.
what's your take on Flat Earth, guys?
Sorry?
What's your take on Flat Earth? You're sitting on a Flat Earth AMA channel. So, what's your take on it?
Yeah. Oh, what's that take on Flat Earth? Yeah.
I think the Earth is flat like my brain.
Well, do you want a 2-day holiday from the channel? If you're just here to insult us, like I'll help you leave.
How did I insult you?
Well, like, what's this flat like your brain thing?
Her brain's flat?
Sometimes.
I don't understand.
Now you don't understand the question now that I'm back.
Who are you?
Your boss.
Oh,
Dude,
sorry, boss.
like,
I'll get back to work.
Dude. Dude, chill, because they're gonna kick us. We're just here to play poker.
Oh, goodbye. Let me get rid of you.
Oh, come on, man. We're chilling.
No,
We believe in flat
it's
Earth.
not.
I
It's
believe in
not
flat
a
Earth.
poker channel. You can do what you want in the background, guys, but no, you're not just here to play poker. If you're in the channel, we're here to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah. Flat Earth. I'd like to know why it's flat. Like, to tell me.
Because
Like,
it's not a globe. It doesn't curve. If
It's
you apply the metrics
observably.
to the globe, it doesn't curve.
Okay.
It's observably flat, measures flat, practically uses flat.
Did you know that you could test it yourself?
Oh. Oh, really? Like, what would the test be?
Observation over distance, over long distance. The size of Earth, it should actually curve away. Depending on your elevation, there's a set rate of curvature. And at a set height above the water, the geometric horizon, the actual curve of Earth, it's only about 1.5 miles to 2 miles away, really, it's supposed to be.
Okay.
But in actual fact, you see things at 20, 30 miles. And if you get optics, you can see further, like telescopes or one of these fancy cameras. And if you gain elevation, you can also see further.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
There's something going on, guys. You've been lied to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I know we've been lied to about a lot of things.
But just not the Earth.
Who knows? Who knows
I
what we've
do.
been lied to
I
about?
know.
I just-
I know we've been lied to about it. That's who knows.
Yeah. Yeah.
But do you have any evidence of the globe firsthand? Or can you think of where you've experienced Earth as a globe for yourself?
I mean, I can't say I have. That's why I don't want to say this or that. You know.
We're not trying to push you into a corner here. You don't need to defend the thing. I'm just asking questions that I got asked.
Oh, okay.
The only place we see it is on TV, dude. It's only a conceptual paradigm in maths and television, film industry, propaganda.
I mean, I can't say you're wrong because you're right about that. I mean, we haven't seen anything. It's not like we've been out in space.
There you are.
I've never been out in space.
I mean, if you've got the money, you could jump in one of Elon's rockets and maybe take a parabolic flight to low Earth altitude or whatever it's called. You wouldn't be as high as the ISS. You'd experience free fall, like what's his name, Dude Perfect did. And if you watch the video, you'll see he released a ping pong ball, and it shows exactly he's in free fall. That's not like up in space floating around or stuff. That's just a parabolic flight.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. The truth is, we don't know.
No, the truth is, we do know. That's the truth.
Yeah. Without a doubt, there's nothing. When I say the Earth is flat, there's nothing I've ever said in my whole life I'm more sure of. That's the ultimate. That's the very top of the scale. It doesn't go past that. Like out of 1 out of 10, that's an 11. There's nothing I'm more sure of. You can do this yourself, and you can get there all on your own. You won't even need me or other flat earthers. Just use you and the Earth, and just go out there and see: do you detect curvature? Do you detect rotation? Do
That's
you
funny
use curve?
Yeah,
Do you
that's funny
use
you said
rotation?
that. That's funny you said it like that because it was just something in passing, something on Facebook maybe or somewhere, or maybe it was a YouTube. I don't know. Anyway, it's so long ago when they said, "Oh, the Earth is flat and this is why." And all I did is I just heard it. Right? I just heard that. So went to Lake Erie, and I'm like, I remember what I heard. And there's no reason I should be seeing something 16 feet tall 5 miles away from me on a flat lake. So at that point, I was like, maybe there's something to this. Then I started looking into how far can I actually see across the lake. Then I realized it's just flat. And then that was all it took for me. It was that simple. I didn't have to argue with it. I didn't have to argue with people about it. It's just the way it is. And just because we're lied to, so I don't buy into that shit. So that was just easy for me to give up.
Mm.
It'll take you a little bit of research and a little bit of work, but it's actually worth it. The math isn't all that hard. It's not all that hard to go out and maybe find something out at sea that you can see on a sunny day, link it in through a ship tracker, get its distance, and then figure out how much it should actually be hidden by. It's kind of that simple. And for me, I came to the realization of it through civil engineering. Basically, the fact that if you ever engineer anything far enough, you have to factor in for some curvature that isn't actually there, but it's applied in geodetics. It's not actually there. Water level is water level over any distance at rest. And it's only in the math that it curves to equipotential to the geoid. Sorry, it cracks me up every time. I like words and I like how they bend the truth of things. But yeah, it's worth the look, dude. We'll link you to the server. We'll link you to all the information. It doesn't need to be a fight if you don't want it to be. If you want a full-on debate, we can set up a 1v1 or, bring professors. By God, please bring them. But yeah, take the time and look into the info. It's worth it, man.
Oh. Yeah, no. Sounds good, bro. Oh, it's been cool. Take care.
Oh yeah, stop by any time. See, look at this dude here. I told him flat was not curved. He told me, you can't define what flat is. This is how bad it is. Some of these globalists are. That it does. Once they drop that claim on the table, you can't do it. That's not possible. So they always got to fall back to that.
I'm gonna get going, but thank you for giving me your time. Have a good night.
You too, dude. Jump in anytime.
Oh, thank you. Have a good one.
Peace. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a fight or a big argument, but if there's a claim on the table, it needs exposed and disseminated or whatever. Dissected.
I love melting brains.
I just like it when people start to realise that we're not here for a fight. We're not fringe theorists. We're not all in our mom's basement. I like that whole part of the realisation things that, people will start to realise, oh, hang on, I've got the wrong perception. Maybe I'm not exactly right. And then you can get on a one-to-one human level. You can all do the fighting. You're all good at that.
Yeah, just the opposite. So some people think that we're theorists, flat earth conspiracy theorists, and it's just As always, the opposite. Flat is just what it is. If you want to say it's something else, you might be in a conspiracy yourself.
For me, part of it is time here. Like I'm halfway through my fifth decade now, and I've not seen improvement that I think is right or enough. I've seen us hemorrhaging cash and funds and revenue elsewhere, and society's gotten slowly worse. Not pointing fingers. Just hasn't gotten better or more economical. Even the West fractured. It's fractured economically as well now. You'll be bringing out $1,000 notes soon, or like $100 million notes to go and buy a loaf of bread. It's not getting any better. And here we go, flat earth underneath the whole thing. Truth, honesty. Something's wrong. It's needing fixed. What's up, Hebrew? Shalom. Did you run away?
Well, it's scary coming in here.
And you might get spoken at by an angry Scot for a start.
I've been away. I see nothing's changed.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. Did you get your feet up in your grass cut while you were away?
No, it's too wet outside still. I have to wait till the afternoon. I don't want to make mud tracks in the back.
Oh, for mowing, you tried to go out there and it was just too wet.
Yeah, I didn't realize that we had a thunderstorm while I was sleeping last night.
Yeah, where I live at too is a pretty low water table. It used to be kind of like farmland, that like an old farm that basically got parted out, at some point. And it's kind of like the lower part. So when it rains, it can be like walking like a sponge, like walking on spongy water. it's kind of weird too because what they did, it's really sandy. You like to kind of like, but also some spots be rocky. They'll go sand, rock, sand, rock. So you can kind of tell what's below your feet. Is it a sandy spot or a rocky spot? Or kind of clay, maybe like not rocky, but kind of clay like.
It was all farms around here. I'm on top of a mountain though, but it was all farms around here. So just the way my yard is pitched.
Oh
I
yeah,
took over,
compared to other houses.
Yeah, I took over the easement from the city. They weren't cutting it, so about 7 years ago I started cutting it. So now it's my yard too, and that gets swampy. And if I get in that, then I'll just end up driving mud tracks all over, and that just looks ridiculous. So I'll wait.
Is it a drainage issue or an excess of water over is it too much downfall recently, or is there a drain choked on the council side of it now, the other side of the easement?
So I have woods. They never dealt with the woods. The woods actually will hold water inside of them, and that's where it seeps out into the grass. Okay. Like if you go in the woods, you will sink. So I haven't attempted to cut those down. I cut about a quarter of the woods down to extend my backyard, and ended up having to bring topsoil in to push that water back.
Yeah, I've got you. So you're only going to get by it if you divert the water off your property at the end of it. That's a big project.
Well, I got actually, we have a drain, a storm sewer, that can take a lot of water in our yard. And I've never seen it in action, but our yard does drain to it, but I've never seen like anything else on the street because I'm kind of at the top. Why they put it there, I'm not sure. I'm probably the highest house around. If I could get on, well, I have my drone, so I'm probably going to go. You guys will see if I can get a picture of how high we are, and then if I can go high enough, I should be able to see over the trees down into the valleys.
Your storm drain will catch the majority of it before it starts to flood the lower land then?
Yeah.
Sound of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it does that. I pitched everything when I built the back of this house. I put basically a half a house onto my house, mother-in-law suite when she was still alive. And so I repitched the yard to that drain. So everything, our yard is fine. It's just what the city took care of, I deal with. And I'll get to it when I get to it. I'm doing another project, so I'll probably have maybe eight tons of dirt coming in, and I'll have enough left over to repitch that. But that'll probably be after September when it cools off again. I'm not going to do it now. It's just too wet, and I have other shit to do.
Yeah, if the ground goes seriously hard, get a big excavator in and get yourself a massive pond dug for next year, bro. If it all freezes hard, get the pond dug then. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to rent. I was going to rent a Bobcat, but I think I'm going to get a mini backhoe with a front end loader on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've had to wait to winter a few times. And the ground goes firm enough and you can go in and rip out a pond. And then the warmer weather comes back and you've got you can actually use the wetland more then.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's one of the projects. Got all kinds of shit going on around here. I had to go buy a new mower this year. It was $3,000 for that because I had a riding mower, you sit on it, regular steering wheel, but I went and bought a zero turn because the rider mower just doesn't work that well around all the curvy stuff. I'm end up weed whacking half the time. So this new mower is great. I just have to get the edging basically around the house. Done. I can get close enough with the zero turn that I don't have to weed whack around fences anymore. I just push the fence a little bit.
Yeah, makes a difference.
I've been not wanting to buy a mower forever, not wanting to buy one, and I had to get it because last year, as I was cutting the grass, all of a sudden it started slowing down, like the belt was slipping or something on it, the drive belt, and it wasn't. Everything was tight. I ended up looking it up, and in the transmission, there's something that strips out where the handle, where it shifts, and you're not able to even shift it into gear is what it is. There's like 6 speeds. So it was running like it was in first gear the whole time. And that's what it was. I shifted and it shifted back because there's some pressure when you got to shift it, and it just dropped back into first. And I'm not cutting my yard that way. There's no way. And it's getting harder to start. I think it's an aluminum block, and it just sounds like it really has a struggle trying to push that piston in there, like something warped, and I take care of it. I think it's just age. It's like 15 years old. And so I just said, screw it. Bought a Cub Cadet 42-inch zero turn.
Dude, if it was 25, 30 or beyond years old, it probably wouldn't have broken in the first, but yeah, you could have replaced or repaired it easier. But yeah, it's the design lifespan of these things. Once one end goes, especially if it's any kind of hydro drive, like an oil geared system, the heat that goes through them, and like you say, that aluminium block, no. Yeah, you're better off with something that you start up, go and do it, put it away, and that's it.
Yeah, that's what it is. So this one's got a Kawasaki motor on it, a V-twin. It's nice. It starts right up. Just go, cut, put it away. That's exactly what I do.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I'm the same. I laid out 300 on a zero-turn walk behind. And it's a world of difference. I'm under half the bushes and the hedgerows now. I'm under my main big beech hedge with it. It's so easy. And then I go around, like you say, with the weed whacker, 5 minutes and it's done.
I was going to get a zero turn walk behind an X Mark, but I would end up getting the wheel that you stand on anyway. So what would be the point? I may as well just get the sit down zero turn.
Yeah.
I used to, way back when I was a kid, we had X Marks with the wheel on the back. I love those things, man. You could cut perfect straight lines, perfect turns, everything on those.
Yeah. I'm kind of lucky. I've only got 2/3 of an acre. You probably get way more than me, dude. So yeah, the ride on for you, much better option.
Maybe if there's no wind, I will go fly today. That would be fun. Flying the drone around. If it's windy, you can't. Not around here. It'll just go away. It will just literally lose a signal if I get too high because it's fighting to stay in position when it's windy. And I've had a drone just go bye, went super high up in the air, and I never saw it again.
Yeah, you start to hit 30 or above mile crosswinds, and it's fighting the signal instantly. And then if the drone's fighting one direction or another and it loses its signal, it'll backflip into the ground easily enough.
Yeah, this one just shot. It just went. I watched it. I was watching and I said, why are you going so high? I'm pushing down. And I realized I looked down and I got no control of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, so I'm like, oh, maybe it'll run out. I'll follow it. It went so far. I was running down the street, basically street after street, over a main street. I watched it fly over like a highway, and I was like, damn, that thing is gone. It's okay. I returned it to Amazon. I said zero. What's it called? The return, the self return didn't work, and they refunded me.
Oh wow!
I said the return didn't work on it when I hit come home. It did not work, and I just sent the controller back, and they refunded me.
Well, that's the point of the warranty, that they're liable for damage to people or property. So they have to assume liability. They've said that it would return home when you press that button. That's the panic button. And that's their indemnity on it not hurting people. So yeah, they've tried to back out of a nasty court case there. If that had actually hurt someone and it had tied back through a part number via you and you reported it, oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah. That's exactly why I hit the home button, because I didn't know where that thing was going to go. And if it went too far to the north of me, we're talking about now it's not a city. I don't actually live where, I mean, it's called a city, but it's not like city of Cleveland or Chicago or anything like that. But it would have definitely been going into traffic, and that would have been a problem. So
yeah.
In fact, it was like, I'm like, fucking that motherfucker didn't return. I said, I'm just going to return this to Amazon. That's what I thought. And I'm going to put in there. The return did not work on it. Boom. And, or whatever it's called. I spec'd it out. I said, did not work. And they didn't even, it was just like, as soon as they received the box, it was credited like 3 days later.
Yeah, tech's nice, but it's not what everyone seems to think it is.
My new one is nice. I mean, it'll do that. No problem. I still don't trust drones though, so I always have to have my eye on them. Like, no matter what, I have to be able to see it. Some people can fly with goggles on. I couldn't do that. I couldn't risk it. I could put them on, but I'm not going to do that. I just rather just look at it, take pictures, look at my phone, do what I have to do. I'm going to try. I don't know what we're going to try with it this year. I think we're going somewhere. They got flights for $29 and $19, like North Carolina and stuff from here. So we might go to the beach, Atlantic Ocean, and maybe I'll fly it out there. The airlines are getting desperate, people. Flights are cheap. Go fly.
Ratchet a P900 to it and fly it out and photograph yourself, bro.
Do what?
I'm saying ratchet a P900 camera to it, fly it away out at the beach and take a photograph of yourself.
Yeah, I'll see my P900 go in the ocean.
Yeah. Ratchet an inflatable load to it as well, just in case. Yeah, I used to mess around with RC stuff loads, and one of the biggest fun things that we did was change your frequency bands and hack somebody else. If you stood at a higher position and you went onto their frequency band, you could hack their RC buggy and take over the controls of it.
So they'll just be like flying it, and all of a sudden it's just doing its own thing, and you got control of it?
Yeah. You could mess with people flying planes or driving RC buggies with it. And I think of that about the drones as well. Like, who's got access to that frequency band?
Isn't it? It's locked in though. At the time you have to Wi-Fi to it to lock it in. You have to use its Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's way more digitized than the different chips that we used to use now. Yeah, I get that.
But it doesn't need Wi-Fi to fly. It's using the antennas off the controller, but it needs Wi-Fi to sync that. It needs its Wi-Fi to send you images, and I can fly under GPS. It's called, so it knows where. That's how it knows where home is at, and that's how I normally fly. But there's a couple different ways you can do it. But yeah, it has to definitely has to sync up. It's not like the old RC stuff where you just turn it on and go. It's different.
Yeah, it's locking in a waveband, a specific link. Yeah.
I got another drone. I wonder if my other controller will. That'll be interesting. I have a drone that won't sync up. Will not sync up to the controller anymore. I don't know what happened. I don't really care. But this other drone I have is nice. I wonder if that other controller, or vice versa. I wonder if this new controller will sync up to the old one. If that's the case, then it's the controller. Because the controllers aren't specific to that drone usually. They have to sync to first their Wi-Fi, then you got to go 2 positions on your joysticks. Basically, you're pointing a V. You're making an A with it, not a V, an A with your controller, and then it'll sync up. Once it does that, the nice thing about it is with these drones and flying with your phone and the controller at the same time, I can just go to my phone and hit liftoff. Basically, you hit that, you slide it across the propeller start, and it sits on the ground. And then you actually have to hit the button to make it go up, and it goes up 5 feet in the air, and it'll sit there forever. It won't do anything. It'll just sit there and run out of batteries unless you take control of it.
I like that, and that'll be plotting itself on GPS.
All you have to do is hit home, and it'll just land itself.
Yeah.
I don't really use the home feature too much because I don't know if it's going to cut through trees. I know it goes up in the air, way up, goes over its spot, and then comes straight down. But I've seen it come too close to trees. I've seen it actually hit trees coming down. Like, why are you coming down in that spot? And it's like the wrong spot. So I just don't trust any of that. And spot, I mean, within 15 feet of its circle. So like a 30-foot diameter.
That's Coriolis, bro. Damn it.
What?
That's Coriolis.
Oh yeah, I guess so. You're right. Well, yeah. If it were tumbling, if the Earth was tumbling north and south, then that would make sense.
No, that sounds more like GPS signal range to me. It's not getting the ping it's required, so it's following as near a track as the last ping gave it.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that today. We'll see. I want no wind. I want no wind days so I can go super high and look down. I want to get a straight shot down on my yard so I can compare it to the other ones, what we've changed. I don't have any aerial views before we built the rear end of the house. I think I do from the real estate company. I'll have to look.
I'm surprised it's not part of your insurance over there now.
What's that?
I'm surprised that it's not part of your insurance over there now to have a full aerial scan of your property, especially if you've taken over the easement with the council. That's
well,
the
way our easement works is because we're in a development. The easement is because the gas lines run underneath it, so it's really a utilities easement. So the city, I've never ever seen the city cut in our neighborhood. How's that? Never seen them in our neighborhood. Everybody's been cutting it themselves, except for when we took over this house, we bought it. These people, I guess, didn't know you could do it, or they were just, I know it sat for a couple of years. That might be why, because somebody died, the house was left to him, and he was just not really able to deal with homes or anything. He was kind of a goofball, and it was still owned by somebody when we bought it. It wasn't like a bank or anything like that. But when my wife put the offer in for the house and they accepted it, it was like, we have to get it, because they wanted like 260,000 at the time for the house, and she offered 165, and they said 180 and it's yours. Sold.
Yep. Oh, but thank you very much. Yep.
Yeah, so now, I mean, it really went up. It's like worth 420 now, if you just view the market on it. So we made a killing on that one.
Yeah, you'll be pushing the $500,000 on it by now, bro. Yeah, I had the property sold recently, a stone built property. It was up for $250,000. And there was another one recently that's been taken off. It was up for just under the $500,000. And I had a knock at the door recently, and a very, very interested person looking to buy my little wooden cottage in the middle of it all. I said, no, thank you. Yeah. It's wild, eh? But yeah, I'm the same with an easement. I've got an electricity company. It's at the back of my property. And we share the easement towards the pylon, which is near my property. But yeah, I had to go through hoops for it, basically, to make sure that I was doing the right thing, and so were they. But I suppose had that been left, if nobody knew about that, then yeah, it would, like you say, nobody knows about things, so nobody takes care of stuff. But yeah, I've had drones scanning the whole of the property as well. Again, because it was power company.